Chapter 1 System Awakening? Why did you give me white silk? Su Qianxian. The train is about to leave. You're telling me now you're not coming? Shanghai Railway Station at dusk. After the college entrance examination, Xia Yan was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University, and was preparing to report to the university. During the summer vacation, Xia Yan's childhood sweetheart Su Qianxian kept nagging him about wanting to ride in a premium soft sleeper. Xia Yan, who has always had a crush on Su Qianxian, went to great lengths to buy 2 high-end soft sleeper tickets in order to fulfill her wish. Who would have thought that on the eve of reporting to university, childhood sweetheart Su Qianxian would not come because she wanted to chase her idol? Sitting in the high-end soft sleeper compartment of the train that was about to depart for the imperial capital, Xia Yan felt that Su Qianxian's voice on the phone was extremely harsh. Xia Yan. Listen to me. Ai Kuan is holding a concert in Suzhou and Hangzhou tonight. How could I miss such an important event? Xia Yan looked dazed. Su Qianxian. Are you crazy? I have to report to university tomorrow. You were the one who nagged me all summer, saying you wanted to take a luxury sleeper when you went to register at the university. I went to great lengths to buy these 2 tickets. Do you know how expensive a premium sleeper ticket is? Do you know how difficult it is to buy these 2 tickets during the days of university registration? Now you're telling me you're not going to report and are going to chase stars? Are you crazy? Who said I won't report? Xia Yan's eyes jumped. So you are on your way to the train station? Who said that? I'm on my way to a concert. Xia Yan's face darkened. Then how are you going to report? After the concert, there's another train to the capital. I've already bought the ticket and will arrive in the imperial capital early tomorrow morning. Hey! Su Qianxian. Xia Yan's eyes became anxious. What about your premium sleeper ticket? I spent over 1,000 on it. Stingy. Isn't it just a little over 1,000 yuan? Can't you just sit there by yourself? You'll have the entire box to yourself, which is like staying in a hotel. Oh, right. Please take care of my suitcase. It contains my most precious clothes. See you tomorrow at the gate of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Beep beep. Hello? Hello? A busy tone sounded, and Xia Yan looked at the hung-up phone in the winning strategy for warm men in the little green book, and was furious. Su Qianxian. You're so cruel. I treated you with all my heart, but you stood me up. What kind of winning strategy for a warm man? It's all bullshit. Xia Yan immediately deleted the little green book, his eyes full of anger. From now on, I will no longer be a warm man. I will be a scumbag. Bite. The scumbag system has been activated. Scumbag system? Xia Yan's eyes froze. Did I activate the system? That's right, this system has sensed your strong will to become a scumbag, so it has been specially activated and bound to you. As long as you behave like a scumbag or gain the favor of others, this system will give you random rewards. Random reward? That's right, random rewards. There's nothing this system can't get you, except what you can't imagine. Real? Xia Yan's eyes lit up with joy. Then what should I do? Go and act like a scumbag to a woman with a beauty score of 80 or above. To behave like a scumbag towards a woman with a beauty score above 80? Xia Yan looked at the empty luxury soft sleeper compartment, speechless. System, I'm the only one in this room. Where can I find you a woman with a beauty score above 80? Snap. As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, and a petite girl suddenly flashed into the box and slammed the door shut. Xia Yan was stunned. System. You are truly amazing. Just when you said there were no women, you sent me a young girl. You are so awesome. Xia Yan was shocked and looked carefully. The girl was wearing a milky white sun protection jacket on the upper body and a light blue JK pleated skirt on the lower body, and her 2 slender legs were tightly wrapped in white stockings. The white silk feet were wearing a pair of cute rabbit slippers, and the 2 pink toes of the right foot had broken through the stockings at some point and were exposed. What is strange is that after the girl slipped into the box and locked the door, she squatted at the door and eavesdropped on the movements outside, as if she was avoiding someone. Hey! Who are you? Ah! The girl was startled and turned around suddenly. Her beautiful face really made Xia Yan's eyes light up. Her skin is as white as cream, her face is like an oval, she has a small nose, a cherry mouth, and 2 almond-shaped eyes under her slender eyebrows are moist and charming, making people unable to take their eyes away. This girl is so beautiful. Her appearance is definitely above 80 points. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to barge in. The girl quickly bowed and apologized. There were some bad guys outside trying to take me away, so I had no choice but to hide in your box. Please don't kick me out, okay? The girl looked so cute with her pitiful look. When Xia Yan saw her cute look, he suddenly wanted to bully her. Not kicking you out? Xia Yan smiled evilly. Why should I listen to you? Ah. The girl looked dazed, as if her brain was overloaded. But isn't it boys' responsibility to protect girls? Xia Yan was speechless. This is so old news. It's the new century now. You want me to protect you for no reason? Absolutely not. Get out of here right now. Don't want. The girl quickly grabbed Xia Yan's sleeve and said, there really are bad guys out there who want to take me away. I just saw them at the train station. They'll be on this train soon. Once I'm caught by them, I'll never be able to escape. Please, help me. Feel sorry. Xia Yan turned away from the girl without changing his expression. I'm a scumbag. I will never unconditionally help a woman who is of no use to me. What a scumbag statement. You really have the potential to be a scumbag. I'll reward you with 10,000 yuan in cash. Before Xia Yan had time to be happy, the girl with tearful eyes came over again, holding a fancy iPhone 16 in her hand. I was in such a hurry when I escaped that I only had a cell phone with me. This is my phone. I'm giving it to you. Please don't chase me away, okay? Looking at the girl with tearful eyes, Xia Yan found it even more interesting. You think you can bribe me with just a cell phone? No way. Let me tell you. I'm not like those rubbish scumbags. I will never help a woman I have no feelings for just for a little favor. Wow. You just became a scumbag, and you're already holding yourself to such high standards. You're such a scumbag. I'll give you a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Ah? No feelings? The girl looked at Xia Yan, whose eyebrows and eyes were distinct, and felt aggrieved. This guy is obviously very handsome, but he keeps calling people scumbags. And also said that there should be feelings. But I just met you, how could I have any feelings for you? Unless. The girl glanced at the spacious bed, then looked down at the torn stockings on her right foot. After hesitating for a while, he finally sat on the bed feeling aggrieved. She kicked off her slippers with her feet, and with her hands, she rolled the semi-transparent white silk on her left leg into a donut and took it off. Put it directly into Xia Yan's hand. Here, this is for you. Can you help me now? Xia Yan looked at the warm donut in his hand that was emitting a faint fragrance with a dazed look on his face. Why are you giving me this? The content will become more and more interesting later, so how about adding a bookshelf? Omega, thank you. Chapter 2. As long as you help me, I will promise you. Don't you just like this? The girl huddled on the bed with a look of grievance on her face. I've already read it in the little green book. You scumbags, as long as you get a girl's underwear, you consider it a conquest. If I give you socks, it means you have control over me. My socks are from Walford. I just put them on when I escaped. They're not dirty at all. Even if you think about it, your lungs won't be in trouble. Yeah? Xia Yan picked it up and was about to smell it when he suddenly realized what was happening. He angrily threw the white silk rolled into a donut onto the bed. No. What do you take me for? I'm a scumbag. Not a pervert. Even in the face of such temptation, he can stick to his original intention of being a scumbag, instead of turning into a pervert. Your will is recognized by this leader. I will reward you with 20,000 yuan in cash. Xia Yan almost vomited blood. System. Even if I were horny, I wouldn't do something like this, right? How could I possibly do such a perverted thing in front of outsiders? Xia Yan was about to scold her when he suddenly saw the girl curled up in the corner of the bed, looking aggrieved and about to cry. People have made such sacrifices, and you're not willing to help me? Then what do you want them to do? I've only known you for less than 5 minutes. How can you expect me to have feelings for you? Xia Yan, who was full of anger, was completely unmoved. Sorry. I'm a scumbag. Cricket self-torture tactics won't work on me. Since you can't develop feelings for me, you can get out now. After saying that, Xia Yan grabbed the girl's ankle and dragged her out. Don't want. Please don't kick me out. The girl quickly hugged Xia Yin tightly. I can do it. I can have feelings for you. I'm sure I'll develop feelings for you. Xia Yin immediately picked the girl up from the bed and said, I'm sorry, but I'm a scumbag. I won't believe anything without proof. I won't be fooled by your words. No. The girl was so scared that she burst into tears. After struggling for a while, she fell to the ground, grabbed Xia Yan's thighs and hugged him, looking up at Xia Yan pitifully. They're coming soon. If I get caught by them, I'll be dead. As long as you can help me get through this, I will agree to one condition. Please help me. Whoa whoa whoa. Promise me one condition? Xia Yan was stunned for a moment, looking at the girl's watery and charming almond eyes and tender pink lips. His heart skipped a beat. I'm a scumbag, are you sure you agree to one of my conditions? Aha! Seeing Xia Yan give in, the girl nodded quickly and pointed to the sky with her right hand. I, Bai Yuning, swear. As long as you help me overcome this difficult time, I'll agree to one condition. You said that yourself. Don't regret it. Bai Yuning hesitated for a moment, her face turned red, and finally she nodded firmly. As long as you can help me through this difficult time, I will never regret it. Okay. It's a deal. Hey. Boy, you're turning into a scumbag too quickly. How could you do such a wicked thing? You're such a jerk. I'll give you a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Xia Yan rolled his eyes and was about to free his thighs from Bai Yuning's arms when someone suddenly knocked on the door. Dear passenger, please open the door of your compartment. We need to check your ticket. Oh. Here it comes. Xia Yan was about to open the door when Bai Yuning quickly grabbed him and said, Don't open the door. They might have already caught up with us. How do you know? Bai Yuning took a quick peek out the window and saw several men in black suits. She quickly pulled the curtains shut. Oh no. They're really coming. What? As soon as Xia Yan opened the curtain, he saw a man in black looking into the box from outside. Holy crap. There really is someone here. Xia Yan quickly lowered the curtains. What's going on? Bai Yuning was also puzzled. I don't know either. I was very careful and secretive when I escaped. But they seem to have opened their eyes to the sky. No matter where I run, they can always catch up with me. Open the third eye? Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning, and his eyes slowly focused on her fancy phone case. Give me your phone. Oh, here you go, the password is. I don't want a password. Xia Yan grabbed the phone directly and just took off the phone case. He saw a black disc with the word GPS printed on it hidden in the phone case. I was speechless for a moment. You idiot. You didn't even know you were being followed. Ah. Bai Yuning panicked when she saw the GPS chip. How could this happen? Wouldn't that mean they already know I'm here? What should I do? Bang. Dear passenger, please open the door. We need to check your ticket. If you don't open it, we'll use the key to open the car door. It's over. It's over. It's all over now. Bai Yuning sat down helplessly in despair. I'm going to be captured by them. Why are you panicking? Don't I still have you? Bai Yuning suddenly raised her head, and a strong light burst out of her eyes. Do you have a solution? Certainly. Xia Yan smiled confidently. Although I am a scumbag, I will definitely do what I promised you. Hey! You may be a scumbag, but you're a principled scumbag. I'll give you a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Bai Yuning stood up with a look of joy on her face. What should I do? It's very simple. Xia Yan smiled slightly. Hide it. Hide? Bai Yuning's eyes lit up. Yes. Hide. As long as I hide in the bathroom, they can't do anything to me. After saying that, he wanted to go to the toilet. Xia Yan grabbed Bai Yuning and looked at her speechlessly. Please, can you use your brain? If you were hiding in the restroom, wouldn't they ask the flight attendant to open the door? Bai Yuning looked aggrieved. Then where should I hide? Ha, look at that. Bai Yuning looked in the direction Xia Yan pointed, and saw a 29-inch silver gray suitcase leaning against the sofa. Suitcase? Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. You want me to hide in the suitcase? How is this possible? How is it impossible? Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Look, this suitcase is so big, and you are so petite. They'd never dreamed you'd be hiding in this suitcase. No. No. Bai Yuning quickly shook her head. If I hide in there, I'll suffocate to death. I can't do that. It's not like you're asked to hide all day. You can come out after they leave. No. No. I can't. Dear passenger, to avoid any accidents, we will use the spare key to open your compartment. Please understand. The sound of a door opening suddenly rang out, and Bai Yuning's face turned pale. How about it? Xiaoyan smiled playfully and looked at Bai Yuning quietly. Are you hiding now or not? Premium soft sleeper compartment and silver gray suitcase. Chapter 3 Bai Yuning, I sprained my ankle. Woo woo woo. The sound of the door opening was so close that Bai Yuning's face turned pale and she nodded quickly. Hide, hide. As long as I can avoid them, I'll do anything. Good. Xiaoyan opened Su Chanshan's 29-inch suitcase and threw out all the JK uniforms, Lolita dresses, and Hanfu inside. Bai Yuning's eyes lit up when she saw the beautiful clothes. Wow! How do you have so many girls' clothes? Are these what you've worn? Xiaoyan's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. Get in now. Ouch. Slow down. Slow down. I have a cramp in my right leg. A cramp. What an idiot. Xiaoyan hurriedly grabbed Bai Yuning's right foot and pulled it hard, and the calf wrapped in white silk was immediately straightened and lifted. Are you feeling better? Bai Yuning's eyes were filled with tears. I'm feeling better. Just bear with it until you feel better. Just hold on for a few minutes until they leave. Don't make a sound. Remember to let me out. No. Xiaoyan pulled the suitcase tightly and kicked Bai Yuning's 2 slippers under the bed. He turned on the faucet in the toilet again, and just as he closed the toilet door, the door of the box room suddenly opened from the outside. Before the flight attendant could speak, 2 men in black walked directly into the compartment and looked at Xiaoyan with serious faces. Boy! Where's our lady? What do you ladies mean? Xiaoyan was not panicked at all, and looked at the flight attendant with dissatisfaction. Didn't you say you wanted to check the tickets? What's going on with these 2 people? Are they also checking tickets? The flight attendant quickly apologized. Dear passenger, I'm very sorry. These 2 gentlemen are looking for a girl. They seem to have seen her in your box, so they came to ask me to help them check. I didn't mean to disturb you, and according to regulations, I should check my ticket before driving. Could you please show me your ticket? Xiaoyan snorted coldly, glared at the 2 men in black, took out his ID card and cell phone and placed them in front of the flight attendant. You check it out. The flight attendant took a look and found that there was indeed no problem with Xiaoyan's ticket, so he handed the phone back. Sir, who is the other person in this box? Xiaoyan pulled up Su Chanshan's ticket information, placed it in front of the attendant, and said calmly, my girlfriend. You're such a scumbag. You haven't even confirmed the relationship, yet you're so confident in saying she's your girlfriend. I'll give you a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, feeling helpless. Seeing that both tickets were in the carriage, the attendant finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Your ticket is absolutely fine. After saying this, the flight attendant turned around and looked at the 2 men in black. Gentlemen, there is no girl named Bai Yuning in this box. Excuse me, is there anything else you can do for me? The 2 men in black frowned and were about to continue investigating when they suddenly heard the sound of running water in the toilet. Their eyes immediately turned cold. Miss Flight Attendant, please open the toilet. The person we are looking for is inside. Bathroom? Wait. Xiaoyan quickly stood in front of the 2 men and asked, why should the flight attendant listen to you and open my toilet? Boy! Get out of my way right now. The leading man in black said sternly, if you delay our work, you will be responsible for the consequences. I just won't give in. Xiaoyan stood in front of the toilet door with an indignant look on his face. Today I'm going to see who can open my toilet without my consent. Seeing the tense situation between the 2 people, the flight attendant quickly came out to smooth things over. Mr. Passenger, what's in this toilet? Nothing. Nonsense. The man in black had a gloomy expression on his face. If there's no one inside, how can there be the sound of running water? I can open it myself, can't I? Looking at Xiaoyan's arrogant look, the man in black's face became even gloomier. Kid. If you open the toilet and find someone inside, you'll pay the price. Cost? Xia Yan looked disdainful and asked, what if there's no one inside when we open it? The man in black said sternly, then I will apologize to you. Okay. You said it. Xia Yan sneered, grabbed the door handle with his right hand and pushed it down hard. The toilet was empty, with only a faucet running quietly. The man in black's eyes were shocked. Boy. Where's the lady? What, miss? Are you still hysterical? Xia Yan's face turned cold. Where's the apology you just told me? The man in black's face turned pale and he lowered his head reluctantly. I'm sorry. Humph. Xia Yan said with disdain, it's good that you know you're sorry. Can you leave my box now? The leading man in black turned his head and saw the man in black behind him with a serious face. Location indicates that the lady is nearby. The leading man in black turned his head again, looked at Xia Yan coldly, and saw the clothes scattered on the bed in the box. Whose clothes are those? What's wrong? It's my girlfriend's. Do you have a problem? The man in black looked at the white silk donut that Bai Yuning had just taken off in the corner of the bed. Whose is that? That's what my girlfriend just took off. Are you done yet? Wow. You actually claimed the stockings a girl you just met took off belonged to your girlfriend. You're such a jerk. I'll reward you with the massage technique. A light flashed in Xia Yan's eyes, and he felt that there were many more things about massage in his mind. The man in black did not turn around and leave after hearing Xia Yan's answer, but continued to observe carefully in the room. When he saw the huge suitcase in the corner, his eyes suddenly jumped. When Xia Yan saw the man in black, he felt that something was wrong. Just when I didn't know what to do, an old lady in uniform suddenly walked through the corridor. Make way. Make way. I have to take this garbage down. Xia Yan's eyes lit up and he quickly squeezed past the man in black. Auntie. Wait a minute. I still have trash here. While the three people were still not reacting, he quickly mixed the toilet paper in his trouser pocket and the GPS chip that had been removed and threw them into the big black garbage bag. Auntie. Thank you. Fine. After watching the ant dragging the garbage bag off the train, Xia Yan returned to the compartment. What? You two have been searching for a long time but still can't find it. What do you want to do now? The leading man in black was about to speak when the eyes of the man in black behind him suddenly jumped. The lady's position has moved. She's moved. She's already gotten off the train. What? The leading black-clad man's eyes trembled. Hurry up and follow the location to chase the lady. I'll continue to stay on this train. In case the young lady is still hiding on the train. Go quickly. No. Watching the men in black behind him turn around and leave, the leading man in black turned around and glanced at the suitcase. He said sorry for disturbing you and turned away. The flight attendant smiled embarrassedly and helped Xia Yan close the door. Looking at the closed door, Xia Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wow. That was so thrilling. It almost got exposed. Click. The train finally starts moving. Xia Yan gently locked the door and walked to the suitcase. Opened the suitcase gently. Ha ha. They're gone. How are you supposed to thank me? Xia Yan slowly opened the suitcase, but the girl's expected smile did not appear. Instead, he huddled in the suitcase, feeling aggrieved, crying bitterly with tears streaming down his face. Xia Yan looked dazed. What's wrong with you? Even if you're really moved, you don't have to cry like this, right? The girl turned her head with tears in her eyes and said pitifully, what touching? I sprained my ankle. Ah. Chapter 4 Bai Yuning, do you already have a girlfriend? Sprained your ankle? Xia Yan looked down and saw that Bai Yuning's right ankle wrapped in white silk looked a little twisted. It's like it's deformed. Xia Yan smacked his lips in surprise. What happened to you? Your feet were fine when I closed the box just now. How come it became like this after just a few minutes? Bai Yuning sat up sobbing and sobbing. I just had a cramp, so I just wanted to move around. But this box is too small. My feet don't feel comfortable no matter how I move them. Then I couldn't help it anymore, so I just gave it a yank. I ended up spraining my ankle. Those bad guys are still here. I can't even cry. I can only bear it like this. Bai Yuning sniffed, and the little pearls kept falling down. It's been just a few minutes and I'm almost dying of pain. Woo woo. So that's how it is. Xia Yan shook his head helplessly. You are so unlucky. Come. Let me see. As soon as Xia Yan touched the ankle wrapped in white silk, Bai Yuning retreated as if she had been electrocuted. It hurts. Looking at Bai Yuning's aggrieved and cute look, Xia Yan wanted to bully her again for some reason. Xia Yan grabbed Bai Yuning's ankle again. Bai Yuning still wanted to hide, but Xia Yan scolded her lightly. Be obedient. How can it be cured without treatment? Bai Yuning pouted in grievance and looked at Xia Yan while enduring the pain. Then you must be careful. Xia Yan smiled mischievously. Don't worry. Who am I? After saying that, he gently tapped Bai Yuning's right ankle. Ah. It hurts. Bai Yuning burst into tears and struggled violently. I've sprained my ankle. And you're deliberately bullying me. You bad guy. Let me go. Let me go. Sorry. Sorry. I definitely won't do that this time. Looking at Bai Yuning with tears streaming down her face, Xia Yan only found it more interesting. A girl's tears are a scumbag's favorite gift. You really have the potential to be a scumbag. I'll reward you with the skills of a miracle doctor. Xia Yan suddenly felt that his hands became flexible. System, what is this miraculous doctor's magic hand? The miraculous hands of a miraculous doctor, a master of massage, is a combination of his lifelong experience. Once integrated, it can give you a massage that is 3 times more effective than that of other masseuses. So that's how it is. Xia Yan glanced at the aggrieved Bai Yuning. Was she asking him to give her a massage treatment? All right. Don't move. You'll get hurt again if you move. Poof. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan aggrievedly, but did not struggle anymore. The pair of bright eyes stared at Xia Yan. Please stop bullying me. My right foot hurts so much. Got it. Let me give you a massage. Massage? Bai Yuning looked puzzled. I've heard of blind massage, but can it really cure a sprain? Sure. Xia Yan looked at the cute Bai Yuning and felt that she was even cuter. Many injuries are cured by massage. As long as you listen to me, you can definitely be cured. Yeah? Certainly. Xia Yan had a wicked smile on his face, and with his hands he gently pulled and slowly took off the white silk on Bai Yuning's right leg. As the white silk rolled into a circle and slowly fell off, Xia Yan realized the seriousness of the situation. Bai Yuning's right ankle was bruised and swollen all over. Wow. Your sprain is really bad. Xia Yan frowned. Do you want me to ask the flight attendant to help find a doctor? Don't want. Bai Yuning quickly grabbed Xia Yan and said, there's another bad guy in the car. If we invite him here, all our efforts will be wasted. All right. Looking at Bai Yuning's swollen right ankle, Xia Yan nodded slowly. Then let me help you with a massage. It might hurt a little. You have to hold it in. Don't worry. I can bear it. Ah. It hurts so much. As soon as Xia Yan touched her, Bai Yuning cried out in pain and almost jumped up. Hey. Aren't you exaggerating too much? Does it hurt that much? Bai Yuning burst into tears due to the pain. I can't help it, it really hurts. Xia Yan shook his head helplessly. I think you're paying too much attention to your ankle, which is why you're subconsciously amplifying your pain. You need to divert your attention. Ah. Bai Yuning looked dumbfounded. Then what should I do? That's easy. Chat. Yes. Xia Yan lowered his head and gently pressed Bai Yuning's ankles with both hands, slowly massaging them. What's your name? My name is Bai Yuning. Where is home? Huangpu District, Magic City. Stop. What's wrong? Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning unhappily. We're here to chat, not to check your household registration. Oh. How is it? Does it hurt less than before? Bai Yuning nodded in surprise. Really? Your method is really effective. I don't feel any pain anymore. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Ha. What did I say? Alright. Let's continue chatting. This time it's your turn to ask me. Feeling the warm and flexible hands on her ankle, Bai Yuning blushed and asked softly. What's your name? My name is Xia Yan. Xia Yan? That's right, Xia for summer, Yan for words. Oh. That's a nice name. Bai Yuning nodded, looking at Xia Yan's handsome face, a hint of joy flashed through her heart. Where is your home? The Demon City. Stop. Xia Yan gave Bai Yuning a cold look and said, don't check the household registration. Ask another question. Oh. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan's focused profile and felt something in her heart. What are you doing in the imperial capital? Go to college. Xia Yan rubbed his ankle and said without looking up, Tsinghua University and Peking University will start school tomorrow, I have to hurry to register. Bai Yuning was shocked. You actually got into Peking University or Tsinghua University? Xia Yan raised his head unhappily, why? Do you think I can't get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? No. No. That's not what I meant. Bai Yuning shook her head, her face blushing as she said, I just didn't expect that we were classmates. I was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University, and I am also preparing to register at the school. That's perfect. We're both on the same route. Bai Yuning nodded, looking at Xia Yan with eyes full of joy. Well, why did you buy a high-end soft sleeper? Xia Yan looked unhappy when this matter was mentioned. Nothing. I heard they say the premium soft sleeper is great, but I haven't tried it. Just when I was about to register at the university, I wanted to experience it. Is that so? Bai Yuning suddenly thought of something and asked cautiously, I just heard you say that the other ticket in this premium soft sleeper compartment belongs to your girlfriend? You already have a girlfriend? Chapter 5 What? Do you want to be my girlfriend? Girlfriend? Xia Yan felt very unhappy whenever he thought of Su Chanxian. But facing Bai Yuning, Xia Yan didn't want to vent his anger, so he just said it nonchalantly. I'm a scumbag, so what does it matter if I have one or two girlfriends? Bai Yuning was shocked. You actually have more than one girlfriend? So what's wrong? Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan, who was nonchalant, with a curious look on her face. Since the other ticket belongs to your girlfriend, why didn't she come? Xia Yan was filled with anger when he thought about this. No. What on earth do you want to do by asking this? You want to be my girlfriend too? No. Bai Yuning blushed and quickly lowered her head. We were just chatting? Why are you so angry? You're so shameless. You actually asked a girl to be your girlfriend just to vent your anger. As expected of this scumbag. I'll reward you with 20,000 yuan in cash. Xia Yan rolled his eyes and ignored the system, but continued to lower his head to massage Bai Yuning's tender ankles. Bai Yuning didn't dare to ask about Xia Yan's girlfriend anymore, and turned to look at the beautiful clothes on the bed. Looking at those JK uniforms, Lolita dresses and Hanfu, Bai Yuning's eyes lit up. Although Su Chanxian's personality is not that good, her aesthetic taste is indeed top-notch. These clothes were carefully selected by Su Chanxian one by one. The clothes she bought with a high price are all her treasures. Even when you go to university, you still need to bring it with you. It was perfectly normal for Bai Yuning's eyes to light up when she saw these clothes. Xia Yan. These clothes are your girlfriend's clothes, right? Can I try them on? Xia Yan raised his head speechlessly. These are all my girlfriend's clothes. Do you really want to wear them? Aha. Bai Yuning nodded quickly. Can I try them all out later? They definitely won't get dirty. Xia Yan looked at the expectant Bai Yuning and suddenly felt like playing a trick on her. You can wear these clothes if you want. You can wear it as long as you agree to one condition of mine. What conditions? Bai Yuning was as excited as a little rabbit that had found a carrot. As long as you ask me, I will definitely agree to it. Really? Real. Okay then. Xia Yan rubbed his soft ankles and looked into Bai Yuning's eyes quietly. Be my girlfriend. Ah. Bai Yuning's face turned red, she looked at Xia Yan angrily, and lowered her head in a depressed mood. Big bad guy. I just want to wear those nice clothes. You want someone to be your girlfriend. Not to mention you have several girlfriends. Bad guy. He's so handsome, but he chooses to be a scumbag. It really makes me angry. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. The favorability has actually increased? Seeing Bai Yuning lowering her head with a blushing face, Xia Yan just found it extremely funny. This idiot. He actually took it seriously. Ha ha. Funny. That's enough. I won't tease you anymore. Xia Yan rubbed her ankles a few times and put them on the bed. Your foot is not seriously injured. You just need to have a good rest for a night and you will be fine. Real? Bai Yuning, with a blushing face, looked at her right ankle, which had returned to its white color, with a look of surprise. It's actually healed. Bai Yuning turned her ankle again, and apart from a slight soreness, it didn't hurt at all. Marvelous. Bai Yuning excitedly threw herself into Xia Yan's arms. Xia Yan, you're so awesome. Thank you for healing my sprain. Thanks. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Feeling the delicate and petite Bai Yuning in his arms, Xia Yan's heart suddenly started beating wildly. What's wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? Xia Yan's old face turned red and he quickly pushed Bai Yuning away from him. With a wandering look in his eyes, he asked, Okay, it's okay. As long as my leg is okay. First, tell me what happened. Why did those people arrest you? Bai Yuning was happy because her sprain was healed, but when she heard Xia Yan's question, her eyes suddenly became erratic. Those people are bad guys. A very bad guy. They think I'm innocent and cute, tall and sexy. Wait a minute. Xia Yan glanced up and down at Bai Yuning. You? Tall and sexy? Bai Yuning blushed and said angrily, Then, what's wrong? I haven't grown up yet. Once I grow up, I will definitely become tall and sexy. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning with suspicion. Development? I've only heard of girls changing a lot when they grow up. I've never heard of girls changing a lot when they grow up. You. Humph. Bai Yuning turned her head away angrily. In short, those bad guys saw how beautiful I was and wanted to capture me and take me back to be their wife. Mrs. Cottage? Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Where are the cottages near the Magic City? Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily. This is a metaphor. Do you understand metaphors? Oh, metaphor. Keep going. Xia Yan sat on the sofa and looked at Bai Yuning quietly. Let me see how you're going to blow next. Snort. Bai Yuning turned her head away angrily. After I discovered their conspiracy, I used my superhuman wisdom. I used every possible means and tried my best to escape. You don't know. This road is extremely dangerous. It's a life or death situation. Oh. Xia Yan nodded cooperatively. You narrowly escaped death. You must have had a hard time along the way. That's it. Bai Yuning raised her head with a smug look on her face. All this is thanks to my cleverness. Otherwise, we would have been caught by those bad guys long ago. It's not easy. It's really not easy for you. Xia Yan pretended to sigh. To be able to escape under such circumstances, you are truly a heroine. I really admire you. Bai Yuning blushed and smiled sheepishly. I'm not that good either. But I have a question for the clever Miss Bai Yuning. Go ahead. What's the problem? Looking at Bai Yuning's smug expression, Xia Yan smiled gently. Since those bad guys are so cruel, why do they still call you Miss? Bai Yuning's brain suddenly overloaded, and her face was dull. Is there? Then I guess they're just being polite? Yeah. Xia Yan stared at Bai Yuning quietly. When have you ever seen a bad guy who arrested you being polite to you? Then I don't know. Looking at Bai Yuning pretending to be stupid, Xia Yan felt very unhappy. Just as he was thinking about what to do with Bai Yuning, he suddenly had an idea. Bai Yuning, do you remember what you said before? What? Looking at Bai Yuning's clear eyes, Xia Yan said word by word. You said that before. As long as I help you get through this, I can do anything I want to you. You should still remember it, right? Bai Yuning's cheeks flushed instantly, and she looked at Xia Yan warily. What do you want to do? Xia Yan looked over with a feigned smirk. What do you think I want to do? He. Chapter 6. Whose stomach is thundering? Don't come over here. Xia Yan walked towards the bed, and Bai Yuning suddenly became panicked. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Come closer and I'll. Shut up. Xia Yan stood in front of the bed, looking down at him. Sit on the bed obediently. Oh. Bai Yuning didn't dare to disobey and quickly sat down on the edge of the bed. What on earth are you going to do? Nothing. Xia Yan fell down and rested his head directly on Bai Yuning's thigh. A girl's knee pillow is still more comfortable. When Xia Yan opened his eyes, he saw Bai Yuning with a shy face above him, and soft white thighs below him, with a faint fragrance lingering in his nostrils. No wonder they all say that girl's knee pillow is the best. Now I see. It is indeed so. Wow. Your level of cruelty has increased again. I've never seen a scumbag evolve as quickly as you. Reward you with 20,000 yuan in cash. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan, who was resting his head on her knees, her face flushed with shame, and her legs shook subconsciously, trying to shake Xia Yan off her knees. Hey! Don't move! I'm enjoying it. Don't mess with me. Bai Yuning blushed profusely. I'm not used to it. Get down quickly. Don't want. Xia Yan refused directly. This is what you promised me just now. As long as I help you through this, I can do whatever I want to you. It's just a knee pillow, you should be so grateful. But. No buts. Xia Yan found the shy Bai Yuning very amusing and said, Come. Give me a head massage. I was exhausted just trying to help you. I really need to have a good rest. Give me a massage. Help me relieve my fatigue. Bai Yuning snorted softly, but finally, reluctantly, she began to massage Xia Yan's temples. Damn bad guy. I have never given a massage to anyone at home. You guy actually asked me to give you a massage without any hesitation. What a bad guy. Just wait and see how I deal with you, you big bad guy. Press you to death. Press you to death. Ouch. Click gently. Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning and asked, Are you pressing a stone? No. Bai Yuning stuck out her tongue, and her hands gradually became more skilled. How are you now? Good. Xia Yan closed his eyes comfortably. That's progress. Press it hard. Press it well, the master will reward you. Humph. You stinky bastard. Bai Yuning pouted, but didn't say anything in the end. She just pressed it obediently. This bad guy has such long eyelashes and double eyelids. My skin is also well maintained, white and tender, without any blackheads. The nose is also very upturned, and there are 2 dimples. If you look closely, this guy is pretty handsome. Click. Click. The sound of the train moving forward continues to ring. The box was silent, and only Xia Yan's light breathing could be heard. Looking at Xia Yan, who was dozing with his eyes closed on his knees, Bai Yuning became increasingly fascinated as she massaged him. This bad guy seems pretty good. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Hearing the system prompt, Xia Yan slowly opened his eyes, only to see Bai Yuning looking at him blankly, as if she was mesmerized. Hey! Why are you looking at me like that? Are you in love with me? So-and-so has fallen in love with you? Bai Yuning quickly retorted, I'm not in love with you. I'm just tired from massaging and want to take a break. Yeah? Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning with a wicked smile, then do you dare to look me in the eye? Bai Yuning blushed and said stubbornly. Why should I look directly at you? Ha ha. You're still guilty. You just fell in love with me. Who is guilty? Bai Yuning quickly retorted, isn't it just looking directly at you? I'll prove to you that I'm not in love with you at all. After saying that, Bai Yuning lowered her head and looked directly into Xia Yan's eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other. The silent box was like late at night, and the 2 of them stared at each other. All they could hear was the violent beating of each other's hearts. Time seems to have stopped. As expected of you, you never miss any opportunity to attract girls. You are indeed the worst of the worst. I will reward you with a point increase in your looks. A little more appearance? Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. System, what does it mean to add 1 point to the appearance value? Adding a point to your appearance means your overall appearance improves a little. Your overall appearance was 76 points before, and now it has increased to 77 points. 76 points? Do I have any other values? Of course. Host, Xia Yan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Appearance, 77. Flawless, 0. Ability, massage technique, miraculous doctor's hands. Wealth, 153,000. How long did it take to get 150,000? Isn't this too exaggerated? And this flawless. What is this? That's it. Oh. Xia Yan instantly understood what the system meant. Since I have this information, Bai Yuning should have it too, right? Yes, do you want to take a look? Look. Name, Bai Yuning. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 89. Flawless, 0. Favorability, 5. Ouch. This guy is so handsome. I didn't expect that. There is also 0 flawlessness, not bad. Favorability 5? System, what is the use of this favorability? As long as a girl's favorability towards you accumulates 10 points, you can get a random reward. Another random reward? Never mind. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning above, whose eyes were blurred because she was looking directly at him, and couldn't help laughing. Hey! Look at me, you're so confused. Now you should admit that you like me, right? No. I will never admit it. Bai Yuning had a determined look on her face and was about to continue competing with Xia Yan. Suddenly, there was a gurgling sound from my stomach. Bai Yuning's face turned red instantly. My eyes involuntarily avoided. Oh. It turns out this guy is hungry. Now it's time to watch the fun. Xia Yan looked at the blushing Bai Yuning with a wicked smile. Ouch. What's that sound? Whose stomach is thundering? Chapter 7. Do you want to wear a Lolita dress? Who thundered? Bai Yuning stammered to cover it up. My stomach isn't rumbling. I don't have any. Goo. Phew. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning with amusement. You are the one who is thundering now, right? Bai Yuning's mouth pursed, and she said aggrievedly, What's wrong with thunder? It's thunder. I've been trying to escape from their clutches. I haven't eaten all day. I didn't even have time to drink water to escape their pursuit along the way. This is the first time I've felt so pitiful. Bai Yuning's eyes turned red as she spoke. I'm almost starving to death, and you're still here making fun of me. You big bad guy. Ouch. My little pearls are going to fall. Who's going to drop little pearls? Bai Yuning wiped her eyes and raised her head stubbornly. You are such a bad guy, you only know how to bully others. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Oh? Xia Yan asked tentatively, Are you really ignoring me? Bai Yuning nodded resolutely, puffing up like a little squirrel. That's right. I will definitely not talk to you again. Oh well. Xia Yan sat up and stretched. Since you don't want to pay attention to me, I feel embarrassed to use your lap pillow anymore. Snort. Bai Yuning looked very proud. It's good that you know. Alas. I have lost my knee rest and am all alone again. Xia Yan patted his stomach and said lazily, I'm a little hungry, let's go to the dining car and have a meal. Have a meal? Bai Yuning's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned her head and looked at Xia Yan with a bright look. I'm hungry too. Take me out to eat. Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning and asked sarcastically, Hey. Didn't someone just say that he would never talk to me again? Why are you asking me to take you out to dinner now? Oh, I was just joking. Bai Yuning quietly came over, smiled shyly, her eyes sparkling. Brother Xia Yan, please take the lovely Yuning out for dinner, okay? Not good. Xia Yan waved his hand and took a step away from Bai Yuning. I am a man of principles. Other people have already said they don't want to bother me anymore, so I will never bother them again. Xia Yan left after saying this. Bai Yuning was anxious and quickly hugged Xia Yan. Brother Xia Yan, I was wrong. I was wrong. I said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have said those things. I'll take care of you. I will definitely take care of you. No need. Xia Yan pretended to be ruthless and said, I don't need to beg others to pay attention to me. I can live well on my own. I didn't ask for it. Bai Yuning quickly hugged Xia Yan. I am the one who wants to pay attention to you. I volunteered. Brother Xia Yan, please forgive Yuning. It's all Yuning's fault. I'm really starving to death. Please take me to dinner. Please. Woo woo woo. Boy, your operation is really terrible. But I like it. I will reward you with 20,000 yuan in cash. Looking at Bai Yuning crying and begging, Xia Yan almost laughed out loud. Will you be obedient in the future? Be obedient. Be obedient. Bai Yuning nodded quickly. What Brother Xia Yan said is my imperial decree. I will definitely listen to Brother Xia Yan from now on. Please, Brother Xia Yan, take me to dinner. I'm really hungry. Alright. Get up. Thank you. Thank you. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Xia Yan pulled Bai Yuning up from the ground and looked at her with amusement. Bai Yuning. Today I finally saw what it means to be a true man who can bend and stretch. Bai Yuning smiled sheepishly. Actually, I'm not as nice as you think. Brother Xia Yan, can we leave now? Xia Yan rolled his eyes and was about to leave the box when he suddenly thought of something. By the way, you've sprained your ankle. Can you still go out? Sure. Bai Yuning quickly twisted her soft right ankle. My foot is fine now. It won't delay our meal. Xia Yan smiled helplessly and was about to open the door when he suddenly thought of the man in black who was still on the train and frowned. I almost forgot. There are people outside trying to catch you. What if he bumps into you when we go out? How about you just stay in the box and I'll bring you some instant noodles after I finish eating? No. Bai Yuning quickly said, how can you be full with just one bowl of instant noodles? Besides, I haven't eaten all day, I want to eat something good. Brother Xia Yan, please take me to the dining car to eat. Please. Looking at the coquettish Bai Yuning, Xia Yan looked helpless. You don't want to eat instant noodles. But if I take you out, we'll easily get caught. What exactly do you want me to do? This. Bai Yuning looked around and suddenly her eyes lit up. There's a way. I can change my clothes. Aren't there so many clothes here? If I change into anything I can find, they won't be able to recognize me, right? Change clothes? Xia Yan looked at the pile of clothes on the bed with a puzzled look on his face. What do you think I should change into? Well. Bai Yuning looked at the pile of clothes on the bed and suddenly felt troubled. How about I change into a JK uniform? Xia Yan sighed. Miss Bai, look down and see what kind of skirt you are wearing. What skirt? Bai Yuning looked down and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I forgot I was wearing a JK pleated skirt when I escaped. I'm glad you know. Bai Yuning nodded, looked at the pile of clothes and asked tentatively, how about I wear a set of hanfu? Xia Yan looked helpless, wearing hanfu. Are you afraid that others won't notice you? Then I'll wear Lolita. Bai Yuning ran to the bed excitedly and said with a smile, when I was at home, my parents wouldn't let me wear these. Those people have never seen me in Lolita. They won't recognize me in these. Lolita? Looking at the various Lolita dresses on the bed, Xia Yan suddenly felt a little excited. What would Bai Yuning look like if she wore a Lolita dress? Chapter 8. What's there to be shy about when changing socks? Are you sure you want to wear Lolita? Aha! Bai Yuning's eyes lit up. I'm absolutely sure. Oh well. Xia Yan frowned slightly as he looked at the pile of clothes on the bed. So which one does Miss Bai want to wear? Bai Yuning took a closer look and took out a Lolita dress with a black base and white clouds all over it. Let's take this black cloud. It looks so cute. Dark clouds. I'm going to change my clothes first. After Bai Yuning finished speaking, she ran into the bathroom excitedly with her clothes. With a click. The toilet is tightly closed. The rustling sound came from the toilet and reached Xia Yan's ears, making Xia Yan's heart skip a beat. Well. Why is my heart beating when she changes her skirt? Still dancing so hard? The rustling sound became louder and louder, and Xia Yan felt a little uneasy sitting on the sofa. My sight involuntarily moved towards the toilet. Ding ling 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 ling. The sudden ringing of the phone made Xia Yan break out in a cold sweat. Xia Yan quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Who is it? Yan, why are you gasping for breath? Didn't you get on the train? Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mom, how could I not have gotten on the train? Why are you panting so hard after you sit on it? Isn't it all because I tired myself out helping Su Qianqian carry her broken suitcase? Qianqian? Yan, is Qianqian by your side? Xia Yan glanced at the pile of clothes on the bed and said unhappily, She's in the bathroom. Yan, you must take good care of Qianqian on the way. You two grew up together and are childhood sweethearts who always play best together. Mom knows you like Qianqian. I can also tell Qianqian likes you too. Xia Yan said angrily, what does she like about me? She has always bullied me and made me a laborer in everything. She's still obsessed with chasing stars. Those stars are all she has eyes for. Hey, which little girl in the Magic City doesn't have a playful spirit? Just wait until she grows up a little bit. Mom thinks Qianqian is a good person. Your Aunt Sue also told me privately about your future.
Yan, you and Qianqian are both in Tsinghua University and Peking University respectively. Although the two schools are very close, they are still two schools after all. There are too many temptations in college. You should pay more attention to Qianqian in your daily life. Strive to succeed in expressing your feelings as soon as possible. It's best to have the baby before graduating from college. That way, once you graduate, you can each pursue your own careers. What do you think? Xiaoyan felt a headache when she heard these words. Mom, why are you talking about the child again?
I'm only 19. What's wrong with being 19?
Your mother was only 20 years old when she gave birth to you.
Besides, your mother knows Qianqian inside and out. She's not like those people who only want the house and property.
Listen to Mom, play with Qianqian more often and establish a relationship with her as soon as possible.
Although the consumption level in the imperial capital isn't as high as in the Magic City, it's not low either. Is your pocket money enough? If it's not enough, Mom will transfer a few thousand more to you? No need. I have enough.
Xiaoyan thought about it and realized that the money the system had just given him was over 100,000 yuan.
It's enough if Mom doesn't give it to me. Xiaoyan. Are you there?
Bai Yuning's voice suddenly came from the toilet. Suddenly, my mother's surprised voice came from the receiver.
Hey! Yan. Are there other girls around you?
Xiaoyan's hair stood on end in shock, and he quickly covered it up. No.
It was Su Qianqian. That's not right.
Qianqian's voice is lively and crisp, while the girl's voice just now was gentle and sweet.
That's definitely not Qianqian's voice. Tell me. Is there another girl around you?
Xiaoyan quickly said, What?
Su Qianqian is changing in the bathroom. The sound seems off because of the distance. How can there be other girls around me?
Yan, are you lying to your mother?
Xiaoyan was shocked and said quickly, Mom, when have I ever lied to you? Su Qianqian asked me for something, I'm going to help her first. Let's contact each other by phone later. Yan, you. Beep.
Only after hanging up the phone did Xiaoyan breathe a sigh of relief.
Mom's senses are still so sensitive. It almost got exposed this time. Xiaoyan. Are you there? What's wrong? Xiaoyan walked to the bathroom door and asked, Why do you want me to change clothes? Snap.
The toilet slowly opened, and Bai Yuning looked at Xiaoyan with a sad face.
Xiaoyan, I can't reach the bow on my back. Can you help me tie it?
Looking at the pitiful Bai Yuning, Xiaoyan shook his head helplessly.
I'm really defeated by you. Come on. Let me help you. Oh. Thank you.
Bai Yuning turned her back to Xiaoyan, her straight neck was flawless white. Xiaoyan subconsciously scratched it, and the skin felt as smooth as silk.
What are you doing?
Xiaoyan didn't think there was anything wrong at all, he just crossed his arms and commented. Bai Yuning, your back is so white, it would be a shame not to use 2 cupping jars on it.
Humph. I'm very healthy. I don't need cupping at all. Help me tie the bow quickly. I really want to go out for dinner soon. No.
Xiaoyan's fair and flexible fingers gently tied the bow on the back of the Lolita dress.
All right. Bai Yuning looked in the mirror and smiled sweetly. This dress is really beautiful. It fits me perfectly. Stop being so conceited.
Xiaoyan rubbed Bai Yuning's little head and said, Hurry up and comb your hair and put on your shoes.
We're going out to eat right now. Bai Yuning glared at Xiaoyan angrily, Don't rub my head. You'll become an idiot.
Xiaoyan rolled his eyes, It's like you're talking about how smart you are.
Comb your hair quickly.
Bai Yuning glared at Xiaoyan angrily and quickly combed her hair into 2 ponytails in front of the mirror.
Where are their shoes?
Xiaoyan glanced at the pile of clothes on the bed and said, Find a suitable pair for yourself. Bai Yuning took out a new pair of white stockings and black leather shoes and was about to put them on when she suddenly saw Xiaoyan beside her and her face turned red.
I'm changing my stockings, turn your head away. Just change it. Xiaoyan was speechless. Isn't it just a change of socks? What's there to hide? Bai Yuning blushed, but, I am shy. Xiaoyan didn't care at all, What's there to be shy about? Are you also shy about changing your socks? Usually people wear them by themselves. Turn your head away. No. Xia Yan sat down directly on the sofa. I won't hide. I want to see how embarrassed you can be about changing your socks. Or you can change it in front of me. Or you shouldn't go out to eat. You choose. Wow. You even said something like that just to satisfy your own selfish desires. You're the worst of the worst. I'll give you a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Selfish desire? Xia Yan was speechless. What kind of selfish desire was this? What's there to hide about changing socks? Hadn't I seen Su Chanshan changing her socks when she was practicing dancing? Big bad guy. Bai Yuning's face turned red as blood. After looking at Xia Yan angrily, she sat on the bed unwillingly. People will definitely remember what happened today. Xia Yan was speechless. Change quickly. I'm hungry. Snort. Bai Yuning snorted softly and gently tore open the packaging bag. Chapter 9. Miss Bai wants to support me? Looking at the white silk as thin as a cicada's wing in Bai Yuning's hand, Xia Yan was puzzled. Isn't it just changing socks? What's there to be shy about? Bai Yuning glared at Xia Yan angrily, carefully rolled the white silk into a circle, put it on her toes, and gently pulled it upwards with both hands. Bai Yuning's delicate legs were suddenly wrapped in a pair of white silk stockings. Looking at the white silk that had been put on, Bai Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. How strange. You usually wear these normal clothes, why are you so shy today? Is your heart still beating fast? Isn't this already dressed? You were being shy with me just now. Hurry up and put on your shoes and go eat. Snort. Bai Yuning hummed softly, and with a step of her white silk feet, she put on her black leather shoes. Bai Yuning puts on small leather shoes, a black cloud Lolita dress on the upper body and a pair of small leather shoes on the lower body. White silk connects the two black lines together, and then adds black twin tails. A cute and adorable loli girl appeared in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Bai Yuning noticed Xia Yan's look and smiled slightly. How is it? Isn't this a beautiful outfit? Xia Yan turned his head and pretended not to care and said, It's okay. TSK. You say one thing and mean another. Bai Yuning turned around and turned away, her eyes full of joy. All right. Let's go. Wait a moment. Xia Yan grabbed Bai Yuning. Bai Yuning blushed, and she quickly turned around and asked in a panic, what do you want to do? Nothing? Xia Yan took out two black masks, picked up one and slowly put it on Bai Yuning. Someone is out there trying to catch you. What if they recognize me if I don't wear a mask? Looking at Xia Yan's gentle eyes so close to me, feeling Xia Yan's flexible fingers touching my earlobe. Bai Yuning's heart suddenly started pounding for some reason. What's wrong with me? Why does the heart beat so fast? Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Alright. Xia Yan took a step back and put on a mask himself. When you get out later, you must listen to me. Do you understand? I know. Bai Yuning turned her head away, not daring to look into Xia Yan's eyes. After I get out, I will definitely listen to the bad guy. Are you satisfied now? Good. Xia Yan grabbed Bai Yuning's right hand and held the door handle with the other hand. Let's go. Snap. The door opened gently. Xia Yan stuck his head out and saw that the corridor of the high-end soft sleeper car was silent. There were neither patrolling flight attendants nor pursuing men in black, only the light outside the window flickering through the curtains. Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Let's go. Bai Yuning nodded cautiously, closed the door gently, and followed Xia Yan towards the dining car. The two men walked to the door of the carriage and were about to move forward. The door next to him suddenly opened. The flight attendant came out and saw the cute Bai Yuning being held by Xia Yan at a glance. Suddenly my eyes lit up. Sir, this lady is your girlfriend, right? Xia Yan smiled slightly. Yeah. My girlfriend is pretty, right? Yeah. It's really beautiful. Bai Yuning's face turned red. She glanced at Xia Yan angrily and lowered her head embarrassedly. The flight attendant smiled slightly and asked, Are you two going? Let's go have a meal. Xia Yan touched Bai Yuning's little head with a doting look on his face. My girlfriend is hungry. She's usually a big eater, so I'm taking her out for dinner. Oh. So that's how it is. Take care, those two. The flight attendant smiled modestly and walked away sideways.
Bai Yuning saw the flight attendant leave and punched Xia Yan lightly.
You scoundrel. Who said I'm a big eater? Isn't it? No. That's great.
Xia Yan smiled slightly, then don't eat too much when you get to the dining car later.
Bai Yuning glared at Xia Yan, and the two continued to move towards the dining car.
When I arrived at the dining car, apart from a few scattered passengers, there were only the dining car staff.
Dining car.
Looking at the food truck in front of him, Xia Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I didn't encounter any men in black along the way, the pressure in my heart was not small at all.
After the two sat down at the table in the middle of the dining car, the staff came over. Hey! Are you having dinner with your girlfriend, young man?
Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Bai Yuning's face turned red and she lowered her head and dared not speak.
Thanks. Xia Yan smiled modestly, she is just so shy. Is there a menu? Yes, I have. The staff handed over the menu and asked, what would you like to order? Xia Yan glanced at the menu and handed it to Bai Yuning. Order whatever you want to eat. Menu. Wow.
Bai Yuning's eyes lit up and she looked at the menu in her hand with joy.
So many delicious things. Very good.
I want beef with green peppers.
Braised chicken.
Boiled pork slices.
Twice cooked pork. An egg drop soup and 2 big bowls of rice. Xia Yan's eyes froze. So many dishes? Can you finish them all? No problem. Bai Yuning patted her belly and said, I've been hungry all day.
I'm sure I can finish it.
Ha ha. The staff member looked amused and said, young man, being able to eat is a blessing. You are so lucky to have a girlfriend like this.
Xia Yan smiled helplessly and shook his head, Uncle, that's all.
Okay. The staff turned around and left with the menu. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning expectantly with a funny face, I didn't expect you to be such a big eater. Who's going to support you? You'll probably go bankrupt soon. Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan angrily, who said that? I'm rich. I don't need anyone to support me.
After saying that, he wanted to open his phone to pay the bill, but suddenly his expression changed.
What's wrong?
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan pitifully with a sad face, my bank card has been frozen.
I have no money. It's over.
Xia Yan looked helpless, now I really have to support you.
You're going to eat me out of money. Humph. You big bad guy.
Bai Yuning angrily pushed Xia Yan, my bank card is only temporarily frozen.
It's not like it's closed forever.
At worst, just wait until your bank card is unblocked.
I'll support you in the future. Oops. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning with amusement, so, our Miss Bai still wants to support me? Who said I'd support you?
Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan and said proudly, whether I should support you or not depends on your performance.
Performance?
Xia Yan looked amused, then what does Miss Bai want to see from me?
Well.
Bai Yuning looked around, quietly took off her little leather shoes, and stepped her white silk feet on Xia Yan's thigh.
With a smug look on his face, he said, now. Give me a massage first. Massage? Chapter 10 Attack Bai Yuning's Kidney Reaction Area.
Looking at the white silk feet on her thighs and Bai Yuning's proud face, Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly.
Is this little fool getting a little too carried away? I said, do you really want me to give you a massage? Bai Yuning looked proud, so what? You don't even have this little bit of sincerity and you still want me to support you? Good. Xia Yan nodded. Since you want sincerity, then I'll give you sincerity.
Xia Yan gently held the white silk feet and bent his index finger to point it at Bai Yuning's kidney reaction area.
Miss Bai, the little one will start the massage. Bai Yuning nodded happily, go ahead. I'm waiting. Okay. Then I'll start now.
After Xia Yan finished speaking, he used his bent index finger to launch a fierce attack on Bai Yuning's kidney reaction area.
Ah!
Bai Yuning screamed in pain and quickly covered her mouth.
The guests around looked over with curiosity.
Bai Yuning quickly lowered her head and looked at Xia Yan with a pleading look.
Ouch! What happened to Miss Bai? Xia Yan smiled and said, don't you really enjoy the massage? Why are you like this now?
Bai Yuning raised her head pitifully and whispered, "Stop pressing it."
Stop pressing it. Why don't you press it? Xia Yan violently ravaged Bai Yuning's kidney reaction area and asked with a smile, "Miss Bai, don't you want to see my sincerity?"
Bai Yuning's lips flattened, and she said with tears in her eyes, "I was wrong.
I was wrong. I don't want your sincerity anymore. Please let me go." "That won't do." Xia Yan's smile became even brighter. "Miss Bai, my sincerity hasn't even begun yet. What if I can't serve Miss Bai well and Miss Bai doesn't support me in the future?" "I'll support you. I'll support you."
Bai Yuning quickly said, "No matter how well you massage me, I will definitely support you in the future.
Please let me go. Please." He.
Xia Yan gently let go of Miss Bai Si and looked at Bai Yuning with a smile on his face.
"Then Miss Bai, do you want a massage in the future?"
Bai Yuning retracted her right foot and looked at Xia Yan pitifully.
"Big bad guy. No mercy at all. I hate you." Bai Yuning's favorability +1. He. Looking at the pitiful Bai Yuning, Xia Yan finally couldn't help laughing.
"Miss Bai, if you need a massage in the future, just tell me.
The small one will definitely meet your needs. Let me show you my sincerity." Snort.
Bai Yuning snorted softly and quickly put her white silk feet back into her shoes.
"Big bad guy. Your scumbag behavior is so outrageous. This is truly eye-opening for me. I'm rewarding you with mastery of foot massage." Proficient in foot massage? Xia Yan was speechless. Why are all the rewards related to massage? Are you trying to train me to be a masseur? Xia Yan was digesting the foot massage in his mind when the staff came over with the food. "The food is here.
You two have beef with green peppers, braised chicken, boiled pork slices, twice-cooked pork, and egg drop soup.
And 2 big bowls of rice."
The staff put them one by one and smiled at the two of them. "Enjoy your meal."
"Wow. It smells so good. Looks delicious."
Bai Yuning picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, and suddenly her eyes lit up.
"Tasty.
This plate of green pepper beef is delicious." Bai Yuning tried the remaining dishes again, and her eyes lit up. "These dishes are so delicious. It turns out that after being hungry all day, food tastes so good."
"It's decided. Today I'm going to eat all the food on the table." After Bai Yuning finished speaking, she picked up her chopsticks and devoured the food on the table like a whirlwind. Xia Yan was shocked when he saw Bai Yuning eating like this. This guy can eat too much, right? He is not very big, but he has a big appetite. In a short while, both dishes were eaten. Xia Yan didn't dare to be negligent and immediately started to compete with Bai Yuning for the food. Otherwise, Bai Yuning would be full and he wouldn't have had a chance to eat. As the two of them were fighting over the food, the dishes on the table disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, the two of them had eaten all the dishes on the table. "Ha, I'm full." Xia Yan patted his round belly, sat in his seat, and looked at Bai Yuning who was finishing the last bowl of egg drop soup with amazement. "I say, is this egg drop soup really that delicious? Can you still drink it?" Bai Yuning nodded as she drank. "This egg drop soup is delicious. It's delicious." After eating so many dishes, drinking some egg drop soup is the most comfortable thing. Looking at Bai Yuning who was drinking the soup in a mess, Xia Yan felt a sense of teasing in his heart again. Is it really that delicious? Of course. Really? Then let me try it. Bai Yuning scooped up a spoonful of egg drop soup and looked at Xia Yan. "Here. Scoop it yourself. No need to bother." Xia Yan stepped forward and drank up the egg drop soup in Bai Yuning's spoon in one gulp. Bai Yuning looked embarrassed. "Why are you drinking my egg drop soup?" Xia Yan said casually, "I paid for all this. What's wrong with having some egg drop soup? But this is someone else's soup spoon. Why are you using someone else's soup spoon?" Xia Yan smiled playfully. "I think your spoon is sweeter." "Why, no." Bai Yuning blushed and lowered her head, glaring at Xia Yan. "Bad guy." For some reason, Bai Yuning felt a little happy when she saw Xia Yan drink up the spoonful of soup. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Ouch. My favorability has actually increased? You little idiot who says one thing and means another. Xia Yan was just about to continue teasing Bai Yuning when a familiar black figure suddenly walked in from another carriage. Oops. That man in black appears again. Right behind you. Bai Yuning was startled and quickly dropped the spoon with a look of panic on her face. It's over. I'm going to be captured by him. What should I do now? Come.
Xia Yan calmly sat down next to Bai Yuning and spoke in a low voice.
Put on your mask quickly. We'll see what happens later. Oh.
Bai Yuning quickly put on a mask and lowered her head without saying a word.
Xia Yan sat beside Bai Yuning with a calm expression.
The man in black walked over slowly, and when he saw Xia Yan, whom he had met before, his eyes turned cold, and he was about to leave. Suddenly he saw the figure next to Xia Yan and his eyes were shocked.
Miss. Are you a lady?
The man in black stretched out his hand towards Bai Yuning as he spoke. Xia Yan's eyes turned cold and he quickly stood up to stop the man in black from leaving.
Hey! What are you trying to do to my girlfriend? Chapter 11. This kid actually kissed in the middle? Girlfriend?
The man in black glanced at Bai Yuning, then looked at Xia Yan coldly. Boy, are you sure she is your girlfriend?
Nonsense. If she's not my girlfriend, could she be your girlfriend? Then why does she eat with a mask on? My girlfriend has a cold. Isn't it okay to be afraid of infecting others?
The man in black glanced at Xia Yan coldly, then looked at Bai Yuning, who lowered her head and remained silent. Tell her to take off her mask so I can see.
Why?
Xia Yan stood directly in front of Bai Yuning, blocking the black-clothed man's sight of her.
Why should I let you see my girlfriend? I'm afraid you'll catch a cold and infect my girlfriend. What's going on?
The flight attendant who was resting in the dining car heard the argument between the two and came over. Xia Yan took the initiative and said to the flight attendant, "This person asked my girlfriend to take off her mask as soon as she came over."
We don't even know him. Who knows what he wants to do by doing this? You harassed my girlfriend right away. Isn't he a pervert?
When the passengers who were resting nearby heard this, they all looked at the man in black with vigilance. The questioning looks from the crowd made the eyes of the man in black even colder.
This brat! How dare you play this on me? Sir, is that really the case?
Looking at the flight attendant with a wary look on her face, the man in black said coldly with cold eyes.
Our young lady ran away from home.
This girl looks just like our young lady.
I just came over to check.
Everyone looked at him suspiciously again, but Xia Yan was not panicked at all.
He looked directly at the man in black and asked coldly, "Do you know me?"
The man in black shook his head and said, "I don't know him."
"Do you young lady know me?"
The man in black shook his head again. "Miss, you've never known me."
"Now that you've said it, you and your young lady don't know me. Then why do you say my girlfriend is your lady?" "You."
The man in black's eyes turned cold. "Anyway, she looks a lot like our young lady. Please ask her to take off her mask immediately."
"Impossible."
Xia Yan's eyes became more determined. "People like you who are unreasonable and unreasonable are really terrible.
Who knows what might happen if you see my girlfriend's face?
There's no way I'll let her take off her mask."
Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning almost cried when she looked at Xia Yan's back.
Xia Yan. You are so nice to me. Thank you. Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
Seeing that things had reached a stalemate, the man in black looked more and more ugly. The onlookers on the side also split into two factions. I think it must be this man in black who was causing trouble. That young couple was having such a great time eating. He's always looking for trouble.
I don't see it that way. Another person said, "It's very likely that this young man abducted the rich lady. The family is here to take the young lady back home. But this kid is being unreasonable and unreasonable. It's obvious he has something to hide."
Xia Yan was speechless when he heard this.
Boy, are you kidding me? Was it me who abducted her?
She sneaked in on her own initiative.
Do you have eyes, kid? But even though he was very unhappy, Xia Yan couldn't say anything.
Looking at the passengers who were talking around, and then looking at the flight attendant who was thinking.
Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. We can't let this flight attendant think about it anymore.
If I keep thinking about it, I'll force Bai Yuning to take off her mask and that'll be the end of it.
It has come to this. The only option is to take a risky move. Steward. This guy is really unreasonable.
Since he thinks my girlfriend is his daughter, then I will prove in front of all of you that my girlfriend has nothing to do with their young lady.
The flight attendant looked curious. How do you prove it? It's very simple. Xia Yan turned around and bent down to block everyone's view.
He pulled down Bai Yuning's mask and printed it on her before she could react.
Wow.
I saw Xia Yin kissing the girl in front of everyone.
Everyone was shocked. This kid actually kissed in public? Isn't this too bold? What did I say? They're just a couple. The flight attendant didn't expect Xia Yin to be so bold.
A playful smile appeared on his face.
It's good to be young. It's better to be young. Such a bold thing to do. I was young once. The man in black frowned deeply as he looked at Xia Yin, who was kissing. Is this girl really a lady? How could a lady let herself be kissed by such a brat? But if she wasn't the young lady, how could she look so similar? Is she a lady? Yes or no?
Bai Yuning doesn't know what outsiders are thinking. Bai Yuning only knew that her first kiss was gone.
This big bad guy. He actually kissed someone without even saying hello.
That was my first kiss.
Woo 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 woo. People are not clean anymore. He's kissed me. People. If that's the case, will I be alright?
After all, parents at home are always very cautious about such things.
If I do that, that guy will definitely think that I'm not myself, right? Yay! It's finally okay.
This bad guy is quite smart.
His lips are so soft. How about trying it yourself? Xia Yin was worrying about when to get up.
Suddenly I felt something breaking through my lips and into my mouth.
Hey! Little idiot. What are you doing? We were just acting for outsiders, why did you take it so seriously? Hey! Keep your tongue out. Hey! Don't go too far. Hello?
After Xia Yin broke free from the tongue, he quickly parted his lips, and while no one was paying attention, he quickly pulled down Bai Yuning's mask. After doing all this, looking at Bai Yuning, who was still obsessed with it, I was speechless.
This little fool is really hopeless.
Sighing, Xia Yin suddenly turned around and stared at the man in black with a cold face.
No. What else do you have to say now? My girlfriend is the only one in the world who will let me kiss her. Will your lady let me kiss her?
The man in black looked at Bai Yuning in confusion and finally shook his head.
No.
My lady will never let a boy like you kiss her.
That's it. Since your lady won't let me kiss her,
then my girlfriend is not your lady.
My girlfriend and I are going back to the box to rest. Now, please get out of the way.
Looking at Xia Yin's cold eyes, the man in black hesitated again and again, but finally made way.
Snort.
After Xia Yin paid the bill, he pulled Bai Yuning away.
Dada. Let's go. Oh. Bai Yuning was dragged out by Xia Yin in a daze.
The two walked towards the high-end soft sleeper compartment. The man in black was still staring at the two of them from behind. Xia Yin felt the gaze behind him and prayed in his heart as he walked.
Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Don't come here. Chapter 12. Will you marry me?
Looking at the two people's backs gradually walking away, the man in black frowned.
Is that girl a lady? If that was the case, why would she kiss that brat? If not, why do they look so similar? Is she a lady?
After leaving the dining car, Xia Yin took Bai Yuning's hand and pretended to be calm, walking slowly in the quiet corridor.
While walking, looked back through the glass on the side. Afraid that the man in black would find out something.
Bai Yuning behind him was looking at Xia Yin's back with a dazed look in her eyes, feeling conflicted.
First kiss is gone. My first kiss was taken away so easily by this bad guy. Taken away.
That was my first kiss.
It's clearly not due until the wedding night. But this bad guy didn't even say hello to me and just took away my first kiss. This is too much. This big bad guy. Big scumbag. Scumbag. Bad guy.
Looking at Xia Yin's broad back, Bai Yuning hesitated for a moment, then felt confused.
It's too late to say anything now. This bad guy has taken away my first kiss. What should we do in the future? Do I really want to date him? But this bad guy is a scumbag. He has several girlfriends. How can I share it with others? Oh, what should I do? Bai Yuning gradually fell into deep entanglement. The two returned to the box in this weird atmosphere. As soon as he returned to the box, Xia Yin quickly locked the door.
After sticking to the door and hearing no strange noises outside, I sat down on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was really dangerous.
I almost got caught just now. Doing this kind of thing more than once will only shorten your life. Bai Yuning, you.
Xia Yan was just about to say something to Bai Yuning when he suddenly discovered that as soon as Bai Yuning returned to the box, she shrank to the corner of the bed, lowered her head and had a red face.
I don't know what he is thinking. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became ambiguous.
Thinking of the faint sweetness and flavor of vegetables in his mouth, Xia Yan suddenly felt very complicated and began to stutter.
What's wrong with you? Aren't you full yet?
Bai Yuning quietly raised her head and glanced at Xia Yan, then lowered her head again, but her blushing cheeks were redder than rouge.
Why did you kiss me just now?
That was my first kiss.
First kiss?
Thinking of the girl's awkward reaction in the dining car, Xia Yan's face turned red and he quickly spoke in a joking manner.
No, it's just a kiss. What's the big deal? Is it necessary to have such a big reaction? You. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily. That was my first kiss. Do you know what a first kiss means? That was a once-in-a-lifetime kiss. Do you think everyone can kiss casually like a scumbag like you?
Xia Yan was helpless. Sister, that was also my first kiss.
You just stuck out your tongue, and I haven't bothered with you yet.
However, looking at the excited Bai Yuning, Xia Yan did not continue to stimulate her. I just said jokingly, if you feel at a disadvantage, I will let you kiss me a few more times.
Do you think it's okay? Bad guy.
You're such a bad guy.
Snort.
Bai Yuning glared at Xia Yan angrily and lowered her head sullenly.
There were ripples in my heart. So he wanted to kiss her? This bad guy was deliberately hiding behind me when he was kissing me just now. What a two-faced villain.
Seeing that Bai Yuning didn't say anything, Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly remembered what the man in black had just said.
Wait a minute. What's wrong?
Xia Yan didn't say anything, but just looked into Bai Yuning's eyes quietly, his eyes full of seriousness. Bai Yuning's hair stood on end when Xia Yan looked at her.
Why are you looking at me like that? Do you still want to take advantage of others? Tell me the truth.
Xia Yan stared into Bai Yuning's eyes quietly. Where on earth did you escape from?
Why did you run away? Who was that man in black just now?
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan's eyes, and for some reason she felt a panic in her heart.
She quickly said, "Didn't I tell you everything? Those people are bad guys. They only do that because they see that I'm pretty. Bai Yuning. Exist. Do you still think I'm a fool?"
Xia Yan stared into Bai Yuning's eyes with a serious face. Tell me the truth. Looking at Xia Yan's serious eyes, Bai Yuning suddenly felt a little blocked in her heart for some reason, and she didn't want to continue hiding it from Xia Yan. He had no choice but to lower his head and whisper, "Okay.
Okay. I'll tell you the truth. Don't stare at me so fiercely. Okay."
Xia Yan stood up and sat on the edge of the bed, turning his head to look at Bai Yuning.
I'm not fierce anymore. Can you talk now?
Looking at Xia Yan's gentle eyes, Bai Yuning sighed silently and said in a depressed tone,
I escaped from home. The man in black was my bodyguard. As for why I escaped,
Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan and whispered, the reason I ran away from home was to avoid a blind date.
Blind date? Xia Yan's eyes froze. You ran away from home just to avoid the blind date your family arranged for you? There's nothing I can do.
Bai Yuning also looked aggrieved. I just got admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University.
I haven't even started college yet. My family arranged a blind date for me. I want her to get married right away. How can people accept such a thing? Xia Yan was also speechless. Then you didn't tell your parents? I said it.
Bai Yuning said gloomily, my parents said that I am married now and have a child in college.
By the time I graduate from college, my kids will be grown up.
They can take care of it, I just need to focus on my career. It's the best of both worlds.
But I'm only 19. Isn't it a bit too early to have a child at 19? How can people accept this?
Xia Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was really the same world, the same kind of parents.
I didn't expect that Bai Yuning's parents thought the same way. We are all just wanderers in this world.
Looking at the lonely Bai Yuning, Xia Yan suddenly became curious.
Is your blind date very old? Age? Bai Yuning thought for a moment. seems to be 4 years older than me.
I heard he skipped 3 grades in school and got his PhD at 22.
So awesome? After Xia Yan was surprised, he tried to ask again, then that blind date is ugly?
No. Bai Yuning shook her head, I've seen the photos.
That guy is a little more handsome than you. Xia Yan rolled his eyes at Bai Yuning and tried to ask, so that blind date has no money?
Bai Yuning shook her head, not really.
Their family is also a wealthy businessman in Shanghai.
I heard that their assets are about 20 to 30 billion, which is about the same as ours. He himself successfully started a business while in college and has a company valued at over $1 billion.
Xia Yan's eyes froze. Is this guy so strong? Bai Yuning nodded.
He seems to be a Yangtze River scholar, and he has papers published in journals abroad.
It's still amazing.
Xia Yan thought about it for a moment and looked at Bai Yuning with curiosity. From what you said, your blind date has both family background, good looks, and talent.
Why don't you want to marry such a great guy? Bai Yuning looked puzzled. Do I have to marry him just because he's so capable?
Xia Yan was stunned by this question.
Isn't it?
Of course not. Bai Yuning hugged her knees gloomily. I don't even know him.
I don't even have any feelings for him. How can I marry him?
Xia Yan rolled his eyes helplessly and said speechlessly, now you know me.
Will you marry me? Marry you?
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan's eyes, and her face gradually turned red.
Chapter 13. Who do you want to marry?
Seeing Bai Yuning's face quickly blushing, Xia Yan also began to panic.
Hey! I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. So-and-so took it seriously.
Bai Yuning stammered, no one will marry you.
Oh?
Xia Yan raised his eyes and slowly approached Bai Yuning.
You! What are you doing? Don't come over here.
Bai Yuning stretched out her white silk feet and tried to keep Xia Yan out.
Snort!
Xia Yan grabbed the white silk feet in his hand and said, you think you can stop me with just these 2 moves?
Don't come over here.
As soon as Bai Yuning stretched out her other foot, Xia Yan grabbed and pulled her.
The whole person fell on the bed. What do you want to do? Let me go.
Xia Yan held down Bai Yuning's struggling calves and looked at her curiously. Miss Bai, are you unwilling to marry me?
Snort.
Bai Yuning turned her head away angrily. Of course I don't want to.
You big bad guy, you stinky scumbag, you love bullying others so much. I don't want to marry you. Then I don't understand.
Xia Yan smiled evilly. You don't want to marry that amazing person who has such a great family background, good looks, and talent.
You wouldn't even want to marry a scumbag like me. So what kind of person is our Miss Bai going to marry? Snort.
Bai Yuning snorted softly. The person I'm going to marry must be gentle and considerate in taking care of me and be tolerant of me.
Xia Yan looked strange. That's all?
Of course not. Bai Yuning looked longingly at him. He should also be romantic and passionate, and good at creating unexpected surprises.
Xia Yan rolled his eyes. What else? And Bai Yuning pondered for a moment, and her eyes lit up. He must be talented. Ideally, an artist. With an otherworldly aura.
Xia Yan's eyes were filled with speechlessness. What else?
He better be an adventurer.
Bai Yuning's eyes lit up. I can be as free and unrestrained as those racing drivers.
You can also explore the unknown world like an explorer.
The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. In other words, the man you, Miss Bai, want to marry must be considerate and take care of you. I'm going to be romantic and passionate, creating surprises for you, and I'm also a talented artist and a wild adventurer.
Right? Yes. Bai Yuning was excited. Tell me, how happy would I be if I married someone like this? You'd better go to bed.
Xia Yan rolled his eyes and shook off Bai Yuning's white silk feet. There are plenty of men like this in my dreams.
Snort.
Bai Yuning snorted softly and looked at Xia Yan angrily. You don't believe I can marry someone like that?
Believe. Xia Yan nodded quickly. If Ma Liang's ghost paintings could become real, how could your dream talk not come true? Ha! You actually said that I was just talking in my sleep. You're such a bad guy. I'm going to fight you.
As Bai Yuning spoke, she started to play around with Xia Yan. Xia Yan helplessly resisted Bai Yuning's little fists. All right.
Stop it. Snort. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily. So are you going to say that I was just talking in my sleep? Xia Yan said calmly, you were just talking in your sleep. Ah. You bad guy. Scumbag. I'm going to fight you.
Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning, who was getting excited again and about to fall off the bed, and quickly stopped her.
Stop playing. Stop it. I'm going to fight you. Hey. Hey. Bang.
There was a muffled sound in the box, and Xia Yan was finally pushed off the bed by Bai Yuning. Bai Yuning was also startled and shrank into Xia Yan's arms, not daring to move. The only sound in the compartment was the rattling sound of the train moving. The two could even hear each other's breathing. Outside the window, the street lights kept flickering. The flickering light and shadow shone into the eyes of the two people, as if covered with a layer of strange light.
Bai Yuning. Can you get up now? Oh. Bai Yuning quickly climbed up from Xia Yan.
Xia Yan dusted himself off, sat back on the sofa and remained silent. Bai Yuning shrank into the corner of the bed again, her face still red, and I wonder what she was thinking.
There was silence in the box.
Sometimes their eyes would meet, then quickly separate. Looking at the night view outside the window, Xia Yan couldn't help but sigh.
Why are there such big differences between people?
He skipped 3 grades in school and even founded a company with a market value of over 10 billion when he went to university. Although I was admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University, I am still a long way behind them.
What should I do with my future life? Boy. Have you forgotten this system? System?
Boy, you have this system to help you.
Are you still worried that you won't be able to make a name for yourself in the future?
Xia Yan felt worried, but what should I do? This system tells you right from the start. As long as you behave like a scumbag to a woman with a beauty score of 80 or above, you'll receive a random reward.
What you said, do you want me to cheat on different girls? That depends on your choice. If you want to stand out, you have to do that. The future is right under your feet.
Whether you can walk on it or not depends on whether you are on the right path.
Xia Yan thought about it and understood.
I will walk this path well.
Ha, this young man is teachable. Good. To get ahead. Trash.
Xia Yan made up his mind and was about to do something to Bai Yuning, but suddenly he found that Bai Yuning had already dozed off in the corner of the bed.
Oh, what a bad fate. Xia Yan sighed and walked towards Bai Yuning. Hello? Hello? Wake up. Wake up. What? Bai Yuning asked sleepily, what's wrong? Xia Yan looked helpless. Are you sleepy? Nonsense. Ah.
Bai Yuning yawned loudly. It would be strange if I wasn't sleepy after eating so much.
Don't sleep here even if you feel sleepy. Go wash up first. Once you're done washing up, you're sleeping again. Oh.
Xia Yan turned around and started looking for toiletries for Bai Yuning. After finding the toiletries, he turned over and was about to hand them to Bai Yuning. Suddenly, I saw Bai Yuning untied the bow in a daze and pulled the ribbon.
The Lolita dress is about to fall off. Xia Yan's eyes were shocked. Hey! Bai Yuning! What are you doing? Chapter 14 An Unintentional Princess Carry. Arriving in the imperial capital. Ha! What's wrong?
Bai Yuning opened her eyes in a daze, and Xia Yan quickly wrapped her in a towel.
Are you crazy? I'm still here. Why don't you just change your clothes? Ah.
Bai Yuning looked down, her face flushed, and she smiled embarrassedly.
I'm sorry. I forgot you were still here. Xia Yan gave Bai Yuning a blank look and handed the toiletries to her. Here. Here are towels, soap, and disposable toothbrushes. I'm done with the shower. Go to your upper bunk and sleep. Top bunk? Bai Yuning frowned. Can I sleep on the lower bunk? Cannot. But?
Bai Yuning glanced at the upper bunk worriedly. I've never slept on the upper bunk since I was a child.
Please, can you just let me sleep on the lower bunk? Can't.
Xia Yan rejected Bai Yuning without hesitation, no matter if it's the ticket or the ownership of the box.
I should sleep in the lower bunk. Or you can sleep on the top bunk. Or you can sleep in the toilet. Ah.
Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan and said, but you'll peek at me if I sleep on the upper bunk.
Peeping? Xia Yan smiled unhappily. Come on. Was it that guy who almost took it off himself in a daze just now? Was that something I spied on? Besides, if you sleep in the lower bunk, I'll see you right away when I get up to go to the bathroom at night.
That's called exposure.
According to what you said, if you want to prevent me from peeping, you should sleep on the top bunk. Do you understand? Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily. Is it really true that I can't sleep on the lower bunk? Xia Yan smiled slightly. No. Do you still have any gentlemanly manners? Isn't it possible for me to sleep in a lower bunk? What a coincidence. Xia Yan smiled slightly. I really don't have any gentlemanly manners. I'm a scumbag, have you forgotten? He ignored the girl's pleas. What a scumbag. I'll give you a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Stingy. Scumbag. Bad guy. I hate you so much. Snort.
Bai Yuning held the towel in her hand, pouted her lips, and walked into the bathroom angrily.
Snap. The toilet is tightly closed.
Xia Yan smiled helplessly and packed up the scattered luggage. Lying on the bed, I breathed a sigh of relief. It's still more comfortable lying down. If only I could lie down for the rest of my life. I didn't lie down for too long when the toilet suddenly opened. Bai Yuning walked out angrily, glanced at the upper bunk, and stood beside Xia Yan without moving.
What's wrong? Bai Yuning's lips flattened. I've never slept on the upper bunk before, so I can't get up there. What an idiot. Xia Yan got out of bed speechlessly and stood beside the ladder. Go ahead.
Bai Yuning shook her head. I'm afraid of falling.
Xia Yan was speechless. You go ahead. I'm holding you up from below. I promise not to let you fall. Really?
Of course.
Come on. Oh.
Bai Yuning nodded, carefully grasped the ladder, and her tender white feet suddenly shook when they stepped on the ladder.
It's so shaky. Why are you shaking?
This is just your own fault.
Keep going. Oh.
Bai Yuning climbed up another step of the ladder, and her body began to tremble even more violently.
No, no. I feel so high. Where is it higher?
Looking at Bai Yuning, who was shaking like a sieve, Xia Yan looked helpless.
Come. Let me help you.
After saying that, he pushed Bai Yuning upwards.
Don't push me. I'm about to fall. Ouch. It can't fall off.
Xia Yan felt the weight on his body and pushed hard upwards.
Hurry up. Bai Yuning felt the force pushing from below and became even more panicked. Stop pushing. I'm going to fall. It won't fall off.
Xia Yan only felt that Bai Yuning above was struggling.
Don't move. Don't push.
The more Bai Yuning looked down, the more nervous she became.
I'm going to fall.
In panic, Bai Yuning accidentally let go of her hands.
It's over. Ah. I don't want to die.
When Xia Yan saw Bai Yuning fall down, he quickly stretched out his hands.
Bang.
At the critical moment, Xia Yan finally received Bai Yuning. Bai Yuning, who was shaking with her eyes tightly closed, suddenly felt a warm arm.
Hey. I'm okay? Xia Yan let out a long sigh. Hey, miss, I'm pushing you up. Why are you moving around?
Bai Yuning suddenly opened her eyes and found that Xia Yan had caught her in a princess hug. Her eyes immediately lit up with joy.
Great. She's actually fine. Very good. Yeah. Are you okay? Bai Yuning smiled and nodded. I'm fine. You're okay. I'm okay.
Xia Yan threw Bai Yuning onto the lower bunk and quickly shook his arms.
Ouch. Why are you throwing people like that?
Bai Yuning rubbed the drum and looked at Xia Yan unhappily. It hurt so much.
Xia Yan was speechless. Tell me the truth. How much do you weigh? Is it 120 pounds? Who weighs 120 pounds? Bai Yuning blushed. How can I be that heavy?
If there's number 120, there's 110.
You. No more you.
Xia Yan stretched his shoulders and glanced at the upper bunk.
I won't help you this time. Climb up to the top bunk yourself. I'm going to wash up first. Hey. No. Xia Yan interrupted Bai Yuning. No room for negotiation. You can only sleep on the top bunk. Hurry up and get up. Humph. You big bad guy.
Bai Yuning climbed up the ladder to the upper bunk angrily.
Isn't it just sleeping on the top bunk? What's so great about it? I'm glad you know. After washing up, Xiaoyan walked out of the bathroom wiping his hair with a towel.
Seeing Xiaoyan's figure, Bai Yuning blushed and quickly lay down.
I'm going to turn off the lights. Turn it off. Snap. The lights go out. The box fell into darkness. In the dark compartment, the only sound you can hear is the constant movement of the train.
After Xiaoyan finished washing, he pulled back the quilt and lay down on the bed, ready to sleep.
Xiaoyan, I have a question for you. What's the problem? Bai Yuning said quietly, have you ever thought about loving only one girlfriend? Only love one girlfriend?
Xiaoyan thought of Su Qianqian's matter and what the system had just said, and immediately made up his mind.
No. I never thought I'd love just one woman. I'm a scumbag. I want to be a free and unrestrained scumbag. Humph. I knew you were a big bad guy. I'm ignoring you. Sleep. The box was silent again. Xiaoyan thought about reporting for school tomorrow. After a while, I gradually fell asleep.
In the boundless darkness, Xiaoyan vaguely felt that there was a thermos in his arms.
The next morning, dazzling sunlight streamed into the box through the window. As soon as Xiaoyan opened his eyes, he saw Bai Yuning's silly and cute little face in front of him.
Bai Yuning was actually lying in his arms. The distance between the two was less than 10 centimeters, and Xiaoyan could even see Bai Yuning's saliva flowing on the pillow.
Why? What's going on? Why is this guy sleeping in my bed? Could it be that the thermos bottle last night was her? Xiaoyan was just about to get away. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuning on the opposite side also slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 15. The man in black reappears. Making a feint to the east and attacking to the west to evade the chase. Ah!
A shrill scream rang out in the box.
Bai Yuning covered herself with the quilt and looked at Xiaoyan with horror. You big bad guy. You stinky scum. Why are you in my bed? In your bed? Xiaoyan looked around and his face turned dark. Bai Yuning, take a good look at where this is. Ah. Bai Yuning looked around and her eyes froze. Why is it the lower bunk? Hey, you head. Xiaoyan knocked on Bai Yuning unhappily, this is my bed. It's the lower bunk.
You slept in my bed.
You idiot. Ah.
Bai Yuning rubbed her head and smiled sheepishly, I'm sorry. I was confused in my sleep.
I said, my little bear is still at home, how could I have slept with it last night? It seems I was wrong. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan sighed helplessly, glanced at Bai Yuning unhappily, and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a ray of light coming through the curtains. Open the curtains and take a look. It's already bright outside the window. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from low-rise houses to high-rise buildings. When Xiaoyan looked at the time, his eyes suddenly lit up. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll arrive at the station in half an hour. Wow! Bai Yuning went to the window and looked at the tall buildings outside with a look of delight. We've finally arrived in the imperial capital. Finally escaped. I can enroll in university soon. Yeah. Why don't you hurry up and clean it up? Yes, sir. Bai Yuning saluted, turned around and started busy packing up. Xiaoyan quickly got up, washed, checked his luggage, and tidied his clothes. After checking all the documents required for registering at the university, Bai Yuning changed into the black cloud outfit she wore last night. After changing into a skirt, putting on white silk stockings, and tidying up my hair, the cute girl with twin ponytails appeared in front of Xiaoyan again. How is it? Isn't she pretty? Ha, so. TSK. Stingy. Bai Yuning sat by the window and began to imagine her beautiful future life. Is Peking University or Tsinghua University fun? Where in the imperial capital should we go to have some fun later? Are there many people reporting in today? Looking at Bai Yuning, who was daydreaming, Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head. The spacious platform outside the window came into view. Thinking of the Peking University and Tsinghua University where he was about to register, Xiaoyan slowly clenched his fists. With the system by my side, I must make a name for myself in the imperial capital. Xiaoyan looked out the window with a determined look and was about to turn around to pick up his luggage. Suddenly I saw a familiar figure and quickly pulled the curtains. What's wrong? Bai Yuning looked puzzled. Why are you pulling the curtains for no reason?
Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning seriously. The men in black who were trying to arrest you were already on the platform.
Ah?
Bai Yuning's hands trembled, her legs went limp, and she almost collapsed on the bed.
We've already reached the imperial capital. They still followed.
Looking at Bai Yuning with a panicked face, and then at the men in black patrolling outside the window, Xia Yan thought for a moment. His eyes gradually became firm.
Bai Yuning, I have a way to get rid of them.
But this requires your cooperation.
Will you cooperate with me?
Looking at Xia Yan's determined eyes, Bai Yuning's eyes slowly lit up.
What method?
The man in black who confronted Xia Yan in the dining car last night was standing quietly outside the box door. In the early hours of the morning, the man in black received a call from his companion. It turned out that the GPS signal they tracked was just a chip that had been peeled off. The real lady is still hiding on this train. Thinking of the girl who looked like a prostitute he met in the dining car last night, the man in black smiled helplessly.
I didn't expect to meet that brat.
The young lady has become smarter.
You actually endured that kind of humiliation just to escape us. It's not easy. Snap.
A low brake sound suddenly sounded. The man in black stared at the box in front of him, and his eyes gradually brightened.
Miss, I'm guarding outside your door now. How are you going to escape this time?
In the box, two people who were already dressed neatly were listening to the noise outside the door with vigilance.
Bai Yuning, that man in black is probably guarding outside our door. Don't rush out yet.
Wait until the others in the high-rise soft box come out before leaving.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
In the corridor, the flight attendant came out,
knocking on the door one after another. Dear passengers, we have arrived at the final stop, Imperial Capital Station. Please prepare to get off the bus. Following the flight attendant's call, passengers in other compartments gradually came out. Looking at the gradually crowded corridor, the man in black frowned slightly. Just as he was thinking about how to surround the young lady, 7 or 8 passengers suddenly walked up to the man in black.
Sir, could you please move aside for a moment? The man in black looked at the narrow corridor, finally nodded, and took a step back.
After a few people left, the man in black returned to the door of the box again, only to find that the door was open. The man in black looked serious and rushed in to take a look. I saw that the box was empty.
There was a note on the table. Ha, we moved to the hard sleeper last night. You idiot.
The man in black frowned, his eyes full of coldness. You little bastard.
I will never let you off.
The man in black turned around and rushed towards the hard sleeper.
Wait until the box returns to silence. Xia Yankai quietly opened the toilet.
I finally breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that there was no one inside or outside the box.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. While that fool is gone. Let's run away. Xia Yan. You are so smart. Do I need to tell you that? Run away. Oh.
Xia Yan pulled Bai Yuning with one hand and the suitcase with the other, and rushed towards the exit. The man in black rushed out of 3 carriages, suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly turned back. When I returned to the box, I saw that the toilet door that had been closed suddenly opened. There are immediately 2 pairs of conspicuous footprints.
Damn it! I fell into a trap.
The man in black quickly took out his cell phone and shouted loudly inside. The lady has already slipped out of the car. She's with a 1.78 meter tall guy.
Both of them were wearing black. We must stop them.
Clear. Putting away his phone, the man in black walked out of the compartment with a cold face, looking at the passengers outside the window with extremely cold eyes. You little bastard. Rushing out of the carriage, Xia Yan saw several men in black on the platform not far away. With a turn of his eyes, he immediately took Bai Yuning and walked back. Go where there are crowds of people.
Oh.
Bai Yuning obediently followed Xia Yan towards the crowded place.
After receiving the information, several men in black looked carefully and saw 2 people hiding in the crowd at a glance. Found them.
They are right there.
Chapter 16 Escape, Bai Yuning's Random Reward.
The man in black rushed from a distance. Xia Yan frowned, held Bai Yuning's small hand tightly, looked at Bai Yuning and whispered.
It might get messy in a while. You must hold my hand tightly. Don't let go. Do you understand?
Looking at Xia Yan's determined eyes, Bai Yuning's heart suddenly skipped a beat for some reason.
Her face flushed, and she nodded with a determined look in her eyes. Yes. Yes. I will never let you go. Good.
Xia Yan glanced at the men in black rushing over, his eyes turned cold.
Let's go. After Xia Yan finished speaking, he rushed into the crowd with Bai Yuning.
Seeing this, several men in black rushed into the crowd, trying desperately to get close to Xia Yan. However, the barrier formed by the crowded crowd made it impossible for them to get close. All they could do was watch Xia Yan dragging Bai Yuning back and forth in the crowd. I saw Xia Yan pulling Bai Yuning to the left for a while. Turn right for a moment.
Move forward for a moment. Backwards for a moment.
When several men in black saw Xia Yan's actions, their eyes flashed coldly.
This brat is as hard to catch as a loach. Damn it.
Xia Yan dodged while heading towards the exit. The man in black who got off the train couldn't help but frown when he saw other people in black mixed in the crowd.
What a bunch of good-for-nothings. I can't even catch a brat.
The man in black quickly picked up his phone and called out to Li Ma.
Stop chasing me. You can't catch that guy in the crowd. Hurry up and take the elevator down, blocking all the entrances and exits. We must not let that boy take the young lady away.
Yes.
Several men in black responded and hurriedly took the elevator down.
Looking at Xia Yan's dodging back, the man in black's eyes turned cold.
Boy. Let's see how you're going to escape today. Snort. After saying that, the man in black quickly walked towards the exit.
Xia Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief after pulling Bai Yuning up the escalator.
Call. Finally escaped. I was almost caught just now.
Bai Yuning was still worried and looked back several times. She saw the man in black walking quickly towards her from afar, and her heart suddenly tightened.
Oh no! That guy on the train is chasing us again. What should we do?
Xia Yan looked back and saw the man in black in the distance staring at him coldly. He turned his head and looked forward again, gazing into the distance.
In addition, those men in black had already bypassed the small road and blocked the exits in advance. This is bad.
Bai Yuning looked at the men in black in front and behind, her eyes full of fear.
Xia Yan, they've blocked the front and back. What should we do? What to do?
Xia Yan thought about it for a while, and his eyes lit up.
Got it. Follow me.
Xia Yan smiled at the man in black behind him, then pulled Bai Yuning down the elevator and hid behind a pillar.
The man in black behind him frowned. Where is this kid going? What tricks are you trying to play? Xia Yan. What are we doing here? How are we supposed to run? Let us take the subway.
By subway?
Yes. Take out your phone and turn on the Imperial Metro. Oh.
Bai Yuning quickly took out her mobile phone and opened the QR code of the Imperial Capital subway as quickly as possible.
All right. Let's go now. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Put this on before you get on the subway. Xia Yan took out a white coat and put it on Bai Yuning.
What's this for?
Xia Yan explained with a smile. They just saw the two of us escaping wearing black clothes. Now let's put on white clothes and give him a fake look. Let him not find us for a while.
Bai Yuning was pleasantly surprised, so this is actually possible.
Xia Yan, you are so smart. You're not even telling me. Xia Yan looked around and put masks on the two of them again. All right. Everything is ready. Let's run.
Bai Yuning nodded and followed Xia Yan forward.
Subway station entrance.
The man in black who was guarding here as ordered frowned as he looked at the many passengers coming in and out.
So many people. The lady and the boy are still wearing black. What if the lady runs away among the passengers? Where did the lady go?
The boss and his wife will probably arrive in the capital soon.
It would be bad if we can't find the lady again.
As the man in black was looking around, he didn't notice that a young couple in white tops scanned the QR code and walked into the subway station as if nothing had happened.
Not long after the two left, the man in black suddenly reacted. Etc. Didn't two young couples in white clothes just walk by?
The man in black looked back and saw that the two people walking over were Xia Yan and Bai Yuning.
Oops. I fell into a trap. The man in black quickly shouted into the intercom. Miss is here. That boy wants to take the lady on the subway. It's at exit A. Come here quickly.
After the man in black said this, he quickly called up the QR code, scanned it and rushed into the subway station.
Oh no. We've been discovered. Let's run away. Oh.
Xia Yan pulled Bai Yuning and jogged down the stairs in a panic. There just happened to be a subway train about to leave the subway station.
Rush.
Xia Yan glanced at the man in black behind him and rushed towards the subway with Bai Yuning regardless of everything.
Stop, kid.
Just as the subway door was about to close, Xia Yan finally rushed onto the subway with Bai Yuning.
The suitcase fell heavily to the ground.
Bai Yuning and Xia Yan sat on the suitcase, looking at the man in black outside the window gasping for breath.
Fortunately, we finally caught up. Boy! Get down here. Come down.
The screen door outside the car slowly closed. The man in black had no choice but to stay away from the subway and stare at Xia Yan with unfriendly eyes.
Boy! Get down right now. Get down.
Boy, if you don't come down now, you're doomed.
Ha ha.
The subway started slowly, and the man in black chased Xia Yan and kept cursing.
Xia Yan felt very happy and waved to the man in black. If you want me to die, you better find me first. Bye bye. Ha 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 ha.
Looking at the subway going away, the man in black could only stop unwillingly, his eyes full of resentment.
Boy! Don't let me catch you. If we catch you, we're done. Hateful. What's going on?
Several other men in black also came down.
Where's the young lady?
The man in black looked at the subway going away with a guilty look on his face. I lost it. The young lady was taken on the subway by that boy and ran away. Looking at the dark subway passage, the leading man in black thought for a moment and turned away.
Let's go.
There's no point in staying here any longer.
The boss and his wife's plane is arriving soon.
Go to the airport first.
Let's see what the boss and his wife are going to do. Tsinghua University and Peking University are right there anyway. Miss, you have to report there today. The monk may escape, but the temple cannot. Yes.
Several men in black took a cold look at the dark subway passage, then turned and left with the leading man in black.
Ha!
A low roar sounded in the carriage. Facing the passengers' strange looks, Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Looking at Bai Yuning, who was still sitting on the suitcase and gasping for breath, Xia Yan stretched out his right hand.
Hey! We've escaped. Everything is fine now. Are you okay? Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning jumped up suddenly and hugged Xia Yan tightly, her voice sweet and excited.
Xia Yan, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thanks.
Facing the envious and curious eyes of the crowd, Xia Yan's old face turned red. Just as he was about to let Bai Yuning calm down, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears.
Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
Bai Yuning's favorability has reached 10 points, and you will receive a random reward.
Chapter 17 Bai Yuning, you want to drink someone else's yogurt?
Bai Yuning's favorability has reached 10 points. Receive a random reward. Bai Yuning's random cashback card 10.
Bai Yuning's random cashback card? Xia Yan's eyes froze. System, what is this?
Bai Yuning's random cashback card, a cashback card obtained when Bai Yuning's favorability reaches 10 points. This card can be used to get random cashback when you spend money on Bai Yuning.
The more you spend, the more you get back.
Every time you spend money on Bai Yuning, you will consume one cashback card.
Is this possible?
Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning, who was hugging him tightly, and his heart skipped a beat.
Can't I use the money I spend on myself? No. This is the reward for reaching 10 points of Bai Yuning's favorability.
This is a random cashback card exclusively for Bai Yuning.
Can only be used for Bai Yuning. Xia Yan rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. Forget it, just spend it. But how much money do I have now?
From the moment the system is activated, your scumbag behavior will earn you a total of 210,000 yuan in rewards.
Add to that your original 3,000 yuan living expenses, the total is 213,000 yuan. 210,000? That much?
Xia Yan thought carefully and realized that after the cash back, the principal would increase.
Spending money on this little fool is like making money for yourself.
This is great. The feeling of being taken advantage of gradually disappeared. But I still feel uncomfortable just spending money on her like this.
Is there any way to spend money on her and make myself happy at the same time? Goo.
A familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Bai Yuning slowly raised her head from her arms. She looked at Xia Yan with a blushing face and whispered, "Xia Yan, I'm hungry."
Hungry? You ate so much last night, why are you hungry again?
Bai Yuning punched Xia Yan lightly with her small fist. You said it was last night.
After a night's sleep, I must be hungry.
Well. Xia Yan shook his head helplessly. Who wants to support you?
You'll really go broke. Snort. Bai Yuning punched Xia Yan lightly. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just support you in the future? But now I want to eat. Okay. Isn't it just eating? Real. Bai Yuning soon became happy again. Where are we going to eat? Where are we going to eat?
Xia Yan thought carefully, and now he has 10 random cashback cards of Bai Yuning in his hand. If you want cash back, you have to buy the expensive ones.
Is there any place nearby that sells luxury goods and has a place to eat? Xia Yan searched on the map and suddenly his eyes lit up. Got it. Let's go to the China World Mall. International trade? Right. 15 minutes later, after a transfer and a few minutes of walking, the two finally arrived at the basement level of the China World Trade Center. Looking at the people coming and going, Bai Yuning looked curious. Is this the China World Trade Center? Xia Yan dragged his suitcase with a curious look on his face. Haven't you been here before?
Bai Yuning pondered for a moment. I'd been here before, but when I came here, I was just visiting the Forbidden City.
I never came here to shop. Oh, I see. Never mind.
Bai Yuning excitedly took Xia Yan's hand and said, I heard there's a big terrace here that offers a view of the China World Trade Center.
Let's go. Hey, hey. Slow down. I'm still pulling my suitcase. Let's go. Bai Yuning pulled Xia Yan around and around, and after getting on an elevator, finally arrived at the big terrace that Bai Yuning mentioned.
Standing on the terrace, looking at the weird-shaped big pants, the tall skyscrapers, and the China Zone reaching into the sky,
Xia Yan was slightly shocked. Is this the Guamao CBD in the capital? It is indeed a different style from the Magic City. China World Trade Center CBD. Wow. This is what they call the Guamao CBD. As soon as Bai Yuning came up and looked at the surrounding scenery, she started to have fun. Xia Yan. Come here quickly. Take a picture of me. Hurry up. Here it comes. Here it comes. Xia Yan was about to move forward with the suitcase when Bai Yuning, who was jumping around, suddenly bumped into a woman in casual clothes. Hey. How are you walking? You bumped into me. Looking at the angry woman, Bai Yuning quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. When the woman saw Bai Yuning's appearance, she became even more arrogant and dissatisfied. Will an apology be of any use? Don't you have eyes? What's wrong?
Xia Yan walked forward with the suitcase and stood in front of Bai Yuning to protect her. Just as he was about to speak, the woman in casual clothes in front of him glanced at the suitcase in Xia Yan's hand and said with disgust, No wonder he's so rude.
So he is from out of town. Xia Yan's eyes became serious. What did you say? Didn't you hear?
The woman had a very bad attitude, her eyes full of contempt and disdain.
Outsiders, just take your shabby suitcases and go find a job. Don't join in the fun here. This is not the place for you. He. Xia Yan's eyes turned cold, and he said with a sneer, Is this your home? This terrace is open to the public for free. Is it your turn to act so high and mighty? Who do you think you are? You.
The woman was furious. You bumpkin.
A country bumpkin who can only travel with a broken suitcase. Bumpkin?
Xia Yan glanced at the woman with contempt and whispered 3 words that only the woman could hear.
No peace in the country. You. All right. All right. I'm so sorry for bumping into you just now. Bai Yuning quickly pulled Xia Yan outside and said, Let's go eat. I'm hungry too.
Xia Yan glanced at the woman coldly, then left with Bai Yuning.
Looking at the two people turning and leaving, the woman cursed indignantly. Damn you, bumpkin. Snort. Not long after the two walked away, Bai Yuning suddenly laughed happily. Xia Yan looked puzzled. What are you laughing at? Bai Yuning laughed heartily, holding her belly. I really didn't expect you to actually call that woman Xiang Wuning. Ah, Xia Yan. You are so interesting. Xia Yan rolled her eyes and said, Come on, she was the one who discriminated against us first, okay? What's wrong with us? Isn't it just a suitcase? Why does she discriminate against us? What's so great about it? If you ask me, people who discriminate against outsiders should discriminate against her the same way they discriminate against outsiders. By Yuning S favorability +1. Ha ha. You're right. Bai Yuning held Xiayan's hand and said, "Okay, let's go eat. I have to report to school soon." Looking at Bai Yuning's white and tender little hands, Xiayan smiled slightly and held her hand. "Okay. Let's go eat now." The two of them found a restaurant in the mall in a short while. Bai Yuning used the same trick again and ordered another large table of dishes. Xiayan looked at it and clicked his tongue. "Bai Yuning, I really want to know if you are also a little glutton at home?" "Who said I'm a glutton?" Bai Yuning glanced at Xiayan angrily and said coquettishly, "I can't eat much at home." "Is this true?" Xiayan was deeply skeptical. "Is there some misunderstanding between us about the meaning of the phrase can't eat much?" Cut. Bai Yuning snorted softly, and her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the dishes brought by the waiter. "Wow! Yogurt is here." Bai Yuning took the yogurt and scooped a big spoonful into her mouth. Mmm. So sweet. Looking at Bai Yuning enjoying the yogurt, Xiayan felt like bullying her again. "Bai Yuning, can I have some of your yogurt?" "Why?" Bai Yuning quickly protected the yogurt. "Don't you have it there too?" Xiayan smiled evilly. "I just think your yogurt tastes good." You're such a bad guy. You always like to bully others." Bai Yuning looked at Xiayan with a smirk on his face, and suddenly had an idea, so she poured all the yogurt into her mouth. "Don't you want to drink? If you think you can drink like this, then drink it." After saying that, Bai Yuning opened her cherry lips and looked at Xiayan provocatively. "Hey! Do you think I don't dare? I'll show you how to do it." After saying that, Xiayan sat up and stretched his head towards Bai Yuning. Bai Yuning's eyes froze. Does he really want to drink? How could this scumbag be so bad? It's over. It's over. I'm going to be bullied by this scumbag again. Bad guy. Big bad guy. Seeing Xiayan approaching, Bai Yuning blushed and suddenly closed her eyes. Chapter 18 Jealous Woman, surprised Bai Yuning. Bai Yuning closed her eyes and waited for a long time but didn't feel Xiayan's lips. "Hey! What's going on? Didn't this bad guy say he wanted to drink yogurt? Why hasn't he come yet?" Ha 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 ha. A mischievous laugh sounded in her ears. Bai Yuning opened her eyes and saw Xiayan looking at her with a funny face. "Bai Yuning, why did you close your eyes just now? There's still a mouthful of yogurt in my mouth." "I was just joking, did you take it seriously? It's so funny. Ha ha ha. You. You're a scumbag, a big bad guy. I'm going to fight you." Bai Yuning, who was angry and embarrassed, jumped out of her seat, raised her two cute little fists and kept beating Xiayan's chest. Ha ha. It seems I was right. Miss Bai is blushing. Damn it. You're such a bad guy. Xiayan dodged and laughed, and Bai Yuning became even more embarrassed and angry when she heard Xiayan's laughter. Bad guy. You just want to bully others. You're such a bad guy. Bad guy. Feeling Bai Yuning's small fist, Xiayan smiled even more happily. It would actually be pretty nice to have such a little fool as your companion during college life. The emotional ups and downs in daily life are the only way for bad guys to attract girls. You have gradually grasped the essence. Reward you 20,000 cash. Ha ha. Alright. Alright. Xiayan quickly held Bai Yuning's small fist and said, "The dishes are here. Hurry up and eat." Snort. Bai Yuning glared at Xiayan, sat back in her seat, and gobbled up the food on the table in one swift motion as if to vent her anger. Eat slowly. Eat slowly. No one's competing with you. Snort. Bai Yuning stared at Xiayan cutely. "I want to eat all these delicious foods. You can't bully others." Xiayan took a bite or two, then held his face with one hand and looked at Bai Yuning, who was eating frantically, and asked, "Miss Bai, you can eat so much. I'm afraid that before you can support me, I'll be bankrupted by you. Who will eat you out of money?" Bai Yuning glanced at Xiayan and said unhappily, "This young lady is very angry and has decided not to support you anymore." Real? Bai Yuning ate a soup dumpling and nodded with her mouth full. Ouch. I'm so scared. Miss Bai, is there any way you can forgive me? There's no other way. Bai Yuning said angrily, you're out forever. Out. He. What's this about miss, keeping a mistress? 2 bumpkins. Look at the way she eats, is she worthy of being called a rich lady? What a pipe dream, wishful thinking. A harsh sound was heard from the side. Xia Yan frowned and turned his head to look. The woman that Bai Yuning had just bumped into on the terrace had also come to this restaurant at some point. At this time, he was holding a cup of coffee and looking at Xia Yan and the others with contempt. Bai Yuning frowned, gently put down the soup dumpling, and looked at the woman beside her with a gloomy face. Xia Yan gently touched Bai Yuning's little head and smiled sarcastically. Hey! Isn't this the Xiang Wanning from earlier? Why? Are you jealous when you see others enjoying their meal? You! The woman put down her coffee cup abruptly. Who do you call Xiang Wanning? Whoever speaks up is the boss. Snort! The woman's expression changed twice, and she said sarcastically, Hey! Is the duck protecting its master here? 2 people ordered so much. You're still the eldest lady? 2 country bumpkins can only have breakfast here. I guess you can't even buy the cheapest bag in the mall? Xia Yan glanced at the handbag the woman was carrying with a sneer on his face. Let's not even talk about whether we can afford the bag. How dare you come out wearing a parallel imported bag? Who are you calling a parallel import? The woman stood up immediately. Open your eyes and look. This bag of mine is a real LV. Cut. Xia Yan looked disdainful and said, no matter how real the bag is, it becomes a fake one when you carry it on your back. You're lowering the level of this pack, do you understand? What did you say? The woman's face turned pale with anger. Poor bastard. What do you know? This bag costs a full 50,000 yuan. Can you afford it? He. Xia Yan picked up a napkin and wiped Bai Yuning's mouth, smiling slightly. Yuning, aren't you still missing a bag? Let's go. Shall we go buy some? Bai Yuning's eyes froze. Buy a bag? Cut. The woman said with disdain, just run away, why are you talking about buying a bag? Pretend. Bai Yuning glanced at the woman, leaned over to Xia Yan's ear and whispered. Don't bother with her. I'm fine. Should we go? No. Xia Yan shook his head and held Bai Yuning's hand tightly. I said I would buy you a bag. I will definitely buy you a bag. Whatever you want today, I'll buy it for you. Walk. Xia Yan glanced at the woman with contempt, then walked out holding Bai Yuning in one hand and the suitcase in the other. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, the woman drank a cup of coffee and stood up with a look of disdain. I want to see how you, a country bumpkin, act today. After leaving the restaurant, Xia Yan pulled Bai Yuning towards the luxury store. Bai Yuning glanced at the woman following behind her and leaned over to Xia Yan's ear and asked. Are you really going to buy it for me? Of course. Xia Yan held Bai Yuning's small hand and said, although I am a scumbag. But I am a scumbag who does what he says. As a scumbag, it's great to have this kind of awareness. I'll give you a 20,000 yuan cash reward. Bai Yuning looked worried, but do you have money? Xia Yan smiled slightly, I don't know how to borrow money if I don't have it. Bai Yuning looked dazed. You want to lend me money to buy a bag? Xia Yan smiled mysteriously, you'll know when the time comes. Let's go. Looking at the 2 people speeding up, the woman behind them looked disdainful. TSK. 2 country bumpkins. Let me see what tricks you can come up with. After walking for a while, the 2 of them soon arrived in front of an LV store. Welcome to Louis Vuitton. Xia Yan took Bai Yuning into the luxury store, and the receptionist came over immediately. Sir, what kind of items would you like? Xia Yan looked around and smiled slightly. Take out your new bags and show them to my girlfriend. Bai Yuning's face turned red, she glanced at Xia Yan, and looked around vaguely. When the woman following behind heard this, she sneered in disdain. To pretend to be rich. Let me see how you buy it later. The receptionist quickly brought a new bag and placed it in front of Xia Yan. Sir, this is our latest new product. Its delicate and cute style is especially suitable for your girlfriend. Are you still satisfied? Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning, do you like it? Bai Yuning's eyes lit up when she saw the bag in front of her. How much is this? Miss, this bag costs 50,000 yuan. 50,000? Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan and then looked away. Let's just forget it. What's wrong? Xia Yan asked in a low voice. I saw that you seemed to like it quite a bit just now, didn't you? Bai Yuning leaned close to Xia Yan's ear and said, 50,000 yuan is too expensive. Besides, this bag doesn't look that good. He. I thought I was so awesome. Turns out I can't even afford a 50,000 yuan bag. What a pair of bumpkins. Xia Yan glanced at the woman, and then saw a bag in the middle of the store that looked even more exquisite than the one in the salesperson's hand. How much is that bag? The salesperson took one look and smiled. Sir, that's the latest limited edition bag in our store this year. The price is 250,000. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning and asked with a smile, do you like it? Bai Yuning looked conflicted. Never mind the price. I'm asking if you like it? Bai Yuning took a closer look and nodded slowly. Good. Xia Yan directly took out a card and handed it to the shopping guide. Get that bag for me. Bai Yuning was surprised. Do you really want to buy it? The sarcastic woman was also shocked. Can that country bumpkin really afford it? Chapter 19. Double the cashback. $1.5 million. Of course. Xia Yan pretended to be doting and touched Bai Yuning's little head, then glanced at the woman gently. If you like it, of course you should buy it. Swipe the card. The shopping guide glanced at the woman at the door, thought for a moment, smiled, and took Xia Yan's bank card. Just swipe it at the counter. Sir, please enter your password. Xia Yan glanced at the woman contemptuously, turned around and quickly entered the password. As the prompt sounded, 250,000 was officially deducted. Bai Yuning's eyes were shocked. Really bought it? Is Xia Yan's financial situation okay? The woman at the door was even more shocked. That SA bag worth 250,000 yuan. That country bumpkin actually bought it? He can actually afford a bag worth 250,000 yuan? Looking at the woman's surprised eyes, Xia Yan smiled playfully and was about to say something when the system prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. Spend 250,000 yuan for Bai Yuning and get double the cashback, a total of 500,000 yuan in cashback. 9 random cashback cards for Bai Yuning remaining. Double the cash back. 500,000? It's that simple and you can get it. Looking at the notification message on his phone, Xia Yan was delighted. It actually arrived. Marvelous. No more worries about money for your college life. You can be as carefree as you want. Ha ha. After his joy, Xia Yan glanced at the woman and spoke to the shopping guide. Are there any new styles of clothes recently? My girlfriend was in a hurry when she went out and didn't have time to pick up her clothes. Can you recommend a few to her? Okay. The salesgirl smiled slightly and said, I'll introduce it to you right away. Bai Yuning quickly grabbed Xia Yan and said, You already bought me a bag. No need to buy clothes anymore? Cut. So he's just trying to be rich. The woman forced a smile. So you can only afford one bag? Xia Yan glanced at the woman and gently rubbed Bai Yuning's hair. Use it. How can we not use it? You ran out of the house without taking a single piece of clothing. I can't let you wear this dress all the time. Go ahead. Pick out some nice dresses. So that some people won't be able to eat the grapes and then complain that they are sour. Looking at Xia Yan's gentle eyes, Bai Yuning's face turned red. She stuck out her tongue at the woman and then followed the shopping guide to choose clothes. Looking at Xia Yan's confident face, the woman felt uncomfortable all over. How is that possible? That country bumpkin clearly doesn't have a single brand name item on him. The girl was wearing a childish Lolita outfit that only cost over 2,000 yuan. That suitcase is even cheaper, only over 1,000 yuan online. These two country bumpkins are obviously supposed to be poor. How can they afford such expensive bags? That bag costs a full 250,000 yuan. That kind of bag is something I can't even imagine. They actually bought it? How is this possible? Unbelievable, right? What? The woman slowly raised her head, and Xia Yan said with a playful look on his face. I can't believe that the bumpkin you see as a country bumpkin can buy this 250,000 yuan bag, right? Cut. The woman looked annoyed. Don't be so proud. Don't think you're amazing just because you bought a 250,000 yuan bag. Let me tell you. There are plenty of rich people in the imperial capital. Even if you have billions, you have to stand aside. But I'm richer than you. You. Looking at the angry woman, Xia Yan sneered. Yes, you're right. There are plenty of rich people in the imperial capital. I also know that this money is nothing. But at least I can afford this bag. Unlike some people who can't even afford a bag. They can only carry around a second-hand, parallel imported product and swindle people. The woman's face turned pale when she heard this. Who are you calling a liar? Gentlemen. Xia Yan glanced at the woman and turned to look at the shopping guide. What's wrong? The salesperson smiled slightly and said, Sir, your girlfriend has already chosen her clothes. It's 500,000 in total. Let me see. Bai Yuning came over carrying a few pieces of clothes and looked at Xia Yan with curiosity. Is the money enough? Of course it's enough. Go. Swipe your card. Xia Yan handed over the bank card, and the salesperson took it and swiped it. The deduction was successful. The system prompt sounded. Spend 500,000 yuan for Bai Yuning and get triple cashback, a total of 1.5 million yuan in cashback. Bai Yuning's random cashback cards have 8 remaining. 1,500,000. In just a short while, it's already 1.5 million. So cool. Xia Yan was delighted. Now he finally knows what it feels like to make a lot of money playing with finance. Marvelous. Wow. Bai Yuning came over excitedly. Are you rich? Xia Yan rubbed Bai Yuning's little head in amusement. Yeah. I just robbed a vault. Cut. Bai Yuning curled her lips. You big bad bastard. You just want to fool people. Just as the two were flirting, the woman at the door was stunned when she heard the sound of payment deduction. 500,000. That's 500,000. That guy managed to make 500,000 with ease. Isn't he a country bumpkin? How can he be so rich? Did I see it wrong? Is he actually a rich second generation? Miss Salesperson. Xia Yan took the bank card, glanced at the door and smiled slightly. Do you have any nice jewelry? I want to pick out a set for my girlfriend. No need for that. Bai Yuning quickly pulled Xia Yan and said, You've already spent 750,000. Use. Xia Yan glanced at the woman and said proudly, Only 750,000 is nothing. The salesperson's eyes lit up when he heard this. Sir, what kind of jewelry do you want? Money is not a problem. It depends on whether my girlfriend likes it or not. Okay. The shopping guide looked at Xia Yan with shining eyes. Miss, please follow me. Hey. You really want me to buy it? Of course. Go pick one. Let's finish picking as soon as possible so we can report to school early. Then I'll go. Go. Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan, and after seeing his affirmative look, she followed the shopping guide to choose jewelry. The woman's heart was already in turmoil. Still buying? I've already bought 750,000 worth of stuff. He also wants to buy her jewelry. How rich is this guy? If you have money, why not show it openly? What are you doing there pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Can't you be more sincere? The woman looked at Xia Yan with a leisurely expression, and a trace of regret unconsciously rose in her heart. I felt a little helpless standing at the door of the store. Just when the woman was hesitant, the shopping guide came back quickly. Sir, your girlfriend has been chosen. Xia Yan turned his head and saw that Bai Yuning had some more jewelry on her body, making her look even more beautiful. Yeah. Not bad. How much? A total of 980,000. 980,000? Xia Yan thought about it carefully and decided that the more he could spend with this cashback card, the better. I now have 1.5 million. It would be best if she could buy enough for 1.5 million and then get a big cashback. Not enough. Go pick out some more jewelry. Bai Yuning looked dazed. Isn't 980,000 enough? Not enough. Xia Yan said proudly, Don't save money for me. Pick out enough for me, 1.5 million. Go quickly. Oh. Although Bai Yuning was puzzled, she returned to the counter and picked out the jewelry. The woman standing at the door was stunned. 980,000 is not enough? Do you still need to choose enough for 1.5 million? How rich is this guy? What on earth did I miss? Why did I miss this rich second generation? Why? Chapter 20 Another beauty with a score above 80?
Sir, please have some water.
Xia Yan took the paper cup handed to him by the salesgirl and took a sip.
A sweet feeling invades my heart. After glancing at the arrogant woman standing at the door, Xia Yan withdrew his gaze and began to look at the admission notice.
Today's registration time is from 8 to 1700 hours. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning, there's still plenty of time. After buying the jewelry, the funds will probably be 2 or 3 million. We'll check out other stores then. See if there is a store that can spend 2 or 3 million at a time. If not, you can only prepare to report first. I'll figure out a way to cash back later.
But when I go to Tsinghua University to report later, Bai Yuning's bodyguards will also be there.
There will probably be some trouble by then. And Su Qianqian. We should be almost in Beijing now. I'll have to give her the suitcase then. I'm so busy today. I don't know what it's like inside Peking University. Xia Yan, I've made my choice.
Bai Yuning came back with a smile, a total of 1.5 million.
Are you satisfied this time?
Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction and handed the bank card directly to the shopping guide.
Swipe the card.
Yes, sir. The shopping guide respectfully took the bank card and swiped it gently.
As the deduction was successful, the system prompt sounded in his ears.
Spend 1.5 million yuan for Bai Yuning and get double the cashback, a total of 3 million yuan in cashback.
Bai Yuning's random cashback cards have 7 remaining. Yes. 3 million in hand.
Just when Xia Yan was overjoyed, a burst of exciting music suddenly sounded in the mall. The shopping guide congratulated with a look of surprise. Congratulations, sir.
You just spent 1.5 million in one go.
According to the rules of our mall, as long as the one-time consumption exceeds 1 million, we will sound the victory horn.
This is the victory horn sounded for you. Victory horn?
Listening to the uplifting music that filled the entire shopping mall, Xia Yan smiled slightly. It turns out that when I was in Shanghai, I heard exciting music played after spending millions in some shopping malls.
I was actually quite envious. I never thought that one day I would become a guest playing music. It's really unpredictable. System. Thank you. No need to say more. Just keep on slacking off on women with looks above 80 points. He. Xia Yan was speechless. You are really consistent in your words and deeds.
Xia Yan put away his messy thoughts, glanced at the arrogant woman who was stunned, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It seems that this woman has completely lost her mind.
Xia Yan was right.
After hearing the victory horn, the arrogant woman completely understood one fact. That is Xia Yan, the country bumpkin in her eyes, who is actually someone she cannot reach. This extreme gap was simply unacceptable to her.
How come those 2 country bumpkins can afford a bag worth 250,000 yuan? How come those 2 country bumpkins can afford clothes worth 500,000 yuan? How can those 2 country bumpkins afford 1.5 million worth of jewelry? Why? Miss Salesperson. That woman walked into the store and stood there and wouldn't leave. Is she going to buy a bag too? Why don't you go and entertain her first?
Yes, sir. Looking at the salesperson's gaze, the woman suddenly felt an indescribable sense of shame in her heart.
This guy actually laughed at me like this? He actually looks down on me. This damn guy. Hateful. Hateful. Miss. What do you need?
Faced with the salesgirl's question, the arrogant woman did not answer, but just glared at Xia Yan fiercely, turned around, and ran out of the luxury store as if escaping. Watch the arrogant woman's back as she runs away, and then listen to the music playing in the mall.
Xia Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is the real victory horn. Xia Yan. Let's go.
Looking at the bags in Bai Yuning's hands, Xia Yan's eyes froze.
You have to carry so many things? Miss Salesperson. Do you offer delivery service?
Sir, our store provides delivery service.
The salesgirl came forward with a smile and asked, Excuse me, sir, where do you want it delivered to?
Xia Yan looked up and down. Except for this bag and 1 or 2 pieces of jewelry, everything else was sent to Peking University and Tsinghua University.
Tsinghua University and Peking University? The salesgirl looked surprised and asked, "Are both students from Peking University and Tsinghua University?"
Bai Yuning smiled and said, "We are all students who will register at Peking University and Tsinghua University today. There might be a lot of people from Peking University and Tsinghua University today."
"Send it over tonight. I'll pick it up at the school gate tonight."
"Okay." The salesgirl smiled slightly and said, "Miss, please leave me your phone number."
139XXXXXXXX.
"Okay." The salesgirl smiled slightly and said, "Miss, we will deliver your purchases to the gate of Peking University and Tsinghua University at 9 o'clock in the evening."
"Is that okay with you?"
"Can." Bai Yuning smiled sweetly, picked up the small bag, held Xiayan's right hand, and smiled slightly.
"Let's go." Welcome. Please come again next time."
Walking out of the luxury store, Bai Yuning jumped up and down with joy.
Xiayan laughed when he saw it. "Isn't it just 2 bags? Why are you so happy?"
Bai Yuning smiled foolishly. "This time is different. Although I used to buy bags, I found it boring. But today, I don't know why, but I suddenly felt so happy that someone bought me a bag."
He.
Looking at the foolishly happy Bai Yuning, Xiayan pretended to be worried and said with a long sigh,
"You are enjoying it.
"But I borrowed over 2 million to buy those things.
I'm going bankrupt." "Ah." Bai Yuning was surprised. "Did you really lend me money to buy this? Then I don't want it. We'll go back and get a refund right away."
"If you can't pay back this much of a loan, it will affect your credit."
"Let's go. Let's go now." "Ha ha ha.
I'm kidding."
Xiayan rubbed Bai Yuning's little head. "That's all my own money. Don't worry about it." "Really?" "Of course it's true." Bai Yuning finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You bad guy. You scared me to death." He.
Looking at the frightened Bai Yuning, Xiayan had an amused look on his face.
I said, "Why are you so worried about me taking out a loan? Are you already in love with me?"
Seeing Xiayan's teasing eyes, Bai Yuning's face turned red and she turned her head away angrily.
"Who likes you? People are just worried that those things will be returned. I don't like you." Snort. He.
Xiayan chuckled and grabbed Bai Yuning's little hand.
"What are you doing?" "Nothing." Xiayan looked relaxed. "You ran away from home and forgot to take many things with you. Go buy some things you need for daily use. Buy more. Buy. Let's go." "Humph. Just buy it." Bai Yuning looked smug. "I'm going to buy you out of business. Then I'll see how you bankrupt me. Let's go."
Not long after Xiayan pulled Bai Yuning out of the luxury store, he heard a cry of surprise.
"Careful. Xiayan hasn't reacted yet." A soft figure crashed into his arms, knocking Xiayan to the ground. I fell hard on my butt and almost hit the back of my head. "Ah. It hurts." "Xiayan. Are you okay?" Bai Yuning quickly squatted down. "Are you okay?" "Fine."
Xiayan slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly everything in front of him went dark. Looking up, I saw a woman with long black hair covering her head with a confused look on her face.
It's like he doesn't know what happened yet.
The woman had an oval face, a pair of clear, peach-shaped eyes, 2 slender eyebrows, a straight nose, pink and moist lips, fair skin, and a slender neck.
She looks very beautiful, indeed a rare beauty. Ding.
A woman with a beauty score of 80 or above has been detected.
Do you want to view the message? 80 or more? It's true. Xiayan's eyes lit up. Check. Information generating. Chapter 21: The Cute and Reckless Big Sister Xia Jinwan. Name: Xia Jinwan. Gender: female. Age: 24. Appearance: 89. Flawless: 0. Favorability: 0. Cute Big Sister Xia Jinwan. Wow. Another 89-point beauty. Both are 89 points. Bai Yuning is cute and exquisite. But the Xia Jinwan in front of me is a mature lady.
Add to that her slim figure and huge fruit.
It is absolutely a rare masterpiece.
What is more important is that her flawlessness is also 0 points.
Are you okay?
After hearing Xiayan's voice, Xia Jinwan realized that she had fallen into someone else's arms.
Sorry. Sorry. I was distracted. I accidentally bumped into you. Are you okay?
Looking at Xia Xinwan, who was apologizing to Bai Yuning, Xia Yan was confused.
Are you nearsighted? Hey. How did you know? Bai Yuning was speechless. Well, big sister, you bumped into Xia Yan, not me. Xia Xinwan followed Bai Yuning's instructions and saw that the person she bumped into was right under her. Sorry. My eyesight has never been very good. I'm so sorry.
Xia Yan glanced around and saw a pair of oval eyes not far away.
Just when Xia Yan was about to take it, he suddenly felt Xia Xinwan groping his body. Hey! What are you doing?
Xia Xinwan squinted her eyes and kept groping. I'm looking for my eyes. Xia Yan sighed helplessly. Your eyes are there.
There?
Hiss. Xia Yan's face turned pale and he trembled in pain.
Xia Yan. What's wrong with you?
Looking at the worried Bai Yuning, Xia Yan gently held Xia Xinwan's little hand and left little Xia Yan.
Miss. Your glasses are there. Not here. You just held me down. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter.
Xia Yan quickly picked up the glasses and handed them to the woman, and was quickly helped up from the ground by Bai Yuning.
If you don't get up, who knows how you will be tortured?
After Xia Xinwan slowly put on her glasses, she saw Xia Yan's pale face and quickly stood up and was about to apologize.
All right.
Xia Yan quickly stopped her. No need to apologize.
Just be more careful when you walk next time. Looking at Xia Yan's understanding eyes,
Xia Xinwan's gentle smile was as warm and pleasant as the spring sunshine.
Xia Xinwan favorability +1. Thank you. I will definitely walk well.
After saying this, Xia Xinwan turned and left. But he didn't expect that he would bump into the pillar after just 2 steps.
Seeing Xia Yan's surprised expression, Xia Xinwan smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I'm always so reckless. It's okay. Xia Yan waved his hand and quickly turned around and left with Bai Yuning. Never leave again.
Who knows if this woman will bump into me again. After the two walked out for more than 10 minutes, Xia Yan finally felt no more pain. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he was about to ask Bai Yuning what she wanted to buy, he found that Bai Yuning was staring at him angrily.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Yuning's face was puffed up. Are you in love with her? Xia Yan was confused. Who?
Bai Yuning gestured twice in front of her. It's that big pineapple from before.
Xia Yan rolled his eyes. Why would I like her? How is it impossible?
Bai Yuning seemed a little crazy, gesturing in front of her. She's so big.
She's taller than me. And so skinny. How could you not like such a perfect woman?
Xia Yan was about to argue, but when he saw the angry Bai Yuning, his eyes suddenly became playful.
I see. You must be envious of others. I envy her? Bai Yuning looked puzzled. Why should I envy her?
Xia Yan raised it in front of him and said jokingly.
Are you envious of her figure? What a pity. Someone will never have a figure like that. Who said that? Bai Yuning looked indignant. I just haven't developed yet. He will definitely grow up in the future. Yeah? Bai Yuning nodded with certainty. Of course.
Xia Yan thought for a moment, and suddenly a wicked smile appeared on his calm face.
I don't believe it. You. Humph. I will definitely grow up. Well. Xia Yan smiled and touched Bai Yuning's little head. Our Miss Bai will definitely grow up.
Bai Yuning suddenly stopped and said with a firm look on her face.
I know. You must be in love with that woman.
Xia Yan rolled his eyes. Why are you still dwelling on this topic?
So in your eyes, I like all pretty girls? Bai Yuning nodded firmly. That's just how you are. Because you're a scumbag with several girlfriends. You.
Get Bai Yuning's scumbag evaluation and receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. Looking at Bai Yuning's smug eyes, Xia Yan thought for a moment and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
Wait a moment. Whether I like her or not, why are you in such a hurry? Are you in love with me? Who likes you?
Bai Yuning blushed, turned her head away, and stammered, I'm just worried that you've been cheated.
So you're so worried about me? Xia Yan smiled playfully and whispered in Bai Yuning's ear, so I'm so important to you? Who said that?
Bai Yuning jumped up as if she had stepped on her tail.
You scumbag, the big bad guy is not important in my heart.
You say one thing and mean another.
Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning ambiguously. I didn't expect that. One day Miss Bai will be jealous because of me. It's such an honor.
Who's jealous?
Bai Yuning's anxious voice changed. I won't be jealous of a scumbag like you.
Oh.
I see. Let's go buy shoes first. Snort. Bai Yuning snorted softly and followed with a blushing face.
Xia Yan said with a smile as he walked, pulling the suitcase.
A duplicity young lady. You like someone but you don't admit it. Miss Bai has a crush on me. Ha 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 ha. You big bad guy. Stop right there. I don't want to stand. Catch me if you can. You big bad guy. I will definitely catch you.
Xia Yan was about to run away with his suitcase when a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
Caught off guard, Xia Yan accidentally fell to the ground. Xia Yan. Bai Yuning hurried over.
When he got closer and took a look, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
Why did I bump into her again?
Xia Yan felt something soft in front of his eyes. When I opened my eyes, I saw two familiar huge fruits right in front of me. When I looked up, it was Xia Xinwan whom I had just bumped into.
What a narrow road for enemies.
Xia Yan was speechless and had just been pulled up by Bai Yuning. Just when I was about to pull Xia Xinwan up, she sat up in a daze. It took him a while to react, and when he came to his senses, he saw that it was Xia Yan who bumped into him. He was suddenly surprised and grabbed Xia Yan.
Sir, can you and your girlfriend do me a favor?
Help.
Chapter 22 Xiao Xia Yan is in crisis.
After Xia Jinwan's explanation, Xia Yan finally understood what she wanted him to do for her.
So, you want to buy a piece of clothing for your friend.
But she herself can't be there.
My girlfriend's size just happens to be similar to hers.
That's why you asked my girlfriend to try on your friend for size.
And buy your friend a dress. Is that what you mean?
Aha.
Xia Jinwan nodded quickly. Sir, you guessed right. That's what I mean. Can you please help me? Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning. What do you think? Bai Yuning nodded. Sure. Let's go. Thank you.
Xia Jinwan's face lit up with joy, and she walked forward with the two of them.
You too.
This way.
Xia Jinwan led the way in front, and the two followed behind.
Bai Yuning leaned close to Xia Yan's ear and whispered, Hey.
I think this woman is so weird.
Could she be a shill hired by those stores?
Xia Yan rolled his eyes. Is there a store that hires such a stupid agent? That store wants to close down?
That's right.
Bai Yuning nodded, but I still think she's weird.
Well.
After hearing what Bai Yuning said, Xia Yan also became a little alert. Although this is the imperial capital.
But the imperial capital is also a big melting pot. All kinds of people, from all walks of life, from 5 branches to 8 categories are included.
We have to be on guard. Let us do this.
Xia Yan leaned close to Bai Yuning's ear and said, I'll go up and test her.
See what's wrong with her?
Bai Yuning took the suitcase and nodded, Be careful.
Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked to Xia Jinwan's side. May I ask your name, young lady? Name?
Xia Jinwan turned around and smiled slightly. I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Xia Jinwan, Xia for summer, Ji for knowledge, and Wan for warmth.
Xia Jinwan? Xia Yan nodded silently. This name was consistent with the name given by the system.
Where do you work?
Xia
Jinwan smiled innocently. I just graduated with a doctorate this year and am a new counselor at Peking University and Tsinghua University.
Tsinghua University and Peking University? Are you the new counselor at Peking University? Xia Jinwan nodded blankly. Yeah. What's wrong? Then why are you here? Isn't today the first day of school?
Xia Jinwan smiled gently. The freshmen will not gather in the classroom until 6 in the evening.
I just have to get back before 6 o'clock.
Oh.
So that's how it is.
Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something to Bai Yuning when Xia Jinwan suddenly screamed. Turning around, I saw that Xia Jinwan had suddenly tripped and was about to fall.
Xia Yan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Xia Jinwan so she didn't fall.
Looking at Xia Jinwan, who was still in shock, Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
Are you okay? No, it's okay. Xia Jinwan looked over with gratitude. Thanks. I'm usually so clumsy. If I hadn't met you, I would have fallen again. Thank you so much. Xia Jinwan favorability +1. Fine. Xia Yan let go of Xia Jinwan, retreated back to Bai Yuning, and whispered. Fine. She is the new counselor at Peking University and Tsinghua University. He's not a bad guy. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan with an indignant expression. You hugged her again? Xia Yan was speechless. You saw she almost fell down. What if I don't help her and she falls and gets disfigured? Snort.
Bai Yuning turned her head away gloomily. I just know you like her.
Go with her. I'm not going.
Looking at the depressed Bai Yuning, Xia Yan's eyes moved and he gently held Bai Yuning's hand.
Why? Is our Miss Bai envious? Do you want to experience it too? Me? Ah.
Bai Yuning was tripped by Xia Yan and was about to fall. Suddenly, Princess Xia Yan held her in her arms.
How about it? Is our Miss Bai satisfied?
Bai Yuning blushed and turned her head away angrily.
You're such a scumbag. Such a bad guy. You just bully others. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Your scumbag behavior is getting better.
Reward you with 50,000 yuan in cash.
He.
Xia Yan put Bai Yuning down and walked forward with a smile.
Let's go. Snort. Bai Yuning smiled secretly and followed Xia Yan. In a moment, the two of them came to a clothing store under the guidance of Xia Jinwan. Xia Jinwan picked out many sets of clothes based on Bai Yuning's figure. Xia Yan was stunned watching from the side. Aren't you just buying one or two? Why did you buy so much?
Miss, please help me try on all these clothes.
After you've tried them all on, if anything doesn't fit, please tell me, okay?
Looking at Xia Jinwan with a pleading look on her face, Bai Yuning nodded speechlessly.
Finally, he walked into the fitting room dejectedly with the pile of clothes. Thank you. Thank you. Xia Jinwan sat down with a look of joy.
Xia Yan looked at her curiously. Miss Xia, I have a question for you.
What's the problem? Why don't your friends come here and try on clothes themselves? Xia Jinwan's eyes darkened and she forced a smile.
My friend has been having some trouble lately, so I have to buy it for her.
Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Jinwan smiled, as if she didn't want to dwell on this issue. Could you please help me try on some clothes with your girlfriend? I haven't thanked you yet. What is your name? Xia Yan smiled slightly. My name is Xia Yan. Xia Yan? Xia Jinwan was surprised. Your last name is Xia too? Yes. So what have you been doing in the capital lately? I'm here to go to college. Going to college?
Xia Jinwan's eyes lit up with joy. You can come to the capital to attend university. You must be a good student.
It's okay. Xia Jinwan looked curious. Which university do you go to? Xia Yan smiled mysteriously. Guess? Beihang? No. Beijing Sport University? No. Beijing Institute of Technology? No. People's Congress? No. Beijing Normal University? No. Xia Jinwan looked Xia Yan up and down, and her eyes lit up. North Film Academy? Xia Yan looked amused and asked, why do you think I look like someone from Beijing Film Academy? Xia Jinwan smiled sheepishly, because I think your temperament is very similar to those celebrities. Is there? Xia Yan shook his head. I didn't pass the art exam. Is that so?
Xia Jinwan smiled apologetically, but you have a really good temperament.
So which university are you from?
Xia Yan smiled slightly. You and I go to schools very close to each other.
Are you from Peking University? No.
Xia Yan smiled helplessly. She and I are both from Peking University and Tsinghua University.
So you're from Peking University or Tsinghua University? That's great. Xia Jinwan favorability +1.
I prepared some souvenirs for the new students early this morning.
It's a pity I can't take care of it because I'm here to buy clothes. I'll give you one now.
Xia Xinhuan happily took out her bag, but she couldn't find anything after searching for a long time.
Hey! What's going on? Is something stuck? Why can't I take it out? Shall I help you? No need. I'll get it right away. Ah!
Xia Xinhuan pulled it hard, and a cold light suddenly flew out of the bag. Before Xia Yan could react, a cold light fell straight down on his face.
Click!
A crisp cutting sound was heard.
Xia Yan looked down and his heart sank. A paper cutter was stuck straight into the trouser leg.
Even Xiao Xiaoyan could feel the chill.
Damn it!
I'm almost going to practice the sword manual of exorcism.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Xia Xinhuan came over in a panic. I'll help you.
Xia Yan watched Xia Xinhuan's hand trying to push the paper cutter an inch inward. A feeling of despair suddenly surged in my heart.
No. Chapter 23 by Yuning, Xia Yan. What is the relationship between us?
Look at the little hand that Xia Xinhuan stretched out.
Xia Yan was shocked.
He used all his strength and pulled out the paper cutter stuck in his trouser leg as quickly as possible before Xia Xinhuan could touch it. The blade flashed with cold light, and Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
Not bad. It almost happened. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm always so clumsy.
Xia Xinhuan hurriedly took out a bottle of Coke from her bag and said, I'll buy you a Coke.
No. Xia Yan was already a little afraid of Xia Xinhuan, who looked cute and harmless.
This guy looks harmless, but his moves are ruthless.
I'm fine. I'm really fine. You don't have to be polite with me. This is my apology to you. Xia Xinhuan said as she unscrewed the cap of the Coke bottle with a click.
The surging cola instantly turned into foam and sprayed all over Xia Yan's face. Feeling the sweetness on his face, Xia Yan sighed softly.
I knew it would be like this. Hey! Why is it spraying out? It was fine when I bought it this morning.
Seeing Xia Yan's face covered in foam, Xia Xinhuan quickly squeezed out the Coke and then took out a tissue from her bag.
I'm sorry. Let me help you wipe it. No. No thanks.
Xia Yan quickly dodged backwards. I can do it myself.
How can that be? I'll help you. Ah.
Xia Xinhuan, who was approaching with a tissue in her hand, accidentally stepped on the splashed Coke and slipped, about to fall.
Xia Yan quickly stood up and grabbed Xia Xinhuan. Are you okay?
Xia Xinhuan was so touched that she wanted to stand up immediately.
But in the panic, he accidentally knocked the paper cutter away.
Looking at the paper cutter flying towards him with a cold flash, Xia Yan panicked and subconsciously loosened his right hand. As a result, he lost his balance in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. The dull sound of the back of the head hitting the ground spread throughout the body. At the last moment of losing consciousness, Xia Yan looked at the crying Xia Xinhuan, and there were only 5 big words in his mind.
This woman. She's poisonous. Then everything went black and he completely lost consciousness. Xia Yan. Xia Yan. Wake up. Xia Yan. Don't scare me. Xia Yan. Whoa, Xia Yan.
A low cry sounded in his ears.
Xia Yan slowly opened his eyes and saw Bai Yuning covering her little face and crying.
The sturdy Xia Xinhuan knelt beside him, looking at Xia Yan with tears in his eyes full of helplessness. There were a few panicked shop assistants and some curious customers around.
The warm touch under the head can be distinguished as Bai Yuning's lap pillow. Me, what's wrong? Xia Yan. You're awake.
Bai Yuning hugged Xia Yan with a look of surprise.
Very good. You don't know how scared I was just now. I thought something happened to you. Very good. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Ahem. Gently. Gently. Xia Yan patted Bai Yuning gently and said, I'm almost suffocating. He.
Bai Yuning gently let go of Xia Yan and smiled at him.
I'm relieved that you're okay. He. Xia Yan, I'm sorry.
Turning her head following the sound, Xia Xinhuan lowered her head with red eyes, her eyes full of guilt.
I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have fallen. I'm so sorry. Fine.
Xia Yan forced a smile and said, as long as you are more careful next time, it will be fine.
Aha. Xia Xinhuan nodded quickly, I'll listen to you. I will definitely pay attention next time. That's good. Xia Xinwan favorability +1. Ding ling 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 ling. The bell suddenly rang. Xia Yan took it out of his pocket and took a look at it. It was Su Chanshan's call. When I looked at the time again, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. I guess she is getting impatient? When I picked up the phone, Su Chanshan's cute voice came out from the receiver. Xia Yan. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you at the gate of Peking University and Tsinghua University for an hour. Where on earth have you been? Shut up. The first scolding I heard after I woke up was from Su Chanshan. This made Xia Yan's originally good mood very bad. You yelled at me? Su Chanshan's disbelieving voice came from the microphone. Xia Yan. Why did you yell at me for saying anything? You're going too far. Shut up. Xia Yan frowned. I don't have time to pay attention to you now. I'm at the International Trade Center now. I'll report to school in a moment. Just wait for me there. Xia Yan. Who is she? Bai Yuning looked irritated when she heard the voice on the phone. Is she the girlfriend you were talking about? Girlfriend? Xia Jinwan looked surprised. Xia Yan, isn't this Bai your girlfriend? Looking at the two people's surprised eyes, Xia Yan was overwhelmed. Before Xia Yan could answer, Su Chanshan's voice came from the receiver. Xia Yan. Why are there other girls' voices around you? What is going on? Speak. Xia Yan frowned. Okay, if you have anything to say, we'll meet at the school gate later. Xia Yan. Hello? Hello? After hanging up the phone, Xia Yan smiled slightly at Bai Yuning, who looked jealous, and Xia Xinwan, who looked curious. Well, you should have picked out your clothes, right? She and I should report to school. Oh. Xia Jinwan smiled slightly. I've already picked out my clothes. Thank you very much. Fine. Xia Yan held Bai Yuning's hand, picked up the suitcase and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Xia Jinwan stopped the two of them and smiled slightly. Why don't we leave some contact information? Since we both graduated from Peking University and Tsinghua University, adding each other's contact information will help us keep in touch. What do you think? Xia Yan and Bai Yuning looked at each other and nodded at the same time. After exchanging WeChat accounts, Xia Yan couldn't help but laugh. Miss Xia, your WeChat name is Warm Summer? Yes. Xia Xinwan smiled slightly. It's a nice name, right? Very good. Very good. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning's WeChat again and found it even funnier. Yu Bingning, and it's still a queen profile picture? Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning with amusement. Do you like Yu Jie so much? Bai Yuning said proudly, I just like it. What do you care about me? Well. Xia Yan nodded slightly, held Bai Yuning's small hand, turned around and smiled. Miss Xia, let's go report first. See you at school tonight. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Xia Jinwan looked at the WeChat message on her phone and smiled. Yenyu, such an interesting WeChat name. It seems he has a high level of literary accomplishment. Oh right. I forgot to give him the souvenir I gave you earlier. Wait a moment. Xia Jinwan picked up the souvenir and hurriedly chased after him. Outside the door. Not long after the two left, Bai Yuning shook off Xia Yan's hand. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning in confusion. What's wrong with you? You haven't answered my question yet. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily. Is that girl on the phone just now your girlfriend? Xia Yan was speechless. Why are you still entangled in this kind of problem? Why can't I be entangled? Bai Yuning reacted strongly this time. Tell me. What is the relationship between you and her? What is the relationship between you and me? Just say it. Looking at the angry Bai Yuning, Xia Yan thought for a moment and smiled slightly. Do you really want to know? Certainly. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan with a determined expression. Tell me. What is the relationship between us? Xia Yan tilted the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. That's the kind of relationship we have. Xia Yan took a step forward and kissed Bai Yuning's lips directly. Chapter 24 Boss, we found the lady. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan, who sealed her lips, and her heart trembled. I wanted to push Xia Yan away, but I couldn't. I can only let Xia Yan do what he wants, my eyes gradually becoming blurry. Xia Yan, your souvenir. Xia Jinwan, who had chased after them, was stunned. They're actually doing this in the street?
Looking at the two of them, Xia Jinwan's heart skipped a beat and she quickly hid aside.
What's going on with them? Doesn't Xia Yan have another girlfriend? Are they arguing? Xia Yan is playing both sides? Is he so experienced in love?
Looking at the two of them, Xia Jinwan's eyes gradually brightened.
Got it. I know how to save Yao Yao. Yao Yao. You are finally saved. Xia Yan. All this depends on you. Xia Jinwan favorability +1.
The system prompt sounded suddenly, and Xia Yan was confused for a moment, but finally focused all his attention on Bai Yuning in front of him. After a while, their lips parted, feeling the sweetness in his mouth. Xia Yan gently touched Bai Yuning's little head, which was still in a daze.
Now, do you know what our relationship is? Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Bai Yuning nodded dazedly. I understand. Got it, let's go. Let's go to school and register.
Looking at the two people leaving, Xia Jinwan's eyes were full of excitement.
Yao Yao. I will definitely save you. Wait for me.
Outside the gate of Tsinghua University and Peking University, a stone gate with the four big characters Tsinghua University engraved on it stands. The sunlight shines on it, and the mottled black tells the story of many unknown years in the past.
Today is the first day of school for Peking University and Tsinghua University. Many new students and their parents have gathered outside the gate to register.
Everyone's face was filled with longing and fantasy. The mixed flow of people has already caused traffic congestion. A group of seniors from various departments also gathered on campus to welcome the new students. Everyone was standing on both sides of the school gate holding a sign in their hands. The exuberant enthusiasm made the freshmen who came to Peking University and Tsinghua University for the first time feel a little flattered. They could only pretend to be focused and quickly pass through this difficult path with their luggage. Not far from the gate of Peking University and Tsinghua University, a young girl was hiding under the shade of a tree, anxiously looking around.
She is Xia Yan's childhood sweetheart, Su Chanshan.
Su Chanshan stood there gracefully with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her almond-shaped eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, and fair, oval face made her look beautiful and pleasant. She wore a light pink silk shirt on the upper body, a light gray pleated skirt on the lower body, and a khaki shoulder bag with AI Kuan printed on it on her hand.
There is also AI Kuan's autograph on it. It's obvious that Su Chanshan had made a big gain last night. However, compared to the rich harvest last night, Su Chanshan was obviously not in a very good mood at the moment. His eyes were full of anxiety. He fanned himself with his hands from time to time and looked into the distance from time to time. It's so annoying. Didn't we agree to meet at the gate of Peking University today? Where on earth did Xia Yan go? As soon as I arrived in the capital, I ran around everywhere. I'm not being honest at all. I have to tell Aunt Xia later. This guy is getting more and more dishonest. Su Chanshan complained for a while, and suddenly remembered the strange female voice she had just heard on the phone, and her heart suddenly tightened. What were those two voices just now? One sounds like a young girl, and the other sounds like a big sister. Why did two strange women suddenly appear beside Xia Yan? He's only been in the capital for 1 day. And he's already met two women? Su Chanshan thought for a while, then shook her head. No. No. How could Xia Yan have the courage? When we were in the Magic City before, he always acted like a good kid. I don't even know that many girls. How come you've already met so many girls in just 1 day in the capital? I must have heard it wrong. Su Chanshan breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart tightened again. But, I clearly heard those two girls call him Xia Yan just now. If those two girls didn't know Xia Yan, why would they call Xia Yan's name? What on earth did he do during the time that Xia Yan and I were separated? Just when Su Chanshan was thinking about it and struggling. Not far away, in a black Mercedes-Benz MPV, a couple was resting with their eyes closed. The two of them are Bai Yuning's parents. Although the two of them were not wearing any luxury goods, the custom-made clothes on their bodies still made people feel that they were living a life of luxury. However, contrary to their clothes, the couple's expressions were very gloomy. Yesterday's blind date candidate was carefully selected by Mr. and Mrs. Bai. Regardless of family background, ability, character, or reputation, they are both top-notch in the eyes of the two. It can be said that the blind date candidate is the perfect son-in-law in the couple's minds. As long as Bai Yuning can marry her, her second half of life will be guaranteed.
Even if there are any storms in the future, the two families can help each other to overcome the difficulties and create greater glory. It can be said that as long as the two meet once, the marriage is a done deal. But what the couple never expected was that their daughter actually ran away at the last moment before the blind date. The carefully prepared blind date was ruined. Thinking of the angry expression of his old friend whom he had known for many years, Father Bai still feels guilty. However, when thinking of the considerate son-in-law, Father Bai still felt a little comforted. The blind date has not been a complete failure, as long as Bai Yuning can be captured. The next blind date will definitely be a success. Looking at the crowded crowd outside the window, Father Bai's eyes turn cold. No matter what, I must bring Yuning back this time. I must not let her escape on the next blind date. Calm down. Mother Bai patted Father Bai gently. Yuning is still young and naive. She has too little experience now. You still don't understand the laws governing how this society works. When she grows up a little, she will understand your painstaking efforts. Father Bai sighed helplessly. I'm also thinking about her future. Such a good son-in-law, with family background, ability, and good character. As long as she marries him, she can enjoy a peaceful life for the rest of her life. With such a good opportunity, I don't understand why she would run away. Bai's mother smiled slightly. When people are young, they all think they are the chosen ones of heaven. How can you understand what to do without going through some things? Humph. Experience? I'm afraid she's been cheated. Father Bai picked up a document gloomily and looked at the photo on it with dissatisfaction. Xiaoli has found out the boy who took Yuning away. It's this boy named Xia Yan. Look at him. The family only owns a restaurant. And only has one mother. You can tell from the looks of it that this family is lower middle class. Their family background is completely poor. Even though he got into Peking University and Tsinghua University, he's nothing compared to Kaiji. He's an Oxford graduate. He founded a company worth over $1 billion while still at university. How can this person named Xia Yan compare? Why? Mother Bai patted Father Bai gently. Maybe this boy is just helping Yuning. Don't think too much. I think too much? Father Bai was filled with indignation. Just to help, you kissed our Yuning directly? This brat. He's so presumptuous. I can tell from the looks of it that his character isn't very good. This guy has a bad family background, poor abilities, and bad character. I will never let him meet Yuning again. When Yuning comes, we must take her back immediately. We must not let her do whatever she wants. All right. All right. Mother Bai patted Father Bai gently. Calm down. Talk to Yuning about it later. She's a good kid too. Snort. Father Bai wanted to say something, but the window slowly opened and Xiaoli, the man in black who was on the train last night, whispered. Boss, we've found the lady. Where? Chapter 25, You little brat. Let go of my daughter. Outside the gates of Peking and Tsinghua University, there is a long queue of people registering for the new semester. At the end of the queue, two sneaky figures wearing sunglasses and masks walked over quietly. As they walked, the two looked around vigilantly, as if they were guarding against something. Xia Yan. How can we really sneak into the university? Why do I feel like someone is watching us from everywhere? It's okay. It's okay. Xia Yan gently squeezed Bai Yuning's small hand and said, We are all dressed up like this. It's different from before. They won't recognize us. But. Bai Yuning lowered her head and glanced at the white dress on her body. I think we're still pretty conspicuous like this. Is there? Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning for a few times and said, I think you look great in this dress. But I'm wearing a white dress. So what's wrong? Xia Yan explained in a low voice, You should know that the best disguise is to blend into the environment. All these girls around you are wearing white dresses. You can also wear a white dress to blend in with them as much as possible. That's the only way to really cover it up. Really? But why do I feel it's so unreliable? Stop talking. Xia Yan looked around, lowered his head quickly, and said in a low voice. Be careful to hide. As long as we can sneak into the school, everything will be fine. Bai Yuning nodded, looked around, and continued to queue quietly. Just as the two were queuing, Su Chanxian, who was standing not far from the gate of Peking University, saw his suitcase at a glance. Xia Yan. He's finally here. My precious clothes.
Su Chanshan was about to go forward to find Xia Yan when she suddenly saw the petite woman next to Xia Yan. The two were even holding hands.
I immediately remembered the voice I heard on the phone.
That girl on the phone. She actually showed up. Still queuing there with Xia Yan?
Su Chanshan's blood suddenly began to boil, and her mind began to wander involuntarily.
Who is that girl? Why is she with Xia Yan? She's still holding hands with Xia Yan.
But when we were in the Magic City yesterday, this girl never showed up.
It was just one night. Where on earth did this girl come from?
After thinking about it, Su Chanshan suddenly felt sad.
Damn Xia Yan. What the hell are you doing?
Looking at the two people holding hands intimately, Su Chanshan thought about it and finally couldn't help but walk towards them.
Just as Su Chanshan walked forward, in the Mercedes-Benz MPV on the other side, bodyguard Shaoli is pointed to the end of the queue.
Boss, the lady and that boy are right there.
Let me see.
Mother Bai looked in the direction Shaoli pointed and immediately saw a girl wearing a white dress, black sunglasses, and a mask.
Judging from the girl's figure, Bai's mother knew at a glance that it was her daughter. And the tall Xia Yan next to her daughter. That little boy is the Xia Yan you are talking about, right? He looks pretty handsome. Look, honey. They're holding hands. They look so close. Father Bai's face was gloomy and his breath was rising. This brat. How dare you take advantage of Yuning? This is outrageous. Shaoli. Let's go. We must bring Yuning back today no matter what. Yes. Boss.
Seeing the two people get out of the car, Bai's mother panicked and hurriedly followed them.
Hubby. Don't be angry. We can discuss anything. Don't force it.
The long registration queue gradually moved forward, and Xia Yan looked around vigilantly.
When I saw the man in black from last night and another middle-aged man with an extraordinary appearance walking towards me angrily, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's over. They found us after all. Ah.
Bai Yuning turned her head and was shocked by her father's angry expression. He quickly raised his head and looked at Xia Yan pitifully.
Xia Yan. My dad is coming. What should I do? If they catch me, I'll be dead.
Xia Yan thought for a moment, his eyes darkened, and he held Bai Yuning's little hand tightly.
Don't worry. No matter what happens next, I'll be here. Bai Yuning was touched, Xia Yan. Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
Just as Xia Yan made up his mind, Bai's father and bodyguards rushed over.
Boy. Let my daughter go. Su Chanshan, who was rushing over with an angry look on her face, stopped. Let go of his daughter? Did Xia Yan kidnap his daughter?
Looking at the furious middle-aged man in front of him, Xia Yan's eyes darkened.
Hello uncle, let me introduce myself. My name is. I don't need to know your name. Father Bai's face was gloomy. Shaoli, bring Yuning back. Yes. Boss. Slow. Xia Yan blocked the bodyguard and looked at Bai's father with a gloomy face. Uncle, no matter what happened, you have to let us explain it, right? There's nothing to explain.
Father Bai stared at Bai Yuning with a stern look in his eyes. Yuning.
Come home with me. No. Don't.
Bai Yuning hid behind Xia Yan, looking at the furious father Bai with a timid face.
I don't want to go home with you. I want to go to college. Yuning. Father Bai's face was gloomy. Are you not listening to your father?
Bai Yuning glanced at Bai's father, shook her head, and then hid behind Xia Yan. Su Chanshan, who was watching from the side, was stunned.
What is going on? What is the relationship between that girl and Xia Yan? Why did her father take her back? What on earth happened? Good. Good. Good.
Father Bai praised her 3 times. Yuning, you have really grown up.
You don't even listen to your father. Shaoli. Take her away from me. Stop. Xia Yan stopped Shaoli and gave Father Bai a gloomy look. What are you doing? It's already this day and age, and you still want to play the local rich guy's game? Whoever you tell her to marry, she has to marry? Shut up. You don't have the right to speak here. Father Bai had a gloomy face and anger in his eyes. It's not for an outsider like you to interfere in our family affairs.
I will naturally consider her future. You are a college student with nothing.
What qualifications do you have to talk to me here? Shaoli. Bring Yu Ning back to me.
Yes. Boss. Xiao Li's eyes turned cold and he reached out to pull Xia Yan away.
Get out of my way.
No. Xia Yan's eyes turned cold, I can't say anything else. But I already promised her that I would let her register at the university safely. I, Xia Yan, will definitely do what I promised to others. I will never let you take her away.
Xia Yan. Bai Yuning's eyes reddened and she was deeply moved. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Father Bai's expression turned completely cold. So, you really want to block our way?
Xia Yan's eyes were firm. I have to do what I promised others.
Good. Good. Good.
Father Bai sneered, since you're so brave, let me see if you can still remain calm when your shop is shut down.
Xia Yan's eyes turned cold. What do you want to do to my house? Nothing.
Father Bai sneered, since you're so committed to your promise, I want to see how long you can keep it.
You. Stop.
Bai Yuning walked out from behind Xia Yan and looked at Bai's father with a gloomy face.
Dad.
Don't make things difficult for Xia Yan.
He. Father Bai chuckled twice. Yuning, you finally decided to come out. So, do you want to listen to your father and go home for a blind date? Chapter 26, Bet.
Earn 40 billion in 4 years.
Don't want. What? Father Bai's eyes froze, say it again.
Bai Yuning gently held Xia Yan's hand and said firmly, I don't want to go back with you.
I don't want a blind date.
I want to go to college in the imperial capital.
I will work hard.
I want to fight for my own future.
I want to go my own way. Yu Ning.
At this time, Bai's mother also came over, grabbed the furious Bai's father, and said earnestly, don't act like a child.
Be good. Come home with mom and dad. Mom and dad won't hurt you. Don't want.
Bai Yuning shook her head firmly, I already said that.
I don't want to go back on a blind date.
I want to go to college here and start a business.
I want to go my own way. Nonsense. Father Bai looked indignant. Do you know how difficult it is to start a business? Do you know how difficult it is to run a business? Do you know how hard it is to carve out your own path? Are you just daydreaming here?
That's just bullshit.
Why is it nonsense? Bai Yuning looked at her parents with a wronged expression. Why can't you just trust me? Haven't I been your pride since I was a child? Didn't I get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? Why do you insist that I go on a blind date and get married? Can't I just start my own business? Can't I just make my own way? Why do you insist on me following your plan? Is this my life or yours?
Father Bai sighed helplessly and whispered, Yuning, it's not that Dad doesn't believe you.
Dad just doesn't want you to suffer.
Go your own way, and you'll experience a lot of wind and rain along the way. My heart aches when I think about my sweet daughter having to suffer like that.
Dad. I'm fine.
Bai Yuning firmly held Xia Yan's hand and said, I'm still young, I can endure hardships. Even if we encounter some wind and rain, that is also the scenery along the way.
Life is good, future is good, partner is good. I get to choose what I want. Can you give me this chance?
Seeing Bai Yuning tightly holding Xia Yan's hand, Bai's father's eyes became gloomy again.
Daughter. Have you been deceived by this poor boy?
Bai Yuning blushed and quickly shook her head, no.
Xia Yan didn't lie to me.
When Mr. Bai heard this, his face turned even darker.
Daughter, are you in love with this brat?
Xia Yan rolled his eyes.
Lao Deng. How do you talk like that?
Bai
Yuning looked away evasively, no. I don't like him yet. Not now. Does that mean you'll like it in the future?
Father Bai felt like a piece of his heart had been dug out.
Yu Ning. Are you sure you want to be with him? No. Bai Yuning quickly retorted, who said I'm going to be with him?
Seeing his daughter's appearance, Father Bai's face turned ashen, but he still tried to calm down.
Yu Ning.
Dad knows what you're thinking.
Your future in life will be good. Dad can discuss this with you. But only your partner. Father Bai pointed at Xia Yan and said, Dad will never agree to you being with him. Xia Yan was speechless. You and your daughter are arguing, why do you want to drag me into this fight? Be good. Stay away from this brat. Dad will introduce you to a good blind date. Don't want. Bai Yuning held Xia Yan's hand tightly. Didn't we just agree not to go on blind dates?
I don't want any other blind dates.
I want to choose my own partner. Father Bai's face turned pale. Yuning, do you really have to be with this kid?
Bai Yuning blushed, glanced at Xia Yan, and said loudly, I want to choose the person I like.
You.
Father Bai glared at Xia Yan fiercely, then looked at Bai Yuning and whispered, Are you forcing your father to cut off your source of funding?
Cut it off.
Bai Yuning said stubbornly, I have hands and feet. Even if you don't give me anything, I will earn it myself. If all else fails, we still have Xia Yan.
Xia Yan? 2. Xia Yan glared at Bai Yuning.
Bai Yuning stuck out her tongue and smiled as she held Xia Yan's hand.
Father Bai glanced at Xia Yan and asked gloomily, Boy, do you think you can afford my daughter's living expenses? So what? Xia Yan looked indifferent. Isn't it just living expenses? How shameless. Father Bai's face was gloomy. Do you know how much my daughter costs a year? How many can there be? Xia Yan's face was calm. 10,000? 100,000? 1 million? Father Bai was so angry at Xia Yan that his teeth were itching. 10 million a year. What? Can you afford it, you little brat? Isn't it just 10 million?
Xia Yan looked indifferent. I'll give her 40 million for 4 years.
No.
I also include her graduate studies, doctoral studies, business startups, eating, drinking, entertainment, and buying houses.
I'll give her 100 million. Why? Do you still think it's enough?
Upon hearing this, the parents of the new students and the senior students who were registering nearby all looked over in surprise.
This guy can actually afford 100 million? Bai Yuning even had stars in her eyes. Xia Yan. You are so kind to me. Thank you. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Father Bai's face turned pale. Boy. Can you come up with 100 million now? I can't get it out. Then what did you say? Xia Yan smiled and said, I am confident that I can make 100 million in a year. Daydreaming. Uncle. Don't underestimate me. Xia Yan took a step closer and smiled slightly. How much assets does uncle have now? Father Bai glared at Xia Yan, 35.3 billion. What? What do you want? Xia Yan looked amused and asked, Uncle, shall we make a bet? What bet? It's very simple.
Xia Yan smiled confidently, if I can earn more than 40 billion before I graduate from university, you will hand over your company to Bai Yuning.
He. Father Bai was so angry that he laughed. Good boy, you actually dare to make such a bet with me. What if you can't do it? Can't do it? Xia Yan spread his hands and said, If you can't do it, then I will lose all the money I have to you. Plus 50 years of your command. How about it? Uncle, do you think this bet is worth making? Father Bai looked amused and asked, Are you sure you want to make this bet with me?
You know, if you lose the bet, you'll have to let me control you for 50 years.
That's right. Xia Yan smiled and said, Uncle, do you dare to bet? Good. Father Bai smiled and nodded. I've never seen such an interesting boy like you. I accept your bet. So, can Bai Yuning go to college normally now? Can. Yeah. That's great. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Xia Yan. Thank you. You're the best. You're the best. I really don't know how to thank you. Thanks.
Bai Yuning jumped 3 feet high, hugged Xia Yan and kissed him suddenly. Xia Yan, Bai's father and mother, and the surrounding onlookers were all stunned.
Xia Yan. A sharp call sounded. Su Chanqian's favorability 1.
Xia Yan turned his head and saw Su Chanqian rushing out with an angry look on her face.
Who is this girl? Why did she kiss you? Why did you hang up on me?
Xia Yan covered his head and wondered how he could have forgotten about this.
Is Su Chanqian still waiting here? Now I'm in trouble. Chapter 27 Su Chanqian, do you want to break up with me?
My childhood sweetheart who loves cosplay Su Chanqian. Looking at Su Chanqian rushing out, Bai Yuning was surprised.
What a beautiful girl. Is she Xia Yan's girlfriend? Father Bai looked at Su Chanqian and shook his head secretly.
This girl looks pretty, but her personality doesn't seem very good.
Bai's mother noticed Su Chanqian's clothes and appearance at a glance.
What this girl wears and uses is similar to Xia Yan in front of me. Looking at the badges on her bag, they should be some popular celebrities, right? It seems that she is also a girl who likes to chase stars. The three people from the Bai family were observing Su Chanshan, but Su Chanshan was only staring at Bai Yuning. From the beginning, Su Chanshan has been observing Bai Yuning, who was holding Xia Yan tightly. As she loves fashion, she can naturally tell at a glance the price of the clothes Bai Yuning is wearing. From dresses to handbags, from shoes to sunglasses, from necklaces to rings. They are all new products released by luxury brands. Just looking at what she's wearing, she can't get it without 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. But this girl just put it on. You can tell at first glance that she is a lady from a wealthy family. Why would a young lady from such a wealthy family be with Xia Yan? Could it be that Xia Yan is obsessed with money? Su Chanshan's favorability 1. Su Chanshan felt a pain in her heart, her eyes turned red, and she looked at Xia Yan with a face full of grievance, her voice trembling. Xia Yan. What on earth did you do? Why do you know this girl? Speak. Looking at Su Chanshan with red eyes, Xia Yan felt confused. What did I do? Isn't it just a handshake? What's the fuss? It's not like I've done anything against the law of nature, is it? Is it necessary to look at me like this? Ding. A woman with a beauty score of 80 or above has been detected. Do you want to view the message? 80 or more? Check. Name, Su Chanshan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 86. Flawless, 0. Favorability, 43. 43? So high? Xia Yan looked surprised. Why don't I feel that she likes me? Xia Yan. Say something. Su Chanshan felt more and more aggrieved when she saw Xia Yan didn't speak for a long time. What? You did those things and now you don't dare to admit it? Su Chanshan's favorability 1. What have I done to me? Xia Yan was bewildered. Looking at Father Bai, who was wearing a playful expression, Xia Yan felt a lump in his heart. He quickly whispered, Su Chanshan. I'm talking to someone. If there's anything, we'll talk about it later. Don't want. Su Chanshan directly stopped in front of Xia Yan and asked with a look of grievance, Xia Yan. What happened last night? Tell me everything clearly. Looking at Father Bai's sudden fierce look, Xia Yan broke out in a cold sweat and spoke quickly. We'll talk about this later. I have more important things to do right now. No. Su Chanshan kept pulling Xia Yan, go ahead. What the hell have you done? Why don't you dare to say it? Speak. Just say it. That's enough. Xia Yan's eyes became serious and he shook off Su Chanshan's hand. Have you had enough of this? Didn't I tell you in a while? Why do you have to keep pestering me? Looking at Xia Yan's sudden outburst, Bai Yuning and Su Chanshan's eyes froze. Xia Yan looked at Su Chanshan and remembered the incident of being stood up. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Don't you want to know what I did? Then I'll tell you. I helped her escape from those people. I treated her to a meal. I bought her some clothes. I came here with her to line up and report. We did so many things. What else do you want to know? As soon as Xia Yan said this, Bai's mother noticed the bag in Bai Yuning's hand. I was suddenly shocked. Isn't this the latest limited edition released by LV? It will cost at least more than 200,000. This guy actually bought such an expensive bag for Yuning? Su Chanshan didn't expect that the bag she expected to be bought by a rich lady was actually bought by Xia Yan. Suddenly, my heart was startled and my eyes flickered. Did you buy the bag in her hand? That's right. Su Chanshan's favorability 1. How can you afford such an expensive bag? Where do you get all that money? I borrowed it. I robbed it. I blew it here with the wind. Are you satisfied? Looking at the angry Xia Yan, Su Chanshan felt more and more aggrieved. Why are you so fierce? Su Chanshan's favorability 1. Why do you know her? Why do you do so many things with her? Why? Why? She's in trouble and she's hiding in the box begging me to help her. I helped her, and that's how we met. Are you satisfied now? Su Chanshan felt even more aggrieved when she heard this. But that's my box.
Why did you let her hide in there? Su Chanqian's favorability 1. Your box? Xia Yan got even angrier when he heard this. Your box, so why don't you come?
Su Chanqian was speechless for a moment, looking at the signed bag she was carrying, not knowing how to answer.
Xia Yan became even angrier when he saw the celebrity badge on Su Chanqian's bag.
Su Chanqian, you've always been like this since you were little. You only care about your own affairs and don't care about other people's feelings at all.
What do you want, anything to eat or drink?
I'll do my best to satisfy you.
But you? You never cherished the things I brought you. This time too.
It was you who kept nagging me about wanting to ride a premium sleeper during the summer vacation, so I went to great lengths to buy 2 tickets for the same compartment.
Do you know how hard it was to buy those 2 tickets? Do you know how many days I was in squatting? I bought it with great difficulty, thinking that I could finally make you happy this time. But you?
You stood me up just to chase after those lousy celebrities.
Are you worthy of me?
Su Chanqian's eyes turned red and she lowered her head with a look of guilt.
Bai Yuning nodded on the side.
So that's how it is. No wonder Xia Yan got angry when the train ticket issue was mentioned last night.
Isn't Su Chanqian really too unappreciative? Su Chanqian. You're always like this.
Xia Yan pointed at Bai Yuning and said coldly, the conversation just now is so important to her.
If the negotiation goes wrong, she will be taken away. She may even lose her freedom forever. How important is this matter to her? Bai Yuning's eyes lit up. But Father Bai's face darkened.
Xia Yan didn't notice the expressions of the 2 people, he just looked at Su Chanqian in front of him.
But you?
You only care about your own emotions.
When will you ever think about others?
When will you be able to cherish other people's hard work?
When will you consider me? Su Chanqian's eyes froze. Haven't I ever considered you? What have you considered for me? Su Chanqian pointed at Bai Yuning and shouted, I'm afraid you've been cheated. Why are you afraid that I'll be cheated? Xia Yan's eyes grew colder. Don't you just want your doll to be touched by others? Let me tell you, Su Chanqian. I'm no longer a puppet for you to play with. I won't let you control me anymore.
Su Chanqian felt a chill in her heart, and looked at the furious Xia Yan in disbelief, 2 lines of tears suddenly flowing down her cheeks.
Xia Yan. You've changed your mind. Su Chanqian's favorability 1. Change of heart?
My heart has long been broken into pieces by your repeated manipulation.
Scumbag. Su Chanqian looked at Xia Yan with tears streaming down her face.
Xia Yan.
You scumbag. I hate you. Scumbag? Hate me? The moment you left me to chase after celebrities, I became a scumbag. You. For you.
Xia Yan directly threw Su Chanqian's suitcase over. Since you think a scumbag like me is unacceptable, then Miss Su, please have less contact with a scumbag like me in the future.
I can't afford it. Su Chanqian's eyes were shocked. You want to break up with me? Chapter 28 The cold and beautiful Shinjoui, can you be my boyfriend? Break up? Xia Yan's eyes were icy cold. Su Chanqian, weren't you the first one to say you hated me? Since you hate me, why should I still contact you? Xia Yan,
Su Chanqian's face changed, and she was about to explain something, but Xia Yan turned around without mercy.
Snort.
Xia Yan snorted coldly and walked up to Bai Yuning. Bai Yuning, there are some things I can help you with. But some things require your own efforts.
Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to do. What do you want your future to be like? These are all decided by you. Whether it's me or your parents, can outsiders decide your future? Bai Yuning's eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. Xia Yan, I understand. All right. If you have anything to say, just talk to your parents. I'll be leaving first. Wait a minute, kid. Xia Yan stopped and looked at his father Bai who was holding him. What's the matter? Uncle still wants to talk to me about something? Kid. I want to ask if the bet you made just now still counts?
A real man should keep his word.
Good. Father Bai nodded approvingly, then I'll wait for you to cash in your bet in 4 years. It's a deal.
Xia Yan left after saying this, without paying any attention to Su Chanqian who was standing beside him with a dazed expression.
Xia Yan, wait a minute, Su Chanqian was about to explain, but Xia Yan ignored her and walked straight to the registration office.
Watching Xiayan's back as he walked further and further away, Su Qianqian felt a pang in her heart and squatted down helplessly.
Xiayan, why don't you listen to my explanation? I don't really hate you. Xiayan.
After taking a look at the lost and helpless Su Qianqian, Bai Yuning walked straight up and started chatting with her parents. The freshmen and parents who were watching around also looked away after taking a few glances at Su Qianqian. Start busying yourself with your own things. In the mixed crowd, there was only one cold gaze that took it all in.
40 billion in 4 years? Scumbag?
After saying goodbye to Bai Yuning, it took Xiayan a long time to calm down. After entering Peking University and Tsinghua University, Xiayan went through various procedures according to the school's instructions. After all the formalities were completed, Xiayan slowly walked towards the dormitory with his bag on his back. Looking at the vast campus and the people coming and going, Xiayan's mind gradually drifted away. Tsinghua University and Peking University are worthy of being the top-ranked universities in the country. The school covers a large area, and many students travel on bicycles. There are no shortage of one or two rich guys driving in various luxury cars. But most of the cars are driven by school faculty and staff. What surprised Xiayan even more was that Peking University and Tsinghua University actually had their own dedicated campus buses, specially for people entering the school. In addition to various convenient transportation methods, the various teaching buildings on the campus of Peking University and Tsinghua University are also a beautiful scenery. Strolling around the university campus, you will find a teaching building with a completely different style every 2 steps. There is a high-tech steel and glass structure, and a library with a large dome. An art academy with a simple yet charming style. There is also a palace-style waterfront promenade and a solemn and majestic gymnasium. The most obvious thing is the huge observatory standing in the middle of the campus. What Xiayan didn't expect was that there was a bell in the school. That ancient bell seems to be still ringing. Along the way, Xiayan was dazzled by the teaching buildings of different styles. More importantly, this university gathers top talents from all over the country. Just like what is said on the internet. You may be a piece of gold, but there is gold everywhere in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Gold will always shine, and Peking University and Tsinghua University are magnificent. Standing on the campus of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Xiayan was both excited and full of anticipation. A question suddenly popped up in my mind. What should I do to stand out in Peking University and Tsinghua University, where there are many hidden talents? Xiayan. A strange voice called out from behind. Xiayan looked back and saw a cold and beautiful woman with waist-length black hair standing behind him. The woman was wearing black trousers, a black shirt, and a pair of black leather shoes. The whole person looks delicate and indifferent. One look at it chills you to the bone. Ding! A woman with a beauty score of 80 or above has been detected. Do you want to view the message? 80 or more? Xiayan's eyes lit up. Of course I have to check it out. Check it out. Information generating. Name, Shinjiawi. Gender, female. Age, 20. Appearance, 90. Flawless, 0. Favorability, 2. Cold and beautiful woman Shinjiawi. 90 points? So high? Looking at the woman in front of him, Xiayan did admit that she was very beautiful. But I don't even know such a beautiful woman. Where on earth did this woman come from? Why does she know her own name? That. Xiayan looked at the cold and beautiful woman and asked in a low voice, I have never seen you before. How do you know my name? The cold and beautiful woman glanced in the direction of the school gate. Just now I heard those 2 girls outside the school gate calling you Xiayan. The corners of Xiayan's mouth twitched slightly. Could he even hear such things? This girl has really good hearing, right? Looking at the woman with a cold face, Xiayan was a little confused. You called me, what's the matter? The woman remained expressionless. I heard you made a bet with that girl's father that you could make 40 billion in 4 years. I want to know, how can you make 40 billion in 4 years? This? Xiayan was speechless. How should he say this? Does it depend on the system? But can this system be told to others? Are you thinking of an excuse? The cold and beautiful woman said indifferently, when a person hears a question, knows the answer but doesn't answer, they are thinking of excuses. From the way you're thinking, you're pretty confident you can pull this off.
And the way you're thinking doesn't mean you don't want to answer me. The only remaining reason is that you want to find a reasonable excuse.
But you couldn't come up with a reasonable excuse for a while, so you hesitated there.
Oh my god. Xia Yan's eyes were shocked. You are a fortune teller. I'm not a fortune teller.
The cold and beautiful woman shook her head.
I'm just analyzing it logically.
Looking at the calm and cold woman, Xia Yan took a breath of cold air.
Is this the Peking University and Tsinghua University where crouching tigers, hidden dragons are hidden? Isn't this too exaggerated?
However, seeing the woman's calm expression, Xia Yan forced himself to calm down and spoke vaguely.
You guessed right.
I can indeed make 40 billion in 4 years.
But I can't tell you how to do it. This is my trade secret. Understood. I understand. Xia Yan waved his hand and said, then I'll be leaving first. Wait a moment. Xia Yan turned around and looked at Shinjiawi speechlessly. What happened again? Shinjiawi looked indifferent. I have another question. Are you a scumbag?
Looking at Shinjiawi with an indifferent expression, Xia Yan felt that this question was extremely absurd.
What does it have to do with you whether I'm a scumbag or not? Shinjiawi remained indifferent. I just want to know the answer. Yes. That's right. Xia Yan turned around and said with a smile, as you thought, I am indeed a scumbag. Is there anything else I can help you with?
You admitted to being a scumbag without hesitation in front of a strange woman.
You're such a scumbag. Bonus, +1 to your appearance.
When the prompt sounded, Xia Yan suddenly felt some changes on his face and was about to investigate.
Shinjiawi's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I ask you for a favor? Xia Yan was speechless. What's the matter? Can you be my boyfriend? Chapter 29 Weird Official Announcement. Happy college roommates.
After hearing this request, Xia Yan felt like his brain was going blank.
What did you just say? Can you please say it again? I didn't hear it clearly. Shinjiawi said calmly, can you be my boyfriend?
Hearing Shinjiawi's confirmation again, Xia Yan was completely stunned.
Is there anything wrong with this woman? She already said that she is a scumbag. Why does she still want me to be her boyfriend? Or does she just like scumbag men? Miss Shin, did you hear it wrong just now? My answer just now said that I am a scumbag.
He's not a warm man.
I know. Shinjiawi was very calm. Just now I heard you arguing with that Su Chanshan, and I heard you call me a scumbag. Xia Yan suddenly felt a little amused. Just because I'm a scumbag, you want me to be your boyfriend? Well, is that okay? Xia Yan looked at the indifferent Shinjiawi and suddenly became curious. Miss Shin, besides me, there are many scumbags in Tsinghua University. Why don't you let those guys be your boyfriends? Shinjiawi was very calm. They can't make 40 billion in 4 years. Xia Yan's eyes froze.
This was indeed the truth. Looking up and down at Shinjiawi's tall figure and cool little face, Xia Yan's heart moved. This Shinjiawi's appearance has reached 90 points.
Her figure and IQ are also amazing. All aspects also meet the requirements of the system.
If you increase her favorability, you can also get various rewards. But she took the initiative to come forward and ask me to be her boyfriend.
Who knows what other thoughts he might have?
From Shinjiawi's indifferent expression, Xia Yan couldn't tell what she was thinking.
Miss Shin, are you sure you want me to be your boyfriend? Shinjiawi nodded gently. You agree? Xia Yan frowned and reminded again, that Miss Shin, I am a scumbag. I have more than one girlfriend. Are you sure you want a scumbag like me who has so many girlfriends to be your boyfriend? Sure. Shinjiawi took a step closer.
I will try my best to be your number one in your heart.
Can you be my boyfriend?
Looking at the calm Shinjiawi, Xia Yan was at a loss.
Okay. Since you don't mind that I have other girlfriends, then I'll be your boyfriend. Thanks. Shinjiawi's favorability +1.
Shinjiawi walked over and took away Xia Yan's cell phone.
What are you doing? Add contact information. My phone number has been saved in your phone.
I also exchanged my WeChat with you.
Xia Yan looked down and saw that Shinjiawi's WeChat name was Jiawi. Cold and indifferent, concise and clear.
This really suits her style.
Lower your head. What's wrong? Obedient.
Shinjiawi handed the phone back, then pulled Xia Yan over, face to face. picked up the phone and tapped the two of them lightly.
What are you doing? Official announcement. Official announcement?
They say online that after a couple confirms their relationship, the first thing they do is make it official.
Shinjoui lowered her head and operated quickly after 5 or 6 seconds. The notification sound of the circle of friends suddenly rang.
When Xia Yan opened his circle of friends, his eyes suddenly went dark.
We are in love.
Me and my jerk boyfriend who has lots of girlfriends.
The accompanying picture shows the indifferent Shinjoui and the stunned Xia Yan.
Although the two of them were face to face, there was no feeling of being in love. Looking at this nonsensical official announcement, Xia Yan was speechless.
What the hell is this? Is this also called an official announcement? Alright.
Shinjoui slowly raised her head and looked at Xia Yan seriously.
Xia Yan. From now on, we are boyfriend and girlfriend.
Please give me your guidance from now on. Please give me your guidance. Xia Yan hurriedly shook hands with Shinjoui, feeling that what had just happened was extremely absurd.
Alright. The goal has been achieved.
If you have any questions, please contact me by phone.
I'm leaving first.
After saying this, Shinjoui turned around and left, leaving Xia Yan alone, disheveled in the wind.
What is this? A prank? It's so inexplicable.
Xia Yan shook his head and walked towards the dormitory with a speechless look on his face.
He still didn't know what kind of uproar that official announcement would cause.
Walking into the famous Bohemia apartments, you can see parents coming and going to pick up and drop off their new students.
Following the instructions on the phone, I arrived at the door of a dormitory.
As soon as the door opened, the three people in the dormitory turned their heads.
Xia Yan didn't have time to speak.
A tall boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes wearing a basketball uniform and speaking Mandarin with an authentic northeastern accent walked out with a warm look on his face.
Oh my god. Is this our new roommate? Welcome, welcome. My name is Fan Jindong. I'm from Northeast China. We're roommates from today. Just call me Zhendong from now on.
Fan Jindong said that he was going to help Xia Yan carry the luggage, but Xia Yan quickly declined.
Thank you. Thank you. I can just carry my bag myself.
You're so polite.
We're going to be roommates for 4 years. Are you still being polite to me? Come. I'll help you put it.
Fan Jindong snatched the backpack directly from Xia Yan's hand, his eyes filled with shock.
Why is your bag so light? Why didn't you take any clothes? Xia Yan smiled slightly. I think Shin is too lazy to take it with me. Then why don't you even take your laptop? Xia Yan explained with a smile. Isn't military training the beginning of school?
I don't think I'll be able to use the computer much during these 2 days of military training. Besides, if I need a computer, I can buy another one in Beijing. Anyway, a large number of new devices will be launched as school starts.
Buy new, not old. Smart move. Another thin boy in the dormitory stood up.
The boy was wearing casual clothes, slippers, and a string of mahogany Buddhist beads on his hand. He poured a cup of tea from the teapot on the table and handed it to Xia Yan.
You are absolutely right. Why are you carrying so many things? Can't you just buy whatever you need near the school? It saves you the trouble. Fan Jindong looked amused and asked, do you think everyone is as rich as you?
Lin Jejun was very calm. Having money or not is just an attitude towards life.
Come. Have tea. Have tea. Thanks. Xia Yan took the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. A mellow feeling lingered on his tongue, which was very refreshing. Is this pu'er tea from Yunnan?
You guessed right. The boy smiled and extended his hand.
Hello, my name is Lin Jejun, and I'm from Guangdong. From today on, we are roommates.
Xia Yan also smiled and shook hands. Hello, my name is Xia Yan.
I'm from Shanghai. Nice to meet you. Our new roommate is also a smart guy. You and I are thinking the same thing. The authentic Beijing dialect came out from the mouth of the last cool-looking boy in the dormitory. Hello, my name is Li Yuanqing, and I'm from the imperial capital. Like you, I'm too lazy to carry so many things. We think alike. Great minds think alike.
Fan Jindong was speechless. Li Yuanqing, your home is near the school, of course you are too lazy to take it. Li Yuanqing said indifferently, my home is not near the school, and I am too lazy to take it.
Why are you carrying so many things? Take it easy at the beginning of the school term. because there will be a lot of work to do later on. You're right. Looking at my roommates in the dormitory who come from different places and have different personalities. Xia Yan smiled slightly. It seems that I won't be bored in these 4 years. After a while, with the help of the 3 people, Xia Yan's bed was quickly made. A few people with nothing to do sat together and started chatting. After a brief greeting, Fan Jindong suddenly looked at Xia Yan and the other 2 with curiosity. Brothers, how do you think we should spend these 4 years in college? How should I spend my 4 years in college? Chapter 30: How to spend 4 years in college? How should I spend my 4 years in college? Lin Jejun looked amused and took a sip of the teacup. Why would you ask such a question? I'm just curious, right? Fan Jindong looked melancholy. Come to think of it, we were admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. But there are so many development directions in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Academics, scientific researchers, art students, literature and history students, finance students. There are so many different directions. But our college life is only 4 years. Shouldn't I plan well? You just think too much. Lin Jejun took a sip of tea and said with a smile, the next 4 years will be filled with too many variables. Many things are unpredictable. That also has to have a general direction, right? Fan Jindong looked curious. Jejun, what are you planning to do in your 4 years of college? Let's do business. Business? Lin Jejun smiled and nodded. We are at Peking University. With countless excellent resources. There are classmates, alumni, endorsements, and all kinds of support for Jiangsu. Wouldn't it be a shame not to do business with such a good resource? Doing business. Fan Jindong looked dreamy. Doing business is very expensive, right? You are an amateur. Lin Jejun took a sip of tea and said with a smile, let me ask you, where did the money come from? Earned? It comes from humans. Lin Jejun smiled slightly. Business never relies on money, but on people. Business is about the interaction between people. Only people can sustain a business. We have so many outstanding people in Peking University and Tsinghua University, but we can't support a business? Oh. Fan Jindong understood clearly, so that's how it is. I kind of understand now. Business depends on people, not money. This young man is teachable. Lin Jejun smiled and nodded. I already have some ideas about what kind of business I should start. I'll give it a try in a few days. Wow. Fan Jindong was very excited. Boss, can you give me a hand? Sure. Lin Jejun smiled and said, when I build up my business, I will hire you as a driver. Go to hell. Ha 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 ha. The 4 of them burst into laughter. After a brief moment of joy, Li Yuanqing slowly shook his head. Making money is good, but in the imperial capital, having a lot of money really doesn't mean anything. I've seen it more than once when I attended those dinners before. Those bosses worth hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of dollars bow and scrape at dinner parties, toast and smile apologetically. That look makes me feel sad. Lin Jejun sighed, there's nothing I can do. Businessmen look so glamorous. But only they themselves know the bitterness and pain involved. Fan Jindong was curious when he heard this. Yuanqing, what are you going to do in the next 4 years? Li Yuanqing sighed helplessly. What can I do? Study hard and get that scholarship. Find a way to run for class leader. Get admitted to graduate school. Participate in that leadership program. Become a selected cadre, and then climb up step by step. That's all. Looking at the dejected Li Yuanqing, Fan Jindong looked amused. Yuanqing, your parents are officials in the imperial capital. Aren't these things within your grasp? What do you have to worry about? Hi. Li Yuanqing shook his head. You don't know that. Where are we? This is the imperial capital. If you go out and throw a brick, you can hit 10 officials. How much can my parents help me? Say it again. How many talented people are there in Peking University and Tsinghua University? What's his background? How capable are they? Not to mention, besides our Peking University and Tsinghua University, there is also Peking University, Runmin University, and the University of Political Science and Law. So many people are vying for those spots, how can I get one so easily? Fan Jindong's face changed when he heard this. According to what you said, it's really not easy. Yes. Li Yuanqing shook his head, picked up the teacup and took a sip.
This area of the imperial capital is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers.
It's really not easy to survive there.
Seeing the depressing atmosphere, Xiaoyan smiled and looked at Fan Jindong.
Jindong, what do you want to do during your 4 years in college?
Fan Jindong thought for a moment, sighed, and slowly lay down on the chair. My dad connected me with a tutor before I even started school. They told me to take graduate courses with their advisor starting from my freshman year. In my sophomore year, I joined my advisor's lab and published my first paper. In my junior year, I'll follow that advisor to apply for the Spark program and then attend an international conference with him. Complete an excellent thesis in my senior year, and then secure admission to graduate school. Then I'll study for a doctorate under that advisor, find some way to achieve some results, and stay on to teach at the university. And then, after who knows how many years, I'll become a professor or something.
Lin Jiejun was surprised, according to what you said. Your dad wants you to pursue academic research.
Yes. Fan Jindong shook his head helplessly. My dad decided it for me from the beginning.
Let me learn from my mentor.
I want to become an outstanding scholar like him as soon as possible.
Don't talk about your dad. Li Yuanqing looked at Fan Jindong with a smile. Your father wants you to go into academia. Why don't you tell me what you want to do?
Fan Jindong's face lit up with joy, and 2 golden lights suddenly appeared in his eyes.
As for me, besides wanting to start a business,
my biggest wish is to find a very beautiful girlfriend who is devoted to me.
As soon as the words came out, Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing were speechless. That's all?
Yes. Fan Jindong said with a firm look on his face, I really want to find a girlfriend who is gentle, beautiful, and treats me well.
Li Yuanqing looked amused and said, No, buddy, are you really that hungry? You really want a girlfriend? What hunger? Fan Jindong retorted, Do you know what kind of life I live at home? My old-fashioned dad is almost crushing me to death.
If I hadn't worked so hard to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, I'd probably still be in Northeast China being suppressed by my dad.
Besides, there are so many universities near Peking University and Tsinghua University.
There are so many beautiful girls in those universities. You guys tell me, what if I don't seize this opportunity and find a beautiful girlfriend?
How unfortunate is that?
Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing smiled helplessly and shook their heads. In that case, I wish you can find the gentle and beautiful girlfriend of your dreams.
I'll definitely find it if you give me good wishes. Great. What a great gathering of all the wise men and women. One wants to do business. One wants to go into politics, and the other wants to engage in academia. None of them are simple.
Although you all have unique skills, we are still better. The 2 of them smiled and drank their tea, looking over.
Xiaoyan, what are you going to do in your 4 years of college?
Xiaoyan thought for a moment and smiled mysteriously. I spent 4 years in college, and I only wanted to do one thing.
What's going on? Xiaoyan smiled brightly. I want to be a scumbag. What? Scumbag?
Chapter 31 Xiaoyan can come up with 100 million.
What did you say? The 3 looked at Xiaoyan in shock. Are you going to be a scumbag?
Yes.
Xiaoyan smiled and said, For 4 years in college, I just wanted to be a scumbag. Why? Xiaoyan spread his hands and said nonchalantly, In order to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University, I suffered so much. Now that I've finally been admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, wouldn't it be a shame if I don't enjoy life to the fullest? Besides, just like Jindong said, there are so many universities near Peking University and Tsinghua University.
There are so many beautiful girls in those universities. It's so hard for them to live in the imperial capital.
As a philanthropic person, shouldn't I try to give them some warmth?
After hearing what Xiaoyan said, the 3 of them were completely dumbfounded.
Let him be a scumbag. And he said it so confidently. It is really rare. Ha 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 ha.
Li Yuanqing suddenly stood up and laughed. Brother, you really understand life. It's much better than those of us struggling in the world of fame and fortune.
Come. Let me offer you a glass of tea instead of wine. That's nothing. No. Lin Jiejun also stood up.
Among college students, there are many who have the same thoughts as you, but few can express them so openly as you do. Your state of mind is much stronger than ours.
I really admire this broad-mindedness. Come.
I'll toast you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Fan Jindong also laughed out loud. Xia Yan, you really don't hide it at all.
Good brother, let's exchange our experiences in picking up girls someday. What do you think? Go to hell.
Li Yuanqing said with a smile, with someone like you, what experience can you have in picking up girls?
No, what's wrong? I can't learn? Ha 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 ha. The four of them laughed and looked at the vibrant Peking University and Tsinghua University. Xia Yan secretly made up his mind.
I must make a name for myself in Peking University and Tsinghua University.
All right. It's time to assemble.
Lin Zhejun glanced at his watch and said with a smile, it's time to gather in the classroom.
We have to go to the auditorium soon. Let's go. After closing the door, a few people followed the crowd and walked out of the dormitory building.
The four of them walked along the way, discussing how to introduce themselves in front of the class. Just before walking out of the teaching building, there was a sudden commotion outside the door.
What's wrong?
Fan Jindong, who loved to watch the fun, stuck his head out and took a look, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Wow!
There's a beautiful girl standing outside the dormitory building. She's in a white dress, petite, and has waist-length hair.
She's actually a cute lowly beauty.
Lin Zhejun looked outside and was immediately shocked.
This beauty is also a small rich woman. Look at the bag she's holding. It's a brand new LV product.
It costs $250,000. And the jewelry she's wearing, if you estimate it all, it's at least 700,000 or 800,000.
This is a genuine little rich woman. Let me see.
Li Yuanqing glanced outwards, his eyes narrowed slightly. This girl's noble aura is not simple.
I've seen this kind of nobility at some dinner parties. You need a family fortune of at least 30 billion to be able to afford such nobility.
Yeah?
Fan Jindong was surprised. Is this Lolita beauty so rich? I see.
Xia Yan looked outside and found that the graceful figure looked very familiar.
Isn't that Bai Yuning? What is she doing standing here? Is she noble? Why didn't I feel it? However, Lin Zhejun's eyesight is indeed not simple. He could actually accurately estimate the value of the things on Bai Yuning with just one glance. Li Yuanqing is even more extraordinary. He could actually tell how much wealth Bai Yuning had just by looking at that ethereal aura. Both of them are not simple.
Just as the three of them continued to think, Bai Yuning turned her head and her eyes suddenly lit up with joy, and she ran over excitedly.
Xia Yan. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You finally came out. Xia Yan? 3.
Fan Jindong and the other two were shocked.
Xia Yan. Do you know this beautiful lady? Xia Yan smiled and said, I know him. We just met not long ago. Xia Yan. Bai Yuning ran over with a smile, I'm fine. My parents agreed to let me stay in school. The three of them froze in their eyes. Calling you so affectionately? You're already a scumbag after just meeting me? Isn't this too exaggerated? Really? That's great.
Xia Yan was about to ask when he saw his roommates looking shocked, and he immediately smiled.
Let me introduce it to you. Bai Yuning is also a freshman at Tsinghua University. Like me, she's from Shanghai. Oh. The three nodded meaningfully and introduced themselves with a smile. Hello, Miss Bai, my name is Fan Jindong, I'm from Northeast China, and I'm Xia Yan's roommate. Hello, my name is Lin Zhejun, I'm from Guangdong, and I'm Xia Yan's roommate. Hello miss, my name is Li Yuanqing, I'm from the imperial capital, and I'm also Xia Yan's roommate. Hello.
Bai Yuning smiled sweetly at the three of them. My name is Bai Yuning, and I'm Xia Yan's friend.
Nice to meet you. Wow. Such a beautiful girl. Fan Jindong looked envious. Xia Yan, how did you meet such a beautiful girl? That's how we got to know each other.
Lin Zhejun nodded repeatedly. Xia Yan, I didn't expect you to be so resourceful.
Amazing. Xia Yan smiled helplessly. What are you thinking about?
Li Yuanqing said with amusement. Xia Yan, I believe what you said before now.
You can definitely be a cool scumbag.
Xia Yan looked helpless. You guys just have wild thoughts.
That's enough. Just make your guesses. Let me talk to her first.
The three of them were discussing on the side.
Xia Yan smiled and looked at Bai Yuning. How is it?
What did you say to your parents after I left just now?
Bai Yuning smiled proudly.
after you left, I talked to mom and dad for a long time. Thanks to my eloquence, my parents finally agreed to stop going on blind dates.
Let me study in Peking University or Tsinghua University. Is it that simple? Of course not.
Bai Yuning smiled slightly. To get my parents to agree to let me go to Peking University or Tsinghua University. I promised them that I would start a business in college that would be as good as the one started by that boy.
And they won't even give me living expenses during my 4 years at university. No living expenses? Xia Yan's eyes froze. Then how do you survive? He. Bai Yuning smiled innocently. Isn't this still yours? Xia Yan, didn't you say you would give me 100 million for 4 years of college? Can you give me some living expenses first? 100 million?
The three of them froze in their eyes and looked at Xia Yan in shock.
Give this girl 100 million for 4 years of college? Is Xia Yan so rich? Chapter 32. Why is it white silk again? Don't even think about it.
Living expenses, I won't give it to you easily.
Why? Bai Yuning looked puzzled. Didn't you say you would cover my living expenses for 4 years? Xia Yan gently tapped Bai Yuning's head and said, if I didn't do anything and just gave it to you, would I still be considered a scumbag? What a scumbag statement. You are indeed a scumbag.
I reward you with the skill of mastering public speaking. Fan Zhendong and the other two were stunned. Such a beautiful rich girl.
Xia Yan actually said so directly that he was a scumbag? Isn't this too unscrupulous? Aren't you afraid of getting slapped?
Just when the three were in confusion, something even more shocking happened.
Bai Yuning's face turned red, but she didn't get angry. She just looked at Xia Yan eagerly. You big bad guy, what do you want me to do?
After hearing such words, instead of slapping Xia Yan, he acted like a spoiled child to him?
Why is this world becoming more and more incomprehensible? How about it?
Xia Yan glanced at him and said nonchalantly, that depends on your performance.
Snort.
Bai Yuning blushed and punched Xia Yan lightly. You big bad bastard.
I knew you would say that. You just bully others. Stop talking. Hurry up and show your sincerity.
Bai Yuning glanced around, and when she saw the shocked Fan Zhendong, she quickly turned her head and quietly stuffed something into Xia Yan's pocket. The three of them were very excited, and their eyes were brighter than each other.
What's stuffed in this? Is it a gift?
Bai Yuning's face turned red and she leaned close to Xia Yan's ear.
I know you like this. I'm giving this especially to you. Is my sincerity enough?
Xia Yan reached out and when he saw the conspicuous white silk donut, he quickly stuffed it back into his trouser pocket. But it was still seen by the sharp-eyed Fan Zhendong.
White silk. It's actually Bicey. What? That girl actually gave Xia Yan a white silk?
Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing were also surprised.
The look he gave Xia Yan also became one of awe. Oh my god. Isn't this scumbag's attainments too high?
These are not those RF machines.
This is a real rich girl.
Such a beautiful and noble young lady was forced by Xia Yan to give up even her white silk?
Is this still a human being?
Xia Yan was very embarrassed and quickly leaned over to Bai Yuning's ear and said, No, why did you give me this again? Bai Yuning's eyes were red with shock at the three people's looks.
Are you trying to test their sincerity? You just like this thing. If I don't give you this, what else can I give you? Anyway, they have already expressed their sincerity. If you don't give them living expenses, they won't leave.
Looking at the eyes of his three roommates that were about to shine, Xia Yan felt embarrassed and spoke quickly.
All right. You've passed the test. Yes. I'll transfer 10,000 to you via WeChat first. You better spend it sparingly. Being careful isn't enough. Very good. Bai Yuning's eyes smiled like crescent moons. Xia Yan, you were so nice. I'm leaving first. Bye-bye. Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
When Bai Yuning's favorability reaches 20, you will receive a random reward Bai Yuning's random pass card 10.
Xia Yan was confused. System, what is this random pass card? As long as you travel with Bai Yuning, you can freely enter any restricted place, no matter where. One entry consumes one pass card. No matter where. Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. Is it okay if I go to see the sea with Bai Yuning? Can.
Xia Yan was shocked and quickly suppressed the thought.
Let us just forget it.
I'll deal with this kind of dangerous thing when I get tired of living. Suppressing the absurd thoughts in his mind, Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning's back and sighed slightly.
I am really tied to her in this life. Alright. Let's go.
Xia Yan looked back and saw Fan Jindong and the other two looking at him as if he were a monster.
What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?
The three of them quickly surrounded him and looked at Xia Yan in surprise.
Who is that girl?
Xia Yan was very confused. Didn't you all hear it just now? Her name is Bai Yuning, and she's also a classmate of ours at Peking University and Tsinghua University.
That's not what we're talking about.
Lin Jiejun was very curious. We want to ask, what is your relationship with her?
Why did you give her 100 million? You mean this?
Xia Yan smiled helplessly. It's a bad fate. I did her a small favor. I made another little bet with her dad. That's why I have to support her for 4 years in college.
A small favor? A small bet?
The three of them looked at each other and were all stunned.
It's over 100 million. Is this just a small favor?
Li Yuanqing looked at the smiling Xia Yan for a moment. Xia Yan, I want to ask you a question.
Ask. You have 100 million now? No. So your family is rich? No.
Xia Yan smiled slightly. My mother is the only one in my family, and she runs a small restaurant.
I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people? Li Yuanqing felt that he almost didn't recognize the three words ordinary people. Can an average person earn 100 million in 4 years of college?
Xia Yan smiled and said, let it be. Many things will naturally come to fruition when the time comes. Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. It seems that Xia Yan's background is very complicated. Otherwise he wouldn't have to hide it like this. He is really a hidden talent.
Ahem. Alright. Fan Jindong waved his hand and said, money or not is a small matter. Xia Yan. I have something more important to ask you.
Seeing Fan Jindong's serious expression, Xia Yan also became curious.
What? What do you want to ask? Fan Jindong walked over with a serious face.
Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing were also baffled by what they saw. This guy is so serious for the first time since we met.
What question do you want to ask? Xia Yan. Fan Jindong patted Xia Yan's shoulder seriously and suddenly came over. He asked pleadingly, how do you pick up girls? Such a beautiful rich girl is chasing after you? Teach me.
Tisk. Lin Jiejun rolled his eyes. I thought you were going to ask a question.
So that's it. It's so pathetic.
Li Yuanqing was also very helpless. Xia Yan, ignore this guy who only wants to pick up girls.
Leave him alone. Let's go gather in the classroom. He.
Xia Yan also smiled speechlessly. Okay, let's go to the classroom and gather together.
Ignore him. No.
Brothers. Fan Jindong chased after her with a look of longing on his face. I just want to find a beautiful girlfriend.
What did I do wrong? Xia Yan. Please. Please teach me. Please. Chapter 33 The Unexpected Counselor.
With Fan Jindong's constant pestering along the way, the four of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at the classroom together.
As soon as I entered the classroom, a strong sense of déjà vu popped up. Everywhere you look, you see freshmen who have the temperament of being the top students in the class. Just like the students in your class who can get into Peking University and Tsinghua University. This class is almost everywhere. And they all sat in the front row. There is no phenomenon of those poor students sitting back in class. Everyone is scrambling to be the first. They are indeed the best group of people. It's just that the atmosphere is too depressing. It looks like it was cloned. Xia Yan really couldn't adapt to this unified and dull feeling. However, when he saw Fan Jindong and the other two beside him, Xia Yan still breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the three people around me are not boring. Oh my god. Why are there so many boys? Lin Jiejun looked amused. What's so strange about this? We are a science class, and the exam is difficult this year. Isn't it normal for it to become a Buddhist temple? Ha ha. Li Yuanqing shook his head. A science university, a science class, and it turns out to be nothing but a Buddhist temple. Let's go. Let's find a seat. The four of them found a chair behind those top students and sat down while chatting and laughing. Well.
As soon as Fan Jindong sat down, he slumped over the table listlessly.
I originally thought I could find a girl in my class.
I didn't expect to see all the temples here.
What a miserable life. Come on.
Li Yuanqing curled his lips and smiled. You kid is a student of Peking University and Tsinghua University. As you said, there are so many universities and girls around our school.
Are you worried that you won't be able to find a pretty girl?
That's true. Fan Jindong sat up suddenly with great joy.
Hey! Do you know?
I heard that our class counselor is very beautiful.
How do you know she's beautiful? Xia Yan looked at Fan Jindong curiously. Why, have you seen her photo?
No.
Fan Jindong looked very proud. I heard this from my cousin. What do you think about every day? Lin Jiajun was speechless.
No matter how pretty the counselor is, she's in her 30s or 40s.
What's the point? Alas. That's wrong.
Fan Jindong looked around, then approached the 4 people and whispered, I've asked around.
Our counselor is only 24.
I heard she's a senior who completed her doctorate and stayed on campus. Li Yuanqing smiled nonchalantly, then you have even less chance.
Why?
Li Yuanqing smiled and said, think about it yourself. 24 years old, PhD, senior, beautiful.
Do you think a girl with these conditions would be pursued by anyone?
You've lost your chance.
Cut. Fan Jindong curled his lips and said, even if there is no chance, can't I enjoy the sight of the monks in the class? Ha 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 ha.
The 3 of them chuckled, then you can take your time raising it. Li Yuanqing said jokingly, with your current state, you won't even be able to find a girlfriend when you graduate from college.
Fan Jindong curled his lips and said, nonsense.
I will definitely find a girlfriend before I graduate from college. Lin Jiajun nodded and said, I wish you all the best.
You can only find it before you graduate from college. Jiajun, even you curse me? Ha 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 3.
The 3 of them laughed loudly, and the sound of crisp footsteps suddenly rang out. The 4 of them immediately became serious.
Okay.
The teacher is here. Lin Jiajun glanced at the door and said, I must find a way to leave a good impression on the instructor. Fan Jindong looked excited, I don't know how beautiful the counselor is.
Li Yuanqing glanced at the door and said, brothers, are you ready for your self-introductions later? Introduce yourself? Fan Jindong was shocked. Oh no. I forgot. Is it too late to search online now?
Xia Yan stared at the door with a frozen look in his eyes. He introduced himself, but he was not prepared for this.
What should I do later? Ta-da-da-day. The footsteps are getting closer and louder.
In full view of everyone, a beautiful figure walked in from the classroom door.
Fan Jindong's eyes widened immediately. Wow.
The instructor is dressed so beautifully. Gold-rimmed glasses, white lace shirt, black jacket, black hip skirt, black high heels. And she's wearing black stockings.
Look. This fruit is too big. What did it eat to grow up?
Lin Jiajun's eyes also lit up. Jindong, what you said just now is right. Our counselor is really very beautiful. Just the clothes our instructor is wearing, altogether, must be worth at least 10,000 or 20,000.
Yeah. You're right. Li Yuanqing nodded. Our instructor has a scholarly air.
You can tell at first glance that he comes from a family of scholars. The 3 of them commented on the counselor, but only Xia Yan's mouth twitched.
This the reckless guy I bumped into in the China World Mall? Something like her name is Xia Xinwan?
I didn't expect to bump into him again so soon. Thinking of the deeds of this elder sister, Xia Yan now feels cold in his thighs. It's better to have less contact with this elder sister in the future. The nervous Xia Xinwan was about to walk up to the podium when she suddenly slipped and fell directly to the ground.
Instructor!
Several freshmen in the front row quickly stepped forward to help Xia Xinwan up.
Instructor! Are you okay? It's okay. It's okay.
Xia Xinwan smiled apologetically. I'm fine, please go back to your seats.
Yes. Instructor. Really? Xia Yan was speechless.
This elder sister really didn't disappoint. Xia Xinwan, who was originally very nervous, suddenly felt relaxed after this fall. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Xia Yan in the audience, and his eyes immediately lit up with joy.
Very good. I was thinking about how to find him. It turns out he is in my class. This time it was really effortless. Yao Yao's situation is saved. Xia Xinwan favorability +1. Xia Yan was very confused. How did his favorability increase for no reason?
Suppressing her joy, Xia Xinwan turned her head and wrote her name on the blackboard.
Hello, students. Welcome everyone to Peking University and Tsinghua University.
I will be your college counselor for the next 4 years.
My name is Xia Xinwan. Xia Xinwan? Fan Jindong looked intoxicated. The instructor's name sounds nice, doesn't it?
At first glance, she looks like the kind of gentle older sister. If she were our counselor, college life would be very happy, right? Xia Yan's mouth twitched, but he did not interrupt Fan Jindong's fantasy. Anyway, he will naturally understand the specific situation of this gentle elder sister in the future. Every student here is a top talent from your former school. We are all gathered here at Peking University and Tsinghua University, a brand new starting point, filled with high energy and vigor. I'm very happy to start 4 years of living together here with you all. I'm so glad to meet you all.
Pa.
All the monks clapped excitedly, especially Fan Jindong. This kid's hands turned red from clapping so much.
Xia Xinwan was also very satisfied when she saw everyone applauding. Good. Everyone's in very good spirits. Now, which student would like to stand up and introduce themselves? Xia Xinwan looked at Xia Yan with a smile. Xia Yan smiled awkwardly. Is this the first time I introduce myself? I'll do it. Chapter 34, a self-introduction that impresses the whole class? A bold voice suddenly rang out.
Everyone turned their heads and saw a girl with short hair standing up and walking towards the podium.
Teacher.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Xia Xinwan smiled and stood aside. Everyone, please give this female student some encouragement.
Pa.
Amidst the warm applause, Fan Jindong leaned in front of the 3 people and whispered.
This girl's personality and her looks are so bold. More manly than any man. Shoo.
Lin Jiejun glanced at Fan Jindong and said, walls have ears, be careful of getting beaten.
Good. The girl pressed her hands together and wrote 3 big words on the blackboard in a flamboyant manner, Lu Sainan. Hello everyone. My name is Lu Sainan. I'm from Northeast China. My family is just an ordinary one. I like playing football, basketball, and taekwondo. Ever since I was little, I've always been confident that I won't lose to any boy. Even if I go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, I won't lose to any of you here. Whether it's sports or studying, I will surpass you without hesitation. This is me, Lu Sainan. My self-introduction is finished. Pa. Warm applause rang out again. Li Yuanqing quietly nudged Fan Jindong. Hey, don't you want to find a girlfriend? I think Lu Sainan is pretty good. Just like you, we are from Northeast China. You're not bad at studying. Why don't you go after her? Am I crazy? Fan Jindong glanced at Li Yuanqing and asked, didn't you hear Lu Sainan say that she knows taekwondo? I still want to live 2 more days? Ha.
Lin Jiejun pursed his lips and smiled. Oh, so you can also admit defeat.
It really opened my eyes. TSK. I was thinking about my own life. Xia Yan smiled and looked at Xia Xinwan, who was standing beside the podium. Great. What Lu Sainan said is really great. I hope everyone can learn from her. Who wants to introduce themselves next? I.
Fan Jindong looked at Lin Jiejun, who raised his hand with a look of surprise.
You want to go now? Are you ready to introduce yourself? He.
Lin Jiejun smiled slightly.
How could I not prepare for such an important matter as establishing the best image in front of the class?
After saying that, Lin Jiejun walked up.
Damn it. Too arrogant. Fan Jindong quickly took out his phone and said, no. I must find the best self-introduction.
Xia Yan, Li Yuanqing, and Wu Nai looked at each other helplessly, shook their heads, and all looked at Lin Jiejun, who walked onto the stage.
Hello everyone, my name is Lin Jiejun. I'm from Huadu, Guangdong. It's an honor for me, Lin Jiejun, to be in the same class with you all. I also hope that we can live in harmony for the next 4 years. When everyone heard what Lin Jiejun said, they all looked happy. Sure enough, no one doesn't like flattery. If so, you're not shooting in the right place.
Seeing everyone as smiles, Lin Jiejun also smiled with satisfaction. As a Huadu native, I have been interested in doing business since I was a child.
Everyone is a top talent who can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. I believe that everyone can achieve great accomplishments in any field.
If you also want to do business, you can contact me.
I'm very happy to create our own business with everyone. My self-introduction is over, thank you everyone. Snap, snap, snap. Warm applause rang out again. Different from the applause influenced by Liu Seinen's enthusiastic atmosphere.
This time, there was a bit more anticipation and desire in the applause.
Great. Lin Jiejun's self-introduction was very good. Please welcome the next new student.
Another freshman begins to introduce himself.
Looking at Lin Jiejun walking back to his seat, Fan Jindong was full of envy. Jiejun, what you said is so good. Just listening to you makes me want to do business with you.
Lin Jiejun smiled modestly. When doing business, the first impression is very important.
As long as you make a good first impression on everyone, your business is halfway to success. Fan Jindong nodded with a confident look on his face. Yuan Cheng, aren't you going to introduce yourself?
What's the rush?
Li Yuanqing looked relaxed. Deep relationships between people can't be established overnight.
If you want to build a network that can be used for your benefit, you need to cultivate it for a long time.
Being the first to speak up can sometimes be offensive. So you're not going to make a good first impression? Of course not. Li Yuanqing smiled slightly. It's just not such a simple law. So how do you want to build it? Just wait and see.
After another freshman finished speaking, Li Yuanqing stood up and walked directly to the podium.
Hello everyone, my name is Li Yuanqing. I'm from the imperial capital. Everyone has come to our class from all corners of the world. It's fate that we can meet here. I'm so excited to be here with you all. If you have any difficulties during the next 4 years of college life, you can come to me.
I'll find a way to help you solve the many problems you encounter in the imperial capital.
Thank you everyone. Pa. This time the applause was warm and sincere.
Many people in the class have just arrived in the capital, have no relatives, and are guilty and timid. Regardless of whether Li Yuanqing can help them or not, these words can at least give everyone some psychological support. Everyone's eyes turned friendly when they looked at Li Yuanqing. When Li Yuanqing walked off the stage, Fan Jindong's eyes were almost shining.
Yuanqing, what you said is too good, isn't it? Look at these people in the class, they look at you differently. He.
Li Yuanqing smiled carefreely. Jindong, you're just looking at us.
Are you ready for your self-introduction? All right. Fan Jindong closed his phone and said, I found a perfect template. Just wait and see. Okay.
Lin Jiejun smiled slightly. Let's see what you can say.
He.
Fan Jindong took advantage of the moment when another student finished introducing himself and walked forward.
Hello everyone, my name is Fan Jindong, and I'm from Northeast China. It's great to meet you all.
My hobbies are playing basketball, football, and playing games. If you have any difficulties, I will try my best to help you.
I'm so happy to make friends with everyone. I hope everyone can live in harmony. Thank you everyone, my self-introduction is over. Pa.
The applause rang out again, but this time the applause was not as enthusiastic as before, and it just had a somewhat formulaic feeling. Fan Jindong forced a smile and slowly returned to his desk, looking helpless.
Why? Why are people so indifferent even though I'm so well prepared? He. Lin Jiejun looked amused. Your self-introduction is so mixed up. How can anyone be impressed by you? That is.
Li Yuanqing smiled and said, you have to highlight your own characteristics.
You can't have a hodgepodge. But what should we do then? Fan Jindong was speechless. How would I know what my characteristics are? Isn't it too difficult to leave an impression on everyone? What's so difficult about this?
The three of them turned their heads curiously. Xiayan,
how are you going to introduce yourself? I am ready. It's sure to impress everyone. Really? Xiayan.
Xia Jinwan's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone else in the class has introduced themselves.
You're the only one left. Could you please introduce yourself?
Everyone was looking for Xiayan everywhere. Only Fan Jindong and the other two were looking at Xiayan in shock.
Xiayan. How do you know the counselor? Xia Yan didn't answer, just smiled mysteriously and stood up. You'll know in a moment.
The three of them looked at Xia Yan, who stood up with curiosity.
A self-introduction that impressed everyone? What should Xia Yan do? Chapter 35. The others go to the meeting first. Xia Yan stays.
Walking up to the podium, Xia Jinwan smiled at Xia Yan.
Xia Yan, you're the only one in the class who hasn't introduced yourself. Now, start introducing yourself. Yes. Instructor.
After Xia Yan finished speaking, he turned around and wrote his name on the blackboard.
Everyone looked curious. How did Xia Yan get to know the counselor?
Fan Jindong and the other two stared at Xia Yan closely without blinking.
What kind of self-introduction can impress everyone?
Xia Yan quickly finished writing his name, turned around, and smiled at everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Xia Yan, and I'm from Shanghai.
As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Everyone looked at the smiling Xia Yan and felt a little puzzled.
Fan Jindong and the other two were even more confused. What is this? Is this also called a self-introduction?
Xia Jinwan waited for a while and then tried to ask, Xia Yan, where is your next self-introduction?
No more. No more? When everyone heard this, there was a commotion. No. Xia Yan, you just said a name and a place, and that's it? Is this also called a self-introduction?
Lin Jiejun thought about it for a while, and his eyes lit up.
It was indeed a self-introduction that impressed everyone. Xia Yan is really smart.
He noticed that everyone else's self-introductions were all long and rambling, so he deliberately used a very short self-introduction to create a contrast.
It's amazing to everyone. So impressed. Xia Yan is so smart. Is it still possible? Fan Jindong was also shocked. Xia Yan is too smart? How did he figure that out?
The three were still in shock, and Lu Sainan, who was the first to give a speech, quit.
No. Buddy.
We all prepared carefully to introduce ourselves.
You're sending us off with just these 2 sentences? You look down on us too much, don't you?
As soon as Lu Sainan said this, everyone in the classroom looked at Xia Yan with some unfriendly eyes.
Xia Jinwan also looked at Xia Yan curiously. He was obviously very enthusiastic when we were in the mall before. Why is it happening now?
Facing the unfriendly looks from everyone, Xia Yan did not get angry. He just smiled and spoke casually. Everyone must be tired after listening to so many self-introductions. I kept it short for everyone's sake. Everyone looked at Xia Yan with even more unfriendly eyes. Regardless of whether we are tired or not, you can't just fool around like this, can you? Besides. Xia Yan smiled slightly, even if I tell you all my information, will you remember it? Able. Lu Sainan takes the lead. As long as you tell me, I, Lu Sainan, can remember all your information. I can't say anything else, but when it comes to memory, I'm confident that I'm as good as anyone. Oh well. Xia Yan smiled slightly. Since everyone wants to know my information, I'll tell you. But what happened again? Lu Sainan looked unhappy. You grown man, you're just a sissy. Can you please hurry up? Xia Yan smiled slightly. I think what I say will make everyone feel very boring. Why don't you all ask me questions? You ask me a question, and I answer it. This way, no one will get bored. What do you think? Okay. It's settled. Lu Sainan looked excited. I'll go first. Let me ask you, how old are you? 19 years old. What are your hobbies? I love playing games. Do you like going to comic conventions? Like. Soon. As Lu Sainan asked questions one after another, everyone's portrait of Xia Yan became clearer and clearer. Seeing all this, Li Yuanqing suddenly clapped his hands. His eyes lit up. They say real people don't show their true colors. Today I finally got to see it. Fan Jindong looked curious. What do you mean? Lin Jiejun also looked over, curious about what Li Yuanqing would think about this matter. Looking at Xia Yan on the stage, Li Yuanqing smiled slightly. Look, when we introduced ourselves before, we were the ones speaking and the students were listening below. Although this method is simple, the absorption effect is not good. Just like our usual classes. Although the teacher said a lot, we didn't remember much. Don't you think it's the same? The two nodded, same. But what does this have to do with Xia Yan's self-introduction? Li Yuanqing pointed at Xiaoyan with a wicked smile. Xiaoyan, this kid is so cunning.
He knows these principles, so he deliberately gave a few short self-introductions first. After causing our dissatisfaction, he then asked the classmates to ask questions.
Students ask about things that interest them, so they naturally remember them well.
So, isn't the whole class impressed by Xiaoyan? Hasn't he achieved his goal? Great. Fan Jindong was surprised. Good boy. Xiaoyan is so smart. How clever. No. We can't let him get down so easily. Be sure to ask him a difficult question.
Fan Jindong looked at Xiaoyan, who was answering on the stage. His eyes turned, he seized an opportunity, pinched his throat and asked in a shrill voice.
Xiaoyan, how many girlfriends do you have? As soon as the question was asked, Xiaoyan's eyes froze. Who asked this question? The students also laughed. How many girlfriends? Having just one girlfriend is already a big deal. How many girlfriends do you have? Does Xiaoyan really have several girlfriends? Listening to everyone's discussions, Xia Jinwan also became excited. A love expert like Xiaoyan should have several girlfriends, right? How many girlfriends does he have? Xia Jinwan favorability +1.
Xiaoyan looked around and saw Fan Jindong with a strange smile on his face, and immediately had an idea in his mind.
This is my personal privacy, I can't disclose it.
But my roommate, Mr. Fan Jindong, the last one in the middle row, is recruiting.
If you have a suitable candidate, please introduce him to me. After all, he's been single for more than 10 years. Being horny every day isn't a solution. If I can find a partner soon, I can rest assured. Ha 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 ha. N.
When they heard Xiaoyan's answer, everyone burst into laughter.
Fan Jindong's face turned red. Xiaoyan, you are retaliating.
Lin Jiejun pursed his lips and smiled. If you're not as smart as me, don't tease me.
Is this all right now? He.
Li Yuanqing smiled casually. Jindong, why don't you learn something?
You still have a lot of room for growth. Go to hell. Ha ha ha.
There was a burst of laughter in the classroom.
Xia Jinwan quickly calmed everyone down. All right. Everyone knows each other now. Let's run for class leaders. Okay.
Under Xia Jinwan's management, everyone quickly began to vote for class leaders.
After a thrilling vote,
the results for class leaders are freshly out.
Lu Sainan, who is stronger than men, serves as the squad leader. Enthusiastic Li Yuanqing serves as the youth league branch.
The hungry boy Fan Jindong serves as the study committee member. Business expert Lin Jiejun serves as the living committee member. Even Xiaoyan, who had no intention of running for election, was elected as the cultural and arts committee member under the recommendation of everyone. This was something Xiaoyan had not expected.
All right. Xia Jinwan stood on the podium with a smile. Our class leaders have been selected. From today on, if you have any related matters, you can report to these class leaders. Okay. It's getting late. Everyone, under the leadership of your class monitor, gather in the auditorium. Attend the upcoming freshman convention. Good. Lu Sainan stood up suddenly and said, everyone, line up and get ready to go. That's right. Xia Jinwan quickly stopped Lu Sainan and said, class monitor, please take the other students to the auditorium first. Xiaoyan, stay. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Xiaoyan stayed? What is the teacher going to do? Chapter 36. You want me to steal a girl's heart?
Facing everyone's surprised gaze, Xia Jinwan's face suddenly turned red.
It's not what you think. I just have something to tell him. It's not what you think. Everyone was speechless. Counselor, what were we thinking? You're just imagining things, right? Fan Jindong quietly approached Xiaoyan and asked in a low voice. Xiaoyan, why does the counselor want you to stay? Also, the counselor just called out your name. What is the relationship between you two? The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. What's the relationship?
It almost made me practice the sword manual of exorcism.
All right.
Xiaoyan pushed Fan Jindong and said, it has nothing to do with anything.
The counselor just wanted to ask how I'm doing since coming to college. Whether you live a good life or not, nothing else matters. Fan Jindong was speechless. Then why didn't she comfort me? It's not your turn yet. Go. Don't miss the freshman meeting. I'll come find you right after I finish asking you questions. Then come earlier. Only after seeing everyone turn around and leave did Xia Yan breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the cheerful Xia Jinwan with a wry smile. Counselor, what do you want from me? Hey, hey. Xia Jinwan walked over and patted Xia Yan gently. Xia Yan, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. How's it going? Are you getting used to college life? Instructor, Don't call me instructor. Call me Sister Jinwan. All right. Looking at the cheerful Xia Jinwan in front of him, Xia Yan was very confused. Sister Jinwan, my waist and legs are in good condition in college. Everything tastes delicious. Really? Then I'm relieved. Xia Jinwan smiled slightly and said nothing, and Xia Yan also smiled and said nothing. The two of them just looked at each other with a smile. No one said anything. Sister Jinwan, do you have anything else to say? If everything is alright, I'll leave first. After Xia Yan finished speaking, he left, and Xia Jinwan quickly grabbed Xia Yan. Wait a minute. I have something to talk to you about. Xia Yan smiled slightly. Little bastard. Are you still pretending to be profound with me? You're still a little immature. Then what is Sister Jinwan doing holding me back? Xia Jinwan rubbed her hands awkwardly and said with a wry smile, Xia Yan, I want to ask you a question. Can you answer me truthfully? Xia Yan's eyes froze. As long as it's not an invasion of privacy, I can tell you. Very good. Xia Jinwan smiled brightly. Xia Yan, are you a scumbag? Ha! Xia Yan felt like his brain was about to explode. What happened today? Why are people asking me if I'm a scumbag? Shinjiaoi asked this question before. Now this idiot Xia Jinwan asked again. What is going on? Are scumbags so popular now? Just when Xia Yan was doubting his life, neither of them noticed that a pair of charming eyes appeared outside the door. Oh my god. You actually asked that little boy directly if he was a scumbag? Such a provocative question. Is Jinwan moved? Who is that boy? The pair of eyes outside the door tried every possible way to investigate. Xia Yan hasn't realized that he has been targeted by someone. He looked at Xia Jinwan's expectant eyes, and he felt so disgusted in his heart. Sister Jinwan, you misunderstood. Someone must be spreading rumors about me behind my back. No misunderstanding. Xia Jinwan's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes filled with excitement. I saw it all at the Guama shopping mall. See? You and that white lady were kissing there. Oh, that. Xia Yan's old face turned red and he smiled awkwardly. At that time, I was only concerned with dealing with Bai Yuning. I forgot to look around. What a mistake. But even if he is a scumbag, what is there for Xia Jinwan to be excited about? Could it be that she just likes scumbags? All right. Since you've seen it all, then I won't hide it from you. Xia Yan's smile was extremely bright. As you can see, I am a scumbag. Very good. Xia Jinwan's eyes looked like crescent moons when she smiled. I knew you were a scumbag. Xia Jinwan favorability +1. Ah. The man outside the door was so shocked that his jaw dropped. So openly admitting that you are a scumbag? Isn't this too shameless? And Jinwan, is it necessary to be so happy knowing that he is a scumbag? Do you play so extravagantly? Admitting without shame that you're a scumbag. Reward you for your resilience. Heart of tenacity, after fusion, you will remain calm and composed in the face of external verbal attacks. Xia Yan's lips twitched. Is this called tenacity? Is this what you call a thick-skinned heart? Looking at Xia Jinwan who was smiling happily in front of him, Xia Yan became playful. Since you like scumbags so much, I will let you have a good taste of what it's like to be a scumbag. Xia Yan directly held Xia Jinwan's little hand. I have to say, Xia Jinwan's little hands are as soft and boneless as cotton. Xia Jinwan's face flushed at Xia Yan's sudden action. Xia Yan. What are you doing? What? Xia Yan leaned over gently, his eyes full of teasing. Sister Jinwan asked me if I was a scumbag. Isn't that what she wanted me to do? I did. Why are you blushing so much? Are you shy? No. Seeing Xia Yan's eyes approaching her, Xia Jinwan quickly pushed Xia Yan away. That's not what I meant. So what do you mean? Xia Yan pushed Xia Xinhuan against the wall, his eyes full of inquiry.
He asked himself if he was a scumbag, and then said that he didn't mean that.
What on earth is this woman doing? Wow! So exciting! The person outside the door quickly fanned the air.
I never thought that Xia Xinhuan, this emotional nerd, would one day become so capable.
He actually played hard to get. You really can't judge a book by its cover. No. You misunderstood. Xia Xinhuan hurriedly pushed Xia Yan away and took a deep breath. Actually, I asked you that question because I wanted you to do me a favor. Help you? Xia Yan was full of doubts. What kind of help do you want? And it has to be with a scumbag? Xia Xinhuan smiled innocently. Xia Yan, are you good at falling in love? Fall in love? Xia Yan's eyes dimmed. I've been single for 19 years. Do you think I will ever fall in love? Sister Xinhuan, what on earth do you want to say? Do you steal girls' hearts? Xia Yan was speechless. What the hell is going on? If you don't tell the truth, I'm leaving. Don't want. Xia Xinhuan quickly grabbed Xia Yan and whispered the whole story into his ear.
The person outside the door saw the two figures intertwine through the crack in the door, and was suddenly shocked.
What? They actually kissed. Xinhuan actually played such a big game. It's really crazy. No. I need to cool down quickly. If the temperature doesn't drop, I'm going to faint. The man outside the door quickly leaned against the wall, feeling dizzy. Xia Yan in the classroom was surprised after hearing this. What? You want me to date a girl with mental problems? Aha! Xia Xinhuan nodded excitedly. Xia Yan, can you do it? Of course not.
Xia Yan refused directly. You said she has psychological problems.
How can I possibly handle someone like that? No. She's easy to deal with.
With my help, you will definitely win that girl's heart.
Just do me a favor. No.
Xia Yan retreated repeatedly. Although I'm not very smart, I know that there's no such thing as a free lunch.
How could such a good thing happen to me for no reason? There must be something fishy going on here. I won't agree to that. Please. I guarantee with my character that this girl will do you absolutely no harm. Xia Xinhuan quickly grabbed Xia Yan and begged bitterly. Besides, this will be good for you. That girl is so pretty and cute. And he's very cultured. And his family is rich. She just temporarily fell into the trough of life and lost hope of living. As long as you find a way to capture her heart and make her feel true love, she will definitely rekindle her hope of living. You don't want such a beautiful girl to die like this, do you? This is a matter of saving a life. Please help me. Wow. What do you take me for?
Xia Yan quickly refused. You said she has lost hope of living.
What if after I win her heart, she wants to take me away with her?
I'm only 19, I still have a lot of life ahead of me.
I don't want to die so early. Don't even think about such a thing.
Xia Yan left after he finished speaking.
Xia Xinhuan quickly stepped forward, hugged Xia Yan and begged him bitterly. Xia Yan, please. This is the most important thing for me right now. I can't think of any other way except this. As long as you find a way to take her heart away and let her rekindle her hope of life, I will agree to any of your conditions. I will never regret it.
Xia Yan was shocked and slowly turned around.
Are you sure you agree to any of my conditions? Chapter 37 Xia Xinhuan's favorability reaches 10 points, random reward. Aha! Xia Xinhuan nodded quickly, her eyes full of anticipation. As long as you steal her heart, let her rekindle the hope of life. No matter what your conditions are, I will agree to them. Xia Yan's eyes turned. Then, will you help me conquer that girl? I can.
Xia Xinhuan's eyes were extremely determined.
Anything about her. Whatever she likes to eat. Use whatever you like. Play with whatever you like. As long as you want to know something, I will tell you everything. Make sure you get that girl. Looking at Xia Xinhuan's expectant eyes, Xia Yan hesitated for a moment and asked solemnly. You must think this over carefully. Once you start, you can't stop. The girl you're talking about has such a serious mental illness. What if after I win her heart, she sees me committing suicide with other girls? This. Xia Xinhuan's eyes lit up. As long as you steal her heart, she won't commit suicide because of these things. Why? Xia Jinwan smiled innocently, because when I first introduced you to her, I said you were my boyfriend. Ah?
Xia Yan just felt that his brain stopped working.
You introduced me to her as your boyfriend? Then how can I take her heart away? You don't have to worry about that. Xia Jinwan smiled happily. She and I already made an agreement.
No matter what good things there are in the future, we will share them together.
Xia Yan's eyes froze. So I'm a shared bicycle? How about it? Xia Jinwan was overjoyed. Can you promise me?
The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. One last question.
There are so many scumbags in this university, why did you have to choose me? Ah? Really?
Xia Jinwan scratched her head in confusion, but I've asked a lot of people about the scumbag they mentioned.
They all say they're not.
Xia Yan rolled his eyes.
So your criteria for selecting people are so simple? Is this the power of honesty? I'm convinced. Okay. Since you've begged me so sincerely, then I will be kind enough to agree to your request. Yeah. That's great. Yao Yao is finally saved. Xia Jinwan, overjoyed, jumped lightly, slipped, and fell down. Ah. Careful. Xia Yan was quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbing Xia Jinwan and pulling her up. Are you okay? Ah.
Looking at Xia Yan's worried eyes, Xia Jinwan's face turned red, and her chest kept rising and falling with her breathing.
How strange. Why is my heart beating so fast? What's going on? Xia Jinwan favorability +1.
The man outside the door almost popped his eyes out.
Jinwan is so close to her boyfriend? This is simply amazing. That's great. How nice it would be if I had a boyfriend like this. Pity. Alright. Xia Yan quickly helped Xia Jinwan up. That's settled for now. How to implement the plan? Let's contact each other on WeChat later. I'm going to the auditorium first. I'll be there in a minute. Bye-bye.
The man outside the door heard the noise and quickly hid aside. The moment Xia Yan opened the door, the man outside the door's eyes froze.
My heart is filled with shock. This person. Isn't he the boyfriend that the talented girl Shinjoey officially announced in her circle of friends?
That was said in the official announcement.
This guy is a scumbag with many girlfriends. How could Jinwan date a guy like this? No. We must not let Jinwan continue to date him. Otherwise, you will suffer sooner or later. Jinwan. Ah.
Xia Jinwan, who was happy, was startled when she heard someone calling her. When she turned around, she saw that the person coming was a classmate from the same laboratory as her.
Shawan? Why are you here? Are you here to watch me in class? No. Shawan walked over with a serious face. Jinwan, what were you doing with that boy just now? What? Xia Jinwan was confused for a moment, her face flushed. Shawan, did you see that? Jinwan. You are confused. Shawan looked at Xia Jinwan with dismay. That boy is not a good person. How can you date him? Ah. Xia Jinwan blushed with embarrassment. Shawan, you misunderstood. Things are not what you think. What's not what I thought it would be?
Shawan took out her cell phone, pulled up a picture, and placed it directly in front of Xia Jinwan.
Jinwan. Look for yourself. That boy just now is the boyfriend of that genius girl Shinjoey. He's also a scumbag with many girlfriends. You'll get hurt if you follow him. What? Big scumbag? Let me see.
Xia Jinwan's eyes lit up with joy, and she took Shizhuan's phone and clicked on the picture.
In the picture, the indifferent Shinjoey and the embarrassed Xia Yan are obvious. And the accompanying text really shows that he is a scumbag boyfriend with many girlfriends. Xia Jinwan looked at Shawan with ecstasy in her eyes. Is this picture real? Did Shinjoey really become his girlfriend? Of course it's true. Shawan pointed at the picture and said, don't you see that Shinjoey posted it herself? Real.
Xia Jinwan's heart was already filled with ecstasy.
Shawan thought Xia Jinwan couldn't believe it, so she quickly added. Jinwan. This boy is not simple. Look at our school, the most talented and emotionless genius girl, Shinjoey. Even though she knew he had many girlfriends, she still fell into his hands. It shows how good this guy is at stealing women's hearts. If you were with him, he will hurt you sooner or later. You'd better stay away from him as soon as possible.
Otherwise, you will be the only one who suffers in the end. Xiaowan was still trying to persuade her, but Xia Jinwan had already fallen into a sea of carnival. It turns out that Xia Yan is so good at stealing women's hearts. Even the coldest and most emotionless genius girl Shin Zhaoyi became her girlfriend. Now Yao Yao is really saved. She will never leave this world. Very good. Thank you, Xiaowan, for telling me this news. I will definitely get along well with him. I'm going to the auditorium to gather first. If there's anything, we can talk later. Hello? Hello? Looking at Xia Jinwan leaving excitedly, Xiaowan felt like her brain had been reconstructed. What is wrong with this world? So are scumbags really that attractive to girls? How could he even attract the unsophisticated Xia Jinwan and make her fall in love with him? Is that scumbag so magical? This world is becoming more and more confusing. Walking on the road, Xia Jinwan was smiling happily and felt the spring breeze blowing on her face. Since Xia Yan is so good at stealing women's hearts, we should let Xia Yan and Yao Yao meet as soon as possible. But military training will start the day after tomorrow. Xia Yan will have no time by then. How can I find a way to get Xia Yan and Yao Yao to know each other? On the way to the auditorium, Xia Yan was thinking about how to help Xia Jinwan. The system prompt sound suddenly rang in my ears. Xia Jinwan favorability +1. Huh? I've already left, so why did she gain more favorability? Before Xia Yan could react, the system prompt sounded one after another. Xia Jinwan's favorability has reached 10 points, and you will receive a random reward. Chapter 38 by Yuning's Hitchhiker? Get away. Xia Jinwan's favorability has reached 10 points, and you will receive a random reward. Xia Jinwan's random cashback card 10. Another random cashback card? Xia Jinwan's random cashback card, a cashback card obtained when Xia Jinwan's favorability reaches 10 points. This card can give you random cashback when you spend money on Xia Jinwan. The more you spend, the more you get back. Every time you spend money on Xia Jinwan, you will get a cashback card. Xia Yan was speechless. System, does it mean that every time a girl's favorability reaches 10 points, she will be given 10 random cashback cards? No. This is a random reward from the system, everything will be released randomly. Random release? TSK. I don't believe you. Xia Yan regained his composure and followed the crowd out of the auditorium. At a glance, he saw Fan Zhendong, Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing standing outside the auditorium. Just when I was about to go over and meet up with them, I suddenly saw three people with serious expressions and unfriendly eyes, as if they had seen something bad. What happened to these three guys? Xia Yan walked over and was about to speak. Fan Zhendong's eyes lit up, he grabbed Xia Yan, pointed ahead, and said quickly, Xia Yan. Look. There are a few guys harassing your girlfriend. Girlfriend? Xia Yan turned his head and his face suddenly turned dark. It turned out that at some point, a few boys dressed in very trendy and unruly clothes surrounded Bai Yuning and kept chatting her up. Bai Yuning waved her hands repeatedly, her eyes kept looking around, as if she was waiting for someone. Damn it! They're poaching me. Xia Yan's face turned dark and he walked straight forward. Fan Zhendong and the other two looked at each other, nodded, and followed together. On the other side, a few ruffian boys were still there, constantly flirting with Bai Yuning. Miss. Can you add me on WeChat? After all, we're classmates from the same university. Yes. Miss. You have come all the way to the imperial capital, and you are unfamiliar with the place. Does making more friends mean you can find more opportunities? Miss, add us on WeChat. In this imperial capital, you can walk around everywhere. How about it? Looking at the people surrounding her, Bai Yuning felt annoyed and melancholy at the same time. Xia Yan. Where are you? She's very troubled, don't you see? Xia Yan. Bai Yuning's eyes lit up with joy and she quickly ran behind Xia Yan. Where have you been? Why are you here only now? When those people saw Bai Yuning running behind Xia Yan, their faces suddenly turned dark. Boy. What does it have to do with you if we're talking to a young lady? As they said this, a few people wanted to come forward. Fan Zhendong and the other two stood directly beside Xia Yan, blocking a few people. The people opposite looked indignant, but Lin Jiejun smiled slightly. Everyone, the young lady has already run away. It doesn't seem right for you to chase her. That is. Li Yuanqing smiled coolly. Hey guys, if you want to pursue a girl, you better be more refined.
What's the big deal about so many people surrounding me?
Several people's faces darkened.
What do we do? It's none of your business. He.
Fan Jindong put his hands on his hips and said in a loud voice, this girl is our buddy's girlfriend.
Do you think it's none of our business? My buddy's girlfriend?
The leader with a turban stepped forward and looked at Xia Yan carefully.
The total value of all the clothes this kid has on him is no more than 3,000 yuan. But the girl just now, the ring alone cost 50,000 yuan. Not to mention the other things on her body. Just counting that outfit, it would cost at least 5 or 600,000. Could this rich lady be this guy's girlfriend? Are you kidding? At most, he is just an acquaintance.
The man in the turban took a step forward and looked at Xia Yan with a contemptuous smile.
Kid. You have nothing to do here. Get away from me.
Xia Yan's eyes were cold. Didn't you see that she didn't want to talk to you? The man in the turban sneered, walked forward and stared at Xia Yan.
Boy. Whether you are willing or not, the other person hasn't said anything yet. Do you really need to be so talkative here? He. You can't even see the obvious.
Xia Yan's eyes turned cold. So, your eyes are just for show. The turban man's eyes turned serious. What did you say?
He. Xia Yan smiled contemptuously. So not only do you have problems with your eyes, but your ears too?
The playboy's eyes were extremely cold. Boy.
Are you looking for trouble on purpose? Looking for trouble?
Xia Yan's eyes were cold. Who started the fight first?
She's my friend.
I'm your friend, so I won't let you just chat with me.
Bai Yuning was very touched when she heard this. Xia Yan. You are so nice. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Friend?
The turban man's eyes were full of contempt.
Boy. Even a toad wanting to eat swan flesh has to have a limit. Don't you see what that girl is wearing? One of their rings is more expensive than all your clothes. You want to be Prince Charming too? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?
Xia Yan's eyes were cold, and Fan Jindong and the other two's eyes changed, and they were about to defend Xia Yan. Bai Yuning poked her head out from behind the four people. Well, my clothes, my bags, and my jewelry were all bought for me by Xia Yan.
Xia Yan is very good to me. Xia Yan and I are very good friends. Thank you so much for appreciating me. But I really don't want to chat with you, please stop pestering me.
The man in the turban's face darkened when he heard this. The three people behind him also looked embarrassed. Xia Yan's expression relaxed, and Fan Jindong and the other two looked amused.
Did you all hear that? He and our brothers are good friends.
That expensive ring in your mouth was also bought by our buddy for his girlfriend.
I don't want to chat with you either. Now, can you guys go? The man in the turban snorted coldly. Boy, you're good enough. Your name is Xia Yan, right? I'll remember you. Remember my name. Zhao Xiaojiang.
Xia Yan smiled slightly. Sorry, I never remember the names of strangers.
It's getting late, and the freshman orientation is about to begin. Let's go. Stop wasting time here. Good boy.
There was a sharp look in Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes.
How dare you look down on me like this? Let's wait and see.
Xia Yan chuckled twice, ignored Zhao Xiaojiang, and walked into the auditorium with Bai Yuning, Fan Jindong, and others.
Damn boy.
Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes flashed coldly. You've just arrived at Peking University and you're so arrogant. We must teach him a lesson and show him what the rules are.
Xiao Gang. What are you doing here? Brother Hao?
Zhao Xiaojiang turned his head and quickly put on a smile, looking at the square-faced man in front of him.
Brother Hao, how come you have time to come here?
Zhou Guohao, a square-faced man, slowly stepped forward.
Freshman Assembly, the student union is here to maintain order. Don't you guys often hang out outside of school? What are you doing at freshman orientation today? What's your new idea? Ouch. Brother Hao, you misunderstood.
Zhao Xiaojiang quickly said with a smile, we heard that you, Brother Hao, were here to maintain order, so we came specially to help you.
Humph. You're not being honest.
Zhou Guohao sighed silently, looking surprised. Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes jumped when he saw it.
Hey! Brother Hao, what's wrong with you? Why are you so unhappy? Who offended you again? Tell me.
I'll take care of him for you. Zhou Guohao sighed deeply, his eyes downcast. Xin Zhaoyi found a boyfriend.
What? Zhao Xiaojiang was dumbfounded. Sister Zhaoyi actually found a boyfriend? Is this true? Chapter 39 My girlfriend is a genius girl? That's right.
Zhou Guohao nodded heavily, his eyes full of gloom.
Zhaoyi not only found a boyfriend. The key is that boyfriend is a scumbag with many girlfriends. What? Zhao Xiaojiang couldn't believe his ears. Sister Zhaoyi is such a good person, but she actually found a scumbag who has many girlfriends? Is there any justice in this? In our Tsinghua and Peking University, besides you, brother Hao, who else is worthy of Sister Zhaoyi? Isn't this nonsense?
The more Zhou Guohao listened, the more uncomfortable he felt.
Thinking of the information revealed by classmate Xin Zhaoyi, he felt even worse. What's more important is that scumbag who has so many girlfriends is still a freshman. What?
Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes turned cold. How dare those brats from freshman year touch our sister Zhaoyi?
He's still a scumbag with many girlfriends? No problem.
We must find him and teach this brat a lesson.
You actually provoked my brother Hao and sister Zhaoyi. No problem. This kid must be punished.
Zhou Guohao slowly raised his head and looked at the auditorium in front of him with a gloomy look.
That kid is in there now. Come on. Follow me in. We must find that scumbag today. No problem. Brothers, let's go. Follow brother Hao to find that scumbag. Walk. A few people shouted and followed Zhou Guohao into the crowded auditorium. Enter the auditorium. The crowds of people are so numerous that you can't see the end of it at a glance.
Fan Zhendong and the other two looked at each other and smiled at Xia Yan.
Xia Yan, let's go grab a seat first. Come over here in a moment. Okay.
Xia Yan pointed at Bai Yuning and said, remember to give one to this little idiot as well.
No. Remembering the direction the three people left, Xia Yan turned his head and knocked Bai Yuning's little head directly. Ouch. What are you doing?
Bai Yuning rubbed her head and said aggrievedly, it hurts so much. Xia Yan said bluntly, little fool, from now on, if you encounter anyone trying to flirt with you like this, you must reject them all.
Bai Yuning looked aggrieved. I told them I had something to do, but they kept pestering me. What can we do? Then just go. I don't believe they can catch up with you if you leave. Oh. I know.
Bai Yuning pursed her lips and rubbed her head. Suddenly she reacted and came to Xia Yan's side with a wicked smile on her face.
Hey. Bad guy. Why are you so worried about me? Are you in love with me? No. Xia Yan's eyes dimmed, I just don't want you to be deceived by them. Hey, you don't have to hide it. Bai Yuning smiled like a little fox, I'm so beautiful and so cute. It's normal for you to like someone. You don't have to hide it. Hey, hey.
Xia Yan's face turned dark, he grabbed Bai Yuning's face and pulled her out.
You guys have made progress, haven't you? Now you dare to tease me? You're really getting bolder and bolder. I won't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore.
Bai Yuning quickly begged for mercy, Xia Yan, I won't dare to do that again.
Please let me go. Snort. Xia Yan let go of his cheek and gently rubbed Bai Yuning's little face with both hands. Will you dare to do it again in the future? Snort.
Bai Yuning's face turned red and she pouted.
I don't dare anymore. Are you satisfied? Bai Yuning's favorability +1. That's more like it. Let's go. Go to your seats. Snort. Xia Yan just turned around and left with the angry Bai Yuning. Zhou Guohao, Zhao Xiaojiang, and others walked in. Brother Hao, where is Sister Zhaoyi now?
Zhou Guohao looked around and said coldly, Zhaoyi will give the outstanding student speech after the teacher finishes his speech.
Let's go. Let's go to the podium first and find a way to find that scumbag later. Walk. Xia Yan took Bai Yuning back to his seat.
As soon as he sat down, Fan Zhendong leaned over and asked Xia Yan in her ear.
Xia Yan, weren't those actions you just now too much? You actually pinched your girlfriend's cheek. Aren't you afraid that they will turn against you?
Xia Yan glanced at the cheerful Bai Yuning and shook his head.
No. Isn't she very happy?
When Fan Zhendong saw it, his eyes were full of envy.
That's great.
Your girlfriend is beautiful and has a good temper.
I wish I could find one like this. Alright. Stop sighing. Xia Yan walked past Fan Jindong and approached Lin Jejun. Jejun, what is the main purpose of this freshman meeting?
The freshman convention is mainly a simple meeting, where faculty and outstanding students come up to give speeches.
Get to know each other first. The official opening ceremony is tomorrow morning. Oh. I see. The teacher is here.
Xia Yan withdrew his gaze and sat upright in his seat. Xia Jinwan followed a group of teachers from the department and walked up to the stage together.
When he saw Xia Yan, he gave Xia Yan a bright smile, which made Xia Yan very confused. After a while, the routine speech that every school has began.
Generally speaking, it's just some welcome speeches.
Welcome new students. Welcome freshmen to the university.
Introducing the faculty members of the department.
What classes do they each manage? Study hard and work hard during the 4 years of college.
Let me mention again how difficult the job market is these days.
Let everyone increase their professional abilities.
In college, you must also enhance your self-learning ability and find ways to expand your boundaries.
After hearing so many things, everyone was distracted.
Lin Jejun was already leaning back in his seat, playing with his cell phone.
Li Yuanqing leaned back in his seat and remembered something. After a tiring day, Fan Jindong kept eating rice like a chicken. Xia Yan also started chatting with Bai Yuning.
Looking around, the scene of vibrant life and all things competing to grow is still before our eyes. Fortunately, the speech ended quickly, so Fan Jindong didn't tea-drool on his pants. While the department teacher was giving a speech, Zhou Guohao kept glancing around, trying to find Shen Zhaoyi's scumbag boyfriend, but unfortunately he found nothing. After the speech, the dean took the microphone and spoke excitedly. Just now, our faculty members have introduced themselves. Now, please welcome our outstanding student from Peking University and Tsinghua University, the talented young lady Shen Zhaoyi, to the stage to speak.
Everyone applaud and encourage. Pa.
Amidst the warm applause, Xia Yan suddenly sat up.
Shen Zhaoyi? Isn't this the name of the girl who asked herself to be her boyfriend?
The sound of cold footsteps was heard.
Xia Yan looked in the direction of the voice and his eyes widened immediately. Oh my god. It's really her. Shen Zhaoyi. Chapter 40 Shen Zhaoyi. Why are you looking for a scumbag?
The cold Shen Zhaoyi was still dressed in black clothes and black pants. Even under the spotlight of the crowd, Shen Zhaoyi remained very indifferent, as if nothing around her existed.
He walked up to the stage slowly and leisurely.
All the teachers in the department were very satisfied to see Shen Zhaoyi like this.
She is indeed a talented girl. This state of mind is rare in the world. Brother Hao. Look. Zhao Shaojiang approached Zhou Guohao with an excited look on his face, its sister Zhaoyi. Zhou Guohao nodded slowly and looked at Shen Zhaoyi with joy in his eyes. As expected of Zhaoyi, she has been so beautiful since she was a child. It's just a pity that she found such a scumbag as her boyfriend. Zhou Guohao slowly clenched his fists. Don't let me find you, little bastard. Otherwise you will be in trouble. Achoo. Xia Yan wiped his nose. Who is thinking about me again? Good.
The dean of the department walked up to Shen Zhaoyi with a look of joy on his face.
Classmates, the one standing before you is our XX Academy's talented young lady Shen Zhaoyi. You might be wondering, in a university like Peking University or Tsinghua University, which is known for producing so many geniuses, what kind of student can be called a genius girl? Now, let me introduce it to you.
Our classmate Shen Zhaoyi has won 2 championships in the World Mathematics competition.
Wow! Many students looked surprised. So powerful?
The director chuckled. Student Shen Zhaoyi's strengths don't stop there. Student Shen Zhaoyi not only won the championship of the World Mathematics competition twice. She also won first place in the National Calligraphy competition and became the champion.
Wow! There was another chorus of frog sounds, and the director became more and more excited as he spoke.
Our talented girl not only completed all the credits required for 4 years of college in just 2 years. And while continuing my graduate studies, I published several papers in several internationally renowned journals.
And she's planning to publish another first author paper in a renowned international journal. Classmates. Is our genius girl amazing? Awesome.
The classmates around him were excited, but Xia Yan was stunned.
No. Is this talented girl really so amazing? Then why does she want me to be her boyfriend?
How could I, Xia Yan, be so worthy as to become the boyfriend of such a genius girl?
This senior is really amazing.
Lin Jiejun nodded slowly, so young, so beautiful, so smart, and has achieved so much. No wonder she's called a genius girl at Peking University and Tsinghua University, where so many talented people gather.
It's truly amazing.
This talented girl is more than just smart. Li Yuanqing shook his head, his eyes filled with solemnity. Judging from her aura, this girl's family background is definitely not simple.
Her temperament is a bit like a general I know. But that person doesn't have as strong aura as her. And her name? Xin Zhaoyi. I can tell right away that he comes from a military family.
It turns out that senior sister Xin is actually a daughter of a military family. Fan Jindong was intoxicated. She's so beautiful, so smart, and comes from such a good family.
Such a nice girl, I wish I could be my girlfriend.
I don't know who is so lucky to be able to become a boyfriend and girlfriend with senior sister Xin.
Xia Yan chuckled twice and said nothing.
I want to say that it was this woman who said she wanted to be my girlfriend.
Do you believe it? Wow, so handsome.
Bai Yuning's eyes were shining and her face was intoxicated, which made Xia Yan very curious.
What's wrong with you? Bai Yuning's eyes sparkled.
Such a beautiful elder sister. She's a good student, has a great figure, and is so smart. I wish I could be like her.
I really want to get to know him. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly.
You don't have to worry about this.
I have a feeling you two will get to know each other soon. Brother Hao. Sister Zhaoyi is still as amazing as ever. I'm actually going to publish another first author paper.
Zhou Guohao nodded slowly, but his eyes were full of loss.
Zhaoyi, why are you unwilling to agree to me? Why would you choose a scumbag who has many girlfriends as your boyfriend? Is there something I did wrong? And that scumbag.
Zhou Guohao's eyes turned cold and said, "Don't let me catch you, or I will never let you go."
Xia Yan felt a chill on his back and got goosebumps all over his body. Who is thinking about me behind my back? Why do I feel so ominous? Good.
The director's face was bright red as he spoke. That was my introduction to our talented young student Xin Zhaoyi. Next, please allow Xin Zhaoyi to give a hearty speech to all the freshmen of our XX college.
Please applaud.
Pa 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 pa. Loud applause echoed throughout the venue, and everyone looked at Xin Zhaoyi on the stage with anticipation. Xin Zhaoyi calmly picked up the microphone and put it to her lips.
Hello everyone, I am Xin Zhaoyi. Now I will give you a speech.
In this golden autumn season, you have all come to the campus of Peking University and Tsinghua University. As soon as Xin Zhaoyi spoke, the venue suddenly fell silent. The reason is simple, Xin Zhaoyi's voice is just too cold. Although it was still scorching hot, as soon as Xin Zhaoyi spoke, the chill spread throughout the entire venue.
It gave everyone goosebumps.
Lin Jiejun rubbed his arms and shook his head.
It seems this genius girl is born with a cold personality.
Li Yuanqing curled his lips. People born in military families tend to have this kind of problem. But this senior sister Xin is particularly serious.
It seems his family is quite strict.
Hiss. Fan Jindong shook his head. This senior sister Xin is too cold.
You said so much, but I didn't hear a single word of emotion.
The way he speaks is just like those emotionless zombies.
It's terrifying to hear.
Xia Yan smiled awkwardly. It wasn't just her voice that made her feel creepy.
His temperament is even more difficult to understand. What girl would specifically look for a scumbag as her boyfriend? What a weirdo. TSK TSK TSK.
Zhao Shaojiang smiled bitterly when he heard this.
Sister Zhaoyi is good in every way, except that she's so cold.
I've rarely seen him smile. I don't know what he looks like when he smiles. Zhou Guohao felt helpless and very sad.
Zhaoyi, why do you want to find a scumbag as your boyfriend? Why? Chapter 41. Something is wrong, we have to run away quickly. Xin Zhaoyi's speech was still going on. Everyone in the audience looked embarrassed, except Xia Jinwan, who looked excited. Very good. Xia Yan can even handle such a cold Xin Zhaoyi. Yao Yao is even easier to take care of. Now we are saved. All right. That concludes my speech.
At the end of the speech, the expected warm applause did not appear. As expected, the whole audience fell into silence, and the director was also very embarrassed.
There's nothing we can do about it, this talented girl of ours is good in every way. His temperament is as cold as an ice cube.
Seeing everyone in a state of silence, the host quickly stood up and smiled to ease the atmosphere.
All right. Dear students, is our talented girl Shinjoey excellent? Excellent.
The director then smiled happily. Our talented girl is so outstanding.
So, classmate Shinjoey, do you have any life advice for everyone? Xiaoyan's brows suddenly twitched, and his heart was filled with ominousness. Oh no. I have a feeling something is going to go wrong.
Before Xiaoyan could react, Shinjoey picked up the microphone and put it to her lips.
My life advice to everyone is:
dating is a must in college life.
As soon as the words came out, the whole venue fell silent.
Many students were dumbfounded and the teachers in the department were amazed.
The director's brain even crashed. Could it be that this talented girl has a fever? After a brief silence, the auditorium suddenly erupted in laughter. Everyone burst into laughter.
Ah, senior sister Shin is so funny. I didn't expect that the cold and aloof senior sister Shin would come up with such an interesting suggestion.
Dating? I want to, too. Who can talk to me? I have a sow at home named Love, you can talk to him. Go to hell. Ha 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 ha. N.
Seeing everyone laughing, the director gradually came to his senses and smiled awkwardly.
What happened to this talented girl? Why are you suddenly dating out of the blue? Ha ha.
Lin Jejun couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect this genius senior to look so cold.
You actually want to fall in love, how interesting. Ha ha. Li Yuanqing couldn't help laughing. This senior sister Shin is really a wonderful person.
Not only is she smart and excellent, but she's also so funny.
Fan Jindong burst into laughter. Senior Shin is so funny. I wonder who would be so lucky to be her boyfriend. Ha ha ha. He he. Xia Yan laughed twice. That lucky guy is right next to you. Ha, this is so interesting. Bai Yuning laughed happily, holding her belly. Senior Shin's suggestion is actually to fall in love. Fall in love.
Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan and her face turned red.
Am I really in a relationship now? What's the matter? No, it's okay.
Avoiding Xia Yan's sight, Bai Yuning's heart was pounding.
Damn bad guy, how come he has so many girlfriends? Can't you just find someone who treats her well? Bad guy.
Dating in college, brother Hao and sister Joey are really. Zhao Xiaojiang was about to make a joke, but when he turned around, he saw Zhou Guahao's face turn ashen. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly put away his smile and lowered his head.
Brother Hao, don't be angry. Sister Joey will definitely not be harmed.
Zhou Guahao snorted coldly, and looked around the auditorium with a cold look.
Good.
Seeing everyone's happy faces, the director looked at Shinjoey jokingly. Our genius girl, this suggestion is very good.
Classmates, Shinjoey's suggestions are very constructive. Everyone in college must have a relationship. Only by falling in love and reaching a higher spiritual level can we win the next step of development. Did everyone hear that? I heard it.
Looking at the laughing freshman, the director relaxed and looked at Shinjoey with more interest. Student Joey, you suggested that everyone should have a relationship in college.
Have you found a boyfriend yet? Shinjoey nodded indifferently. I found it. Oh.
There was a burst of exclamations in the auditorium. Senior Shin found a boyfriend.
What's the big deal?
Senior sister Shin is a genius girl. Finding a boyfriend is nothing.
Yeah, I don't know which guy is so lucky. Everyone is talking about it. The people around Xia Yan are no exception. Oh, that's something I didn't expect. Lin Jejun looked curious. I wonder who is this extraordinary person who could become this senior sister Shin's boyfriend. TSK TSK TSK. Li Yuanqing also perked up and sat up.
Someone like senior sister Shin is so smart, has achieved so much, and comes from such a good family. Her boyfriend is either a politician or a military general. Only these two types of people can catch the eye of senior sister Shin. Only these two types of people can gain the recognition of senior sister Shin's family and become a true son-in-law. Xia Yan was sweating profusely as he listened to this.
How could I not know this? When did I get into politics and become a soldier? However, the approval of Shin Xuejie's family. It should be difficult to achieve, right? Who is it? Who is it? Fan Jindong was very excited. Who is so lucky to be senior sister Shin's boyfriend?
Bai Yuning also looked around curiously. as if she wanted to find out who the lucky person was. Everyone in the auditorium became excited and started looking around.
Zhou Guohao was even more alert and vowed to find that scumbag.
Looking at the curiosity of the crowd, a sense of foreboding surged in Xia Yan's heart.
Something bad is happening. You'd better run away right away.
The director hadn't expected this either, and was filled with curiosity.
Did you find it? Who is our genius girl's boyfriend? Is he from our school?
Whom? Shinjoui nodded slowly. He is a student of our school.
He's still a scumbag with many girlfriends. Scumbag, scumbag?
The whole audience was silent, and everyone looked shocked.
Sister Shin, such a good person, actually found a scumbag as her boyfriend?
Xia Yan's hair stood on end, and alarm bells rang in his heart.
No. We have to leave now. If you don't leave now, you're doomed. Chapter 42. The title of Scumbag, the Shura field between Bai Yuning and Shinjoui.
Xia Yan was just about to run away to the bathroom when the shocked director asked the fatal question.
So, who is your scumbag boyfriend?
Shinjoi's voice was cold but unhesitating.
He's a freshman from our XX college, XX department, class XX, student number XXXX. His name is Xia Yan. Xia Yan? A freshman? Who is he?
Everyone looked confused, only the people in Xia Yan's class looked at him in disbelief.
Among them, Fan Jindong and the other two were the most shocked. Are you senior sister Shin's boyfriend? After a brief shock, Bai Yuning felt a pang in her heart. How come there is another Shinjoui besides Su Chanshan? When did this bad guy provoke those girls? Xia Yan, Xia Yan.
Zhao Xiaozhang in the audience thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up.
Xia Yan, isn't he the arrogant boy just now? Okay.
You have such a beautiful girlfriend, and you still dare to mess with our sister Joey.
Brother, how? I know who Xia Yan is that sister Joey is talking about. Who?
Zhao Xiaozhang's eyes became serious. He's the brat we just met.
What?
Everyone had different reactions, and the director was particularly curious.
Excuse me, which one is Xia Yan? Could you please stand up for a moment?
When Xia Yan heard this, he quickly squatted down. I smiled bitterly in my heart.
This woman. She really killed me. Xia Yan? Xia Yan?
The director called twice, but there was still no sign of Xia Yan. Director, Xia Yan, he might have gone out for something. I have his photo here, I'll show it to you. Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat and he was about to stand up. Shinjoui had already projected the photos of the two of them onto the big screen in the auditorium.
It's the photo in the circle of friends.
The indifferent Shinjoui and the stunned Xia Yan. At first glance, the two of them didn't look like a couple at all.
So he is Xia Yan. This guy isn't that handsome, how can he be qualified to be senior sister Shin's boyfriend? I really don't understand.
Looking at the photo appearing on the big screen, Xia Yan smiled bitterly. This woman really killed him. At this point, there's no point in hiding anymore.
Since I've been exposed, I might as well stand up openly.
Thinking of this, Xia Yan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he straightened his clothes and said with a smile.
Director, I am Xia Yan.
That scumbag boyfriend that senior sister Shin mentioned who has many girlfriends.
Ah. Everyone's eyes turned over. He is senior Shin's scumbag boyfriend? Bite. Good boy.
He actually admitted to being a scumbag in front of all the freshmen and faculty members. I greatly admire your courage as a scumbag, and I award you the title of scumbag. After receiving this title, you will be openly despised and looked down upon by all the boys and girls who know you are a scumbag. At the same time, boys who know you are a scumbag will subconsciously envy you, and girls who know you are a scumbag will subconsciously develop a good impression of you.
Don't let me down. Go find girls with looks above 80 and do whatever you want to do with your scumbag ways.
Ride your horses and gallop. Xia Yan didn't know whether he could gallop on horseback, but facing everyone's gaze, Xia Yan felt like he was about to melt.
Fan Jindong, Lin Jiejun, and Li Yuanqing all looked at Xia Yan with bright eyes.
Bai Yuning kept rubbing her hands and staring at Xia Yan with an angry look.
Zhao Xiaozhang in the distance was eager to try. Zhou Guohao had a gloomy look on his face, while Xia Xinhuan was ecstatic.
Only Shinjoui still had an indifferent expression. Everyone at the scene was also very curious.
The director looked at Xia Yan who appeared and laughed. It's normal for young people to be playful. But being fickle is not so good.
If you really want to get along well with our classmate Joey, then you have to treat her wholeheartedly.
Don't you think so, Xia Yan? Xia Yan was embarrassed for a moment. Yes. Yes. You are right, I will definitely pay attention to it next time. Good.
The director smiled and waved his hand, not taking it to heart.
This concludes our freshman meeting for today. Everyone, get a good rest tonight. We're holding a freshman ceremony tomorrow morning. Everyone, remember to wear your uniform. Okay, disband.
There was a commotion in the auditorium, and everyone stood up and prepared to leave. When the curious crowd left, they kept looking at Xia Yan from time to time, as if they wanted to see what a scumbag with many girlfriends looked like.
Xia Yan, you are such an incredible scumbag. Li Yuanqing was also surprised. We've just started school and we're already boyfriend and girlfriend. You are so amazing. Lin Jiejun smiled and nodded. Xia Yan, have you ever considered organizing a crash course for scumbag men? I think there are a lot of people in our school who would like to learn how to be a scumbag like you. Are you interested? We can do this together. Boss, please take me with you.
Fan Zhendong almost knelt down. Please teach me how to get a girlfriend. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily, her words tinged with sourness. What's going on?
Didn't you just start school today? How do you know Senior Shin? And you became her girlfriend? What on earth is going on? Bad guy.
Looking at everyone's surprised eyes, Xia Yan felt overwhelmed.
Don't worry. I'll treat you to dinner. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it while we eat. Good.
Fan Zhendong and the other two nodded, and Bai Yuning, who was very angry, followed Xia Yan out.
Where are you going?
A cold voice was heard, and several people turned around and saw that it was Shin Joey with an indifferent expression.
Senior Shin. Fan Zhendong's eyes lit up with joy. Xia Yan wants to treat us to a meal. Senior Sister Shin, do you want to go with us? Yes, Senior Sister Shin. Lin Jiejun smiled and said, we are going to have dinner, do you want to join us?
Li Yuanqing also smiled and said, Senior Shin, please come with us.
We also happen to want to hear your love story with Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning looked at Shin Joey, whose complexion was light ink, and directly held Xia Yan's hand.
Hello, Senior Sister Shin, my name is Bai Yuning, and I'm Xia Yan's friend. Wow. Fan Zhendong and the other two were all excited. Is this the legendary Shura field? It's so exciting. Hello, Bai Yuning. Shin Joey still looked indifferent. My name is Shin Joey.
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan aggrievely, then turned her head away angrily.
He. Xia Yan smiled and looked at Shin Joey speechlessly. Since you want to come, let's go together. Okay.
When everyone turned around and was about to leave, Zhao Xiaojiang and his group suddenly appeared, blocking their way with gloomy faces.
Boy, you did something like this and you still want to leave? Chapter 43 Zhouguahao's Suppression, The Mystery of Shin Joey.
Zhao Xiaojiang stood in front of him with an arrogant look on his face, and a few younger brothers followed him. Several people surrounded Xia Yan, just like the thugs who used to walk the streets and collect protection fees.
But Xia Yan was not afraid at all. What? Do you still want to cause trouble?
Fan Zhendong and others also walked behind Xia Yan, with calm eyes, and they did not panic at all. Bai Yuning looked at them worriedly, her small hand gently pulling at the corner of Xia Yan's clothes. Only Shin Joey was still standing there coldly, as if what was happening at the scene had nothing to do with her at all.
So what if I'm looking for trouble?
Zhao Xiaojiang became more and more arrogant as he spoke. Brothers, let's teach this kid a lesson today.
Us? Xiaojiang.
A deep voice sounded, and a tall boy with a square face walked up to the crowd. If you have something to say, just talk it over and don't make a move here.
Yes. Brother Hao.
Zhao Xiaojiang glanced at Xia Yan with a gloating look, and stood behind the square-faced boy with a few others. The square-faced boy in front of him looked very solemn, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes when he looked at Xia Yan.
Hello, my name is Zhouguahao, and I'm the student union president of our school.
Oh, it's the student council president.
What's wrong with you?
Zhouguahao glanced at Shin Joey and smiled slightly. To be precise, there is indeed a small matter.
What's up?
Zhouguahao smiled and moved closer to Xia Yan. His eyes suddenly turned cold and he spoke in a low voice. Boy, you scumbag, get away from Shin Joey as soon as possible.
Otherwise, you will be in trouble.
It turns out to be a smiling tiger.
Xiaoyan smiled, his eyes full of nonchalance. Why should I leave her just because of your words? Zhou Guahao's expression grew colder and colder, because you are not worthy of Joey at all. I don't care what sweet words you used to deceive Joey. Joey's family background and connections are beyond the reach of someone like you. Rhetoric? I want to say that she took the initiative to ask me to be her boyfriend, do you believe it? Xiaoyan laughed twice, his face calm. She has a strong background, I am worthless, then what? Zhou Guahao's eyes turned cold and he slowly clenched his fists. I've seen too many people like you trying to get close to powerful people over the years. They all have no good ending. For the sake of your own life, you'd better stay away from Joey immediately. Don't play those tricks of yours. So a noble person like you would actually think of me? Xiaoyan sneered twice and looked at Zhou Guahao nonchalantly. What if I say no? Zhou Guahao's eyes were cold, then you will naturally pay the price. Cost? Xiaoyan chuckled twice and grabbed Shen Joey's hand in front of everyone. Zhou Guahao frowned coldly and clenched his fists tightly. Xiaoyan turned his head and asked in a pretentious manner, Joey, this student union president asked me to stay away from you. Do you think I should do this? Need not. Shen Joey shook her head indifferently. You are my boyfriend, you don't need to listen to others. Did you hear that? Xiaoyan smiled at Zhou Guahao and said, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's my girlfriend who won't let me listen to other people. I'm so sorry. Zhao Xiaojiang was stunned watching from the side. Boy. Are you tired of living? Do you know who Brother Hao is? How dare you talk to Brother Hao like that? Don't you want to stay in Peking University or Tsinghua University anymore? Fan Jindong and the other two secretly gave a thumbs up. This is so awesome. The legendary genius girl was actually completely subdued by Xiaoyan. This method is too powerful. Bai Yuning looked at the two of them holding hands, her heart ached, and she quickly grabbed Xiaoyan's other hand. He stared at Shen Joey, who had an indifferent expression, without any hesitation. Fan Jindong and the other two were stunned by this. No. Buddy. Both of your girlfriends were there, and they were holding your hands, and they got along so harmoniously. You are so awesome. Holding two women's hands in public, this scumbag's behavior is getting better and better. As a reward, your appearance will be improved a little bit. Zhao Xiaojiang was very surprised, and even more upset when he saw Bai Yuning's actions. Boy. Don't be so arrogant. Why? Zhou Guahao stopped Zhao Xiaojiang and looked at Shen Joey tenderly. Joey, do you really want him to be your boyfriend? Shen Joey nodded slowly, yes, is there anything else? Zhou Guahao smiled slightly, it's okay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhao Xiaojiang looked back and forth a few times, glared at Xiaoyan, and then chased after Zhou Guahao. Brother Hao, wait for me, Brother Hao. Zhao Xiaojiang caught up with Zhou Guahao in 2 or 3 steps, and when he got to his side, he whispered, Brother Hao, how can we just let this go? We can't let Sister Joey be deceived by that brat. I know. I don't know what tricks this scumbag used to make Joey fall head over heels in love with him. We can't just let this go. Xiao Gang, find a few people to keep an eye on this scumbag. What about you, Hao? Zhou Guahao's eyes were extremely cold. I'll find a way to find out the background of this scumbag. After we find out, let's see how to deal with him. Okay. Zhao Xiaojiang was overjoyed. Brother Hao, let's go first. Go ahead. Zhao Xiaojiang and his group turned and left, and Zhou Guahao's eyes were extremely gloomy. This matter is definitely not over. Joey, I will definitely find a way to wake you up. Outside the auditorium. Xiaoyan held the indifferent Shen Joey in one hand and the jealous Bai Yuning in the other. Fan Jindong and the other two followed behind, looking at the 3 people in amazement. Passers-by saw the scenery and kept commenting on it. The contempt in the eyes of the man and woman left Xiaoyan speechless. You all misunderstood. Things are not what you think. Unfortunately, no one would believe Xiaoyan even if he said this now. With a sigh, Xiaoyan looked at the indifferent Shen Joey and felt a headache. It's easy to guess that the smiling tiger Zhou Guahao will definitely come to cause trouble for him again. But what Xiaoyan is more curious about now is why this talented girl, senior sister Shen, wants to be her boyfriend. Chapter 44, The Way to Experience Love? Kissing. Jindong. The little one is here. Fan Jindong ran over with a look of excitement on his face. Master, what do you want to talk to me about? When did I become your master?
Fan Jindong smiled flatteringly. Master, your skills are so high.
Shouldn't I learn a few tricks from you? Anyway, no matter what, I've decided you're my master.
Okay. Okay. If you want to recognize me as your master, I won't stop you.
How about this, since I'm treating you today, you and Jiajun Yuanqing go find a better restaurant first. I have something else to ask senior sister Shin. You guys go first.
I understand.
Fan Jindong winked and smiled. Master, please chat with the two mistresses first. We'll go find a restaurant first.
After Fan Jindong finished speaking, he pulled Lin Jiajun and Li Yuanqing out. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning, who was holding his other hand with a speechless expression. You go to the restaurant with Shindong and the others first. I still have something to ask senior sister Shin.
Don't want. Bai Yuning held on tighter. I'm not leaving. I want to hear what you have to say. Be good. Listen. No. Xia Yan's face turned serious. Don't you want living expenses anymore? Bad guy.
Bai Yuning reluctantly let go of Xia Yan's hand. Then you should catch up soon.
No. After a few people left, Xia Yan took Xinjiaoui to a secluded grove.
The grove was lush and green, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and from time to time a few strange sounds could be heard. Xia Yan gently let go of Xinjiaoui's little hand, his eyes full of confusion.
Senior Shin, why did you say that in front of everyone in the auditorium just now? Xinjiaoui looked indifferent.
The couple's guide says that after you get a boyfriend or girlfriend, you should announce it to everyone.
Then why do you want me to be your boyfriend? To be honest, Xia Yan was very puzzled by this.
If you say you are rich, there are plenty of rich people in this imperial capital.
If I say I am handsome, then I am indeed a little bit handsome.
But there is definitely no shortage of handsome guys in a place like the imperial capital. If I say I'm smart, compared to this genius senior in front of me, I'm nothing.
What is the reason for this senior sister Shin?
Choose yourself as your boyfriend? Xinjiaoui was very cold, because you can make 40 billion in 4 years.
Xia Yan was speechless.
If Xinjiaoui had said this at the beginning, Xia Yan might have believed it. But after listening to what Zhou Guohao said just now, you can tell that Xinjiaoui's family is definitely not simple.
With that kind of background, would the family be short of money? That's not a reason.
Xia Yan's eyes were extremely serious.
Senior Shin, although I don't know the specific situation of your family, then I know your family is definitely not short of money. Your family is not short of money. Would you choose me as your boyfriend just for money? Tell me the real reason why you want me to be your boyfriend.
Xinjiaoui hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, because you're a scumbag with a girlfriend.
Xia Yan was even more confused. Why? Why are you looking for a boyfriend from me because of this?
Xinjiaoui hesitated for a moment, her eyes darkening. I can't feel any emotion.
Ah? Xia Yan didn't react for a long time. You can't feel emotions? Xinjiaoui nodded slowly. Ever since I can remember, I've learned everything very quickly. No matter what the problem is, it can't stump me.
But on the other hand, I know nothing about feelings.
My grandfather had a birthday. A lot of people came to his birthday party.
They were all laughing and talking happily, but I couldn't feel any joy at all. Later, when I went to kindergarten, I learned very quickly and the teacher gave me lots of red flowers.
My classmates looked at me strangely and sometimes even bullied me, but I never understood why they bullied me. Later, when I entered middle school, I learned very quickly and skipped grades. The teachers praised me, but I didn't feel happy. After I went to college, I saw many people dating on campus. I saw them holding hands every day and they looked very happy. But I can't feel where the profound place is. Because I couldn't feel emotions, no matter what I said or did, the teachers always looked at me strangely. To change this, That's why you found a scumbag as your boyfriend, hoping to learn how to experience love from him, right?
Xinjiaoui nodded. And you were able to make 40 billion in 4 years. I want to learn from you in this regard.
Xia Yan was speechless.
In the end, all the senior sister Shin did was to let me learn to appreciate feelings and let me become her boyfriend.
Oh, by the way, I also want to learn how to make 40 billion in 4 years. After understanding the whole story, Xia Yan looked at Xinjiaoui tentatively. Are you sure you can't feel any emotions? Xinjiaoui nodded. That's right. Can you make me feel emotions? Well.
Xia Yan looked at Xinjiaoui's beautiful face and his heart moved.
I can try, but can you bear it?
Shinjawi nodded slowly. No matter what you do, as long as it's for me to experience love.
I can handle it.
Good. Xia Yan's eyes were serious. Then I'll start.
Let's get started.
Xia Yan stood in front of Shinjawi and smiled slightly. Jowie, I like you.
How is it? Are you feeling happy?
Shinjawi calmly shook her head. No, I don't feel anything at all.
Xia Yan glanced down and gently held Shinjawi's hand. Jowie, are you cold now?
Shinjawi glanced at Xia Yan and shook her head. Not cold.
I'm asking you to feel the emotion. I'm really asking if you're cold.
Xia Yan sighed helplessly. Since this won't work. Xia Yan's eyes turned and he hugged Shinjawi in his arms.
How are you now? Shinjawi sniffed Xia Yan's scent and asked, Are you using osmanthus-scented shampoo?
Xia Yan was speechless.
I asked you how you feel.
I didn't ask you to kiss me. What shampoo did I use?
Oh. Never mind.
Xia Yan gently pushed Shinjawi up from his arms.
Now there's only one last thing to try.
What's up? Xia Yan looked at Shinjawi's pink lips and his heart moved.
Kiss.
Kiss? Chapter 45 The Shura Field That Is Difficult to Resolve.
Xia Yan held Shinjawi's shoulders with a firm look in his eyes.
Senior Shin, kissing is the most profound way for lovers to express their feelings, besides deep communication.
Senior Shin, have you ever kissed anyone else?
No.
Shinjawi shook her head. I've never had a boyfriend, nor have I ever kissed anyone.
Good. Xia Yan smiled and looked at the cold and beautiful Shinjawi, and suddenly felt a little nervous.
Well, Senior Shin, if we just kiss like this, nothing should go wrong, right?
What's up?
Xia Yan smiled awkwardly. It's your family, you won't cause me any trouble, right?
Won't. Shinjawi said indifferently. From childhood to adulthood, I have always made my own decisions. No one in my family will object to my decision.
Yeah?
That's good. Xia Yan smiled and said, Then let's get started now.
Well, come on.
Shinjawi looked straight at Xia Yan, feeling embarrassed. Xia Yan could only close his eyes, pout his lips, and walk towards Shinjawi. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Xia Yan could even smell the pleasant scent on Shinjawi. In a quiet grove, the two of them leaned against each other gently. That kind of indifferent and refreshing feeling is just like the indifferent senior sister Shin, cold and calm.
The slight fragrance on it makes people intoxicated.
If I really want to describe this feeling, it can be summed up in 6 words. I feel chilled to the bone, yet my heart is high. Originally, Xia Yan just wanted to taste it lightly and then let go. However, the soft and mellow scent of senior sister Shin made Xia Yan unable to help but indulge in it and couldn't extricate himself.
Shinjawi's favorability +1. What are you doing?
Bai Yuning, who had sneaked back, was just about to take a peek at what the two were doing.
When I came back, I saw the two of them stuck together, unable to be separated. The jealousy was immediately overturned. Xia Yan. You've gone too far. Didn't you say you wanted to have a conversation? How come we were talking and suddenly started kissing? What the hell are you doing?
Bai Yuning's voice rang in his ears, and Xia Yan quickly let go of Shinjawi's thin lips. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Shinjawi's face suddenly turned red.
No. I didn't do anything? Did you see it wrong? You've been caught and still have the nerve to claim you didn't do anything. You're becoming more and more of a scumbag.
I'll reward you with 2 Shura field cards. Using 1 Shura field card will dissolve the Shura field once.
Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan with tears in her eyes. Why did you do this?
Didn't I let you kiss me? Don't they share the joys and sorrows with you? Why did you kiss Senior Shin behind my back?
I trust you so much, but you bully me like this.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Looking at Bai Yuning with tears in her eyes, Xia Yan felt very embarrassed.
Senior sister Shin, can you go to Bai Yuning to explain?
Can. Shinjawi nodded with a blushing face and said to Bai Yuning. That, Xia Yan's kiss, is very comfortable.
Do you want to give it a try? Xia Yan almost fainted on the spot. My good senior sister. I asked you to explain, not to add fuel to the fire.
Sure enough, after hearing what Shinjawi said, Bai Yuning's face immediately turned red.
Xia Yan. You've gone too far. You bully others without telling anyone. You and Senior Shin bullied me together. Damn Xia Yan. I'll never talk to you again.
Bai Yuning turned around and was about to run, and Xia Yan's heart trembled. If we really let her run away, who knows what might happen? But how to solve it? Oh right. Sure, a field card. System, give me a Shura field card. Okay, the Shura field card has been used. If you want to resolve the Shura field in front of you, you must give Bai Yuning a passionate kiss. Ah? What kind of crazy idea is this? Xia Yan was still wondering when Bai Yuning turned around and was about to run away. In a hurry, Xia Yan could only catch up, grab Bai Yuning and go up to meet him. What are you doing? Bai Yuning struggled for a while, but still couldn't escape Xia Yan's clutches. Feeling Xia Yan's enthusiasm, Bai Yuning's face turned red and she gradually became intoxicated by it. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Xinjiao, who was standing by, watched the two people's actions and suddenly felt something strange in her heart. What's going on with this tangled and sour feeling? Is this also happiness? Under Xia Yan's attack, Bai Yuning quickly calmed down. Her body gradually softened in Xia Yan's arms. Feeling the well-behaved Bai Yuning in his arms, Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This Shura field card is really effective. It's that simple, we can get through this Shura field. It's really amazing. Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief after gently letting go of Bai Yuning. Calm down now? Bai Yuning nodded with a blushing face and looked at Xia Yan shyly. Bad guy, always bullying others. Xia Yan smiled and pinched Bai Yuning's little face. Will you be obedient in the future? Listen, but... Bai Yuning glanced at Xinjiao, still hesitant in her heart. Why did you say that to her just now? Well... Xia Yan smiled and said, I'll explain it to you later. Let's get ready to eat first. Oh. Bai Yuning glanced at Xinjiao and stood obediently aside. Xia Yan smiled and moved closer to Xinjiao. Senior Xin, did you feel any emotion just now? Xinjiao nodded, then shook her head. I just felt very comfortable, but I don't know if it was love. I'm not sure if I feel any emotions at all. That's emotion. As long as you keep working hard, you will eventually experience those feelings. Yeah? Xinjiao thought for a moment, then slowly looked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan, can you continue to teach me what love is? Xia Yan smiled slightly. You already said it, I'm your boyfriend, of course I have to help you with this kind of thing. But I'm a scumbag, do you mind if I have other girlfriends? Won't. Xinjiao shook her head. The more girlfriends you have, the more accurate your grasp of relationships is. With your help, I can also learn to experience a variety of emotions. I hope you can help me learn to experience a variety of emotions. Sure. It's getting late, let's go eat first. We'll talk about it later if there's anything. Good. Holding the two girls' hands, the three of them walked out of the school. At the same time, on the campus of Peking University, Su Chanxian, who had just finished the freshman meeting, was walking on the road in a depressed mood. Seeing Su Chanxian looking listless, the new roommate cautiously asked, Chanxian, do you want to go eat with us? Su Chanxian forced a smile and said, okay. I'm a little hungry. Where shall we go for dinner? Let's go. Hey. Big news. A lively girl ran up to the crowd with a look of surprise on her face. Big news. Just now at the freshman meeting of XX College of Peking University and Tsinghua University, a talented girl's senior schoolmate said in front of everyone that she had a jerk boyfriend who had many girlfriends. Real? Everyone looked curious. What's going on? Su Chanxian also pricked up her ears curiously. This kind of thing was indeed very rare in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Ha, you guys don't know. When that senior student made the announcement, everyone was stunned. The key point is, that senior student even put a picture of her and her scumbag boyfriend directly on the big screen. I have his picture on my phone. Really? Let me see. Curious Su Chanxian followed the crowd and crowded in front of her classmate's phone. As soon as I saw that photo, my face turned pale with curiosity and joy. Xia Yan. How could he be that scumbag boyfriend? What's going on? The 100,000 word book has been tested, and the Shura field will become more and more exciting. Your support is the greatest motivation for the young author. I hope everyone will urge me to update more and add more books to my bookshelf. As long as everyone works together, the young authors will definitely produce better and better content.
Please, everyone. Chapter 46. Su Chanshan comes after him and Fan Zhendong is fooled. Xia Yan? When everyone heard Su Chanshan's exclamation, they all turned around. What's wrong with Chanshan? Do you know this person? Su Chanshan looked at Xia Yan's photo and her face turned extremely pale. How so? Wasn't he standing with that petite girl just this morning? How come he has become the boyfriend of the genius girl senior now? I just went to a concert, how did he become like this? What exactly happened while I was away? Flourishing? Flourishing? Ah. Su Chanshan woke up with a start, and everyone looked at her worriedly. Are you okay? Fine. Su Chanshan quickly shook her head and grabbed the girl holding the phone. Xiaoya, where did you get this photo? Can you send it to me? It's no problem to send it to you. As for where did this photo come from? Xiaoya quickly explained, this photo was released by the talented senior Shinjoui herself at the freshman orientation at XX College of Peking University. I'll send it to you now. Good. Su Chanshan quickly took out her phone and put the picture away. Her roommates looked at her strangely. Chanshan, are you okay? Do you know that Xia Yan? Xia Yan?
Su Chanshan's eyes were filled with a hint of grievance. He is my childhood sweetheart.
Ah.
The girls were all surprised.
Your childhood sweetheart? Is he a scumbag? Does he have many girlfriends? How come he and that genius senior are now boyfriend and girlfriend? Every question from her roommates was like a knife stabbing into Su Chanshan's heart. Su Chanshan's eyes became increasingly gloomy. I don't know why it has become like this. I'm going to find him. I want to ask him for clarification. Su Chanshan took her phone, turned around and ran out of the school.
When the roommates around saw Su Chanshan like this, they hurriedly chased after her.
Chanshan, wait for us. Flourishing.
On the other side, Xia Yan brought the two girls to a restaurant that Fan Zhendong had found.
As soon as I entered the door, I saw Fan Zhendong and others sitting in the hall. Xia Yan, this way. Xia Yan walked over with a smile. When the three saw Xia Yan holding the two girls' hands, they secretly gave Xia Yan a thumbs up. Xia Yan smiled bitterly and sat down with the two of them. Why didn't you order any food? Isn't this waiting for you? Fan Zhendong handed over the menu with a smile. Okay, go ahead and order. The food will be served right after you order. Okay. Xia Yan was about to order when he suddenly saw Bai Yuning staring at him with a funny look on her face. Here, order whatever you want. I can't eat anything else I ordered. No. Bai Yuning excitedly took the menu and started ordering. Xia Yan smiled and looked at Shinjoui. Senior, do you want to eat anything? Shinjoui shook her head. No, you can eat anything you want. I don't really care about what I eat. Oh. Xia Yan was about to continue the conversation when Fan Zhendong suddenly pulled Xia Yan aside. What's wrong? Fan Zhendong looked excited. Master, have you taken care of these two? Don? Xia Yan looked back and smiled bitterly. It would be strange if it could be done. One is to bet on making 40 billion in 4 years. One is to have no emotions, to experience emotions. Each of them is a headache.
Not to mention, there's a young girl with psychological issues waiting to be sorted out by herself.
If it weren't for the system's help, I would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago.
Looking at Fan Zhendong, who was expecting something, Xia Yan smiled awkwardly but did not answer. But Fan Zhendong thought that Xia Yan was confident and became even more excited.
Master, master. Just teach your apprentice. I don't ask for girlfriends. I just want to find a girlfriend who truly loves me. As long as you can help me find that girlfriend.
I, Fan Zhendong, will serve you from now on. Xia Yan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Zhendong,
don't rush into finding a girlfriend. You know, can this help me find a girlfriend? It all depends on fate. If fate doesn't work, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Why?
Fan Zhendong looked puzzled. Master, you're in the same boat as me today. You just registered today, and you ended up getting our academy's genius senior as your girlfriend.
This move of yours is stronger than any fate. Please just teach me. Please. Xia Yan was also pestered to the point of no return. Okay. Since you want to learn from me so much, Then I'll teach you a lesson. Real. Fan Jindong's eyes lit up. Master, please teach me. I promise, whatever it is, I can learn it quickly. Okay. Since you said so, I will mercifully tell you. Xia Yan leaned close to Fan Jindong's ear and whispered. Let me tell you, this method is actually very simple. From today on, every time you meet a girl you like, ask her, can she be your girlfriend? Then what? Gone. No more? Fan Jindong's eyes froze. What kind of method is this?
Xia Yan's eyes were full of mockery, but his words carried a hint of temptation. This is called great skill without effort.
Look, you and those female freshmen have just registered at the university. You are all full of longing for college, and you are also longing for the love life that will come with it. In this case, as long as you dress neatly and tidy, with a smile on your face, you can ask him if he wants to be your girlfriend? She was curious, so she agreed right away. Why put so much thought into something so simple? Fan Jindong looked surprised. Are you sure this will work? Xia Yan smiled slightly. How do you think senior sister Shin and I became boyfriend and girlfriend?
Fan Jindong's eyes lit up. It turns out that getting a girlfriend is so easy.
Master, I know what I should do. Well, this kid is teachable.
Xia Yan smiled and said, now, you finally understand the essence of having a girlfriend.
Good. Fan Jindong was delighted. Master, I'm going to confess my love to my girlfriend right now.
Fan Jindong left after he finished speaking, and Xia Yan was shocked.
No. If I let this guy leave now, he will definitely get slapped by the girl. Boy. Come back soon. Return.
100,000 word book test, please help.
Add more bookshelves and urge for more updates. Thank you all. Chapter 47 MD. You little bastard, are you deliberately showing off your affection?
Xia Yan ran and chased, but ultimately failed to catch up with the excited Fan Jindong.
I don't know what this kid ate growing up in the Northeast, he can run so fast.
Looking at Fan Jindong's excited back, Xia Yan's back was covered in cold sweat.
Hopefully, he can get slapped less.
He sighed and returned to the table.
Lin Jiejun looked curious. Xia Yan, where's Jindong? Why didn't he come back? Xia Yan smiled awkwardly. He went to do social practice. Social practice? Lin Jiejun looked confused. What's social practice? Li Yuanqing seemed to understand something. He looked at Xia Yan with a smirk on his face. Xia Yan, aren't you being too unkind? No. Xia Yan smiled awkwardly. I didn't do anything. Come on. Eat some food.
Li Yuanqing smiled knowingly, shook his head helplessly, picked up the dishes and started eating. Lin Jiejun had no idea what the two were talking about, so he shook his head and started eating while talking and laughing.
Xia Yan sat down and was about to eat.
Shin Jiahui handed over the chopsticks.
Xia Yan, here you go. Thank you, senior. It's okay. This is what I should do.
Bai Yuning, who was enjoying her meal, suddenly felt that the food in her mouth was no longer tasty when she saw Shin Jiahui's reaction.
Xia Yan, pour me a glass of water. Isn't the water right next to you? Do you need me to pour it for you? Xia Yan. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan with an angry look on her face. Pour me a glass of water. Okay. Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
Xia Yan poured a glass of water for Bai Yuning, and Bai Yuning looked at Shin Jiahui proudly.
I picked up the glass of water and savored it slowly.
This glass of water is so sweet.
Senior, don't you want to drink a sip?
Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing noticed this scene, raised their eyebrows at each other, their eyes full of teasing.
The jealousy has begun again. Is it sweet?
Shin Jiahui looked at the empty cup in front of her, picked up Xia Yan's cup and took a sip.
No, it's just ordinary water. Xia Yan, try it. Is it sweet?
Xia Yan picked up the water cup and took a sip. The place where their lips touched was the same place.
Bai Yuning stared with her eyes wide open. How could this woman be so capable? And he deliberately created an indirect kiss. That's too much.
Bai Yuning raised her eyebrows, pointed at the spicy chicken in the distance, and her eyes jumped.
Xia Yan, I want to eat that. What do you want to eat? Just pick it up for yourself. I can't even reach it. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily. Hurry up and give me 2 pieces. Well.
Xia Yan picked up a piece of spicy chicken and placed it on Bai Yuning's plate.
Is it okay now? That's more like it.
Bai Yuning happily picked up the spicy chicken and took a bite, her eyes fixed on Shinjawi.
Delicious. It's delicious. Shinjawi raised her eyes and asked, is it really that delicious? It's really delicious.
Bai Yuning's eyes were filled with pride, especially since Xia Yan picked up this piece.
It tastes even better. Yeah. Shinjawi picked up a piece of spicy chicken and placed it next to Xia Yan's mouth. Xia Yan, try a piece. Xia Yan's face flushed. Senior sister, there's no need to be like this, right?
Lin Jiajun and Li Yuanqing both looked amused. Shinjawi looked indifferent. Just now Bai Yuning said that the one you picked was more delicious.
I was just wondering, do the ones served by couples taste better? Can you try it for me? Okay.
Xia Yan took a bite and found the spicy chicken in his mouth fresh, tender and tasty, very delicious.
It does seem to be a little more delicious. He actually enjoyed the jealousy between two women in public. You're such a scumbag.
I'll reward you with mastering the basic cooking skills.
Basic cooking proficiency?
Xia Yan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that his mind had gained a lot of knowledge about home cooking.
I see.
Mastering this basic cooking skill means that making these home-cooked meals will no longer be a problem for me.
This is a good thing. This is a good reward.
Xia Yan was happy, but Bai Yuning felt her heart twisted when she saw this.
How could this woman be so capable? It was obvious that she knew that bad guy Xia Yan first. But she acted so intimate. No. I can't lose to her. Bai Yuning looked around and saw the sashimi placed in the middle of the table. His eyes turned and he immediately stood up, picked up a piece of sashimi and dipped it in the soy sauce beside him. Xia Yan, ah. Looking at Bai Yuning who was actively feeding him, Xia Yan was also happy. It seems that no matter what you do, you have to have a sense of competition.
Look, the senior sister just fed him 2 bites and this little idiot can't sit still anymore. Lin Jiajun and Li Yuanqing were also very impressed.
As expected, it's Xia Yan. The scumbag has done this. It's also the only one in the world. Looking at the sashimi Bai Yuning was holding in the admiring eyes of her roommates, Xia Yan also felt happy. He swallowed the sashimi in one bite. How about it? Bai Yuning was full of anticipation. Is it delicious?
As soon as he took a sip, Xia Yan felt a mustard smell rushing to his head.
It felt like my soul was about to leave my body. Water. Water. Give me water. Oh.
Bai Yuning panicked and quickly took the cup of water and fed Xia Yan a sip of water.
Xia Yan, are you okay? Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning speechlessly. Miss, can you please keep a closer eye on me from now on? Don't you know there's mustard underneath that soy sauce? I'm sorry. Did I forget? Ha 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 ha.
Lin Jiajun and the other man couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Xia Yan, it looks like you won't be able to enjoy this good fortune.
Ha 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 ha.
Xia Yan's mouth twitched, and he was about to make some excuses.
A burst of shrill laughter suddenly sounded not far away. Ha, he's really a bumpkin. You can even choke while eating sashimi, what a loser.
Xia Yan turned around and saw that it was Zhao Xiaojiang and his men who were mocking him. I don't know when those people followed Xia Yan here. Looking at the people who were laughing wildly, Xia Yan's eyes turned cold and he immediately came up with an idea.
Xia Yan didn't even look at the people. He picked up a piece of sashimi and dipped it carefully in soy sauce.
He held it in his hand and placed it next to Bai Yuning's mouth.
Yuning, come. Ah. Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
Looking at the gentle Xia Yan, Bai Yuning felt happy and opened her mouth to eat the sashimi.
Is it delicious? Tasty.
As long as it tastes good. Xia Yan gently stroked Bai Yuning's hair and said with a smile. Remember this from now on, only a tiny bit of soy sauce is needed for sashimi.
Don't go too deep either, understand?
Bai Yuning nodded with a smile. Xia Yan, I'll remember it.
That's good.
Xia Yan glanced at Zhao Xiaojiang and said casually.
This meal tastes better when I eat it with my girlfriend.
Unlike some people, who can only sit together as monks and watch others eat.
I'm still jealous to death. How pitiful. Who are you calling jealous? Zhao Xiaojiang stood up suddenly. Am I jealous of you?
Xia Yan sneered twice, but ignored Zhao Xiaojiang and just picked up some sashimi for Bai Yuning.
Come, ah.
Bai Yuning has fallen into a sea of sweetness, while Zhao Xiaojiang is caught in a raging fire of jealousy.
Damn it. You little bastard. Are you deliberately showing off your affection? The 100,000 word book test is here.
Please, everyone, please urge more updates and add more books to the bookshelf.
Please. Bow. Chapter 48. Su Chanshan is jealous.
Zhao Xiaojiang is burning with jealousy, while Bai Yuning is sweet and happy. She had never imagined that being fed could be so joyful.
This feeling is so wonderful. Xia Yan, you are so nice.
Lin Jiajun and Li Yuanqing felt very upset when they saw Xia Yan and Bai Yuning.
This is so sweet. Is it necessary to show affection like this?
Xin Zhaoyi, who was standing aside, looked at Bai Yuning, who was immersed in it with a look of curiosity.
Does it feel good to be fed? Xia Yan. What's wrong, senpai? Xin Zhaoyi pointed at herself and asked, can you feed me a few slices? How many slices should I feed you? Senior, are you jealous? Sure. Xia Yan soaked the juice in the same way and added a piece of sashimi and placed it next to Xin Zhaoyi's mouth. Senior sister, Xin Zhaoyi gently opened her mouth and took a bite.
The combination of the saltiness of soy sauce and the freshness of sashimi is very refreshing.
But unlike usual, Xin Zhaoyi felt a warm current flowing in her heart. Is this what it feels like to be fed? Oh my god.
Zhao Xiaojiang couldn't help it, this kid is getting more and more arrogant.
Just show off your affection. How dare you tease Sister Zhaoyi? This is intolerable. I'll go up and find him. Brother Gang, wait a minute. Several people quickly grabbed Zhao Xiaojiang and said, Brother Gang, you need to calm down. Didn't Brother Hao tell you everything? Find someone to check his background first. Let's keep an eye on him first. After we find out the truth about it.
We still have time to settle the score with him later.
Are you talking about Brother Gang? Snort.
Zhao Xiaojiang sat down gloomily. If it weren't for Brother Hao's order, I would have never let that brat go.
Yes. We know your temper, Brother Gang. Let's just sit here first. Once we find out his background, we will settle the score with him. Snort.
Zhao Xiaojiang snorted coldly and stared coldly at Xia Yan's table. After a while, Xia Yan and his friends finished eating.
After having a hearty meal, everyone was in a very happy mood. Xia Yan came to the counter to pay.
After paying the bill, Xia Yan was about to leave when Zhao Xiaojiang and the others came over and said, Kid,
do you know you're playing with fire? Xia Yan sneered, What? You want to teach me how to play with fire? Zhao Xiaojiang's face was gloomy. Boy, you have no idea what kind of opponent you have provoked? Aren't you afraid that we'll kick you out of Peking University and Tsinghua University? Squeeze out of Tsinghua and Peking University? Xia Yan smiled and walked up to the few people. I've never experienced anything like this before. How about you try harder and let me experience it? Ah. Ha ha ha. Xia Yanli ignored them and followed them out of the restaurant. Zhao Xiaojiang and others looked at Xia Yan's back with gloomy faces. No matter what this kid's background is, we must not let him go.
On the street at night, Lin Jiajun looked back worriedly and asked in a low voice.
Xia Yan, are you okay? It's okay. Xia Yan looked helpless. What could happen if a few stray dogs suddenly showed up?
Li Yuanqing looked at Bai Yuning and Xin Zhaoyi, who were walking and chatting in front, and asked in a low voice.
Xia Yan. Are you sure you two are okay? Xia Yan took a look, smiled and shook his head. It should be nothing, right? I see they get along pretty well, don't they?
Lin Jiajun and Li Yuanqing smiled and gave Xia Yan a thumbs up.
You're awesome. A few people walked to the school gate chatting and laughing, and were about to go back to school. Xia Yan.
When they turned around, they saw Su Chanshan standing outside the school gate, looking indignant, her eyes full of grievance.
Lin Jiajun and Li Yuanqing were shocked. Xia Yan, who is she? Xia Yan looked at Su Chanshan, who looked aggrieved, and sighed. Childhood sweethearts. What? They were both shocked. Another such a beautiful childhood sweetheart? The key is classmate Bai and senior sister Shin. Xia Yan, you are so amazing.
Xia Yan sighed helplessly, and his eyes gradually turned cold.
What are you doing here? Xia Yan.
Su Chanshan rushed to the front and looked at the two girls holding Xia Yan's hands, her eyes red.
Xia Yan. Why did you become like this? We've only been apart for a day. And you've become so fickle. You're going too far.
Bai Yuning's heart tightened, and she subconsciously clenched Xiaoyan's right hand. Shinjiaoi still looked indifferent, as if what was happening in front of her had nothing to do with her. Not far away, Zhao Xiaojiang and others who were following behind saw Su Qianqian, who was furious, and their eyes suddenly lit up.
Brother gang!
Look! That guy seems to be having a quarrel with his girlfriend.
Should we go over and add fuel to the fire?
Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes turned and he smiled playfully. Of course I'm going. It would be a shame not to get involved in such a fun thing.
Xiao Mao. Drive your BMW over here. Let's give him a head start. Yes. Brother gang.
Zhao Xiaojiang watched the scene in front of him with schadenfreude, and had already imagined Xiaoyan's ugly face after the girl got on the BMW.
In front of the school gate. Xiaoyan looked at the hysterical Su Qianqian with a calm expression. Are you done? Are you okay?
It's okay, I'll leave first.
After Xiaoyan finished speaking, he wanted to turn around and leave with the two women. Don't leave.
Su Qianqian ran to Xiaoyan with her arms open, her eyes full of stubbornness.
Xiaoyan, stop right there. You must explain to me what happened today. What's there to say? Xiaoyan's eyes were still cold. Aren't you going to chase stars? Watch a concert? Is there anyone else planning to hold a concert in the capital these 2 days? Just keep going. Isn't chasing stars your most important thing? Why are you stopping me here?
Su Qianqian looked aggrieved, her eyes filled with tears.
Didn't I just go to a concert? Are you really that angry? No. I'm not angry.
Xiaoyan said calmly, just go and watch your concert.
Why are you stopping me? Little sister. Stop getting entangled with such a stingy man.
Zhao Xiaojiang and his companions drove a BMW convertible and stopped in front of them, looking at Xiaoyan provocatively.
Come on. Let's go for a ride with the guys. We'll show you the night view of the capital. Get out of here.
Su Qianqian glanced at them with disgust. You stinking hooligans.
Get away from me. Yo-hoo.
Zhao Xiaojiang and his friends walked down with ruffian looks on their faces.
Little sister. You have a bad temper, don't you? What? You can't even go for a ride? Do you need to be punished? You. Su Qianqian's body trembled, and she subconsciously dodged backwards. Little sister. Come with us.
Zhao Xiaojiang said this and stretched out his right hand.
Stop. Xiaoyan stood in front of Su Qianqian and looked at Zhao Xiaojiang calmly. Pull your dirty hands back. Yo-hoo. Zhao Xiaojiang said jokingly, boy. Do you want to fight with us brothers here at the foot of Huancheng?
The people behind Zhao Xiaojiang walked up and looked at Xiaoyan with unfriendly expressions. Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing walked up together, stood beside Xiaoyan, and stared at the few people without showing any weakness. Xiaoyan's eyes were cold. I don't care whether we fight or not.
I just want you guys to stay away from me. Zhao Xiaojiang's face darkened. Then why don't we get out of here? No flash? Chapter 49 Su Qianqian, let us go to the hotel. I want you to be able to never get rid of me. What? What? What are you doing blocking the school gate? Want to fight? Do you want to go to the police station together?
The security guard at the school gate noticed something unusual and walked over. Zhao Xiaojiang glanced at the security guard and slowly withdrew his hand.
Boy. This matter is not over yet. We'll see later. Snort.
Zhao Xiaojiang and the others withdrew their hands, looked at Xiaoyan carefully, and returned to the car. Xiaoyan ignored them and just turned around to look at Su Qianqian.
Are you satisfied now? Su Qianqian's eyes darkened and she lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Humph, you're always like this. You only think about yourself and never consider other people's feelings. Have you ever thought about me?
Ding 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 ding.
Xiaoyan picked up the phone and a clear female voice came from the receiver. Mr. Xiaoyan? We are from the China World Mall. As agreed before, we have arrived at the school gate. Could you please come out and answer it?
Xiaoyan turned his head and saw a Mercedes-Benz MPV parked not far from the school gate.
He immediately waved, I'm here.
The MPV suddenly stopped in front of me, the door slowly opened, and the shopping guide from this morning said with a smile. Mr. Xiaoyan, all the items you bought at the China World Mall this morning are all here. Please accept.
Wow! They're all back.
Bai Yuning's eyes lit up with joy. I was just wondering when this dress would arrive.
I didn't expect you to be back now. Very good.
Lin Jejun and the other man were stunned when they saw the clothes pile up like a mountain in the car.
So many LV things? Xiaoyan, did you buy all this?
Xiaoyan nodded. Jejun, Yuanqing, senior sister, please help Yuning pack these things back to the dormitory.
I have something to say to her. You guys go back first. No problem.
Shinjoui nodded, and picked up the clothes with Bai Yuning. Lin Jejun and the other man looked at each other and nodded in unison.
Okay, let's help Bai move his clothes back to the dormitory first. Remember to come back early. I'll be back soon.
Seeing several people walking into the school gate with mountains of LV clothes, Zhao Xiaozhang and others looked serious.
Brother gang. Those are all LV clothes. So many clothes. It must cost at least 1 or 2 million. That kid actually spent 1 or 2 million on LV. It seems that boy is very rich.
Zhao Xiaozhang's eyes turned cold. Anyone who can casually spend 1 or 2 million on clothes at LV must come from a very wealthy family.
No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Turns out he's got a lot of money. Brother gang, what should we do? Let's go. Let's go back and reunite with Brother Hao first. See how to deal with this kid. Even if it's a fierce dragon crossing the river. Even in this capital, you have to get down. Walk.
Zhao Xiaozhang and his group got in the car and drove away. Outside the school gate, only Xiaoyan and Su Chanshan were left.
After glancing at Su Chanshan, Xiaoyan turned his head and said, "Let's go. Don't you want to talk to me? Let's go to the nearby cafe." Su Chanshan responded, and the two of them went to a nearby cafe. As soon as she sat down, Su Chanshan couldn't wait to ask. "Xiaoyan, why have you changed so much now?" Xiaoyan took a sip of coffee and said, "I've always been like this, but you just didn't notice it."
Su Chanshan's eyes darkened, and she thought of the scene outside the school gate just now, and her eyes jumped.
Where did you get so much money? Those LV clothes and jewelry just now are worth over 1 million in total. Where does one get so much money to buy so many things?
Xiaoyan was in an unusually calm mood, without a trace of emotion in his heart.
I've been making all sorts of financial investments. Stocks and funds, I've dabbled in all of these things. Do you have any other questions?
Su Chanshan looked at the calm Xiaoyan in front of her and felt extremely unfamiliar.
What's going on? What exactly happened? Didn't I just watch a concert last night? Why did it change so much in just one night? What is going on? Think of those two women just now. Su Chanshan felt sour in her heart.
Those two girls are really beautiful. Just now, he was holding Xiaoyan's hand.
What is their relationship with Xiaoyan? Why does it seem so intimate? Su Chanshan hesitated for a moment, lowered her head, and asked in a low voice.
What's your relationship with those two girls?
The two of them? Xiaoyan smiled slightly.
One is that I need to take good care of him for 4 years. I even made a bet with his dad that he could make 40 billion in 4 years.
The other one is a fateful accident.
I need him to experience all kinds of emotions.
That's the kind of relationship we have.
Su Chanshan felt heartbroken when she heard this.
Why? Didn't I just watch a concert one night? Why did you become such a playboy overnight? Didn't you like me before? Xiaoyan's eyes turned cold. So you know I like you? Then why did you always keep me hanging? Do you think it's fun to tease me? I. Su Chanshan choked up. Then you don't have to be a playboy. What happened to the playboy? I think the playboy is pretty good.
Rather than hanging myself on a tree, I think it would be more comfortable to look for other directions.
You.
Su Chanshan's eyes turned red and she slowly lowered her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you hanging. I don't care whether you did it on purpose or not.
Xiaoyan took a sip of coffee and said, I have other ideas now. I don't want to waste my energy on you anymore. That's it.
Su Chanshan suddenly raised her head, her beautiful little face full of tears.
Why have you suddenly become so heartless? Did you sleep in bed last night? Shanchuan?
The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. We slept in the same box last night. Waking up in the same bed in the morning.
What do you think? Su Chanshan stood up angrily and pulled Xiaoyan out. Su Chanshan. What are you doing? Let's go to the hotel. I want you to be able to never get rid of me for the rest of your life. Hotel? Half an hour later.
Xia Yan sat in the executive suite of a nearby luxury hotel, speechless.
What is this?
After hearing what was said just now, Su Chanxian dragged Xia Yan to this high-end hotel regardless of anything.
And as soon as he entered, he locked the door and blocked the door with the sofa.
Sitting on the big bed in the hotel, looking at the vague figure in the frosted glass of the bathroom,
Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the pure gold that has been stored for 19 years has to be handed over tonight? Snap. The bathroom door opened gently.
Wrapped in a white bath towel, Su Chanxian, blushing, slowly walked out. 100,000 word book test, please help.
Add to your bookshelf and add to your collection.
There are beautiful things right in front of you.
Please. Chapter 50. Xia Yan, can you break up with them?
After taking a shower, Su Chanxian exuded a faint fragrance. Under the white bath towel, there is a touch of white that is so eye-catching.
Su Chanxian's delicate little feet were in the simple hotel slippers. After bathing, the hair was wet and draped on the bath towel.
The blush on her face is even more heart-pounding.
I have to say.
Although Su Chanxian likes to act like a spoiled brat, she only cares about herself and doesn't care much about others. But looking at her current appearance, she is indeed very beautiful.
Su Chanxian also noticed Xia Yan's astonished look, and couldn't help but feel happy. This guy, even though he said so heartlessly. But when you see yourself, don't your eyes light up? I knew this family would like me so much.
He should have been taken down early.
Pity. Thinking of the two girls holding hands outside the school gate, Su Chanxian's heart was filled with gloom. What happened to those two girls? I definitely had never seen them before school started. It's only been one day. Xia Yan has become so unrecognizable that he is almost unrecognizable. How come only one day has passed? Did he become a scumbag? Look at Xia Yan sitting at the head of the bed. All the bitterness and joy in Su Chanxian's heart turned into determination. Anyway, I will never give up Xia Yan. I have grown up with Xia Yan as a childhood sweetheart. If they want to give up, then they should give up. Xia Yan should be mine.
Walking to the bed, Su Chanxian raised her head stubbornly and looked at Xia Yan with a blushing face.
All right. Let's get started. Xia Yan swallowed his saliva and asked, Su Chanxian, are you sure you want to do that? Su Chanxian looked indignant. What? You think I'll lose to those women? Or are you a coward? You don't dare to touch me? Coward? Xia Yan found it very funny. Okay. Then just look at what a coward like me can do. Ah! Su Chanxian was pushed down by Xia Yan and fell on the thick cushion. Su Chanxian lost her balance and fell on the bed.
Looking at Xia Yan with shining eyes in front of me, a feeling of sadness still welled up in my heart.
Today is the day of my transformation. Start today. I am no longer the same Su Chanxian as before. From today on, I will be bound to Xia Yan forever.
When Xia Yan played games with me when I was a child, the look in his eyes when he looked at me was so passionate. Later, the two grew up together, but they also took better and deeper care of themselves. But I was used to it, thinking that Xia Yan was always in my pocket, so I relaxed.
It gave those women an opportunity to take advantage. As a result, I put myself in a passive position. If it happens again, I will never let this idiot Xia Yan go. He will never let another woman touch him.
Looking at Su Chanxian in front of him with a dazed look in her eyes, Xia Yan's hands were shaking with nervousness.
Su Chanxian, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really going to do this? If you really do that. But there's really no turning back. What are you looking back for? Su Chanxian said stubbornly, do you think I would lose to those women? Come on. I, Su Chanxian, have my way. I will never regret it. Okay. You said it.
Xia Yan took a deep breath, made up his mind, and decided to break out according to the predetermined plan.
Su Chanxian looked at Xia Yan's determined eyes, and sour joy and a hint of sadness lingered in her heart. From now on, Su Chanxian will become the new Su Chanxian.
Xia Yan continued to break forward according to the predetermined plan.
As a result, I just entered the attack range and made contact with the enemy.
The enemy spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down helplessly.
Xia Yan was stunned for a moment. I haven't even fired yet, why did you fall down? Even if you're just showing off your marksmanship, you don't have to go so fast, right? Look at your hands stained with the lives of your enemies. Xia Yan looked helpless. What was going on? Are you ready? Su Qianqian felt a pain in her heart and looked down. The signs of life in Xia Yan's hands made Su Qianqian feel heartbroken. 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. Xia Yan, I'm giving you everything. You have to be good to me for the rest of my life. Fuck you. Xia Yan sat up angrily. Look carefully for yourself. I didn't hit you. This is your aunt. Ah.
Su Qianqian looked down, her face turned red, and she smiled awkwardly.
I'm sorry. I forgot, today is the day she's supposed to come. He.
Xia Yan sighed, poured a glass of water for Su Qianqian, and found a bag of brown sugar ginger tea from the room. After the tea was brewed, Xia Yan took the tea and walked to Su Qianqian, who had already packed up, and gave him a displeased look.
Don't you remember anything about your own body? It's already this late, and you're still going to a concert? You really don't pay any attention to your body.
Although it was a bit painful, Xia Yan's reproach sounded more like care to Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian felt warm in her heart and her mood was very good.
Didn't I forget by accident? I will definitely pay attention next time. Snort.
Xia Yan sighed and handed over the brown sugar ginger tea in his hand.
Yes, drink something. Drink a little, you'll feel better.
Su Qianqian took it gently, her heart filled with sweetness. Xia Yan still cares about himself. He still cares about me as much as before.
He.
Hiss.
What's wrong?
Su Qianqian glanced at Xia Yan with grievance. My stomach hurts a little, I feel so uncomfortable.
Xia Yan shook his head helplessly, lay down on the bed, and gently massaged Su Qianqian's belly. How are you now? Su Qianqian nodded sweetly, much better now. Su Qianqian's favorability +1.
You. If you don't take good care of your health, you'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Looking at the nagging Xia Yan, Su Qianqian also remembered how her aunt looked when she first visited her.
I was shocked at that time. It was Xia Yan who helped me deal with it, which made me calm down.
Now, Xia Yan was comforting himself tenderly as before.
If only this moment could last forever. Why didn't I cherish it before?
Looking at Xia Yan gently massaging her lower abdomen, Su Qianqian's heart moved.
Xia Yan, can we go back to the way we were before? Xia Yan looked puzzled. What's the difference between us now and before? I mean. Su Qianqian looked into Xia Yan's eyes and spoke word by word. Can you break up with those 2 girls? Separate? Chapter 51. The moms found out.
Su Qianqian's eyes were firm and pleading, and Xia Yan was stunned for a moment. I have never seen this kind of look before. If it were in the past, if she could give me such a look, I would agree to anything she asked.
But now, it's too late.
Now that I am bound to the system, I am destined not to be able to just look at one girl. Providing a solid arm for many beauties means that the system has bound itself to its due responsibility.
Feel sorry. I can't abandon them. Su Qianqian's eyes darkened and she bit Xia Yan angrily. Ouch. What are you doing? Bad guy. A playboy. Humph. Su Qianqian snorted and turned her head away. I knew you wouldn't give up on them. That's good to know. Xia Yan let go of his hand, pulled open the quilt and lay down in it.
The 2 of them sat next to each other, but didn't talk. Su Qianqian looked for a while, and seeing that Xia Yan still ignored her, she immediately pouted.
Bad guy. Xia Yan, how did you know those 2 girls? Which one? Su Qianqian pinched Xia Yan and said, I met that guy at the school gate this morning. Are you talking about Bai Yuning? Bai Yuning? That's a nice name. How did he get to know you?
Xia Yan sighed. Her family arranged for her to go on a blind date and get married.
He didn't want to, so he ran out and ended up in my box. I helped him escape from his family, and that's how we met. Is it that simple? What else? Su Qianqian looked at Xia Yan curiously. Didn't you talk to his father about something this morning? What? 40 billion in 4 years or something? What does he mean? Oh, you mean that?
Xia Yan sighed helplessly. His dad chased him to the school gate and wanted to take him back.
I think I will help people to the end. I will help them to the end. I just helped his dad and made a bet.
He said that if I could earn 40 billion in 4 years, he would let his daughter do whatever she wanted.
40 billion in 4 years? Su Chanxian looked over in astonishment. You're crazy. How could you possibly make 40 billion in 4 years?
Xia Yan stretched out his hand and said, I have my own way, don't worry.
TSK. Just blow it. Su Chanxian nodded Xia Yan's head. Don't I know you?
From childhood to adulthood, your pockets are cleaner than your face.
You still want to make 40 billion in 4 years? Aren't you talking in your sleep?
You'll know whether it's a dream or not in 4 years.
Cut. Su Chanxian pursed her lips and said, I think you just fell in love with Bai Yuning. Yes. Xia Yan nodded. That little rascal is a little bit stupid and likes to play tricks, but he is really cute and pretty. With him accompanying me through these 4 years, my college life won't be lonely. Humph. A playboy. Su Chanxian pinched Xia Yan and asked angrily, what about the other one? Where's that genius senior? That? Xia Yan's mouth twitched. That's a completely bad fate. He can't feel emotions, so he wants to be my girlfriend. Feel the emotion from me. That's how we met. It's that simple. Humph. Bad guy. You actually found so many girlfriends while I was away? How many more will you look for in the future? Well.
Xia Yan thought for a moment and said, that depends on my mood.
Maybe I can find 8 or 10 of them. You can even get together and play mahjong. Playing mahjong? I'll beat you to death, you peanut carrot. Bad guy. Stop it. Hey. I'll get angry if you hit me again. Good. You're still fighting. Well, let me show you how powerful I am. Ah.
The two of them were playing and fighting, and before they knew it, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Feeling the warmth of Xia Yan in her arms, Su Chanxian smiled slightly.
Bad guy. No matter what, I'm determined to be with you for the rest of my life. The next morning,
Xia Yan was awakened by a sudden ringing of the phone. When I opened my eyes, I saw Su Chanxian still sleeping soundly in my warm arms.
Xia Yan was exhausted all over. Or maybe I played too crazy last night. In a daze, Xia Yan picked up the phone and answered the call. Hey. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you stay at school last night? You're staying out all night on the first day of school? You want to rebel? Xia Yan rubbed his eyes and yawned.
Mom, I stayed at a hotel outside the school with my friends last night.
It's nothing. Yan. Why are you holding Chanxian's phone? Are you two together? Did you spend the night in the hotel last night?
The surprised voice in the microphone made Xia Yan's hair stand on end and he suddenly woke up.
Not good. I took the wrong phone. This is Su Chanxian's cell phone. The person on the other end of the phone is Aunt Su. Did she know that he and Su Chanxian had spent the night in a hotel outside? This is bad. Yan. Speak up. Yan. Did you spend the night in the hotel with Chanxian? What did you do last night? Yan. Xia Yan was completely dumbfounded. This is bad. Aunt Su actually discovered it. It's over. College life is about to end just as it began. What should I do with my youth? Ding ling 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 ling. Another rapid ringing sounded.
Xia Yan turned his head and saw that it was his cell phone next to Su Chanxian. Before Xia Yan could react, the dazed Su Chanxian picked up the phone and answered it.
Hey. What's wrong with you? We didn't go back to the dorm on the first day of school? Did the counselor call me? What's wrong with you? Su Chanxian yawned. Mom, my friend and I stayed in a hotel for one night. It's nothing. Flourishing? Why are you holding Yan's phone? You two stayed at the hotel last night? What did you do last night? Chanxian? Su Chanxian suddenly sat up and looked at Xia Yan in amazement.
Xia Yan, I accidentally received a call from your mother.
Xia Yan smiled bitterly. I got a call from your mother too. Yan. What did you and Chanxian do? Chanxian. What did you and Yan do? The questioning continued in the microphone.
The two looked at each other and saw a hint of panic in each other's eyes.
What should I do now? Chapter 52 Getting Married in the First Year of College? Yan. Flourishing. What the hell is going on? What on earth did you two do? 2. Speak. 2.
The urging voices of his mother and Aunt Sue continued to ring. Xia Yan felt bitter when he saw the frightened Su Qianqian, and quickly picked up the phone to explain.
Aunt Sue, things are not what you think.
We were eating out last night, but we accidentally forgot to check the time and ended up eating too late.
The school gate is closed, we can't go back. So we just booked a room outside. Before going to bed at night, we played around for a while. I accidentally took Su Qianqian's phone by mistake, so I answered your call. Qianqian is right next to us.
If you don't believe me, just ask her.
Xia Yan said as he stuffed the phone into Su Qianqian's hand. Hurry up and tell me. Explain to your mother. Quick.
Su Qianqian glared at Xia Yan, picked up the phone and was about to explain. Suddenly, I saw Xia Yan's relieved look, and my heart ached. For some unknown reason, she started to feel pitiful.
Mom, Xia Yan bullied me. What? He bullied you? Xia Yan's eyes froze and he looked at Su Qianqian in disbelief. Big sister. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't say I bullied you. You opened all these rooms yesterday. What does it have to do with me? Xia Yan quickly stepped forward to snatch the phone.
Su Qianqian smiled cunningly, dodged, and ran aside with the phone in her hand.
Mom, Xia Yan was so fierce last night. Not only did he scold me, he also hit me. I'm still injured. What? Su Qianqian. Xia Yan's right hand trembled. How can you be so heartless? If I hadn't helped you last night? Can you get up this morning? Su Qianqian smiled proudly, took out Xia Yan's cell phone and waved it forward.
It turned out that at some point, Su Qianqian had turned on the speakerphone mode on Xia Yan's phone.
Mom heard everything I said just now. Yan. Is this true? Did you really bully Qianqian? Xia Yan was struck by lightning and almost fainted on the ground. Su Qianqian. You red egg. How dare you plot against me? I'm not done with you. Su Qianqian. Give me your phone. No. While hiding, Su Qianqian put their cell phones to her mouth and shouted pitifully. Mom, Aunt Xia Yan doesn't care about what happened to me last night. And you want to hide this? Keep bullying me. He's gone too far. Yan. 2.
Mom and Aunt Sue yelled, and Xia Yan suddenly stopped where he was, staring at Su Qianqian with gritted teeth.
Su Qianqian. You are dead this time.
Su Qianqian stuck out her tongue at Xia Yan and stood there with her phone in her hand. That smug look was like a little fox that had stolen eggs.
Yan. Mom. Hearing this tone, Xia Yan's heart trembled. What do you want? Let me ask you, did you really bully Qianqian? Xia Yan smiled bitterly, wishing he could bite Su Qianqian to death. No. I didn't bully her. Auntie, he's lying. Su Qianqian pretended to be pitiful and said, he pushed me down yesterday. You haven't done anything yet? I'm already hurt. There are even traces on the towel. Xia Yan widened his eyes and stared at Su Qianqian in disbelief. Big sister. That's your own aunt. What does it have to do with me? Yan. Aunt Sue's voice was cold and emotionless. Is what Qianqian said true? Aunt Sue, you misunderstood. Things are not what you think. There is nothing between him and me. Don't you dare say it's not? Su Qianqian looked at Xia Yan proudly. Do you dare to say that you didn't push her down? You dare to say I wasn't hurt last night? You dare say there aren't those marks on the towel? Xia Yan almost choked to death. This is indeed the case. But this is a million miles away from the truth. You can't slander me like that. Aunt Sue, this is what happened. I really didn't do anything. It's Su Qianqian's aunt who came to see her. I'll take care of him at night. It's that simple. Real? Of course it's true. Su Qianqian wanted to say something, but Xia Yan stared at her with a scorching gaze and warned her. Don't dare to talk nonsense again. I will never let you go. Meow.
Su Qianqian stuck out her tongue, made a face, her eyes full of amusement.
If that's the case, that's fine. But why did you two check into a room last night? Qianqian, tell Mom. Why did you and Yan go to get a room together last night? Mom wants to hear the truth from you.
Su Chanqian's body froze, her face turned red, and she lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Mom, Xia Yan and I spent too long eating last night. I can't go back, so I booked a room. You're lying. When you tell your mother the truth, you never act coyly or shyly, but always speak with confidence and confidence. You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll go to the imperial capital to find you today and bring you back. No, no, no. Su Chanqian's face turned red, she glanced at Xia Yan coquettishly, turned her head and whispered. Last night, I actually wanted to give myself to Xia Yan. After a moment of silence, the phone rang again. Chanqian, is this a decision you've made after careful consideration? Careful consideration? Su Chanqian recalled how Xia Yan had cared for her and loved her in the past, and also thought of the two girls last night. My heart ached and my eyes became determined. Mom, this is my decision. Okay, I understand. The call was disconnected, and Su Chanqian looked at the hung-up phone, confused. Is it over so simply? Flourishing? Aunt Xia, I'm here. Chanqian, Auntie knows what you mean. Give the phone to Yan Yan. Su Chanqian said oh and handed the phone back to Xia Yan. Yes, it's Aunt Xia's call. Xia Yan glared at Su Chanqian, took the phone, turned his head and whispered. Hey. Mom, things are really not what you think. I can explain it to you. Yan Yan. Good job. Yan Yan, Mom was worried about you not being able to find a partner. What should I do? I didn't expect you to get Xianshan on the first day of school. Good boy, Mom is so proud of you. Xia Yan was sweating profusely. Mom, listen to my explanation. Things are really not what you think. Hey, stop talking, I understand. I can see clearly what you young people are doing. That's it for now. It's still early, you two should continue to be affectionate. I'll go find your Aunt Sue first. What do you want to see Aunt Sue for? Talk to her about your marriage. Marry? No, Mom, aren't you being too hasty? Don't worry, Mom knows this. I will definitely not let you two down. That's it, I'm going out first. Beep. Looking at the hung-up phone, Xia Yan suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Marry? Is it possible that I have to get married in my freshman year? This is too fast. Thinking of the culprit behind all this, Xia Yan suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Chanqian, who looked guilty. Look. This is all your fault. Chapter 53 Get out. I want to take a shower. How can you blame me for this? Su Chanqian looked away guiltily. It's because you didn't explain it clearly. That's all your fault. It's not what you said about being pushed down, injured, and bloody. Will my mother misunderstand? But that's also true. Su Chanqian said stubbornly, do you dare to say these things didn't happen? Looking at Su Chanqian, who refused to answer, Xia Yan suddenly smiled and walked towards Su Chanqian. Okay. You're right. Those things are indeed true. I admit it too. Su Chanqian looked at Xia Yan, who was gradually approaching, and felt panic in her heart. Just as I was about to escape, the street scene outside the window became the most solid barrier. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. Don't come over here? Xia Yan laughed angrily. Didn't I just say that I have no regrets about my intentions towards you? How do you get rid of this look now? Didn't you just stick your tongue out at me? Now try spitting it out again. What's wrong with sticking out your tongue? Just vomit. Just vomit. What can you do to me? How about it? Xia Yan threw down his phone and pounced directly in front of Su Chanqian like a hungry tiger. Su Chanqian, who wanted to escape, was trapped in front of him. Stick out your tongue? I'll make you vomit. Xia Yan printed it directly. Mum. Su Chanqian glared, and her sealed cherry lips kept struggling. But still couldn't resist Xia Yan's attack. The tongue that was showing off its might just now gradually became dejected after a while of entanglement. Finally at the mercy of others. Su Chanqian's favorability +1. Su Chanqian's favorability reaches 40 points, and you will receive a random reward Su Chanqian's random lucky draw gift box. 10. Exclusive lucky draw gift box for Su Chanqian. Just contact Su Chanqian to enter the lucky draw. If you feel like you're the lucky one, come and participate in the lucky draw. Lottery? Xia Yan looked at Su Chanqian, whose face was flushed, and his heart was moved.
System. Give me a gift box. Good. Lottery in progress.
Prize awarded physical fitness enhancement fluid.
Physical fitness enhancement liquid. After taking it, it can enhance your physical fitness. Physical enhancement fluid?
Xiaoyan's heart moved. He let go of Su Qianxian's cherry lips and took out the bottle of physical enhancement liquid from his trouser pocket.
Is this the physical enhancement liquid? Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Su Qianxian looked at Xiaoyan with a dazed look, her eyes full of affection. What is that?
Xiaoyan suddenly had an idea, opened the physical enhancement liquid, poured it directly into his mouth, and pushed it towards Su Qianxian again.
Let you also have a taste of the effects of the physical enhancement liquid. The two of them met again.
The slightly sweet physical enhancement liquid slowly blended into their bodies.
After a short wait, a warm feeling suddenly appeared in the hearts of the two.
The two people hugging each other felt their bodies lighten, and then became hotter and hotter. That burning sensation spread throughout the body, from the internal organs to the outside, layer after layer. Xiaoyan could feel that his strength, vision, spirit, and every aspect had been improved. Even the bones could be heard making crackling sounds.
The same change also happened to Su Qianxian. Although Xiaoyan's warmth made Su Qianxian feel confused, but she could still clearly feel her body changing. The muscles are tighter, the skin is softer, and even the figure is improving. After the warm current disappeared, the two separated their lips. They were all shocked when they looked at each other's bodies. Xiaoyan, you seem to have become taller and stronger. Looks like you've become more handsome? You too.
Xiaoyan gently tapped Su Qianxian's cheek and said, You seem to have become whiter and your skin has become softer.
Really? Su Qianxian's eyes lit up with joy. That's great. Xiaoyan, what did you give me to drink just now? Blue bottle oral solution. That's just nonsense.
Su Qianxian pinched Xiaoyan and frowned as she looked at the stains that suddenly appeared on his body.
Why are there so many dirty things? I'm going to take a shower first. Don't follow me. Etc. Xiaoyan grabbed Su Qianxian and asked, What are you doing? System, draw another gift box. Lottery in progress. Get a random reward Super Beauty Pill. Super Beauty Pill, a pill that can significantly improve your appearance. After taking it, there will be a huge improvement. Super Beauty Pill? Xiaoyan, what on earth are you going to do?
Looking at the puzzled Su Qianxian, Xiaoyan's eyes moved and he felt happy in his heart.
He just picked up Su Qianxian. What are you doing? You mean taking a shower? Let's do it together. I don't want to. Who wants to take a shower with a bad guy like you? That's not up to you. Bad guy. Someone is molesting me. Haha, little girl, keep on yelling. No one will pay attention to you even if you scream at the top of your lungs. No.
Xiaoyan carried the struggling Su Qianxian into the bathroom and closed the door behind him.
2 hours later. The door opens. Su Qianxian gave Xiaoyan angrily a look and walked out fiddling with her wet hair. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and stretched. My heart is full of satisfaction. System, check my information. Here we come. Name, Xiaoyan. Title, Scumbag. Gender, male. Age, 19. Appearance, 82. Flawless, 0. Abilities, massage, divine doctor skills, foot massage, elementary cooking. Wealth, 3.091 million. Props, buy Uning's prop cashback card 7, buy Uning's random pass card 10, Xia Jinwan's prop cashback card 10, Su Qianxian's random raffle gift box 8. Good. Good. I remember that my appearance was only 79 points before. After taking a bath and using a pill, his points increased directly to 82. Just added 3 points. Marvelous. Looking at Su Qianxian who was getting dressed, Xiaoyan's eyes lit up with joy. System, check Su Qianxian's information. Here we come. Name, Su Qianxian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 89. Flawless, 0. Favorability, 42. Not bad, not bad. Su Qianxian's appearance score was only 86 points before. After taking a beauty pill, my points instantly increased to 89. Marvelous. This lucky draw gift box is really a good thing. I don't know what good things are in the remaining 8 lottery gift boxes. How about taking out all these 8 lottery gift boxes? Chapter 54 Another lottery, Fan Jindong found a girlfriend? Good draw. Xia Yan couldn't hold back when he thought about participating in the lottery.
But when he thought about the inside stories of the various lotteries in those games, Xia Yan suddenly calmed down.
System, is there anything special about this lucky draw gift box? Is it particular? Yes.
Draw once and it depends on your luck. Draw 10 times in a row and you will be my little brother.
100 consecutive draws guaranteed. Oh. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've already picked 2. Look. When I think of the little guarantee I lost. Xia Yan felt very uncomfortable. Before I could even say anything, you already smoked. Besides, even if I told you, you can only get a small guarantee at most. Besides, this gift box is bound to Su Qianqian. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to collect 100 draws. That's true. But when he thought of his lost little brother, Xia Yan still felt unhappy. Is there no way to increase the probability of small and medium-sized guarantees? Yes, I have.
You can use lucky cards to increase your chances of getting a small or even a large bonus.
Lucky card? Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Where is the lucky card? Picked out from the lucky draw box. Xia Yan's face flattened and he was speechless. Isn't this still a lottery? Good. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Looking at Su Qianqian putting on socks, Xia Yan's heart moved. System, when drawing the lottery, if you touch different parts of Su Qianqian, the probability of drawing good things will be different, right? That's right. The closer you are to him, the better the rewards you get. Close? Negative contact is the most intimate. Too bad his aunt is here.
In this case, then settle for the next best thing.
Su Qianqian.
Su Qianqian's eyes flashed, and her lips were sealed by Xia Yan again.
Mum. System. Lottery. Lottery in progress. Obtain random reward bodybuilding pill.
Body strengthening pills. After taking them, you can strengthen your entire body and allow your body to evolve.
This kind of thing again. System. Draw again. Lottery in progress. Obtain random reward void spirit medicine. Ethereal medicine. After taking it, your whole body will remain light and your mind will not be polluted by debris. Ethereal medicine? Won't be contaminated by debris? What is this? System. Draw again. Lottery in progress. Obtain random reward repair medicine.
Repair medicine. After taking it, defects and even deformities in the body can be repaired to perfection.
It's this mess again. System. Again. I think it would be better for you to check on his condition. She was kissed to death by you.
Looking down, I saw that Su Qianqian's eyes had rolled back and her face was red and swollen at some point. Xia Yan quickly let go of Su Qianqian and gently patted her little face.
Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian. Wake up. Wake up. Are you okay? Ahem.
Su Qianqian coughed twice and woke up. Looking at the worried Xia Yan in front of her, she punched him twice in grievance.
Why are you kissing me so tightly? Don't you see that I'm about to faint? Sorry. Xia Yan smiled awkwardly. I couldn't help myself. I was just too engrossed. Sorry. Snort. Although I was almost suffocated to death, I was very angry. But after hearing what Xia Yan said, Su Qianqian still felt happy. I know you like her. Su Qianqian's favorability +1. All right. Su Qianqian stood up with a smile. Let's go. It's getting late. There's also an opening ceremony this morning. We still have to go back to our respective schools. Okay. Let's go. The two packed up their things and walked towards the hall, talking and laughing all the way. Along the way, Xia Yan thought about it over and over again. Decided to figure out how to get the lucky card later. Otherwise, the 5 gift boxes left by Su Qianqian will be wasted. Just as the two of them finished checking out and were about to leave. Not far away, Xia Jinwan, who came to the hotel for business, saw the two of them and her eyes lit up. Wow! This is only the second day of school, right? Since yesterday, the women around the sky have been more beautiful than each other. That lovely Bai Yuning and that cold Shinjoui. Today there is another beauty who is no less beautiful than the other two.
And it was from the hotel.
No wonder he was not there when we checked the dormitories last night.
It turns out that we are staying overnight in the hotel.
Oh my goodness.
Every girlfriend of this guy is so beautiful. And if you say you're staying overnight in a hotel, then you're staying overnight in a hotel.
It's such a scumbag.
But this is just right. The more despicable he is, the better he is at stealing girls' hearts.
The higher it is, the more likely it is that Yao Yao will be cheated on by him.
The easier it is to have your heart stolen, the more hope you have of surviving.
Very good. Xia Jinwan was ecstatic. We must find a way to get them to meet as soon as possible. Xia Jinwan favorability +1. In fact, Xia Jinwan just misunderstood.
Su Chanqian's original appearance score was only 86 points. After Xia Yan and she took the super beauty pill, their looks improved by 3 points.
Su Chanqian also reached 89 points, enough to rival Bai Yuning. If she had seen Su Chanqian yesterday, Xia Jinwan might not have been so surprised. It was the effect of the elixir that transformed Su Chanqian. The system is still good. Back at the school gate, Su Chanqian looked at Xia Yan, who was about to leave, and felt reluctant to leave.
Xia Yan, I have military training in the next 2 days, I may not be able to come out.
But you have to call me more often. I'll call you every day too. No. Xia Yan waved his hand, I'm leaving first. Bye-bye.
Looking at Xia Yan walking into the school, Su Chanqian smiled sweetly after her anger subsided. If I had known this matter was so simple, I should have kidnapped Xia Yan earlier.
Unfortunately, it's too late.
Let those women take advantage of the loophole. However, Xia Yan and I are childhood sweethearts. And Aunt Xia has loved me since she was a child.
Mom likes Xia Yan too. This is my huge advantage. Xia Yan's back disappeared from her sight. Su Chanqian smiled confidently and turned to walk towards Peking University. Anyway,
I will never give Xia Yan to anyone.
He is mine. Snort.
Back at school, looking at the busy crowd, Xia Yan quickened his pace and walked towards the ceremony venue. I stayed in the hotel with Su Chanqian last night and didn't even bring a t-shirt. Fortunately, Lin Jejun helped bring it to the ceremony venue.
Otherwise today's ceremony would be a bit troublesome. Not far. Xia Yan arrived at the ceremony venue and saw Lin Jejun and others at a glance.
Just as he was about to walk over, Fan Zhendong turned his head with a serious face. The moment he saw Xia Yan, his eyes lit up.
Not good.
This guy followed my advice last night and went out to get a girlfriend.
He was probably beaten. You have to hide first. Just as Xia Yan was about to turn around, Fan Zhendong ran over frantically and rushed directly in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan. Fan Zhendong, I can explain this. Don't be impulsive. Xia Yan. Fan Zhendong patted Xia Yan's shoulder, his eyes full of excitement. You're amazing. I tried your method and I actually found a girlfriend. Ah? Xia Yan turned around with a look of surprise. This guy didn't he get beaten? Did you really find a girlfriend?
Chapter 55 Bai Yuning's blind date is chasing after her.
What's going on?
Fan Zhendong's eyes lit up with joy, and he excitedly recounted what happened after they parted. After hearing the suggestion last night, he rushed out and looked for girls he liked on the street. After being rejected by 9 girls in a row, the frustrated Fan Zhendong was about to give up. But unexpectedly, the 10th girl actually agreed to his request directly.
Really became his girlfriend. I'll go. Xia Yan's eyes froze.
Are there still girls like that?
You're surprised too, right? Fan Zhendong almost couldn't stop laughing. I didn't expect that either.
It turns out that finding a girlfriend is so easy.
My wish has come true. My college life is complete. Ha 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 ha.
Xia Yan's mouth twitched. Congratulations.
Xia Yan. No. Master.
Please accept my disciple's greeting.
Hee hee, hee hee.
Lin Jejun and the other man also came over, looking at Xia Yan with some excitement. As expected, an expert can tell the difference with just one look. Xia Yan, when we're chasing after a girlfriend in the future, please help us come up with a few more tricks.
Yes. Li Yuanqing nodded repeatedly. We originally thought you were joking about being a scumbag. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Xia Yan, you have to help me when I'm looking for a girlfriend.
Hee hee, hee hee. Xia Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I'll try my best.
Let's go.
The ceremony is about to begin, go meet up with your class.
Lu Sainan is already urging us.
Xia Yan put on a t-shirt and returned to the class with a few others. After a while, the freshmen arrived at the ceremony site in order. As soon as the four of them sat down, Fan Zhendong looked curious.
Hey!
Have you guys heard?
A lot of important people will be showing up at today's opening ceremony.
In addition to some officials from the imperial capital, there are also some academicians and entrepreneurs. I heard there's a 23-year-old up-and-coming entrepreneur who will be in attendance. I heard that he is also the youngest visiting professor at our university.
Or some kind of scholar?
Yeah.
Xia Yan's eyelids suddenly twitched. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel like something bad is going to happen?
On the other side, Bai Yuning's class. When Bai Yuning reported to school yesterday, her father didn't give her a penny in order to test her. But I still went to the dormitory with Bai Yuning to pack my things. The roommates in the dormitory were all shocked when they saw Bai Yuning's parents and the bodyguards.
Don't dare to underestimate Bai Yuning.
Especially after seeing Bai Yuning carrying the handbag worth more than 200,000 yuan that Xia Yan bought her, he felt that Bai Yuning was unfathomable. Several people in the dormitory formed a group around her.
Last night, Bai Yuning brought back so many LV clothes.
Some people even regard Bai Yuning as a super white, rich and beautiful woman. Even though they may feel envy and jealous in their hearts, they all follow her lead on the surface. The words he spoke also subconsciously carried a tone of flattery.
Yuning, your skin is so good. How did you achieve such fair skin?
Yeah, it's okay, I always use body lotion. Yuning, your clothes look very tasteful.
Can you teach me how to match them?
This is very simple, I will teach you later.
Yuning, you are so beautiful. Have you ever thought about finding a boyfriend in college?
Bai Yuning's eyes froze, and a sour feeling welled up in her heart.
Although Xia Yan asked him to take his clothes back to the dormitory last night.
But the look in that girl's eyes when she looked at Xia Yan was obviously not that simple.
Su Qianqian.
She seems to be Xia Yan's childhood sweetheart. They grew up together since childhood. We know each other at home. Even though they had a fight last night, they were childhood sweethearts after all. They have been in love for more than 10 years.
No matter how much we quarrel,
it's impossible to break up the relationship in such a short time.
What did Xia Yan say to her after they left last night? Will they reconcile? Will they break up? Will he fall in love with her again? Does he like me? If he likes me, why doesn't he confess to me? If you don't like it, why did you kiss me? And that genius senior. She also likes Xia Yan.
She also kissed Xia Yan. She even held hands with Xia Yan, not avoiding people at all.
Senior, is she going to compete with me too? Does Xia Yan also like Senior's sister? Does Xia Yan like me? Do you like me or not?
Bai Yuning lowered her head uneasily, her eyes filled with dejection.
Yuning. Yuning. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Bai Yuning forced a smile and said, I just feel a little tired and not very energetic. Fine. This ceremony will be over in a moment.
Also, I heard there will be a very handsome visiting professor at this year's opening ceremony.
I heard he is only 23 years old and a budding entrepreneur.
Yeah? Bai Yuning leaned back in her chair.
After the ceremony, should she go find Xia Yan to ask him about it? The opening ceremony will begin soon. After the principals, officials, entrepreneurs, and some academicians gave speeches, the eyes of the freshmen in the audience gradually became excited.
Okay, now let's invite our emerging entrepreneur, 23-year-old visiting professor, Gu Yang, to give a speech to all the freshmen.
Everyone is warmly welcomed. Fan Zhendong applauded and looked towards the podium. Look, that's the 23-year-old visiting professor, Gu Yang. Gu Yang?
Xia Yan looked at the smiling young man on the stage and his eyelids twitched.
What's going on? Why did you start jumping again? Wow! So handsome! Bai Yuning's roommates exclaimed. Yuning! Look! That visiting professor is so handsome. Look!
Bai Yuning took a closer look, her eyes froze, and her heart skipped a beat.
How could it be him? The roommates quickly noticed Bai Yuning's strange behavior. Yuning, what's wrong with you?
Bai Yuning smiled, but her heart trembled.
Isn't he the blind date? What did he come to Peking University and Tsinghua University for? Does he still want to continue?
After Gu Yang on the stage said a bunch of set words, a director stood up and smiled slightly.
Young and promising. Really young and promising. Mr. Gu Yang, do you have anything else to say? Do you want to say something to us freshmen?
Gu Yang smiled slightly, glanced around, and soon saw Bai Yuning with a strange expression. He immediately waved and smiled at Bai Yuning.
Actually, that's why I came here.
Besides wanting to communicate with all the young talents,
another purpose is to pursue a classmate. Wow! The ceremony venue was filled with noise. Everyone was curious. Who was that classmate? Then Mr. Gu Yang, who is the classmate you want to pursue? Gu Yang smiled slightly. That brave and lovely student is from XX College, XX Department, XX Class.
Bai Yuning, who traveled thousands of miles alone to attend Peking University and Tsinghua University just to avoid a blind date with me.
Miss Bai. Wow! Yu Ning. You actually have such a handsome blind date? He also said he wanted to pursue you. Isn't this awesome? Bai Yuning smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Oh my god. Another love-sick person. Why are you here as a visiting professor just to pursue a blind date? The person you're pursuing is called Bai Yuning? Does this name sound familiar? Where did you hear that?
Fan Jindong was thinking, when suddenly his eyes were startled and he slowly turned around. Then I saw Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing looking at each other in confusion. And Xia Yan with a gloomy face. Chapter 56. The love rival appears and begins to test.
Xia Yan, are you okay? Xia Yan smiled, but his eyelids were still twitching, which made the two of them very unhappy. It's okay. What can I do? It's okay. Yeah? Fan Jindong smiled and turned his head away. Let us not talk about this for now.
So as to prevent Xia Yan from being upset, Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing looked at each other and slowly turned their heads away.
Is this the trouble of a scumbag? Xia Yan looked at Gu Yang on the stage and laughed angrily. Okay. I said, why are my eyelids twitching? After dancing for so long, it turns out they're a love rival?
No wonder Bai Yuning's father insisted that he go back for a blind date. This blind date is really amazing. At the age of 23, he became a visiting professor at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and also founded a company with a market value of more than 10 billion.
What a scholar! He is indeed a rare talent.
According to common sense, this is indeed a good blind date candidate.
But unfortunately, he met himself. Who am I? I am the one who awakened the system. Don't say you graduated at 23. Even if you graduate at the age of 3, you can't catch up with me. Isn't he just a 23-year-old young entrepreneur? I am still a 19-year-old system holder. Who is afraid of who? You want to pursue Bai Yuning? Then let us show our skills. See who wins his heart first. The opening ceremony is over soon.
Bai Yuning's roommates gathered in front of him, their eyes full of excitement.
Yu Ning. Such a handsome guy wants to pursue you. Yes, he's a visiting professor. There's also a company with a market value of over 1 billion. You are about to fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. What phoenix? Yu Ning herself is the phoenix. That's right. That's a match made in heaven. Bai Yuning felt very embarrassed when she heard this. Things are not what you think. I haven't even met him. I just saw the photos. I don't even know him. Ouch. Yu Ning is shy.
It turns out that the Prince Charming actually took the initiative to pursue Yu Ning.
Yu Ning, I envy you so much. Really? You're still talking nonsense. I'm ignoring you.
Bai Yuning evaded the question casually, her eyes scanning the surroundings, trying to see Xia Yan.
Bad guy. Did you hear that? Why haven't you shown up yet? Are you indifferent to all this? Bad guy. Yu Ning. He's coming. Here it comes. Yu Ning, your Prince Charming is here.
Bai Yuning turned her head and saw Gu Yang walking towards her with a smile on his face.
For some reason, Bai Yuning always felt very uncomfortable when she saw Gu Yang smiling. Hello, Miss Bai Yuning. Wow. Yuning, he greeted you. Hurry up and respond.
Looking at the roommates urging her on both sides, Bai Yuning smiled awkwardly. Hey, hello.
Have you eaten breakfast?
My roommates all covered their heads.
What kind of nonsense is this? Who would ask this right away? What the hell are you talking about? Gu Yang raised his eyes, feeling very amused. What? Will you treat me to breakfast? My roommate's eyes lit up.
It turns out that Yuning wanted to have breakfast with Prince Charming.
So smart. Bai Yuning gave a formal smile, attracting the excited looks of her roommates. No, I mean,
the canteens at Peking University and Tsinghua University are all great. If you haven't eaten yet, you can go to those cafeterias and try it yourself.
Her roommates were stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Big sister. What on earth are you talking about? Such a good opportunity, why not go with Prince Charming? You let him go by himself? Oh, I see. Gu Yan smiled and looked at Bai Yuning. I just came here today and I'm not familiar with this place. Can you take me to some delicious places? This.
Bai Yuning thought for a while, her brain working frantically, trying to come up with a reason to refuse.
Excuse me, Yuning wants to go to dinner with me.
A familiar voice sounded. Bai Yuning's eyes lit up with joy, and her roommates frowned.
Who is this? How can you be so blind? Xia Yan. Bai Yuning walked over with a smile. Where have you been? I couldn't find you just now. Xia Yan smiled and said, I went out for something last night. I won't be back until the ceremony starts. Are you hungry? If you are, let's go out for a big meal later. Okay.
Bai Yuning's eyes looked like crescent moons when she smiled.
I love big meals the most. Where are we going? Yuning. The roommates pulled Bai Yuning aside, frowning. Who is he? Why are you so friendly with him? Don't forget, Prince Charming is still here. The roommates looked at Gu Yang, and Bai Yuning was about to explain.
Gu Yang had already walked up to Xia Yan with a smile.
Hello, my name is Gu Yang.
You are Xia Yan, the one who helped Miss Bai Yuning avoid a blind date, right? Looking at Gu Yang's outstretched right hand and kind eyes, Xia Yan shook his hand without hesitation.
Yes, my name is Xia Yan. Xia Yan? Avoiding a blind date? Yuning, is he the one who helped you avoid the blind date?
Facing the questioning looks from her roommates, Bai Yuning smiled happily.
Yes. Thanks to Xia Yan. If it weren't for him, I would have been taken back home by the bodyguards. I can no longer go to college freely like I do now.
Bai Yuning smiled happily, but her roommates looked at Xia Yan with a hint of speculation and slight scrutiny. Why did this guy interrupt Yuning's blind date for no reason? This kind of blind date partner is rarer than a sea monster.
This guy actually ruined such a good blind date opportunity. What is his intention? Xia Yan had noticed the slightly hostile looks from Bai Yuning's roommates early on. But he didn't care. Those roommates are just random people. Gu Yang in front of me is the real worry. Excuse me, what do you want to see us for? Gu Yang smiled slightly, his eyes very calm. I'd like to ask Miss Yuning to take me to try the famous dishes in the canteens of Peking University and Tsinghua University, so that we can get to know each other better. Besides that, I'm also very interested in you, Mr. Xia Yan. Xia Yan looked amused and said, I'm a grown man, what interest do you have in me? I've heard from Uncle Bai. You made a bet with Uncle Bai that you would make 40 billion yuan in 4 years of college. Even I can't hold a candle to this kind of achievement. So I really want to get to know Mr. Xia Yan. By the way, I'd like to know what confidence Mr. Xia Yan has. Can you make 40 billion yuan in 4 years? Xia Yan raised his eyes, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. Are you doubting me? Chapter 57, Preparation for Starting a Business, Shai Su Chanshan. No. This isn't a question. Gu Yang smiled slightly, it's just curiosity. I really want to know how to make 40 billion yuan in 4 years. Mr. Xia Yan, can you give me some advice?
Looking at Gu Yang's smiling face, Xia Yan smiled.
Sorry, this is my exclusive secret. I can't tell you. I see. Gu Yang nodded slightly. Sorry, I was abrupt. As an apology, could I ask you to treat Miss Bai Yuning to a meal together? Excuse me. Xia Yan gently held Bai Yuning's hand and smiled. The two of us are going to have a big meal next. No plans to be with outsiders. I'm so sorry. Yeah?
Gu Yang glanced over and saw Xia Yan holding Bai Yuning's hand and smiling slightly. I'm sorry for being so abrupt. Miss Bai Yuning, I'm looking forward to meeting you later. Goodbye. Gu Yang turned around and left in a casual manner, his eyes still full of smiles.
Interesting. So interesting. Is this love?
I originally thought that blind dates and marriage were just a task in life. But judging from the feeling in my heart just now, it is far more than that.
It's so interesting. Bai Yuning. Xia Yan. They are all interesting people.
It seems that the days from now on will not be boring.
He. Watching Gu Yang leave, Xia Yan withdrew his gaze. At first glance, I saw Bai Yuning's hostile roommates. Xia Yan could understand their hostility.
The Prince Charming in my mind was driven away by an unknown person.
Of course, the impression is not good. However, Xia Yan didn't care about their hostility.
It only takes one simple thing to turn it around.
Xia Yan took Bai Yuning's hand and asked with a smile, "Didn't I buy you that set of jewelry last night? Why aren't you wearing it today?" That? Bai Yuning smiled brightly. Isn't the opening ceremony held today? I think wearing that is too conspicuous. Then you have to bring it with you normally. It's just a piece of jewelry, what's the big deal? If you don't like it, we'll go pick out a set of jewelry that suits you better in a moment. What do you think? No need for that. Bai Yuning waved her hand, those jewelry are enough.
If you encounter anything good, we'll talk about it later.
All right.
As soon as Xia Yan finished speaking, Bai Yuning was pulled aside by her roommates.
Yuning, what did you just say? Did he buy that set of jewelry for you? Yes. Bai Yuning smiled and said, I ran away from home and didn't take anything with me. Xia Yan bought me those clothes and jewelry. He bought all these. Oh my god.
You mean, the clothes, bags, and jewelry I brought back to the dormitory last night?
Did he buy all of these for you? That's worth 2 or 3 million. He just bought it? Bai Yuning nodded calmly, not bad. He bought them all for me. Is there any problem? The roommates looked at each other with mixed feelings. Why is it like this? We all live in the same dormitory. Both are female students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Why is there such a huge gap between people? His parents are famous entrepreneurs in Shanghai.
The blind date partner is a young and promising scholar and visiting professor.
Even Xia Yan, who appeared out of nowhere, was full of heroic spirit. Buy luxury goods worth 2 or 3 million just like that. Without blinking an eye. Why is his life so good? Bai Yuning's roommates are really jealous now. Oh god, why are you so unfair?
Looking at the sour looks of Bai Yuning's roommates, Xia Yan smiled slightly.
Look, the hostility in his eyes is gone now, isn't it? This is still simple. Xia Yan.
Fan Jindong and the other two came over, their eyes eager to try. Let's go, I'll treat you to lunch at noon.
Real? Of course it's true.
You helped me find a girlfriend, so of course I have to treat you to a meal.
Let's celebrate. Okay. Yuning, do you and your roommate want to come and have dinner together?
Let's have lunch together at noon, it's a good opportunity to get to know each other. Lin Jejun and Li Yuanqing looked at each other, their eyes lit up with joy.
Okay.
Bai Yuning's roommates nodded happily, handsome guy.
What are you treating us to lunch? Don't call me handsome, just call me Xia Yan.
Xia Yan smiled and patted Fan Jindong on the shoulder. Today, our brother Fan will treat us.
Everyone, eat as much as you want. Yeah. Fan Jindong's face turned pale. Xia Yan, are you going to fight the local tyrants? Is the money in my pocket enough to eat? Ha ha ha. Xia Yan smiled and whispered into Fan Jindong's ear. Silly boy.
I said I'd take these girls out to dinner, so naturally I'll pay for it and you'll treat me. Fan Jindong's eyes lit up with joy. Xia Yan, this is too righteous.
How? You don't want to? Of course not. Fan Jindong shook his head and waved his hands happily. Let's go, it's my treat today. Eat whatever you want. Great. Let's go.
Looking at the excited Fan Jindong and the other two and Bai Yuning's roommates, Xia Yan pulled Bai Yuning to stand behind them.
A fighting spirit arises in my heart. Next, we have to find a way to make money. Do you think I can't make 40 billion in 4 years? He. Boy. Just watch. Let me show you how I did it with my system on hand. Let's go. Let's go eat.
The group left the school and found a nice restaurant and booked a private room.
Ordered the dishes.
What Xia Yan didn't expect was that it was right next to the box they were in.
Su Chanshan is also preparing to eat with her roommates.
Su Chanshan, who did not return home all night, not only had a rosy complexion, but also became more beautiful. This obvious change quickly attracted the attention of Su Chanshan's roommates.
Chanshan, tell the truth. Why didn't you come home last night? Did you do something bad?
Also, why are you so pale?
She's become even more beautiful. Didn't you go see your childhood sweetheart last night? What bad thing did you do? Hurry up and tell me. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict.
Looking at the curious eyes of her roommates, Su Chanshan's face turned slightly red.
You misunderstood. Nothing happened last night. I didn't do anything. Then why are you so pale? Also, how did you become so beautiful? Before you went out last night, I remember you weren't as pretty as you are now.
My roommate looked confused, but suddenly his eyes lit up.
I heard that when a girl becomes a woman, she exudes a different kind of charm.
That kind of charm will make a girl's appearance rise sharply.
When they heard this, they all looked over in surprise. Chanshan, didn't you give yourself up last night? Chapter 58. Will Xia Yan come? Hand it over? Thinking about what I did with Xia Yan in the hotel last night,
I also remembered how affectionately the two of them played in the bathroom this morning.
Su Chanshan's face suddenly turned red. The bright blush surprised all the roommates. Oh my god. Chanshan, you really gave yourself up. It's only the first day of school. Our Chanshan has become a woman. Is that kind of thing comfortable? Hurry, hurry. Talk to your sister. Sister, let's see if you eat well for the first time. Tell me about it. Su Chanshan blushed at what her roommates said. As we all know, when there is no other opposite sex, conversations between women are very explicit. How could Su Chanshan, who is still young, bear to hear such words? He quickly denied it. Ouch, it's not what you think. I didn't hand it over. I didn't do any of that messy stuff.
Ha ha, explanation is a cover-up, and cover-up is the truth.
Oh my god, on the first day of college, our Su Chanshan turned from a girl into a woman. This is so exciting. Come, talk to your sisters. Is my childhood sweetheart powerful? Hate it, I'm ignoring you guys.
Su Chanshan blushed and turned her head away, not daring to look at her sisters who were with her.
Ouch. Chanshan, are you blushing? Isn't it just becoming an adult? What's there to be shy about? When? Bring your boyfriend out to meet us? Su Chanshan blushed. I won't tell you anymore. I will catch people. When the roommates saw Su Chanshan's expression, they all burst into laughter. Blush, blush. It's over, Chanshan really turned into a woman. It's over. I'm ignoring you guys. Ha 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 ha.
The girls were playing around when the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open.
A boy wearing Armani, sunglasses, and a very arrogant hairstyle walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. Chanshan, I like you. This bouquet of flowers is for you. Please be my girlfriend.
Everyone's smiles froze, and the roommates looked at the boy who walked in, looking at each other in confusion.
Su Chanshan's eyes turned cold, and the redness on her face was quickly replaced by coldness. Guazijie, is this a party among our roommates? Who told you we were here? Who asked you to come here? No one told me. Guazijie smiled and said, I just heard that you were having dinner here, so I came here. Chanshan, can you be my girlfriend? Su Chanshan's eyes turned completely cold. The boy in front of me is called Guazijie. I'm from the capital, and my family runs a company in the capital with a market value of hundreds of millions. When I first came to school, I was very lively, talking and laughing with many classmates. I was fascinated by Su Chanshan at first sight. I have a very good impression of Su Chanshan.
On the first day, he tried every possible way to get close to Su Chanshan.
However, Su Chanshan didn't have a good impression of Guazijie at first sight. When in Shanghai, Su Chanshan often saw those playboys. I am very familiar with the aura they carry. And this Guazijie, the aura of a playboy is very strong. This made Su Chanshan subconsciously feel disgusted.
Therefore, I subconsciously stay away from Guo Zijie.
Su Chanshan already hated Guo Zijie, not to mention after the fight and play with Xia Yan last night. The two reconciled again. Moreover, Su Chanshan revealed their affair to both families early in the morning.
In Su Chanshan's eyes, she already had a sense of belonging.
Therefore, Guo Zijie's confession is even more unacceptable. Excuse me. Su Chanshan picked up the teacup, poured a cup of tea, and took a sip. I don't like you. I don't want to be your girlfriend either. This is a party for our roommates. Please leave now. Seeing Su Chanshan's calm demeanor, Guo Zijie's face darkened. There was a faint rage boiling in my heart. Depend on. Isn't it just that she's prettier? Why are you pretending? So what if your home is in Shanghai?
My family doesn't own a big company, they're just ordinary corporate executives.
How can you be qualified to be compared with my company worth hundreds of millions of dollars? It's your blessing that my master likes you. You are still giving me the cold shoulder. What? How many girls have I played with since I was a child? Do you think that you, a person from Shanghai, can escape from my clutches? Joke. I will definitely find a way to steal your heart and kill you. Oh.
Guo Zijie suppressed his anger and sat down slowly.
Shanshan, can you think about it carefully? I really mean it to you. I really like you. I'm sorry, I don't like you.
Su Chanshan pointed outside the door and said, please leave here immediately.
Don't disturb our dormitory dinner. Guo Zijie smiled directly. Yes, it is indeed very rude of me to come here suddenly without saying hello. What do you want to eat today? It's my treat. After dinner, I'll take you to some fun places in the capital. What do you say? Su Chanshan was so angry that her face turned cold. Why was Guo Zijie so shameless? Su Chanshan's roommates looked at each other and looked at Guo Zijie with amusement. This fool. Shanshan has already checked into a hotel with her boyfriend. Why is this idiot still hanging around here? Guo Zijie. You.
Su Chanshan was about to get angry when the older roommate patted her hand gently, calming her down.
Guo Zijie was very happy to see someone helping him to appease Su Chanshan.
The eldest sister ignored Guo Zijie and just came close to Su Chanshan and whispered.
Shanshan, doesn't he want to treat us to a meal? Then let him treat you. Anyway, if you don't eat the free meal, it's a waste. But what if he misunderstands? It doesn't matter.
The eldest sister glanced at Guo Zijie and smiled wickedly. Send a text message to your boyfriend right now.
They said someone was after you. Let him come now. When he comes, we'll introduce your boyfriend to Guo Zijie. Wouldn't this drive Guo Zijie away? What do you think?
Su Chanshan's eyes lit up. She looked at Guo Zijie with a smile, then lowered her head and sent a few WeChat messages to Xia Yan. Xia Yan, there's a rich second-generation guy blocking my box with a bouquet of roses, asking me to be his girlfriend.
I'm currently at XX restaurant, box 301. Come here quickly. Putting down the phone, Su Chanshan smiled slightly, feeling very excited. Will Xia Yan come? Chapter 59. Is he Su Chanshan's boyfriend? Box 302.
After Xia Yan and his group arrived at the box, some people introduced themselves to each other and quickly became familiar with each other. Lin Jiejun and Li Yuanqing also started communicating with Bai Yuning's roommates. Fan Jindong was also eager to try, but Xia Yan was the only one holding Bai Yuning's hand, thinking constantly. Bai Yuning poured a glass of water for Xia Yan and asked curiously.
Xia Yan, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Xia Yan sighed, I'm thinking about how to make money. Make money? Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan curiously, aren't you very rich? Why do you still need to make money? Xia Yan pointed at Bai Yuning unhappily and said, who would complain about having too much money? Besides, you can earn 40 billion in 4 years of college. We need to plan for this matter early. Yes. Bai Yuning nodded silently. Well, it's really difficult to earn as much as my dad in 4 years. Looking at the worried Bai Yuning, Xia Yan wanted to tease her. It's over. I definitely won't be able to make 40 billion. I'd better admit defeat to your father in advance. Ah.
Bai Yuning was shocked when she saw this and quickly encouraged him, don't be discouraged. Although it seems difficult, it is actually not impossible to achieve. If you want to worry, then I'll do it with you. You must not give up. Xia Yan looked curious, I lost the bet, why are you so anxious?
Could it be that you've fallen in love with me?
Bai Yuning's face turned red and she punched Xia Yan lightly.
You big bad guy. You use this excuse to scare people every day. I'm doing this for myself. If you lose, I have to go home immediately and listen to my father's instructions. That's true. Xia Yan pretended to be nonchalant and said, You are so cute, how can I let you go home and get married? I'm really reluctant to let go. Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
Bai Yuning's body trembled, her ears turned red, and she felt extremely embarrassed and happy.
Bad guy. That's all you can say to coax people. You haven't shown any performance? Oh. Xia Yan gently leaned close to Bai Yuning, looked into his big eyes and said with a smile. Then how does Miss Bai want me to behave? Do you want me to marry you? You. Bai Yuning's face turned red and she turned her head away angrily. Who asked you to pledge yourself to me? I don't want to. Yeah. Xia Yan's eyes turned, since you don't want it, then I'll give it to someone else. No. Bai Yuning turned her head away stubbornly, you can't give it to others. Xia Yan pretended to be melancholy and said, I'll give it to you, but you don't want it. I gave it to someone else, but you didn't allow me to. Then what should I do? I can't be alone, can I? Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily, can't you just hold on by yourself? Xia Yan pretended to be pitiful, how can you be so cruel? Have you ever seen a giant tree grow without water? People need watering too. Miss Bai, can you water me? You. Bai Yuning trembled all over when she heard this, her face flushed red, you big pervert. I'm ignoring you. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Ha, it's still fun to tease this little fool. In life, you have to have more fun. Yo. Look at you too. Even here, it's South still so close. Bai Yuning's roommates teased her with amusement, and Xia Yan shamelessly lifted up Bai Yuning's hand. Yes. We're just that close. Don't you agree? Yu Ning. You. Bai Yuning looked at her roommate's teasing eyes, then looked at Xia Yan's playful expression, and shyly shook off Xia Yan's hand. You are all bad guys. I will ignore you. Ha. There was a burst of cheerful laughter in the box. Bite. The ringtone suddenly rang, Xia Yan picked up the phone and took a closer look. Suddenly his eyes turned cold. Good job. It's only the second day of school, and someone is pursuing Su Chanshan. Or a rich second generation? XX Restaurant, Box 301? Isn't this next door? Su Chanshan is eating next door? That rich second generation is also next door. Xia Yan thought for a while, and his eyes lit up. Got it, I'll be right there. Remember to order some of my favorite dishes. Lovely Chanshan. Putting away his phone, Xia Yan smiled at everyone. Well, I have to go out for something. You guys eat first. What's up? Is it urgent? No big deal. I'll be back soon. Xia Yan stood up with a smile and whispered into Bai Yuning's ear. Remember to eat more later. If you get too skinny, your feet won't look good. Bai Yuning blushed and punched Xia Yan lightly. Bad guy. You have these evil thoughts again. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Oh my. Look how close that young couple is. That's right, Yuning, you have to teach us how to find such a good boyfriend? Fan Jindong and the other two also secretly gave Xia Yan a thumbs up. Xia Yan smiled slightly and turned around and left the box. Looking at the box next door, Xia Yan was not in a hurry to go in. Since he is a rich second generation, he is pestering Su Chanshan. Then you have to speak in the way of a rich second generation. Xia Yan turned his head and saw that there was a large shopping mall next to the restaurant. Take advantage of this time difference and prepare first. Cut off the rich second generation's thoughts at once. Box 301. Su Chanshan picked up the vibrating phone and her face turned red. Cute Chanshan? When did this guy become so good at talking? I've never seen him talk like this before. It seems that the reward at the hotel this morning was quite good. Give him more times in the future. Su Chanshan smiled sweetly and sent a WeChat message back. Got it. Come here quickly. Favorite words. Just sent out. Su Chanshan immediately withdrew the last message. So shy. When did I say such shameful words? It's all Xia Yan's fault. If only he hadn't been talking nonsense.
I wouldn't he be so embarrassed.
Big bad guy. Su Qianqian's favorability +1.
When Gui Zijie saw Su Qianqian suddenly smile sweetly, he suddenly felt happy.
Has she figured it out? I was wondering how much effort it would take. It turns out it's that simple. One more person will be added to the record, haha.
A group of people ate and drank, chatting and laughing with their own thoughts.
Su Qianqian started eating in a good mood and was halfway through. Ordered a few more dishes. Gui Zijie said attentively, Qianqian, aren't these dishes enough? How about a few more? No need.
Su Qianqian smiled slightly, my boyfriend likes to eat these dishes.
Boyfriend? Gui Zijie's eyes froze, you have a boyfriend? Yes. Su Qianqian smiled brightly, he'll be here soon. Just as Gui Zijie was surprised, there was a knock on the door. Everyone looked back. Xia Yan opened the door and walked in holding a big bouquet of roses.
When Su Qianqian saw it, her heart was filled with sweetness.
Xia Yan, you're here. Su Qianqian's favorability +1. Everyone looked curious. Is he Su Qianqian's boyfriend? Chapter 60 How did you suddenly become so rich? Xia Yan.
Su Qianqian stood up from her seat with a happy look on her face and ran to Xia Yan. In the eyes of his roommates and Gui Zijie, there were surprise, confusion, and jealousy.
He hugged Xia Yan. Xia Yan. Su Qianqian looked delighted, why did you come so soon? Did you miss me a lot?
Looking at Su Qianqian's cunning eyes, Xia Yan sighed helplessly in his heart and forced a bright smile on his face.
Yes. As soon as I received Qianqian's message, I ran here from school without stopping. I'm afraid our Qianqian will be wronged. How's it going? I'm not late, am I? No.
Su Qianqian smiled sweetly and looked at the rose in Xia Yan's hand with a look of surprise.
Su Qianqian's favorability +1. Wow. Roses. Is this for me? It's so beautiful. That's right. This is for you.
Xia Yan handed the rose to Su Qianqian.
101 roses. I asked the clerk to just wrap it up. Do you like it? Like.
Su Qianqian held a handful of roses in her hands, her eyes smiling like crescent moons.
Unexpectedly, Xia Yan, the dullard, also came to his senses. I asked him to send flowers before, but he never did. Now they are actually taking the initiative to send it. Good days are coming. Su Qianqian's favorability +1.
When Su Qianqian's roommates heard about 101 roses, they were immediately intoxicated.
Wow, look how nice Qianqian's boyfriend is to her. 101 roses. Cream of the crop. Qianqian's boyfriend likes her so much. I wish my boyfriend liked me this much. I don't ask my boyfriend to be nice to me. If only he gave me 99 roses. You're dreaming. Do you have a boyfriend? I don't know where my boyfriend is wandering off. Don't dream. Ha ha ha.
Su Qianqian's roommates were envious and started joking with each other. Su Qianqian was also looking at the rose in her hand, feeling a little surprised. In the entire box, Gui Zijie felt like he had become a transparent person. Looking at Su Qianqian's surprised expression, Gui Zijie felt very uncomfortable.
Roses? Am I not a rose? How can you see him? I just came in with roses in my hands. It's not too far-fetched to say that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Besides, who is this kid? Look at this outfit, the whole thing costs only more than 3,000 yuan. He is not a rich man. What the hell is this? Want to steal my woman? Is he qualified? Hello?
Gui Zijie couldn't help it, forced a smile, stood up, and stretched out his right hand towards Xia Yan.
My name is Gui Zijie, and I'm the Vice Minister of the Arts and Literature Department of the Peking University Student Union. He's also Qianqian's classmate. And Qianqian's admirer. Nice to meet you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes changed instantly. Qianqian's roommates looked at Gui Zijie in disbelief. This guy is so shameless. Can't you see that they are boyfriend and girlfriend? And you say you are a pursuer? Is this a deliberate declaration of war in front of others? Su Qianqian looked at Gui Zijie with an unhappy expression. How can this guy be so shameless?
Xia Yan finally came to his senses and knew how to give me roses.
Why is this guy still making trouble here? Guo Zijie, you.
Xia Yan grabbed Su Qianqian, who wanted to argue with Guo Zijie, and lowered his head to speak in her ear.
It's okay. Don't be angry. I'll deal with this kind of guy. What do you think?
Xia Yan's voice brought a warm feeling to my ears. The wind made Su Qianqian's heart beat fast.
If it were the past, Su Qianqian would definitely refute Xia Yan and then continue fighting with others.
But today, I heard Xia Yan's gentle whisper.
For some reason, Su Qianqian nodded subconsciously. Well, I'll listen to you. Su Qianqian's favorability +1. He.
When did this guy change his personality? This interesting Xia Yan gently touched Su Qianqian's earlobe with his lips. Su Qianqian's face suddenly turned red, her body softened, and she was about to fall into Xia Yan's arms again.
How did he become so skilled? When did this guy become so bold? But why do I feel so comfortable? Su Qianqian's favorability +1. Wow. Qianqian's boyfriend kissed her ear. This is so sweet. Wow. That's a lot of sugar. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Pour me some hot water. Ah, what a great boyfriend. I wish I had such a good boyfriend. Su Qianqian's roommates were moved when they saw this.
Guo Zijie gritted his teeth as he watched from the side.
Oh shit. This bastard actually kissed Su Qianqian in front of me. Asshole. How dare you humiliate me in this way? No matter who you are.
I must pry Su Qianqian out and put a big green hat on your head.
Damn bastard. He.
As soon as you see Guo Zijie gritting his teeth, you know what he is thinking. But Xia Yan didn't care at all.
Anyway, I'm not here to make friends with this thing. Just to force him back.
Xia Yan glanced at Guo Zijie and nodded with a smile.
Hello, I'm Qianqian's boyfriend, my name is Xia Yan.
After saying that, before Guo Zijie could react, Xia Yan took out 3 gift boxes and handed them to Su Qianqian's roommates.
It's our first meeting, and I'm not well prepared. Qianqian, you're usually so stubborn at home. When you come to university, there may be some things you don't do well. I hope everyone will bear with me. This is my gift to everyone. Wow. Su Qianqian's roommates' eyes lit up with joy, and there are gifts for us? When a few people took the gift boxes and opened them, their eyes were filled with surprise. This is Dior's Nectar Luxury Gift Box. This small portion costs 3,500. I saw it before and it was really expensive, so I couldn't bear to buy it. I didn't expect Qianqian's boyfriend would just give it to us. Very good. Such an expensive gift box, isn't it too expensive? Wow. 1 for each. Just this gift box for the 3 of us costs over 10,000. Qianqian's boyfriend, you're really spending too much money, aren't you? It doesn't matter. Xia Yan smiled slightly, you are all Qianqian's roommates. Consider it my meeting gift. For the next 3 years, I'll be relying on you guys. Please take good care of Qianqian. I'm counting on you. It's okay, it's okay. The 3 of them suddenly smiled as brightly as flowers. Qianqian usually takes good care of us. We like Qianqian as too. Yeah. We all look out for each other. That's good. Xia Yan smiled and stood aside with a calm expression. These 3 gifts may look expensive, but they actually have great effects. After an in-depth communication with herself, Su Qianqian's appearance has improved by 3 points. Reached 89 points. It's already stunningly beautiful. This kind of beauty is bound to attract the covetousness of too many people in Peking University. I came up first and gave 3 gift boxes to my 3 roommates. One is to declare one's own strength. The second is to give them benefits, so that they will feel good about themselves and stand on their side. You can also keep an eye on other people who get close to Su Qianqian. Be the first line of defense. After all, in college, many girls are tricked by their roommates into becoming someone else's girlfriend. Now that we have bribed them, we can at least build the first line of defense in a short period of time. As for whether there will be a richer guy chasing Qianqian in the future, this will definitely happen. But by then I will become richer. It can also make this line of defense more stable. Why not? The roommates were all smiling happily, especially Xia Yan, who was smiling brightly. Only Su Qianqian was stunned. Dior's Nectar Luxury Gift Box. This box alone costs 3,500 yuan. I want it too. Why don't you give it to me? Wrong. 3,500 yuan. This is equivalent to Xia Yan's living expenses for 2 months. Where did he get so much money? Even if Aunt Xia dotes on her, she won't give him so much, right? Where on earth did this guy come from? You didn't take out a loan just to save face, did you? Thinking of this, Su Chanxian was shocked and quickly pulled Xia Yan aside. Xia Yan, tell me the truth. Did you take out a loan? Chapter 61, 94,000 for a necklace? How could this guy be so rich? After hearing Su Chanxian's words, Xia Yan's brain didn't react for a moment. What did you say? Loan? Yes. Su Chanxian looked at Xia Yan worriedly. It costs 3,500 just to buy a gift box. 3 gift boxes, the total is 10,500. Your normal monthly living expenses are only 1,500. That gift box is more than your 2 months' living expenses. Even if you go to college, Aunt Xia will give you a little more living allowance. But you don't have that much money. Where do you get so much money to buy those things? Did you see my text message? You took out a loan to buy those 3 gift boxes just to swell your face and pretend you were rich? Is that so? If so, then take it back and return it immediately. I don't need you to do that. Looking at Su Chanxian's worried eyes, Xia Yan was both angry and amused. I said, have you forgotten? Didn't I tell you last night? I secretly invested and made a small fortune. Then why didn't you spend money when you were in high school? When I was in high school, I had to do homework every day. How could I have the time to do it? Then you can't spend money like that. Su Chanxian looked at Xia Yan worriedly. You're so extravagant every day, what if you develop bad habits? Don't worry. Xia Yan smiled and rubbed Su Chanxian's head. I know my limits. No matter how much I spend, I can't spend it all. That's good. Su Chanxian breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at her roommates, and smiled slightly. Let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Xia Yan. She's also my childhood sweetheart. Oh, it's my childhood sweetheart. Hurry up and sit down. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, then sat down with Su Chanxian. Guo Zijie looked at his roommates and the Dior gift boxes in their hands, and thought quietly in his heart. Aren't they just 3 gift boxes? At most more than 10,000? I have 60,000 or 70,000 yuan in pocket money every month, so why are you so proud? Are you trying to force yourself to retreat just because you have something worth more than 10,000 yuan? Joke. Guo Zijie sat back at the dining table and looked at Xia Yan with a smile. So you are Chanxian's childhood sweetheart. Then you must be very familiar with it. What does your family do? Everyone was secretly amazed when they saw Guo Zijie's calm face. I heard that they are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, yet you still stay here and refuse to leave. This shamelessness is unique in the world. Xia Yan smiled slightly. My mother runs a restaurant in Shanghai. But I prefer to invest myself. I wonder what this classmate does at home. Guo Zijie smiled slightly. My family conditions are average. It's just to open this small company with a market value of several hundred million. In this area of the imperial capital, it's nothing. But we still have no worries about food and drink. Su Chanxian and her roommates' eyes turned cold when they heard this. Is this a deliberate attempt to suppress oneself in order to suppress others? However, Xia Yan was not angry at all, he just smiled and nodded. Oh. That's a small company indeed. Guo Zijie was so angry that he almost died. Small company? A company worth hundreds of millions of dollars can still be called a small company by others. You are a middle-level person who runs a restaurant in Shanghai, and you have the nerve to call this a small company? Damn, you are so arrogant. It seems that he is a guy who needs to be taught a lesson. Guo Zijie forced a smile and said, it's okay. At least I still have 50,000 or 60,000 yuan in pocket money a month. I heard you just say that you also invest on your own. I wonder how much you earn every month. Not much, not much. Xia Yan picked up the teacup and fed Su Chanxian a sip. It should be enough for our Chanxian's expenses. Oh. The roommates exclaimed. Chanxian, you are too bold. It turns out our Chanxian is so good at spending money. Oh, Chanxian, your boyfriend is supporting you now. When are you planning to get married? No. You misunderstood. He's kidding. Su Chanshan blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed and happy. It's all your fault. My roommates misunderstood. Damn Xia Yan. Oh my. The young couple is showing off their love again. It's so sweet that our teeth are about to fall out. That's too much. Guo Zijie almost gritted his teeth when he saw this. Damn, this bastard. Since he doesn't have as much money as me, he uses Su Chanshan to show off. What a bastard. Su Chanshan looked at the Dior gift boxes in her roommate's hands and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. He squeezed Xia Yan gently and said, "Hey, you only gave my roommates 3 gift boxes. Where's my gift? You're not prepared, are you? Your gift?" Xia Yan smiled and said, "It's in the rose. Why don't you take it yourself?" Roses? Su Chanshan was delighted, and she reached into her hand and took out a gift box. Wow, another gift. Chanshan, open it and take a look. Su Chanshan looked at Xia Yan happily, nodded, and opened it to take a look. An exquisite necklace appeared before my eyes. Su Chanshan covered her mouth in disbelief. My roommates also breathed in the air conditioning. Wow! This necklace is so beautiful. This kind of necklace should be very expensive, right? I'll do it. Let me search. One of them took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the necklace. After a while, the necklace's information appeared in front of him. The whole person was stunned. Wow! Van Cleef Arpels Lotus Collection. Just this necklace costs 94,000. Chanshan. Your boyfriend just gave you a 94,000 yuan necklace. Su Chanshan was shocked and looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Xia Yan, is this necklace really 94,000? Yes. Xia Yan smiled, picked up the necklace, and gently put it around Su Chanshan's neck. How is it? Do you like it? Thinking of the sweet and bitter memories of the past, and then looking at the smiling Xia Yan in front of me. Su Chanshan's eyes turned red and she looked at Xia Yan with trembling hands. Why are you so nice to me? Fool. You're willing to make up your mind for me. What's the big deal about giving you a necklace? Xia Yan. Su Chanshan couldn't hold back any longer. She hugged Xia Yan and kissed him hard. When the roommates around saw this scene, they all exclaimed in surprise. Wow! How sweet! I wish I had a boyfriend like this. The pure love of childhood sweethearts is so good. The roommates were intoxicated, but Guo Zijie's face was pale. What? That necklace is 94,000? My pocket money is only 60,000 or 70,000? How can that guy afford it? How is that possible? Chapter 62 Billions of Dollars? Who is that? It is understandable that Guo Zijie was so shocked. Although his family owns a company with a market value of hundreds of millions in the capital. But this kind of company may have a market value of several hundred million in name. But most of them are fixed assets and various assets that cannot be converted into cash at any time. The actual cash flow that can be held in hand is only a few million per month. These millions are not only used to deal with various matters in the company, but also to deal with all the trivialities in life. After all the calculations, the profit amount is actually very small. In fact, Guo Zijie can also afford a necklace worth more than 90,000 yuan. For someone like Guo Zijie, his parents give him 60,000 or 70,000 yuan every month, which shows that they love him very much. But after all, the bulk of the money has to be retained to maintain the company, so Guo Zijie usually wouldn't do something like spending more than 90,000 to buy a necklace. If you really want to buy it as a gift, then this kind of necklace can be given to business partners of equal strength or higher level partners and social contacts. She is not like Su Chanshan, who is just the only daughter of a middle-class Shanghai family. Even though Su Chanshan is very beautiful, it is nothing compared to real cash. After all, the rarity of beauty is far less than that of wealth. Guo Zijie would never buy a necklace for Su Chanshan, but Xia Yan actually gave it to him directly. It's a necklace worth more than 90,000 yuan. This is worth discussing. What kind of person? Just giving it away as a gift, a necklace worth more than 90,000 yuan? Plus the 3 Dior gift boxes and that big bouquet of roses. Just this afternoon, this guy spent more than 100,000. I spent more than 100,000 without blinking an eye. With his financial resources, even if we take the lower end of the scale, his pocket money would be at least over 300,000 yuan a month. More than 300,000. compared with my own 60,000 or 70,000. That's a five-fold difference. Based on this calculation, the wealth of this kid's family should be close to 2 billion. He is a wealthy man with over 2 billion, and I really can't compete with him for the time being. Moreover, this only considers the situation of businessmen. In the imperial capital, merchants are often nothing. Above the merchants, there are all kinds of big classes. If he was just a businessman, Guazijia wouldn't be afraid. But I'm afraid that the man in front of me is from a higher class. If you mess with this kind of person, you might not even know when your company will die. A huge sense of panic weighed on Guazijia's heart. Who is this guy? Whom? The two parted their lips, and Su Chanxian looked at Xia Yan with eyes full of tenderness. Xia Yan is really so nice to me. Such an expensive necklace, and he just bought it. Even if he has investments, he is still a student after all. How to make money? That's about 1 million. For myself, I can spend about 100,000 to buy myself a necklace. Xia Yan is so nice. I like you. Xia Yan looked at Su Chanxian, looking at him affectionately and silently, feeling both happy and amused. I never thought that one day I would be able to see Su Chanxian so affectionate. I've never seen this before. However, this necklace is indeed quite expensive. Although the money came easily, it still hurts to see it go out without coming in. If only I could draw a cashback card like Bai Yuning. This way I can get some extra money when I spend money, unlike now where I can only throw away 100,000 but don't get any income at all. System. Give me some more cashback cards. Cashback card is a random reward. If you really want unlimited cashback, then you should improve their favorability as soon as possible. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Is there really a way? Yes, as long as the girls have a crush on you, and their crush reaches 80 degrees. You can give them unlimited double cashback. Double the cash back? That is, how much you spend, how much you get back. Cut. Hey, what am I talking about cashback? This is double the cash back. But that's not bad either. At least you get as much back as you spend. Never worry about running out. It means the favorability level is raised to 80 degrees. System, Su Chanxian, what is your favorability rating now? Information is being generated. Name, Su Chanxian. Gender, female. Age, 19. Appearance, 89. Flawless, 0. Favorability, 48. 48? So fast? It was still 45 this morning. The increase was quite fast, but there is still 32 points to 80 points. How long will that take? Xia Yan sighed and regained his composure. That's all. I'll think of a way to bring it up later. Now, the most urgent thing is to drive this kid away. Xia Yan gently touched Su Chanxian's little head, turned around with a smile and said to everyone, "Eat some food. There's such a big table of food, everyone, eat first." Eat. Okay. Su Chanxian's roommates picked up their chopsticks and started eating again. Su Chanxian also felt amorous and picked up a piece of food, held it in her hand, and placed it in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan, ah. Oh my. You two are so sweet. It's so sweet that our teeth are about to fall out. No, I'm going to be overwhelmed by the sweetness. Guazijia's mouth twitched as he watched this. Were these two people going too far? Is there anyone who is so eager to show off? Your name is Xia Yan, right? Xia Yan had just finished eating the food Su Chanxian picked up for him, and when he heard Guazijia's words, he immediately raised his head. Why, do you need me for something? Guazijia forced a smile. You are from Shanghai, right? I heard you just say that you made some investments yourself. Your investments must have had some help from your family, right? Are you trying to test my bottom line? Just waiting for you. Help at home? It was indeed my mother who did everything she could to raise me up. That's right. Xia Yan Yun took a sip of tea calmly. My family put in a lot of effort for me to get that investment. It's true. Guazijia was sweating and said, I was wondering, how come this guy is so rich? It turns out that it was his family who gave him support. Then your family should be quite powerful, right? Strength? The restaurant opened by my mother is indeed famous in that area. Those old Shanghai people always praise it every time they come here. Everyone says my mom is very capable.
When Shanghai is gradually becoming a food desert, there are still such delicious Shanghai dishes.
Yes, my mother is indeed very capable. Mom? Guo Zijia's eyelids twitched. She's a female entrepreneur? A female entrepreneur in Shanghai with a market value of billions? Who is that? Chapter 63. The person was taken away by someone, and his background is unfathomable.
Guo Zijia was thinking, and everyone looked at the dazed Guo Zijia with curiosity.
Hey, are you okay?
It's okay, it's okay. Guo Zijia smiled and shook his head, suppressing the fear in his heart.
It's rude of you to come and disturb me today. I'll come to thank you in person some other day. I'm leaving first.
After Guo Zijia finished speaking, he threw down the flower, turned around and ran away.
When Su Qianqian's roommates saw the scene, they all looked amused. Qianqian, your boyfriend scared Guo Zijia away. This guy is such a coward. Scary and run away. This is the first time I've seen someone get scared and run away. How interesting. Ha ha ha.
There was laughter and joy in the box.
Su Qianqian also felt very happy.
Not only did the guy who harassed him run away, but Xia Yan was also so nice to him.
That's awesome. Watching Guo Zijia slip away in shame.
Xia Yan smiled slightly and saw the message on his phone from Fan Jindong and others calling him.
Qianqian. I have some things to do, so I have to go first. Are you leaving now? Xia Yan smiled slightly. It's urgent, I have to go there right away. You and your roommates, continue eating. I'll pay your bill first. Then drive slowly. Su Qianqian stood up, reluctant to look at Xia Yan.
Military training will begin tomorrow, you must get enough rest these 2 days.
Don't get tired. No. Xia Yan smiled and greeted everyone. I'm leaving first. Everyone keep eating. Bye bye. Bye, bye.
Watching Xia Yan walk out of the box, Su Qianqian was still reluctant to let him go.
When the roommates saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel envious. Qianqian, your boyfriend is so nice to you. Yes, Qianqian, such an expensive necklace, just buy it if your boyfriend says so. It shows that he loves you very much. Qianqian, have you ever thought about getting married sooner? Marry? Su Qianqian's face turned red and she slowly shook her head. It's only your freshman year, it's too early to think about getting married. That needs to be considered sooner rather than later.
Such a good boyfriend, but there are many competitors in college.
Yeah, a boy as handsome as your boyfriend, so rich.
There are a lot of girls in college who will be after him.
You have to prepare early. A lot of girls? Su Qianqian thought of Bai Yuning and the cold girl she met yesterday, and her heart ached. There are already 2. And I have seen it myself.
Those 2 girls were holding Xia Yan's hands last night and seemed to like him very much.
What should I do? Qianqian, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Qianqian forced a smile. Let's continue eating. There are so many delicious dishes. Don't waste it. Yeah, that's right. Enjoy your food. After a while, they started eating again. Only Su Qianqian felt conflicted. So many girls like Xia Yan, what should I do? To be the only winner? Could it be that it is really as they said? Do you want to marry Xia Yan? Walking out of the restaurant and looking at the flowers in his hand, Guo Zijia became angry. What a bad day today. I actually met such a guy. I originally thought Su Qianqian would be easily hooked. I didn't expect someone like Chang Yaojin to show up halfway. But who could be the female entrepreneur in Shanghai with a market capitalization of around several billion? We have to go back and check that kid's background. I can't bring disaster to my family for no reason. You can't let this kid fool you like that. Even if you have to admit defeat, you have to admit it clearly. Walk. Just when Guo Zijie threw down the flowers and was about to check Xia Yan's background. The other side. Zhao Shaojiang and others gathered together when they heard Zhou Guohao's call. Brother Hao, what are you teaching us? Is there anything you want us to do? Zhou Guohao's face was gloomy and he looked at the information in his hand with great displeasure. That kid's background has been found out. Yeah? Let me see. Zhao Shaojiang grabbed the information, put it in front of his eyes, took a closer look, and was immediately surprised. Brother Hao, are you sure you didn't check it wrong? The younger brothers around him all looked surprised. What's wrong? Is there something wrong?
Zhao Xiaojiang looked depressed. It says in the information that this kid comes from a single-parent family.
There's only one mother at home.
His family runs a local restaurant in Shanghai. Very popular with the neighbors.
He himself is just an ordinary high school student.
There was nothing surprising at all before college started.
So ordinary? This kid's family background is so rubbish? Damn, I thought this guy was so rich and powerful. So you ended up opening this little restaurant in the Magic City? What's that rubbish little pickled vegetable? He dares to fight with us? Is this a sign of tiredness?
Zhao Xiaojiang also thought this information was ridiculous.
Brother Hao, are you sure this is that kid's information? With such a small fortune, you dare to confront us? How dare you treat Sister Joey like that? Is this kid tired of living? Brother Hao, how about I take the brothers with me to deal with him right now?
Tell him to get away from Sister Joey.
Yeah, Brother Hao. This guy is nothing, he has no money and no power. You're going to beat him up now.
Tell him to stay away from Sister Joey from now on.
Otherwise, I'll punish him every time I see him. Shut up.
As soon as Zhou Guahao opened his mouth, everyone looked at each other and shut up.
If things were so simple, why would I be worrying about it? Zhao Xiaojiang looked surprised. What's wrong, Brother Hao? Isn't he just a poor boy from the Magic City? What's there to worry about? Zhou Guahao's face was gloomy. This morning, I asked a friend at the bank to check his bank account.
I discovered that he has had several transactions worth over $1 million in the past few days.
So what's wrong?
We also have $1 million transactions. It's not the millions that are the trouble.
It's the account that transferred the money to him.
Zhou Guahao slowly turned his head, his expression extremely gloomy. The account that transferred money to him was a confidential account.
That account has a very high confidentiality level. And the guy who helped us check his account, he has been suspended, and some people took him away directly for investigation.
Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes froze. Brother Hao, according to what you said.
We looked up his information. Did we find anything remarkable?
Zhou Guahao nodded, his eyes full of solemnity.
This guy is not as simple as he looks.
His background is a mystery, unfathomable.
Chapter 64, Molestation on the Street? So what do we do now?
Zhao Xiaojiang frowned. Could it be that there is such a brat who would allow himself to insult Sister Joey?
Of course not. Zhou Guahao shook his head. Although this kid's background is a mystery, we can't let him do whatever he wants. Gangzi, you guys should avoid getting into conflict with that guy these days.
No matter what his background is, he will always reveal some clues.
Let's find someone to keep an eye on him all the time. Wait until he reveals his weakness, then find a way to drive him away. Don't worry, Brother Hao. I will definitely help you get it done. Zhou Guahao responded and turned away.
Zhao Xiaojiang looked curious when he saw this. Brother Hao,
where are you going?
Zhou Guahao sighed. Xiao Liang was suspended and taken away because of the investigation into his affairs. I have to find someone to help him clear the blockage. Zhao Xiaojiang also had a worried look on his face.
Brother Hao, how about I go with you? Need not. Take them and keep an eye on him first.
I'll figure out a solution for this matter myself. Zhao Xiaojiang responded and turned to leave with everyone.
Zhou Guahao walked out and got into the car, his brows still tightly furrowed. What's going on with that kid? Why would you be involved with that kind of account? Zhou Guahao drove away quickly. On the other side, Xia Yan didn't know that a crisis had been eliminated invisibly.
While Xia Yan and his roommates were toasting each other, Su Chanxian and her roommates were also enjoying a feast and a drink. A few of them walked out of the restaurant laughing and wondering along the way where to go next. Only Su Chanxian frowned from time to time amidst her laughter, a cloud of worry lingering in her heart. As childhood sweethearts, they both have a hidden affection for each other. This is because the two of them have been together for many years and have not broken this window paper. But just now at the dinner table, Xia Yan's gesture of giving away a 100,000 yuan necklace really touched Su Chanxian. The window paper was naturally broken. But now, there is more than one girl besides Xia Yan. When Su Chanxian thought about the two girls surrounding Xia Yan, her heart ached. Both girls looked very beautiful, came from good families, and had good temperaments.
In many aspects, I am actually weaker than these two people.
If we just leave it alone, Xia Yan will be snatched away by them sooner or later.
Is it really the only way to get married first? But even if I want to get married first, will that bad guy Xiaoyan agree?
After struggling with her dilemma, Su Chanxian found an excuse, and when she was alone, she took out her cell phone and called her mother.
Mom, I have something I want to discuss with you. Xiaoyan didn't know yet that Su Chanxian was already preparing to strike first.
After dinner, Xiaoyan said goodbye to his roommates and took Bai Yuning for a walk on the street. This was the first time Xiaoyan took Bai Yuning walking on the streets of the imperial capital after reporting to school.
The streets near the university are crowded with people and very lively.
The two of them walked hand in hand on the street, their minds already drifting far away.
Bai Yuning, have you never seen that guy named Gu Yang before?
No.
Bai Yuning held Xiaoyan's hand and looked around curiously. I was packing for college 2 days ago.
Then, just one day before school started, my dad suddenly told me to go on a blind date.
I just saw the photo. So you haven't seen it before?
Bai Yuning suddenly turned around and looked at Xiaoyan with a playful expression.
Why do you keep dwelling on this question? Why? Did you see him this morning? Are you nervous? You care about me that much? Are you afraid that I'll be snatched away? Care about you? Xiaoyan looked at the smug Bai Yuning and laughed. Yo yo yo. Miss Bai is even panting as she speaks. You're getting carried away again, aren't you? Hey. Bai Yuning looked very proud. Hey, I understand. You care about her, but you're afraid she'll be snatched away by him. That's why I'm so nervous. And he's still asking people all sorts of questions.
And today, when someone came to invite me to have lunch, you came over to reject him.
Isn't that just like being fascinated by me? Who's obsessed with you?
Xiaoyan glanced at Bai Yuning unhappily. I'm just worried that guy has bad intentions.
Who would care about you then? He.
Bai Yuning smiled like a little fox that had stolen eggs, so I'm so charming.
You actually care about me so much. That's hilarious. He. You. Xiaoyan also laughed angrily. Okay. Since you said that, why don't I do that? Isn't that too unfair?
Bai Yuning's heart skipped a beat, and her face suddenly became nervous.
What are you going to do?
Xiaoyan pulled Bai Yuning to a corner on the street and pushed her against the wall.
Actually, I came out of school at noon. That's what I want to do. I've been holding it in so hard, but you keep teasing me. You asked for this.
Bai Yuning swallowed nervously, feeling very nervous.
What are you going to do? This is on the street. You want to molest me in public? Indecent? Xiaoyan found it very funny. Who was that just now? He keeps talking, and he's so charming. The right one. Do I care about you? You keep saying it. I'm obsessed with you. Why are you panicking now that I'm acting like I'm obsessed with you? Who's panicking? Bai Yuning stammered and replied, I just think this isn't a good idea. Not very good? I think it's great. Come on, Miss Bai. Let them witness the passionate love between us. No.
Bai Yuning closed her eyes nervously, her heart pounding.
What to do?
Bad guys, please don't do bad things to you on the street.
Does he like her that much? What should people do? The author has something to do today and really has no time to write. Only one chapter, taking a day off. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 65, the beginning of 40 billion.
A long time passed, and Bai Yuning waited for a long time, but she didn't get the expected warmth.
I was wondering what happened.
When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoyan standing there, looking at him leisurely.
His eyes were full of amusement. Miss Bai, are you so impatient? You even pouted on your own initiative just now. You don't know how funny you looked just now. That's hilarious. Ha.
Bai Yuning was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red, and an unimaginable shame lingered in her heart.
Damn Xiaoyan. Big bad guy. How dare you tease me like this? I'm not done with you. Stop right there. Ha. Xiaoyan smiled happily. Wanna catch me? Then come on. Ha. The two fought for a while on the street, and finally, Xiaoyan caught Bai Yuning in his arms because of his hard-to-get tactics. Without hesitation, he captured her pink lips. Bad guy. Bai Yuning wiped her mouth and turned her head away gloomily. What's wrong? Why do you feel angry? Snort. Bai Yuning snorted coldly and said unhappily. You big bad guy, you only know how to bully others. You don't do any good at all. Good news?
Xia Yan sighed and sat on the street with a worried look on his face.
I want to do something good. But I'm feeling so stressed right now. I can only find a way to relieve the pressure in my heart. Pressure? Bai Yuning turned around curiously. What's the pressure on you? What else?
At the beginning, there was only your father's 40 billion over 4 years.
Gu Yang is here again today. Who knows what challenges will arise the day after tomorrow?
After hearing this, Bai Yuning felt much less angry.
You don't have to worry so much. You made that bet with my dad to help me. No matter what, I'll help you. If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me. Help me?
Looking at the worried Bai Yuning, Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat.
Since I made a bet with Mr. Bai, you have to make plans early. 40 billion in 4 years. No matter how hard you try, you have to start now.
However, the economic environment has not been very good in the past 2 years.
You will lose money no matter what you do. Bai Yuning now has 7 cashback cards. There are 10 Xia Jinuan cashback cards. Logically speaking, the bigger the business, the easier it is to make money. Even when buying stocks, the more equity you have, the more funds you can leverage. In that case,
Xia Yan glanced at the worried Bai Yuning and his heart skipped a beat.
Bai Yuning, is there anything you want to buy? What do you want to buy? Bai Yuning was confused. Why are you asking this out of the blue? Don't worry about it.
Xia Yan excitedly stood in front of Bai Yuning. Just tell me.
You haven't been to the imperial capital for so many years. Nothing much, just something you want to spend in the imperial capital? Eat, drink, and play. Famous watches, luxury cars, villas. Speak. What do you want? I'll buy it for you.
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan in surprise and gently touched his head.
You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Xia Yan glanced at him unhappily. Who's talking nonsense? I'm serious. What do you want to buy now? Tell me. I'll buy you anything. Real?
Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan with a questioning look on her face.
Then can you buy Prince Gong's mansion for me? Xia Yan's eyes turned dark and he hit Bai Yuning in annoyance. Ouch. It hurts.
Bai Yuning covered her little head and looked at Xia Yan aggrievedly.
Why are you hitting people? Is that human language? Do you think we can buy things like those in Prince Gong's mansion? Did you say you wanted people to say whatever they wanted? Now they just said it, and you don't admit it, and you hit them. Change it. Xia Yan's eyes were serious. Change it to one we are qualified to buy. Are you eligible to buy it?
Bai Yuning rubbed her head and spoke slowly.
Then buy a single-family villa.
I remember my dad told me that before school started.
There seem to be several good properties here in the capital. It seems like there's something? Yuanyang Levy. Dongshan Villa, Li Palace, Ziyu Villa. So much? Xia Yan felt dizzy. Which one is better? They're all good. Most of the villas inside are single-family villas, and the environment is very good. A single-family house? Xia Yan looked curious. How much does it cost?
Bai Yuning thought for a moment and said, about 80 to 90 million, or 100 to 200 million.
80 or 90 million?
The gifts I gave to Su Chanshan this morning cost me 100,000 yuan. There are only 3 million left. This amount of money is definitely not enough to buy a villa.
Well, the money is not enough right now. Buying a villa is not an option. Would you like to buy something else? Should I buy a watch first, or a car? Wait until you have more money and then buy a villa? What do you think? You said it yourself, letting me ask whatever I want and buy whatever I want? That's what I said. But if not now, then let's buy a watch first? Buying a watch? Xia Yan's eyes froze. Don't you want to buy a car first? You need a Beijing license plate to buy a car. Do you have any? If you want a Beijing license plate, you can buy one. If you want to buy a car, we can go pick one out now. Isn't it just a Beijing license plate? What can't money buy? That's true. Bai Yuning nodded. Okay. Then do as you say. Buy a watch first. Then buy a car. Finally buy a villa. Sure. Let's go. Xia Yan took Bai Yuning's little hand and walked forward. What kind of watch do you want to buy? I won't tell you. Follow me. What watch? Do you still need to play hide and seek with me? You'll know when you get there. Bring it on. Okay. Half an hour later, in a super large luxury shopping mall,
Two young men came outside the Patek Philippe store.
Chapter 66. Who is this old-fashioned guy? In the Patek Philippe store in the afternoon, the neatly dressed counter ladies stood quietly in the store, welcoming customers.
In the imperial capital, a city full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, there is never a shortage of people who can afford a watch of Patek Philippe's caliber. Although there are many people who can afford this kind of watch, in the city of the imperial capital, low-key is the long-term tone.
Not many people will come to buy. Not to mention, famous watches like Patek Philippe that cost millions are not affordable for ordinary people. So there are only 1 or 2 customers in the store now. Click.
The shop door suddenly opened, and Xia Yan brought Bai Yuning into the shop.
The waiters looked at the 2 people who walked into the store with surprise. These 2 people are too young. Are they here to buy watches too? Do you have that much money?
Although they were full of doubts, their professional ethics prevented them from being too rude.
He quickly stepped forward and began to entertain the 2 of them. Welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique. Which watch do you 2 like? Which watch? Xia Yan's eyes were dazzled by the watches all over the room. Is this the world-famous Patek Philippe watch? Bai Yuning's eyes were very calm. Let's take a look first, you go and do your work. We'll call you if anything happens. Really?
These 2 young men didn't have much money at all, they just wanted to come into the store and see the world.
Okay. Take your time to look around.
If you need anything, please feel free to call us.
Bai Yuning nodded and walked straight into the store to look around.
The waiter no longer paid any attention to the 2 people and turned to walk towards the other 2 customers who were choosing.
Compared to these young people who have no money and just come out to see the world,
she still prefers the rich man in the store who buys famous watches for female college students.
At least they can still provide turnover. Why did you let the waiter go? How can we see her when she's not here? It's safe. Bai Yuning waved her hand nonchalantly.
When we were in Shanghai, my dad and I often went to these watch shops.
I'm quite familiar with these watches. Oh. Xia Yan nodded in understanding. No wonder. You're an expert.
We really don't need to trouble others.
Then you can see. Buy whichever one you want. As long as it doesn't exceed 3 million, you can buy it. Okay. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan with amusement. Then I won't be polite today.
I happened to be in such a hurry from home that I didn't even take my watches with me.
I'm going to give you a good beating today. See if you feel bad. Heartache?
Looking at Bai Yuning's smug look, Xia Yan looked amused and whispered into her ear.
From now on, you and I will be mine. Why would I feel bad about buying you a watch or 2? You.
Bai Yuning's face turned red, and she punched Xia Yan lightly with her little hand.
I just like to play tricks on people. Big bad guy. I'm ignoring you. Bai Yuning's favorability +1.
Xia Yan laughed even more when he heard the favorability prompt.
Alright. Always saying one thing and thinking another. Let's go pick out a watch. Snort. Bai Yuning hummed softly and walked forward with a happy heart. I'm going to kill you today. Walk. The 2 of them looked at it in the store with laughter.
I didn't notice at all that a pair of eyes were looking over at me quietly.
Zhao Taizhu is a demolition resident.
He has been poor for most of his life. He dropped out of high school and has been hanging around outside. Every day he hangs out with those bad friends, either stealing or cheating. He often brings trouble to the family, and his parents are often furious. Unfortunately, he is the only child in the family, and they can't say much even if they are angry.
However, accidents happen during an action of kicking the widow's door.
Because Zhao Taizhu was slow to act, he was held tightly in the widow's hand and could only watch his friends collapse and flee. So I was locked up for a year.
The parents, who were often bullied, were so shocked by hearing such a great humiliation that they couldn't even breathe. Crack.
After regaining his freedom, Zhao Tieju's parents were gone, and more than 700 yuan was deducted from his money.
I no longer care about my old friends. Life seems to have reached its lowest point.
But unexpectedly, things are unpredictable, and the large yard in his family's home was lucky enough to be included in the urban construction and renovation plan. Once Zhao Tieju's dilapidated yard was demolished, he got 20 million directly.
The local dog suddenly turned into a turkey.
Zhao Taiju, who had turned his life around, immediately changed his life goals.
He is a rich man now. How can I continue to hang out with those bad friends?
He wants to embark on a new path, live a new life, and more importantly, find a beautiful woman.
He is different now. How can you continue to kick on the widow's door?
Zhao Taiju is a rich man, so of course he wants to find the best woman in his mind.
Those are the female college students studying in the imperial capital.
So Zhao Taiju resolutely bid farewell to widow Wang's desperate attempts to keep him and went straight to the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, I met a 28-year-old female college student Lulu as soon as I got out of the train station. Lulu said that she was a female college student who had returned from Japan and was studying for a master's degree at Peking University or Tsinghua University. According to her words, from the moment Zhao Taiju came out of the train station, Lulu fell in love with this low-key and warm-hearted man at first sight. It has absolutely nothing to do with the LV belt he deliberately showed off. How could Zhao Taiju, who had been hated by people and dogs for most of his life, tolerate such words? I immediately made up my mind to be together with Lulu forever.
To show my sincerity, I took her shopping.
The more Lulu looked at it, the happier he became, and he held Zhao Tieju's hand tighter and tighter. With just a few words, Lulu tricked him into going to the Patek Philippe store. She asked Zhao Taiju to buy her a Patek Philippe watch. When Xia Yan and the others just came in, Lulu was trying on a watch. Zhao Taiju enjoyed the flattery from the guests and felt very pleased.
I am considering whether to buy an apartment in the capital.
While he was thinking about it, Bai Yuning, who was joking and playing with Xia Yan, struck his heart at a glance.
That exquisite and petite figure. That face is as beautiful as a flower.
That sweet and soft voice of coquettishness.
Zhao Taiju fell in love at once. This girl is so beautiful and cute. Of course, this is not to say that Lulu, the 28-year-old female college student, is not a good person. But it was Bai Yuning's natural youthful aura that Zhao Taiju couldn't resist. Besides, he is a multi-millionaire now. People say that capable men have more than one woman. Besides Lulu, couldn't Zhao Taiju have another sweetheart who was pretty and caring? As for Xia Yan, who was standing beside Bai Yuning, he simply ignored her. That boy is handsome. Is it possible to compare with us, a multi-millionaire? That's not possible. Zhao Taiju, who was overflowing with confidence, coughed twice. He straightened his clothes without even looking at Lulu, who was trying on a watch. Walked straight towards the two of them. Hello, young lady. My name is Zhao Taiju, and I'm a multi-millionaire. I'd love to get to know you. Can you be my woman?
Bai Yuning and Xia Yan slowly turned their heads and looked at Zhao Taiju, who was smiling, in surprise.
Who is this old-fashioned guy? Chapter 67. A strange couple.
After Xia Yan and Bai Yuning entered the store and joked for a while, they started looking at their watches. With the introduction of Bai Yuning, the famous watch expert, Xia Yan gradually understood the differences between various Patek Philippe watches. That is to say, Patek Philippe watches are mainly divided into three directions.
One is a top-level complicated functional watch. Like the perpetual calendar, split seconds chronograph, and world time watches you just showed me. Apart from the more expensive double seconds chronograph, generally speaking, it only costs between 500,000 and 1 million, right? Bai Yuning nodded, that's right. This kind of watch focuses more on functionality. Not very pretty. Dad once gave me a piece of world time.
But I thought it wasn't very pretty, so I gave it to my cousin.
Xia Yan rolled his eyes. She is indeed a rich lady. A watch worth over 1 million yuan can be given away instantly. That super popular sports model you were talking about. Even the high-end models of the Nautilus and that Grenade you mentioned cost 2 to 3 million. How about I buy you a piece of that? Don't want.
Bai Yuning waved her hands with a look of disgust.
Those popular watches are all clamoring for a premium. It's not worth the money at all. Besides, so many people wear watches like that. They have no personality at all. Wearing the same clothes as others is annoying. Bumping the watch is even more annoying. You have no idea how much those guys who got the hot list love to show off. Every time I see them, they always show off the watch they bought.
It's so embarrassing to be with a watch that has no substance at all. I don't want to wear the same watch as them. Xia Yan was speechless for a while. What a luxurious worry. Others who want to buy that popular watch have to pay a higher price. Bai Yuning actually disliked people who love to show off, so she didn't even look at that kind of watch. She is indeed a daughter of a wealthy family. The taste is definitely not comparable to those guys. It's all thanks to the system I have, otherwise how would I have the chance to bully this little idiot? So, you want that custom-made one you just mentioned? Aha! Bai Yuning nodded excitedly. Compared to those common goods you can buy anywhere, people prefer those custom-made ones. Patek Philippe has always had that kind of handmade custom style. Watches made with enamel filigree are so beautiful. I have one at home. My dad bought it at an auction. Photographed? Xia Yan felt ominous. How much is that watch? Not expensive. Bai Yuning thought for a moment and said, I think it's 5 million. 5 million? Xia Yan's eyes froze. So expensive. Then how can I afford it? I can only use 3 million now. It doesn't have to be that expensive. Bai Yuning explained with a smile, that watch is a high-end, handmade enamel watch, so it's a bit expensive. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a 3 million watch? Just buy a basic watch with custom enamel and cloisonné craftsmanship. It's just checking the time anyway. I'm not participating in any extreme sports. 3 million is more than enough. That's good. Looking at the smiling Bai Yuning, Xia Yan shook his head and gently touched her little head. I didn't expect that. Our little fool is so good at managing the household. From now on, you have to take good care of the family. I will. After Bai Yuning finished speaking, she immediately reacted and glared at Xia Yan unhappily. No. Who wants to take care of your household? I don't want to be a wife. No. I never wanted to marry you. Yeah? Xia Yan smiled playfully, then we'll just watch carefully. Let's see if you'll ask me to marry you someday. TSK. No way. Absolutely not. He. Xia Yan rubbed Bai Yuning's little head and said, Miss, please come here. The two of them had just finished talking and were still fighting. Suddenly, a few words came from behind. Hello, young lady. My name is Zhao Taizhu, and I'm a multi-millionaire. I'd love to get to know you. Can you be my woman? Ah. The two turned their heads, but before they could see anything, a strong smell of stuffy rice rushed into their noses. The two of them almost fell down because of the smoke. The two of them took a step back together before they could see the source of the sound. A middle-aged man, 8 feet tall and 8 feet wide, wearing a shabby suit and a thick gold chain around his neck, stood behind the two of them. To be honest, if Xia Yan could not confirm that they were now in a Patek Philippe store, maybe he would really mistake the person in front of him for Mr. Fan from the Battle of Ivory Mountain. Looking at the old-fashioned man in front of them, both of them felt disgusted. Do you know us? Zhao Taizhu ignored Xia Yan and instead looked directly at Bai Yuning beside him, showing a smile that he thought was very handsome. Hello, young lady. My name is Zhao Taizhu, and I'm a multi-millionaire. Can you be my woman? Bai Yuning and Xia Yan looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Where did this thing come from? Did he graduate from prenatal education? How can you speak so recklessly? What happened to the multi-millionaire? Are multi-millionaires that powerful? Honey, what's wrong? Hearing the noise, Lulu hurried over and asked, Do you know these two friends? Lulu calmly stopped Zhao Taizhu behind him. This guy said he had found the fat beef with great difficulty. These days, it's not easy for gold diggers. Since the times have changed, fewer and fewer people give money. Those suckers who used to be so generous are now ignored completely. Under such circumstances, Lulu, who was looking for food in the imperial capital, was also starving. Lulu, who had been hungry for many days, was looking for luck everywhere today. Unexpectedly, I found this idiot at the train station. As soon as this guy got off the train, the thick gold chain around his neck shook. The big gold chain made Lulu's heart surge with excitement. I put 120% of my effort into applying what I learned in class. Finally, this sucker was fooled and fell in love with him. It's finally harvest time. Lulu couldn't wait and brought the sucker here to harvest. Who would have thought that when the fruit was about to fall, two Cheng Yaojin suddenly appeared. As soon as Lulu saw the girl's appearance, he felt inferior. But when it comes to business, no matter how inferior you feel, you have to hold on.
What are you doing? Do you want to interrupt my shopping with my husband? Chapter 68 Auction?
Xia Yan didn't know if he was just unlucky today, if it weren't for those cashback cards. He just turned around and left.
Why is he staying here dealing with two weirdos?
Bai Yuning also felt disgusted. Let us not talk about how disgusting it is for a nouveau riche with only tens of millions of dollars to say those words that only those who graduated from prenatal education can understand. The kind of people who came later made her feel even more disgusted.
This woman has such a worldly air.
When she was studying in Shanghai, Bai Yuning often went out to play with her classmates. At that time, some classmates from the same family background would bring some girls dressed in bright colors to the venue.
Bai Yuning and his sisters knew who those women were at a glance.
Therefore, I always ignore those students with bad tastes. The woman in front of them had a much more worldly air than the women they brought with them. It was so thick that Bai Yuning felt disgusted. Xia Yan and Bai Yuning looked at each other, their eyes communicating silently and visibly.
How about we go first?
It's really disgusting to see these two guys.
So you don't buy a watch? You can buy a watch anytime. These two things really make me feel sick.
Okay, you said so.
Then let us go.
The two nodded in tacit understanding, turned around and walked out of the store. Sir, the watch you requested has arrived.
Don't you want to take a look?
Zhao Taizhu saw the two of them about to leave, and looked at Lulu in front of him anxiously. Miss.
Don't you want to buy a watch? Shall I buy this watch for you? Brother Zhu.
Lulu looked at Zhao Taizhu in disbelief.
How can you talk like that?
The salesgirl ignored the two of them, just looked at them as they were about to leave, and said quickly. Hey everyone, this is a custom-made enamel cloisonné watch that just arrived in our store yesterday.
Don't you want to buy an enamel cloisonné watch? Will you not look again? Custom made?
Bai Yuning's eyes lit up and she glanced at Xia Yan. How about we go back and take a look? Xia Yan glanced at Zhao Taizhu, who looked like a fool, and said, all right.
Come on, if you want to see it.
Anyway, I already agreed to buy you a watch.
Walk.
The two returned to the counter excitedly, and Zhao Taizhu thought his words had worked. He stood beside the counter with a proud look on his face and said, Miss, I want this watch.
Just pack it up and give it to this lady.
The waiter gave him an awkward look and said, Sir, this custom enamel cloisonné watch is a custom model we just received yesterday.
These two customers were the first to ask to see it.
Although it's a basic model, it still costs 2.3 million.
2.3 million.
When Zhao Taizhu heard this number, he suddenly came to his senses. After receiving 20 million from the demolition, Zhao Taizhu bought the framework of a private villa in their local area, which was said to be reserved for bigwigs. The frame of the large villa covers an area of more than 300 square meters. The person who sold it to him said that they originally wanted to sell it for 10 million, but only sold it to him for 5 million for Zhao Taizhu's sake.
He just needs a little more repair. You can live directly in the big villa.
This wasn't the only thing that surprised Zhao Taizhu. The man who sold him the villa also sold him a 24 model Rolls-Royce Ghost for Zhao Taizhu's sake. She only asked him for 2 million.
Moreover, they even waived the transfer procedures and let Zhao Taizhu drive away directly.
Zhao Taizhu, who was so happy that he was bubbling with joy, drove the car directly back to the frame of his big villa. This house and this car have already cost him 7 million. There are still 13 million left. Zhao Taizhu also wanted to keep 5 million as a foundation for food and drink in the future, and the remaining 8 million to decorate the villa, buy furniture, and find a woman to pay the bride price. Then he took his wife back to their place to have a good time.
Just now, in order to please Lulu, he had already spent 500,000 or 600,000.
The watch I just showed Lulu also cost 700,000 or 800,000 yuan.
All in all, he still has more than 6 million in his account. This watch now costs 2.3 million.
Even if he can afford it, even the decoration and all the messy things will cost money. Thinking of this, Zhao Taizhu stood there, feeling a little at a loss. Without the flies buzzing around their ears, Xia Yan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at the custom watches the waiter brought and both thought they were very beautiful.
What do you think, little idiot? Well enough. Although this watch isn't as good as the one sold domestically at the auction, it's still very beautiful.
Good.
Xia Yan smiled and nodded. Waiter, we want this watch.
Okay.
The waiter smiled happily and packed up the watch.
This custom watch was sold as soon as it arrived. It's really great. A watch worth 2.3 million, just thinking about the commission from selling it is huge.
It seems that the local tycoons are still not as good as the rich second generation.
When they heard that Xia Yan bought the watch without hesitation, everyone in the store was surprised.
Especially Lulu next to Zhao Taizhu. Buy a watch worth 2.3 million right away. Still so young and so handsome.
If only I had bought that watch for myself. But Lulu was also very clear-headed.
The girlfriend next to him was much prettier than him.
Judging from the way the handsome boy looked at him just now, he already knew who he was. Even if I go over to him, he will ignore me.
Forget it, I'd better just knock on this local tycoon. This local tycoon is also a wishful thinking guy.
He was eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. No negotiation, I have to squeeze more out of him later.
Zhao Taizhu looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. That watch costs 2.3 million. This guy bought it without even blinking? Was his house also demolished?
Xia Yan was about to pay when her eyes suddenly turned and said, "Miss, could you please get me another watch with basic functions?"
About 600,000 or 700,000.
Okay. The waiters don't care about that, business is a good thing. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan in confusion.
Why buy it again? Xia Yan smiled and said, "One watch is not enough for you. Take another watch and you can wear them in turns." Change them? Bai Yuning glanced at Xia Yan with suspicion. Will you be so kind to me?
Xia Yan tapped its head gently, looked at the watch brought by the waiter, and nodded with satisfaction.
Very good. That makes up 3 million. Swipe the card. Okay. With a pleasant sound.
The system prompt sound also rang in my ears. Spend 3 million yuan for Bai Yuning and get 5 times the cashback, a total of 15 million yuan in cashback.
Bai Yuning's random cashback cards have 7 remaining. Yes. That is 15 million.
Looking at the cashback text message, Xia Yan was very excited.
Xiao Bai. What else do you want to buy? Go ahead. Let's go buy it now.
Bai Yuning rolled her eyes at Xia Yan and said, "You really have so much money that you don't know where to spend it."
I know a good place.
Where?
Auction.
Then you can spend as much money as you want.
How about it? Do you want to go? Auction?
Xia Yan thought about it for a moment and his eyes lit up with joy.
Okay. Let's go to the auction. Chapter 69. I'll pay 800,000. 2 hours later, at the XX auction site.
After leaving the Patek Philippe store, Xia Yan was quickly brought by Bai Yuning to an auction venue with ease. As the cultural center of China, the imperial capital has a very active and rich auction market. Especially in spring and autumn every year, many large-scale auctions are held. I wonder how many people would spend a fortune to buy those rare treasures, causing a lot of exclamations of surprise. But that has nothing to do with Xia Yan for the time being. In addition to the capital verification required on the surface like today's small auctions, large auctions also secretly require various guarantees before entry. It has only been a few days since Xia Yan awakened the system, let alone the millions of dollars in capital verification.
I don't even have a few $100s on me. Where can I find various guarantees? In other words, Bai Yuning is used to places like this. Otherwise, Xia Yan wouldn't even be able to find it. Having said that, Xia Yan actually really wants to attend those large auctions. Maybe after attending this auction, he will have enough money.
Sitting in the magnificent venue, looking at the people of different appearances around him, Xia Yan, who was attending an auction for the first time, felt a little nervous.
But Bai Yuning was very calm. He even enjoyed the free ice cream provided at the auction quite leisurely.
This ice cream is sweeter and more fragrant than the one I had in Shanghai.
Xia Yan, don't you want to eat one? Okay. Xia Yan ate the ice cream in Bai Yuning's hand in one gulp.
The cold ice cream slowly cooled down my agitated nerves.
Hate.
Bai Yuning hit him lightly, and her small hand wearing a custom-made Patek Philippe watch angrily protected the ice cream in her hand.
I just like taking advantage of others. If you want ice cream, go get it yourself. Always eating other people's food.
Xia Yan reached out and pulled Bai Yuning into his arms, startling her so much that her face turned red.
What are you doing? You're so annoying in public. Let me go. Shoo.
The warm hissing sound blew on Bai Yuning's earlobe, making Bai Yuning's heart beat fast.
Miss Bai. Tell your conscience clearly. How did I take advantage of you? I've been helping you since we met. I paid for your living expenses and bought your clothes. I just bought you 2 watches. And now I'm even here at this auction with you. I've done so much for you, what's wrong with taking a bite of your ice cream? Then you can't do that. Bai Yuning's tone was much softer, but the blush on her face still showed that she was uneasy. He.
Smelling the fragrance on Bai Yuning's hair, Xia Yan leaned close to Bai Yuning's ear and said,
Why can't we do this anymore? I just think the ice cream in your hand is sweet. You. Snort.
Bai Yuning snorted softly and turned her head away, but her raised little head still betrayed the joy in her heart.
I won't even give you something sweet. That bite just now was a bargain for you. There are some really beautiful pieces of jewelry going up for auction today. If you take a picture of one of these for me, I'll give you ice cream. If you can't take any pictures, then forget about letting anyone go out with you in the future. Yo ho! Xia Yan was very amused. What if I buy all those jewelries? Buy them all? Bai Yuning was stunned for a moment. Buy them all, and I'll cook for you myself to thank you. Can you cook? Xia Yan frowned. Are you sure what you made is edible? Snort.
Bai Yuning's small feet in white silk gently stepped on Xia Yan's foot. I'm not the kind of rich lady you imagine.
My mom taught me all kinds of things since I was little. It's just cooking. No problem. Oh.
Xia Yan was surprised. Then I'm going to have to learn this lesson.
Just wait and see.
Bai Yuning raised her head proudly. I'm sure to make your tongue fall off from the delicious food.
Well, I'm still looking forward to your meal. But we have to change our bets. If I can buy all the jewelry collections you want, you have to agree to one condition. Condition? What conditions? Don't worry about it. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Good. It's a deal. I'll see what you're going to do. If you want to buy those collections, you'll need at least 100 million. Do you have that much money? Don't worry about it.
Watching the auctioneer walk up to the podium, Xia Yan smiled confidently.
Just wait till you admit defeat. Tisk, let's see how you lose. Boom. XX auction starts now. Our first collection today is a 4.35 carat Colombian emerald and diamond ring. Starting price, 170,000 renminbi.
The minimum bid is 10,000 yuan each time.
Now, start filming. As soon as he finished speaking, many number plates were raised in the hall. Number 28, 180,000. 180,000 on the 28th. Anything else? 190,000. Number 39's 190,000. Hasn't there been a higher price yet? 200,000. 200,000. Number 68. The silent auction scene suddenly became lively. Xia Yan was also infected. Xiao Bai, is this auction so lively? It's okay.
Bai Yuning ate her ice cream and said slowly, this is just a small auction after all.
This one isn't too lively. When I attended a large auction in Shanghai before, the signs were raised as soon as the auction started. That's the hardest thing to snatch. Oh. Xia Yan nodded.
It turned out that such a lively scene was nothing at a large auction.
Is this the world of the rich? If I didn't have a system, I probably wouldn't be able to experience it. Not bad. Looking at the emerald diamond ring on the table, Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Do you want this? Don't want. Bai Yuning shook her head. This ring is too old-fashioned. I still prefer something more fashionable. Oh. 300,000. Customer number 20 bought this emerald diamond ring. Congratulations to number 20. The next piece of the collection is a work by jewelry master Mario D, an opal and diamond necklace. The starting price is 500,000. 10,000 each time. The bidding starts now. 510,000. Number 9. 530,000, number 16. As soon as the necklace appeared, Bai Yuning's eyes lit up. Not even ice cream. Xia Yan. I want this. This? Xia Yan smiled slightly. Okay. Watch me take it off for you.
The auction price has reached 670,000 in a short period of time. Xia Yan glanced around, smiled confidently, and slowly raised his hand.
I'll pay. 800,000. Chapter 70 System Certified Mysterious Treasure. 800,000. The last time this necklace was offered, it was only over 600,000 yuan, but now it's directly up to 800,000 yuan. Who is this person? Do you take money as money? Everyone present was talking about it, and all eyes of suspicion, confusion, surprise, and contempt were focused on Xia Yan. They have seen such high prices for auction items before. But that is usually the last resort used by both parties when an important auction item is in a stalemate. But now it's just a necklace, it has no other use except for being beautiful. This young man actually paid a high price of over 100,000 yuan for this necklace. Only the second generation who have lived a life of luxury can do such a thing. Who is this? How come I haven't seen it before? Xia Yan ignored the gazes of the people around him, rather than those malicious thoughts. He now wants to know the specific relationship of this cashback behavior. System, I bought an item at an auction. Does that mean I get a cashback every time I bid? No. Cashback comes from the transaction amount. Cashback cards will not work if you do not make a real transaction with the auction. So that's it. Then I feel relieved. When the 800,000 was revealed, Xia Yan was still worried that he would have to use his cashback card for every successful auction. That would be a big loss. It's okay now. The cashback card will only be triggered when a real transaction occurs. In this way, he can auction with confidence. 800,000. 800,000 from number 27. Is there a higher price? Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. This necklace is good, but it can only be said to be good in terms of appearance. Besides, there is a precious collection behind this auction. That's the real highlight. Since this second generation wants to squander money, let him squander it. 800,000 for the first time. 800,000 for the second time. 800,000 yuan deal. Congratulations to our number 27 for winning this opal and diamond necklace for 800,000. Bai Yuning was delighted when she got the necklace. Very good. I actually got it. Xia Yan, you are awesome. He. Xia Yan pointed to the side of his face and looked at Bai Yuning with interest. I'm so awesome, shouldn't you give me a little reward? Snort. Bai Yuning snorted and turned her head away. You expect someone to reward you for just a necklace? I won't give it to you. Okay. Xia Yan smiled and said, one necklace is not enough, right? Then just watch carefully and see what I will do next. The auction will start again soon, and the next exhibits are more tempting than the last. There are ancient calligraphy and paintings by famous artists from the Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. There are also some calligraphy and painting works by modern and contemporary masters. Xia Yan even saw calligraphy and painting works by some contemporary masters in it. Neither of them had much interest in these calligraphy and painting works, but other people at the auction were vying for them. Several of them were sold at prices exceeding several million. And that original painting was sold for 7 million. In addition to these calligraphy and painting works, there are also some porcelains from the Ming and Qing dynasties, such as the blue and white porcelain and colored porcelain from the Yongle and Xuanzhe periods and the Chenghua period of the Ming dynasty, and even a piece of sky blue monochrome porcelain from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. Compare it with a piece of porcelain from the Qianlong period that was also sold at the auction. Yongjing's aesthetic taste is still better, at least his taste is not the piling up of those patterns. Bai Yuning, who has no interest in calligraphy and painting, is very fond of this piece of sky blue monochrome porcelain from the Yongjing period. For this, Bai Yuning gave Xia Yan several kisses and promised to give her a massage. Finally got this porcelain. For this, Xia Yan paid a high price of 4.7 million. It also made everyone around amazed. However, compared to these antique porcelains, what the two of them like most are the extremely exquisite accessories. Among those exquisite accessories, necklaces, rings, bracelets, brooches. The various exquisite accessories made Bai Yuning's heart beat fast. Amidst Bai Yuning's pleading, Xia Yan took pictures of all the collections one by one. Correspondingly, the funds consumed quickly reached 14.7 million. Xia Yan, you are so nice. Bai Yuning held Xia Yan's hand tightly, with stars in her eyes. There are several lots on auction, and I really want them all. It's a shame my dad always buys me one every time he goes to an auction. It's okay this time. You filmed it all. I am the happiest person in the world. Ha ha.
Looking at Bai Yuning, who was as proud as a little fox, Xia Yan felt both amused and helpless.
Xiao Bai, I took pictures of so many collections for you. Don't you have any response? Snort. Bai Yuning blushed and glanced at Xia Yan. You big bad guy. These are the things I think about every day. You want to show it, right?
There are only a few pieces in the collection, and people say it's still far from enough.
Are you going to deny it? I just don't recognize it.
Bai Yuning snorted softly and looked at Xia Yan proudly. Now the item has been bought.
They just won't admit it. What can you do? You.
Xia Yan was getting angry when the host on the stage gently knocked the wooden hammer, and his eyes lit up.
Everyone, next is the last piece of collection in our auction. It is also a collection that many of our guests pay the most attention to.
It's an ancient book salvaged from a shipwreck on the seabed.
It is said that this ancient book contains an unknown secret. The starting price of this book is 5 million yuan.
Each bid must be no less than 100,000.
The auction begins now. Mysterious ancient book? What the hell?
Xia Yan was just wondering when he suddenly saw Bai Yuning looking at him with shining eyes.
Xia Yan. You must get this ancient book. What?
Why do you have to take pictures? Bai Yuning's voice changed with excitement. I heard from my dad that this ancient book seems to contain some secrets.
It seems there is some treasure hidden behind this secret.
If we can photograph this ancient book, maybe we can find some secret treasure or something.
You must get the shot. What nonsense are you talking about? Where is the treasure? Aren't you talking in your sleep because you have a fever? He didn't lie. There is indeed a treasure hidden in this book.
You must take a picture of this book.
What? Xia Yan was shocked. Is there really a treasure? Chapter 71 Crazy Auction Scene.
Xia Yan never imagined that there would actually be system-certified treasures at this auction.
Even the system has been certified, so you can't miss it. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the whole venue was in an uproar. 5 million. 5.2 million. 5.5 million. 5.8 million. 6 million. 6.3 million.
Enthusiastic biddings rang out one after another, and all the buyers in the audience were attracted by the mysterious ancient book in front of them.
It seems that their target is also this ancient book. Xia Yan. What are you still standing there for?
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan anxiously. This book is a rare treasure. There must be some mysterious treasure inside. You must take a picture of it.
Looking at the anxious look of the little fool, Xia Yan suddenly calmed down.
This book must be filmed, but what if this book is not used to make this stubborn little fool compromise?
You can also be flexible. Why should I listen to you?
Xia Yan acted very impatient. I bought you so many things just now, and you didn't show any appreciation at all.
This crappy book is so expensive now, if I spend a fortune on it. I guess you still won't admit it later. No. Bai Yuning quickly explained, I won't do that.
This book is truly a rare treasure.
You must not miss it. Thank you for thinking of me.
But I don't need the consideration of a guy who doesn't even show sincerity.
Let's go. Xia Yan turned his head and pretended to leave immediately. That's enough for me. Go back and get ready to rest. Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning quickly hugged Xia Yan. We can discuss something. As long as you take a picture of this book for me, I will definitely show my sincerity.
I agree to your request. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Real? Aha.
Bai Yuning nodded quickly. I swear to God.
Then you take a picture of that book. Whatever you say, I agree. Don't send 4, even 5 won't work. Xia Yan pretended to be indifferent and sat there. If you want me to auction it, you have to show some sincerity now. What sincerity? Xia Yan nodded to the side of his face. This. You.
Bai Yuning blushed and looked at Xia Yan angrily.
Then listen to the sounds coming and going around you. The bid for that ancient book has exceeded 10 million.
On one side is an extremely rare ancient book that contains a mysterious treasure. On one side is Xia Yan, who is shameless and loves to take advantage of me. Bai Yuning struggled again and again, and finally made up her mind and lightly tapped the lower edge of her cheek. The feeling of cherry lips touching the side of my face feels like melting snowflakes.
Xia Yan immediately became energetic. Can we start now? He.
Xia Yan gently hugged Bai Yuning and kissed her cherry lips deeply. Before Bai Yuning could taste what it was, Xia Yan raised the number plate in his hand.
11 million. 11 million. Number 27, 11 million.
The auctioneers on the stage were shocked. The people around also looked over in disbelief. The collections this guy just bought are worth more than 14 million in total.
As a result, another 11 million came out. Where did he get so much money?
Bai Yuning was about to throw a punch, but when she heard Xia Yan's bid, her eyes suddenly lit up with joy.
Xia Yan, come on. Keep shooting. Keep shooting. Be sure to take a good picture of it. Rest assured.
Xia Yan held Bai Yuning tightly in his arms, his eyes full of confidence.
This book today, no matter how much it costs. I'll film it all for you. Xia Yan. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. 11.5 million. 11.7 million. 12 million.
Xia Yan's bidding didn't last long, and the buyers present started bidding again.
Obviously, everyone present did not want to miss this precious ancient book. 12.2 million. 12.4 million. 12.8 million. Xia Yan looked around and saw arrogant or hostile gazes from everyone around him.
Bai Yuning became very nervous when she heard the bidding.
Xia Yan, what should we do? They made another bid. Rest assured.
Xia Yan held Bai Yuning's small hand and smiled confidently. Watch me.
15 million. 15 million. Number 27, 15 million. No higher bid yet?
Everyone around looked at Xia Yan holding Bai Yuning's little hand in disbelief.
Does this kid understand the rules? Everyone bid hundreds of thousands. And you offer millions at a time? It makes you look rich, right?
Facing everyone's questioning or hostile gazes, Xia Yan smiled confidently at them.
How? Are you not convinced? Is this an auction? It's always the highest bidder that wins. If you have the guts, just snatch it from me? Is it because you don't have money?
Looking at Xia Yan's confident eyes, Bai Yuning felt as if her heart was instantly struck.
So a confident man is so handsome? Xia Yan is so awesome at this moment. The key is that he still likes her. Wei. 15.3 million. 15.6 million. 15.9 million.
Seeing Xia Yan's confident eyes, everyone present started bidding fiercely again.
Obviously, everyone was furious about the provocation from this young man. Looking around again, the atmosphere is so hot. Xia Yan had to admit that he really liked the feeling of spending money like water. 20 million. Everyone was shocked. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? To appear rich? I'll fight you to the end. 21 million. 23 million. 25 million. 28 million.
The fierce bidding sounded again. Although the sound this time is much less than before. But those who can continue to compete with Xia Yan are all wealthy and powerful. These people are the best in their respective fields. Naturally, he would not be willing to be stepped on by a young man like Xia Yan. Xia Yan looked at the intense noises around him and felt even better.
Ha ha. Go ahead and shout. Keep shouting. I want to show you what true despair is. 40 million. 40 million. Number 27. 40 million. There was an uproar at the scene. Is this kid crazy? The item was worth 5 million, but that guy actually got 40 million? Even if you have money, you shouldn't squander it like this, right? The faces of the people who had just bid turned completely gloomy when they heard the number 40 million. Where on earth did this guy come from? When did such a fierce dragon come to the imperial capital? 40 million just to buy a crappy book?
Bai Yuning's eyes almost melted when she looked at Xia Yan.
So cool. Xia Yan is so handsome. It's a pity that this bad guy is a playboy. Why can't he be devoted to himself? I'm so unwilling. The reactions of the people around were all fearful, only the people in the auction house were crazy with joy. The book with a starting price of 5 million was actually sold for 40 million. This is a big profit. This handsome boy is so talented. Be sure to keep this VIP customer. 40 million for the first time. 40 million for the second time. 40 million third. 45 million.
The only person left to bid was a bald man in a tang suit. He looked at Xia Yan deeply, and his hands couldn't help but tremble.
45 million, that guy probably can't afford a higher price, right?
Xia Yan didn't even look at the bald man and just raised the number plate in his hand.
60 million. 60 million. This kid is really crazy. 60 million for a crappy book?
The bald man raised his hand with difficulty, hesitated for a second or two, and then put it down helplessly.
He lost.
The auctioneer's eyes were filled with surprise.
No one actually bid for the item after this wealthy young man made the move. 60 million, first time. 60 million, second time. 60 million, the third time. Make a deal.
Congratulations to number 27 for bidding 60 million for this ancient book.
Congratulations. Warm applause filled the entire venue.
Listening to the sounds around him, Xia Yan had to admit it.
He really likes the feeling of throwing money around. So cool. Along with warm applause, the system prompt sound also rang in my ears. By Yuning's favorability +1. By Yuning's favorability has reached 30 points. Receive a random reward. Chapter 72, The Bald Man with a Treasure. The new function of the system. By Yuning's favorability +1. By Yuning's favorability has reached 30 points. Receive 10 random By Yuning exclusive skill cards as a reward. Exclusive skill card? What the hell is this? By Yuning's exclusive skill card. Use this card to copy other people's skills to yourself. Damn it. So awesome? How do I use this thing? It's very simple. To use this card, you must first find someone with unique skills. Then, you and Bai Yuning can approach this person together and silently recite this card in your mind. This will copy their skills to this card. Once the copy is complete, if you two use this card at the same time, you can learn the skills in this card at the same time. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Can I learn it too? Certainly. Very good. 10 more skill cards appeared out of thin air. After that, you have to plan carefully with the little fool which skill to learn. Xia Yan was surprised and was thinking about which 10 skills he should learn. Bai Yuning suddenly stood up impatiently and pulled Xia Yan away. Xia Yan, let's go. I've been looking forward to that book for a long time. Even my dad hadn't bought it before at the auction. This time it finally fell into my hands. I must find the treasure hidden inside it. He. Okay. Xia Yan took Bai Yuning's hand and walked out. Let's go pay the bill now. Looking at Xia Yan and the other person walking out excitedly, everyone present had very complicated expressions. Where did this fierce dragon come from? The bid for a tattered book was 60 million. You really don't take money seriously. Hey, it seems that this imperial capital is still full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I better keep a low profile from now on. Finally, the bald Wei Wu, who had been competing with Xia Yan for the ancient book, also stood up and looked at Xia Yan with a serious look. This young man has never seen this before. How does he have so much liquid funds? Also, how does he know the secrets hidden in the ancient tree? How did he know? However, since he was able to bid 60 million to buy this book, it seems that he is quite wealthy. Young people like this, no matter if they are just rich or have a strong family background, are worth making friends with. I must find a way to make friends with him. Meeting people like this is a good fate. Bald Wei Wu nodded slowly and walked towards the backstage. Backstage, Xia Yan and his friend were welcomed into the VIP room by enthusiastic staff. You too, the collection you just photographed is right here. You can take it all away after you pay the bill. Good. Xia Yan took out a bank card and asked, how much did I pay in total? The total value of those jewels was 14.7 million. The last book was 60 million. That's 74.7 million in total. Xia Yan looked at the bank card in his hand and smiled confidently. There is only 15 million in the card now. The total payment is 74.7 million. Even if the cashback is doubled, you can still get 30 million. If it doesn't work once, try it twice. If 2 times doesn't work, then try 3 times. No problem. The 74.7 million can be kept. I only have 15 million in my card now. 60 million, someone is transferring it to me. Give me 15 million first. No problem.
The staff was very respectful. We'll swipe 15 million for you first. Wait for the subsequent transfer to arrive before swiping the remaining 59.7 million.
Good. Please enter your password. As Xia Yan entered the password, the system prompt sounded in his ears.
Spend 15 million yuan for Baiyuning and get 4 times the cashback, a total of 60 million yuan in cashback.
Baiyuning's random cashback cards have 6 remaining. Good. Now it's easy. Get 4 times the cashback instantly, no need to wait for the next time. Look at the transfer text message that has been sent to your mobile phone.
Xia Yan smiled slightly. My 60 million has been transferred.
Please swipe your card. Yes.
Spend 60 million yuan for Baiyuning and get 5 times the cashback, a total of 300 million yuan in cashback.
Baiyuning's random cashback cards have 5 remaining. Wow. 5x cashback. 300 million directly. Cool. After attending an auction, the money in his hand increased from 15 million to 300 million. Marvelous. Sir, your collection. Give it to her.
Xia Yan smiled and touched Baiyuning's little head. These collections were all taken for her.
The staff member looked envious. Sir, you are so considerate to your wife. Wife?
Baiyuning's face turned red. She glanced at Xia Yan shyly and quickly turned her head away.
Bad guy. You just know how to bully others. Baiyuning's favorability +1. He.
Looking at the shy Baiyuning, Xia Yan didn't pay much attention to her. He directly picked up the mysterious ancient book that he had bought for 60 million and began to observe it.
System, didn't you say there was some treasure hidden in this book? Do you know what it is?
This book contains the energy of a remarkable man from ancient times who was extremely skilled at observing people's expressions.
The vitality of a strange person? What's the use of that?
As long as this group of vital energy is absorbed, this system can gain the ability to observe people's expressions from this vital energy. After gaining this ability, you can not only see the various characteristics of others, but also their potential and even their inner desires and fears.
So powerful? Xia Yan was shocked. Then haven't you evolved? You could say that. Damn it. Then absorb it quickly. Absorption takes time. No problem, I'll buy you some time. Good. Absorption begins.
Xia Yan felt a chill in his palm, and felt a chill coming from the ancient book in his hand, which continued to spread from his palm to his whole body.
He glanced around and whispered to the shy Baiyuning. Xiao Bai, let's sit on this sofa and take a rest. I photographed so many collections. You haven't looked closely yet. While we have nothing to do now, let's take a good look. So that if you find any problem, you don't have to go out and look for it again. Baiyuning is very well behaved now, I will listen to you. Please come in, both of you. The two sat on the sofa.
Baiyuning took the jewelry from the public and examined it carefully. Xia Yan was absorbing vital energy while observing his surroundings. Congratulations, both of you, on buying this book.
I'm so envious.
Looking at the big bald man who suddenly walked up to them, Xia Yan and the others were surprised.
Do we know you? Ha ha. The big bald man smiled familiarly. How abrupt. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Wu, and I'm a tough guy in these 49 cities. Usually we just eat, drink, play and have fun. Today at this auction house, I offered 45 million and still couldn't get this ancient book from you, little brother. I have no other interests except making friends. I think the little brother is also someone who likes treasures like this. It just so happens that I know a lot of friends who also like treasures. There are even many treasures. If you don't mind, little brother, we can be friends. We can discuss these treasures together later. I wonder if my little brother is interested. Treasure? Does this bald guy have this kind of thing in his hand? Xia Yan's eyes lit up and he was about to agree when he suddenly heard a system prompt in his ears. The vitality has been absorbed. Get new features. Chapter 73 The Treasure of Wei Wu Family. The vitality has been absorbed. Get new features and insights. Eye of Insight? System, what is this? Eye of Insight. After obtaining this function, you can use your eyes to see the characteristics of others. Characteristics? Potential, belief, desire, fear, etc., etc. So awesome? How should I use it then? Staring at someone for more than 3 seconds.
After Xia Yan turned his head and looked at Bai Yuning, who was observing the jewelry for more than 3 seconds, a pink light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The whole of Bai Yuning was reflected in her, making her look very happy.
System, what does this mean? Pink represents Bai Yuning's gentleness, sweetness, romance and harmlessness, while its dazzling pink glow represents Bai Yuning's vitality and strength.
She is gentle, considerate, and empathetic by nature.
She is also very naive and likes dreamy things.
She often has romantic fantasies and dreams of becoming a happy princess.
Princess?
Yes, just like Snow White. If she falls in love with someone, her love will not be full of passion and desire, but a more gentle, dreamy, and romantic approach. Her heart is full of energy and joy, and she has great hopes for the future. Her many years of family life have also cultivated in her a refined, innocent, and noble temperament. If you want to win her favor, you can start from this aspect. Of course, her flaws are also obvious. She is gentle but overly sentimental, caring but too naive, sweet but very fragile.
She has a strong sense of empathy but lacks a strong sense of self-determination.
If you want to spend the rest of your life with her, you'd better build a solid layer of armor around her, otherwise, she will be hurt by others sooner or later. Xia Yan's eyes turned cold, and the look he gave Bai Yuning became more gentle.
This little idiot is hopeless.
After retracting his gaze, Xia Yan looked at Wei Wu in front of him again, and 3 seconds passed.
A light golden color appeared before my eyes.
It makes Wei Wu's big bald head look even more dazzling.
System, what does this mean? Gold represents wealth and luxury, as well as success and prosperity.
It is also a symbol of material achievement and prominent status. The person before me is quite wealthy. Even in the imperial capital, he is in the upper middle class. Wealth, status, and reputation, this person has no shortage of them. Gold is the most striking and eye-catching color of all, which is completely consistent with this person's characteristics.
Like gold, this person is equally confident and dazzling.
No one will ignore it in any situation where it can highlight their true self. However, this person's wisdom is like gold, flexible and adaptable. In situations where he can show off, he will not hesitate to show off his abilities, wealth, and status, becoming the absolute protagonist of that occasion. In the presence of other more dazzling beings, he will not hesitate to become low-key and pragmatic, and he will later come into contact with those beings to try to make himself more noble. However, the pale golden light indicates that his upper limit in life will not be very high. Throughout his life, he will not be able to enter the top circle of his dreams.
Isn't this nonsense? Is it possible for ordinary people to enter the top circle?
And his belief makes him one of the strongest in his circle. What he wants is a ladder to success, valuable wealth, and a prominent position. What he fears are the powerful who are difficult to match, the low cognition troublemakers, and his own decline.
Oh. So he is really rich, right?
Yes, his assets are far beyond your reach now.
But with my help, one day, you can step into the top circle.
And he was unable to enter it throughout his life. In the process of absorbing that person's vitality just now, in addition to the new function of the Eye of Insight, another feature was added.
What features?
From now on, in addition to other people's exclusive cashback cards, you can also get cashback on your own consumption.
What? Xia Yan's eyes lit up with joy. Then wouldn't it be easy for me to make 40 billion? Impossible. Your cashback is fundamentally different from other people's exclusive cashback cards. Your cashback multiplier is now only 0.1 times. Xia Yan's eyes froze. So if you say so, then I can only get $1 back if I spend $10? Yes. Xia Yan's eyes turned bitter. What kind of crappy cashback rate is this? Isn't this too bad? Why do they give multiple times the cash back? When it's my turn, it's 0.1 times? There's nothing we can do about this.
The energy of the strange person just now can only acquire such characteristics. If you want to increase your cashback rate, you must continue to search for those mysterious objects and absorb the treasures hidden within them. Only in this way can you increase your own cashback rate.
Okay. Xia Yan slowly turned his head and looked at Wei Wu's big bald head with a kind smile. It seems that I must make friends with this big bald guy. Hello? Xia Yan enthusiastically shook Wei Wu's hand and said, "My name is Xia Yan, and I also like to eat, drink and have fun. I also like to make friends with generous people like you. If you don't mind, let's be friends from now on?" Okay. Wei Wu smiled happily, "Then from now on, please be kind and I'll call you Brother Xia." No problem. Xia Yan smiled and said, "From now on, I will call you Brother Wei." Sure. Sure. Wei Wu looked at the ancient book in Xia Yan's hand, his eyes full of desire. Brother Xia, I'm jealous of the book in your hand. Can I take a look? Sure, sure. Xia Yan handed the book over directly. Anyway, all the treasures in the book had been collected, so you can read it however you want. Wei Wu took the book and looked through it carefully, but couldn't find anything unusual. In the end, he could only sigh and hand the book back. Brother Xia, I won't hide it from you, brother. The reason I wanted to photograph this book is because I heard it contains some treasures. I don't have many hobbies. I just like these mysterious things. Bring it here. I've been looking at it for a long time, but I can't see anything. It seems that this treasure is not meant for me. Brother Wei, there's no need to be so discouraged. Xia Yan took the book and smiled slightly. Brother Wei, didn't you just say that you also have a lot of mysterious things hidden in your home? I also like mysterious things. Can we go check it out? Okay. Wei Wu put his arm around Xia Yan's shoulder enthusiastically. Brother Xia, brother, it seems like we really hit it off today. Walk. Then go home now and see those treasures. Good. Xiao Bai. Take your jewelry and let's go visit Brother Wei's house. Okay. Bai Yuning put away the things in her hand with a smile. Let's go. I want to walk around here too. Walk. Chapter 70 for the Breath of Treasure. Everyone, please wait a moment. A few people stopped and the auction staff came running over anxiously. Mr. Xia, you are a certified senior VIP user of our auction house. Our auction house will hold this year's autumn mega auction from October 3rd to 9th. By then, we will have many precious collections appearing at the auction. To thank you for your strong support for our auction house. These 2 invitations are for you. With these 2 invitations, you can successfully enter our auction on the same day. Yeah? Xia Yan accepted the invitation from the auction house and said, according to what you said, there will be a lot of good things at this auction, right? That's right. The staff is very proud of antique calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, famous watches, luxury mansions. These are all within our business scope. Our big auction will last 6 days. During these 6 days, many exquisite treasures will appear every day. Mr. Xia can come and participate at that time. Good. Xia Yan received the invitation and said with a smile, I will go when the time comes. Let's go. The 3 of them turned and left. Wei Wu looked at Xia Yan's indifferent attitude towards the invitation letter, and silently raised his evaluation of Xia Yan by several levels in his heart. With such an elegant demeanor, his family background must be extraordinary. The 3 of them walked out of the auction house and saw a gleaming silver Rolls-Royce parked in front of the door. Wei Wu smiled heartily. Brother Xia, let's go. Let's go sit in the tea house nearby. I just happen to know a good place. Okay. Xia Yan pulled the happy Bai Yuning directly into the car, and Wei Wu followed behind. The car door closed and the scenery on both sides slowly receded. The car drove out of the auction house and headed towards the east of the city. Wei Wu invited the 2 to drink some tea and asked with a smile as if casually. Brother Xia, you spent over 70 million on this auction. Doesn't your family mind? Probing my bottom line? Xia Yan took a sip of tea and said with a nonchalant smile. No problem. Anyway, this money is mine. My mom doesn't care how much I spend. Oh? Wei Wu's heart skipped a beat. He doesn't care about more than 70 million? Or your own? This guy is either bragging or he is hiding his true abilities. So, brother, what kind of business is your company in? Company? Xia Yan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and pointed to the sky with a smile. I don't own a company. This money just fell from the sky. Did it fall from the sky? Without starting a company, he would spend 70 million without blinking an eye. Is it stock speculation? Wrong. Look at the horrible look of Big A, it's churning in there, and people have to queue up on the rooftop every morning and evening. Is that Nasdaq? Or Hang Seng? Ha ha. Wei Wu smiled heartily. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Brother, I admire your magnanimity. The stock market has been tough these past 2 years, and I've been playing around with stocks quite a bit. It's a pity that I often fall into their traps. I lost more than 20 million this year. It really made me lose a lot of money. Where did this conversation end? Stock? Who plays that thing? A return of 0 is better than 98% of people. Ah, but it's okay if this guy misunderstood.
Xiaoyan smiled casually, picked up Bai Yuning's white and tender little hand, and played with it carefully.
The ruby ring above looks even more dazzling. I have no interest in the stock market.
Whether it goes up or down, it doesn't matter.
Volatility is the eternal theme. Wei Wu's eyes lit up. The evaluation of Xiaoyan has improved again.
Making money in the stock market by relying on fluctuations is a question Wei Wu learned from a stock market tycoon after drinking with him many times at a dinner party. The big boss once said that it doesn't matter whether the stock market simply falls or simply rises.
It's the volatility that matters. Only when there are fluctuations can you make profits from the stock market.
This golden rule supports the big boss who controls billions of dollars.
That big guy is already in his 50s and almost 60.
And this brother Xia in front of me looks like he is less than 20 years old. At such a young age, you already know the truth about making money in the stock market. And he made such a huge amount of money from the stock market.
Both theory and practice. It's incredible. This kind of person must be made friends with. Wei Wu's enthusiasm became even more intense. Brother, what you said hits the nail on the head. I've lived for so many years and only now have I figured out something about the stock market. Over the years, the tuition fees I paid there have been at least 200 million. Brother is right, this stock market is not for humans to touch. Damn it. Throw in 200 million. It seems like he is really a big shot.
Xiaoyan gently tapped the angry Bai Yuning, and after coaxing the young lady, he smiled and said to Wei Wu.
Ha, it's not too late to understand now, brother. The economic situation hasn't been good in the past 2 years anyway. There's no investment direction for starting a company right now. I can only go to the auction house to have some fun.
I just heard that my brother has many rare treasures at home.
I was immediately interested.
If I see a treasure later and want to play with it, please don't mind, brother.
Ha ha ha. Don't worry. Wei Wugang was thinking about how to win over Xiaoyan. When you feel sleepy, here comes the pillow.
His smile became more and more generous. Brother, you will go there in a while, play however you want. Since we've known each other for a while, brother, I won't be stingy.
Ha ha. Thank you so much, bro. Xiaoyan smiled even more happily. Then I won't be polite. Rest assured.
Wei Wu also smiled more happily. I will definitely not let you down, brother.
Rolls-Royce turns left and right in the ancient yet trendy imperial capital. Soon we arrived at a quiet courtyard.
The three of them got out of the car, and Xiaoyan, led by Wei Wu, walked into this crisp and elegant courtyard.
As soon as you come in, you will feel refreshed. Ding.
I feel there are many treasures in this courtyard. Find those treasures as soon as possible, I want to absorb them.
No problem.
Xiaoyan was ecstatic, and he became even happier when he saw Wei Wu's expression.
Brother, where is this treasure? Let's go and take a look now. Okay.
Brother and sister, come with me. The two followed Wei Wu, turning left and right, into the basement, and through a long corridor. Finally arrived at the door of a secluded room.
Brother, the treasures are all in here. Snap. The door opened gently. The system's voice then rang in my ears. Ding. Treasure scent detected. Chapter 75 TV Sung S book? Ding. Treasure scent detected.
Xiaoyan looked forward and saw a room full of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and jewelry, all neatly arranged in protective boxes.
The house in front of me is 500 square meters.
Such a large space was actually filled with things Wei Wu bought from the auction house.
This shows how strong the financial resources are. Wow. That's a lot.
Bai Yuning's eyes lit up, and she walked straight in and looked around. Wei Wu looked at the room full of treasures and felt very proud.
Brother Xia, how do you feel? This is an antique that I have collected over the years, brother. Although there are fewer items, the quality is absolutely top-notch. Good.
Xiaoyan smiled and said, Brother, you have collected so many treasures.
You must have a good eye for gems. Brother, what good stuff do you have later? Can I try it out myself? Can. Wei Wu laughed even more happily. Just take a look at it, you can look at it however you want. Ha, thank you very much, brother. Xia Yan walked into the treasure room with a smile, his eyes full of longing for God. System. Come out to work. Please help me figure out which things here contain treasures. Under testing. As the system detected, more than a dozen rays of light of varying brightness and colors gradually appeared in front of Xia Yan's eyes. It's hidden above the treasure in this room. Detection completed, 13 treasures have been detected. Find a way to absorb it, maybe we can add new features. Okay. Watch me. Xia Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart and pretended to be indifferent as he walked to an ancient book emitting white light. Brother, what book is this? This? Wei Wu stepped forward and took a look. This is a medical book I bought at an auction last year. According to the auction, this is an ancient book from the Qing dynasty, passed down from the family heirloom of an old Chinese medicine practitioner. It cost me a full 800,000 yuan to shoot this book. After I bought it, I also looked at it. But after watching for a long time, I still can't see any clues. Oh, so that's how it is. Can I take a look then? I'm also interested in these medical books. Sure. Isn't it just an ancient book from the Qing dynasty? Wei Wu took out the ancient book directly from the glass cover and handed it to Xia Yan. Just look, bro. I can't see it, and I want to see if you can tell if there's any treasure hidden in here. Good. Xia Yan took the ancient book and began to flip through it, feeling ecstatic. System. Absorb it quickly. Absorbing. Xia Yan pretended to flip through the ancient book, and the white light on it gradually dimmed as it was absorbed by the system. The moment the light completely disappeared, the system prompt sounded. Absorption complete, treasure analysis in progress. Analysis completed, the treasure is called the remaining regret of Su Dachuan, a famous doctor from the Qing dynasty. Su Dachuan was born in the 33rd year of the reign of Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty. He was a renowned physician whose medical skills were unmatched by his contemporaries. This ancient book contains Su Dachuan's reading notes over the years. It contains a lot of Su Dachuan's insights on reading classics. After absorbing the regret, gain the passive skill, the healer's heart. After obtaining this passive skill, you will gain 40 years of medical skills and become sensitive to all medical books and texts. The cashback multiplier has also increased from 0.1 times to 0.2 times. Marvelous! After absorbing an ancient book, the cashback multiplier increased from 0.1 times to 0.2 times. This time I made a lot of money. Brother! Do you see anything? Looking at Wei Wu's curious eyes, Xia Yan tilted the corner of his mouth and smiled heartily. Brother, I just flipped through it and found out who this book belongs to. Who? This book is the reading notes of Su Dachuan, a famous doctor in the Qing dynasty. It records his insights from reading medical classics. It's a rare and good book. Wei Wu was shocked. These are Su Dachuan's reading notes? That's a treasure. But, brother, how did you know? Ha ha. Xia Yan was in a good mood. He opened the ancient book and pointed to a page. Brother, look here. There are 3 big characters written on it, Su Lingtai. This calligraphy of Su Dachuan is the spirit fetus. Isn't it his reading notes? Yes. Wei Wu laughed heartily. I'm really dizzy. You didn't even notice that. You're really awesome, brother. Walk. Let's go see other treasures. Okay. The two walked to the other side, and Wei Wu pointed to another ancient book placed in a glass cover. Brother, this book has a very famous name. Guess who wrote this book? Book? Xia Yan took a closer look and found that the book in front of him looked very old. This old book is different from the old medical book just now. It looks like something from 70 or 80 years ago. Plus, the cover had the simple black title Finance from the May 4th movement period. Moreover, there is a faint golden glow on this book. It's obviously about money. This should be a book used by someone to study finance after the Xinhai Revolution. Studying finance. Finance, judging by this brother's tone, he must be a big shot to be able to put this kind of book here. But after the Xinhai Revolution, who was the most powerful in finance? Xia Yan thought about it for a while and his heart skipped a beat. Brother! This book, could it be from TV Song? Ha 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 ha. It really has to be my brother. Wei Wu said with pride, this book is TV Song's book. I bought this from someone else at the auction house for a full million. You guessed right. This book belongs to TV Song. It's the book he used to organize his finances. How about it, bro? Do you want to take a look? Okay.
Wei Wu carefully took out the ancient book from the glass cover and handed it to Xia Yan. Brother, you should also take a look at this book that was studied by the top figures in finance during the Republic of China.
Good.
Xia Yan held the book in his hand, his heart filled with joy.
The golden glow on this one is much brighter than the previous one. This is how you absorb it. Definitely getting new features. System. Start absorbing. Absorbing. Chapter 76, 300 million to buy a courtyard house? Absorbing.
The golden glow gradually dissipated over time.
Xia Yan just felt refreshed. The moment the light completely disappeared, a pleasant sound rang in my ears. Absorption completed.
Get new function, Eye of the God of Wealth. The Eye of the God of Wealth automatically updates insider information related to finance every day, including stocks, futures, lotteries, etc. Cashback multiplier increased from 0.2 times to 0.3 times.
After hearing so many gains, Xia Yan felt like he was about to fly. There are so many good things in here. It would be unimaginable if all of these were taken away.
The Eye of the God of Wealth is activated. Today, Dinghua Construction will rise to 16.5 yuan per share before the closing.
Here we come. Xia Yan put the book away and looked at Wei Wu with a smile. Brother Wei. This book is really good.
You're willing to let me touch such a precious treasure.
I can't help but express my opinion. Do you buy stocks? Stock?
Wei Wu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Let's play.
Why, buddy, do you have any inside information? He. Dinghua Construction. Xia Yan smiled confidently. Brother, you buy this stock. Sell it when it reaches 16. So simple?
Wei Wu took out his mobile phone and searched. Dinghua Construction is not a big company.
There is no good news for this company either. Can this also rise to 16 yuan?
However, looking at Xia Yan's confident eyes, Wei Wu didn't think much about it. I simply bought 20,000 shares, just for fun.
It can also be regarded as a test to see if Xia Yan is really capable?
After buying the stocks, Wei Wu became even more enthusiastic about Xia Yan.
The two of them were running around in the treasure room.
Under Wei Wu's warm hospitality, Xia Yan took those glowing treasures in his hands and played with them non-stop.
The system is also very busy.
After all 13 glowing treasures were absorbed by the system. The system also has 10 new skills. What they have is the indomitable spirit of a martial artist. Some of it is the power of exploration of scientists.
And the artist's aesthetic eye.
The most outrageous thing is that it is an oil lamp used by a Taoist priest more than 900 years ago.
The system actually absorbed a trace of his soul in there. Because of this remnant soul, the system also gained a new skill, like a spirit gathering device.
This is a passive skill, and its only function is to absorb the pure energy between heaven and earth to nourish Xia Yan.
This made Xia Yan feel excited, but also a little sorry for Wei Wu.
But when I think about the fact that even if these things are left there for another 200 years, Wei Wu will not be able to take them away.
Xia Yan felt much less guilty.
In addition to these more than 10 functions, what makes Xia Yan most happy is that the cashback rate has reached double.
Although the multiplier is only 1. But based on the feature that you get as much as you spend, Xia Yan will no longer be short of money.
I looked like this for the whole afternoon, and by the time I had seen all the treasures, it was already dusk.
Brother! Thank you so much today. Fine. As long as my brother is happy. The happiest thing for me today is meeting you, brother.
Wei Wu was very happy because he had just sold the shares of Dinghua Construction. To Wei Wu's surprise, Dinghua Construction, a stock with neither good news nor other policy support, actually rose to 16.5. Although Wei Wu only bought 20,000 shares and made a small profit, what was more important was that this stock demonstrated the value of Xia Yan.
This Xia Yan is really talented. No wonder he was able to buy that book for 60 million. He is indeed a young hero. Hey bro, where do you want to go tonight? How about we go eat again? Okay. I'll arrange it right away, bro.
Xia Yan was about to go eat when he suddenly saw Bai Yuning holding the photographed collections in her hands, and his brows frowned.
Wait a minute, bro. What's wrong?
Xia Yan pointed at the collections and asked with a smile, Brother, I just came to this imperial capital yesterday.
My girlfriend and I went out to play today and bought so many collections. If I bring it back to the dormitory, it might be inconvenient.
Besides, we have military training tomorrow, and we don't have time to take care of these things during this period.
Brother, do you have any empty courtyard houses? I'll buy a set and put these things down. Go back to the dormitory, military training?
Wei Wu's eyes were startled.
Brother, are you still a college student? Yes.
Xia Yan pulled Bai Yuning over and gently held her in his arms. We are both freshmen at Peking University and Tsinghua University.
I have to go to military training tomorrow. Ha ha ha. It's true that heroes emerge from youth.
Wei Wu touched his big bald head and said in amazement, Brother, you are so amazing. You're only a freshman, and you already have so much money available for you to withdraw.
Brother, I am ashamed of myself. Hey, you're welcome, bro. Xia Yan smiled slightly. I'm just making a small investment. It's nothing. Can you buy a book with 60 million yuan for a small investment? Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, bro. Brother, do you have any spacious courtyard?
Money is not a problem, the most important thing is to be comfortable.
I want to buy a set for my girlfriend. Okay.
Wei Wu said proudly, just based on your generosity, brother, I am sincere to your girlfriend.
Brother, I'll help you contact those people now. I will definitely help you pick a good courtyard house. I'll help you move in tonight. Thank you, brother. It's okay. Walk. Let's go eat first. After dinner, I'll take you to see those courtyard houses. Good.
Xia Yan and Wei Wu led them to a private restaurant. In order to specially entertain Xia Yan, Wei Wu asked the restaurant owner he was familiar with to prepare a good meal.
Wei Wu spent 50,000 yuan on a meal. However, Wei Wu didn't care.
Wei Wu was extremely happy to meet such a young talent like Xia Yan. What's more, the profit brought by Dinghua Construction's stock price increase today is enough to eat this meal 20 times.
It's just a sprinkle of water. Xia Yan also enjoyed the meal very much.
When I had no money before, the most I could eat every day was noodles with toppings and pan-fried buns.
Where have you tasted these delicious things? Xia Yan's belly was bulging from eating so much. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Xia Yan and Bai Yuning both enjoyed the meal very much. After eating, the friends Wei Wu found also came over. They all want to sell their own courtyard houses. When they saw the young man Xia Yan, everyone was surprised. However, under Wei Wu's attention, everyone still asked Xia Yan seriously. That Mr. Xia. We know you want to buy a courtyard house. But how big a courtyard house do you want to buy? What's your budget? What's the most you can offer? Budget? Xia Yan took a sip of tea. My budget isn't big. Only 300 million. 300 million. Everyone looked at each other and were shocked. 300 million to buy a courtyard house? Are you going to buy the Lama Temple? Chapter 77, bought all the courtyard houses worth 2.1 billion? Everyone looked at each other and saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. Although 300 million yuan cannot buy the Yonghe Palace. But 300 million is more than enough to buy a courtyard house. But the price is a bit embarrassing. The better courtyard houses on the market can be purchased for around 40 to 50 million yuan. Even if it's a little more expensive, it's only over 100 million. This guy spent 300 million in one go. The closest property in the capital to this 300 million yuan is the 3-in-1 courtyard house on Shikahai Street, which is over 1,800 square meters. That previous 180 million. The starting price for the auction is only 140 million now. There is also a quadrangle courtyard with 5 courtyards, and the total price of the 5 courtyards is 2.1 billion. The price of each unit is more than 400 million. This exceeded his budget by 300 million. Everyone looked at each other and then looked at Xia Yan. Mr. Xia. There are many courtyard houses in this imperial capital. But most of those are only 20, 30, 40, or 50 million. Those with hundreds of millions are rare, and they even have to verify their capital. I wonder if you only want to buy a large set, Mr. Xia, or just a small one for fun. Since I'm going to buy one, of course I'm going to buy a big one. Isn't there a courtyard house like that costs close to 300 million? Everyone looked at each other and understood the Lord's needs. This is the quadrangle with 5 courtyards we were talking about. That quadrangle is actually a whole set. But the whole set costs 2.1 billion. For someone like you, Mr. Xia, you can just buy one of the sets. That only costs about 300 million. I see.
Xia Yan thought for a while and realized that although this courtyard house was rare, it was not something worth collecting. If you want to buy, just buy one courtyard house like this one. But the quadrangle with 5 courtyards he just mentioned is divided into 5 sets. If you buy one set, the other 4 sets will be occupied by other people. The thought of sharing a large courtyard with other people makes me feel so uncomfortable.
Xia Yan thought about it, his eyes lit up, and he quickly came up with an idea. Of these 5 courtyard houses, which one is closest to 300 million yuan? The closest to 300 million is the second one, which is priced at 300 million. Mr. Xia, do you want to buy that set? Yu Ning. What's wrong? Xia Yan gently lifted Bai Yuning's hand and asked, do you want me to buy you another courtyard house? No need for that?
Bai Yuning thought for a moment and said, compared to courtyard houses, I prefer those modern villas.
They are 2 different styles. If you want a modern villa, you can buy a courtyard house first and then go buy one.
Anyway, these modern villas are everywhere, but this courtyard is the only complete one.
If you want it, I'll buy it for you. Bai Yuning thought about it and nodded. Okay. But do you have enough money now? Didn't they say the whole set would cost 2.1 billion? Don't worry about that.
Xia Yan smiled and looked at them. Let's go buy the 300 million one first.
Mr. Xia, you need to verify your capital to buy that set. Don't worry about that.
Wei Wu stood up enthusiastically, I'll take care of Brother Xia's capital verification.
Then let's go there now and build a nest for Brother Xia in the imperial capital. Okay.
The group left the private restaurant and drove towards the quadrangle with 5 courtyards. The staff of the sales department heard the news early and waited in front of the door.
In fact, for them, a large courtyard house like this is also a headache.
A courtyard house like this that costs tens of billions of yuan is not easy to sell.
Now that someone finally comes to see the house, they are very excited. When they saw several Maybachs followed by a leading Rolls-Royce parked in front of the door, they immediately greeted them enthusiastically. Mr. Wei, welcome. Are you going to see the second courtyard this time? He.
This time it's not me who's here, it's my brother Xia who's here.
The sales lady looked back and was stunned by Xia Yan's handsome face and beautiful Bai Yuning. So young? Do you want to buy such an expensive courtyard house? Where did this rich second generation come from? Brother Xia, let's go. How about this courtyard house? The sales lady quickly led everyone into the courtyard. Everyone, our courtyard house is located in Yor Hadong.
It is a courtyard house with 5 courtyards. Following the sales lady's introduction, Xia Yan gradually became familiar with the second unit in courtyard number 4. Courtyard number 2 is surrounded by scenic spots and is very close to the center of the imperial capital.
It's also very convenient to go out.
This courtyard is also very quiet, with carved beams and painted buildings, rare treasures and exotic plants everywhere.
Looks very refreshing. Anyway, Bai Yuning looks very happy.
After the sales lady introduced courtyard number 2, she took Xia Yan and the others to show around the entire courtyard with 5 courtyards.
Xia Yan couldn't help but nodded silently. This courtyard is really nice. Just take the whole set.
The sales lady was talking until her mouth was dry, but when she saw Xia Yan's satisfied eyes, she felt very happy again.
Mr. Xia, do you think courtyard number 2 is still to your liking? Good. I bought it. Everyone was shocked.
A courtyard house worth 300 million yuan was bought just like that.
This is too rich. Wei Wu was full of confidence. How could someone who could spend 60 million to buy a book not be able to afford a courtyard house worth 300 million? Very good. I'll help you arrange it now.
The sales lady hurriedly brought the house purchase documents.
After checking that all the terms were correct, Xia Yan asked Bai Yuning to sign them. Just swipe your bank card.
Spend 300 million yuan for Bai Yuning and get 8 times the cash back, a total of 2.4 billion yuan in cash back. 4 random cashback cards of Bai Yuning left.
Damn it. 8 times cash back. This is the first time I've seen 8 times cash back. This cashback card is amazing.
Xia Yan was so excited that his teeth were sticking out.
Now he has no shortage of money to do anything.
Congratulations, Mr. Xia, Ms. Bai.
The sales lady smiled as brightly as a flower. Courtyard number 2 now belongs to you too. We will do a thorough cleaning before you move in. We guarantee you a brand new living experience. I'll arrange it now. Wait a moment. Ah. The sales lady turned her head hesitantly. Mr. Xia, is there anything else? Xia Yan smiled confidently. Isn't this whole courtyard of yours a 5-entry courtyard? I bought the remaining 4 sets too. What? It was as if a thunderbolt exploded in everyone's heart. Bought them all? This entire courtyard house is sold for 2.1 billion. This guy actually bought them all. How rich is he? Chapter 78. Tonight, Xia Yan will become yours. How rich is he? The sales lady's face flushed with excitement. Mr. Xia, are you really going to buy this entire courtyard house? Of course. How? You don't think we have no money? No, no. The sales lady quickly shook her head. I absolutely didn't mean that. If Mr. Xia wants to buy it, I'll bring the contracts for the remaining 4 sets over now. We can sign the contract now. Take it. Let's sit here and wait. Okay. Mr. Xia, please wait a moment. I'll get it now. The sales lady turned around and left the courtyard in a hurry. Xia Yan, Bai Yuning, Wei Wu, and a few others who followed them came to the newly purchased courtyard number 2 and sat down. They were also shocked by Xia Yan's boldness when he said he wanted to buy the whole yard. Where on earth did this gentleman come from? So rich? Can you buy a yard worth 2.1 billion yuan just like that? Who is this person? Wei Wu was shocked but also delighted. Brother! You spent over 2 billion to buy this yard. Are there sufficient funds? Do you want some support from your brother? Need not. Xia Yan waved his hand casually. Isn't it just a yard worth more than 2 billion? What's that? I can do it alone. Hiss. Everyone shuddered, and the way they looked at Xia Yan was different from before. It's obvious that this guy is not from the imperial capital. It would be beneficial to make friends with such a fierce dragon crossing the river. Hello, Mr. Xia, my name is Pang Yuan Kai, I'm in the building materials business, nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Xia, my name is Lai Weizhang, I'm in the furniture business, nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Xia, my name is Wen Jingren, I'm in the luxury car business, nice to meet you. Hello, Mr. Xia, my name is... Everyone began to scramble to get to know Xia Yan, and Xia Yan was not shy either, and started making friends with everyone. These people were all leaders in their respective industries. It would have been difficult for Xia Yan to get to know them. But now, there is no need for any acquaintance, these people took the initiative to introduce themselves. Looking at Xia Yan, who was surrounded by everyone, Bai Yuning's eyes lit up. I have to say that Xia Yan, who is sought after by everyone, has an indescribable charm. Bai Yuning couldn't take her eyes off it. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Yuning. What's wrong? Bai Yuning touched her hair awkwardly, trying to hide her blush. This yard is for you. How do you want to pretend? Think about it now. You bought it for me? Bai Yuning was stunned for a moment. The entire courtyard surrounding her covered an area of several thousand square meters. In the capital city where every inch of land is valuable, just buying a house would cost 2.1 billion. Did you buy such a big yard for yourself? Bai Yuning's heart skipped a beat, but her eyes turned softer as she looked at Xia Yan. Why did you buy it for me? Nonsense. Those cashback cards only work if you buy something for them. I can only get as much back as I spend. Of course I have to buy it for you. Silly boy, didn't I tell you today? You're my girlfriend, so of course I'll buy you whatever you want. How? Don't you like it? Xia Yan. Bai Yuning's eyes turned red, and her eyes became hazy when she looked at Xia Yan. Why are you so nice to me? Silly boy, you are my girlfriend. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Xia Yan. Bai Yuning threw herself directly into Xia Yan's arms and sobbed softly. This is the first time in my life that someone has been so nice to me. A man who spends money on you doesn't necessarily love you. A man who is reluctant to spend money on you definitely doesn't love you. Perhaps, Xia Yan is the good man to whom you can entrust your life. This guy, there are still so many girls who like him. What if they took him away? No, he's mine. Can't let those women take it away. Tonight, make it your own. Never give it to anyone. Right. Just do it.
Bai Yuning made up her mind, and at the same time, the system's prompt sound rang in her ears.
Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Bai Yuning's favorability +1. Bai Yuning's favorability plus.
When Bai Yuning's favorability reaches 40 points, you will receive a random reward Bai Yuning's random lottery gift box.
10. Exclusive lucky draw gift box for Bai Yuning. You only need to come into contact with Bai Yuning to enter the lucky draw. If you feel like you're the lucky one, come and participate in the lucky draw. Yes. Very good.
Just by buying a courtyard house, the favorability level reached 40 points. There are 10 more raffle gift boxes.
Marvelous. Xia Yan. Bai Yuning hugged Xia Yan tightly, unwilling to separate.
Wei Wu and Pang Yuankai, Lai Weizhang, Wen Jingren and others beside him looked at each other and saw a hint of amusement and beauty in each other's eyes.
This Xia Yan is quite interesting.
A courtyard house worth 2.1 billion yuan can be given to your girlfriend as a gift.
Which woman wouldn't feel weak at the knees at such a gift?
But it's really beautiful. He is so young, so rich, and has a girlfriend who loves him.
Only when you reach middle age can you understand how wonderful this situation is. I really envy and miss you. Mr. Xia, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The sales lady came over enthusiastically with a pile of documents.
Mr. Xia, here are the purchase contracts for 4 courtyard houses.
As long as you pay and sign, this entire 5 courtyard house will be yours. No rush. The sales lady's heart tightened. Is he not going to buy it?
Xia Yan put the purchase contract aside and looked at the sales lady with a smile. I bought these 5 courtyard houses for my girlfriend.
She prefers modern decoration.
I just took a look and found some things in this courtyard are old and need to be replaced. Your housing company can help me renovate all 5 courtyard houses. Draw up a renovation contract and make sure everything is in my girlfriend's style.
Okay. The sales lady breathed a sigh of relief and felt even happier. Okay. This renovation costs a lot of money. Another chance to make some money. That's easy. Our company also has a dedicated decoration department.
Everything can be renovated according to the style of Mr. Xia and your girlfriend.
I just don't know, what is your budget for renovation? So that we can give you a comprehensive assessment. Budget? I just bought a second courtyard house, and the remaining payment is 1.8 billion.
The cashback just now was 8 times, which is 2.4 billion. If you want a full cashback, you still need 600 million.
Xia Yan smiled slightly. 600 million. 600 million. Everyone was shocked.
2.1 billion yuan was spent on buying 5 courtyard houses, and another 600 million yuan was needed for decoration.
How much money does this guy have?
The sales lady was also very curious, but what made him happier now was that he had received another 600 million yuan in revenue.
Okay.
Mr. Xia, I'll draw up the contract now.
The sales lady was quick and drafted the decoration contract.
Now, including the 4 courtyard houses and the 600 million yuan renovation contract, the total is 2.4 billion yuan. After Bai Yuning signed her name, Xia Yan swiped the card without blinking. Spend 2.4 billion yuan for Bai Yuning and get 4 times the cash back, a total of 9.6 billion yuan in cash back.
3 random cashback cards of Bai Yuning left. Damn it. 9.6 billion.
Although I think cashback cards are awesome. But I didn't expect that this cashback card is so awesome. The day before yesterday, I had less than 3,000 yuan in my hand.
Now I have 9.6 billion in my hands. Sure enough, the system is the boss. The sales lady looked at the signed contract and her face was full of smiles.
Mr. Xia, please rest assured.
Our XX company will definitely prioritize your renovation. There's no rush for this.
Only at this moment, when Xia Yan had nearly 10 billion in his hands, did he feel the pleasure of living a life of luxury?
Sehiyuan, take your time to prepare it. Besides courtyard number 4, do you have any other villas or manors for sale? Chapter 79, are you trying to forcibly seize Manan? Villas and manors? He also wants to buy villas and manors? Damn, do you want to listen to what you are saying?
Just now, I bought a second courtyard house for 300 million.
The remaining 4 courtyard houses were purchased for 1.8 billion. The renovation fee has just been set at another 600 million. 300 million, 1.8 billion, 600 million. The total is 2.7 billion.
Just that one move just now cost 2.7 billion.
Do you still want to buy villas and manors now? Judging from the amount of money this owner just spent, will billions more be thrown away on villas and manors? How much money does this guy have? Don't you treat money as money? Could it be that he came from some compound? That's not right.
They all know those who came out of the compound.
Even if there are people who spend a lot of money, there are no people who don't treat money as money. Where on earth did this guy come from? Is this such a fierce dragon crossing the river?
Yes, yes. The sales lady was almost going crazy with joy. She already got a lot of commission from those contracts she just signed. Now this master also wants to buy villas and manors.
Is the god of wealth visiting today? Looking at the information in his hand, the salesperson was so happy. Please wait a moment, I'll contact you now.
Okay. The salesperson walked out in a hurry, and Wei Wu and others said with a smile,
Brother, there's no need to be so anxious about buying a villa, right? You just bought so much.
We have to tidy up this courtyard house.
Besides, it's night time.
If you actually go to see those villas and manors, you won't be able to see any of them clearly.
It's better to wait until early the next morning, brother.
I'll go with you to look at those houses.
Didn't I just buy this courtyard house?
While she's still fresh, go buy 2 manors and villas first.
Otherwise, there will be no time later. We have to go back to military training tomorrow. Military training? As everyone looked surprised, Mr. Xia, are you a freshman? That's right.
Wei Wu said proudly, my brother Xia is a freshman at Peking University and Tsinghua University. He hasn't even started college yet, and he's already earning so much.
Ouch. That's amazing. That's amazing. Mr. Xia, you are so amazing. I didn't expect that. Mr. Xia is so rich. Sharp.
Everyone praised him, and Xia Yan remained calm.
I didn't expect that I could be so rich.
After a while, the sales lady came back with frustration in her eyes.
Mr. Xia, I can't watch it tonight.
We are processing the paperwork for the courtyard house you mentioned earlier. Those other villas and manors are still somewhere else.
It's getting late now. If we go over there now, the visual effect won't be optimal. If you don't mind, can we take you to see the manor and villa tomorrow? I see.
Xia Yan smiled and said, I have to go to military training tomorrow.
Starting tomorrow, I really don't have time. Wait until after the military training.
After the military training, when I have plenty of time, I'll go see those with you. Send someone over here to clean up this courtyard for me in the next 2 days. Wait until the military training is over, then go see the manor and villa.
Okay.
Please rest assured that we will provide the best service to clean this courtyard house.
Good. That's right.
Xia Yan was about to walk out when he suddenly thought of something and turned back.
Is there a safe in this courtyard? Safe? Have.
The sales lady led the group to a room and pointed to a 1-meter-high black metal cabinet in the room.
Everyone, this is the special safe equipped in our courtyard.
The entire structure is made of bulletproof steel plates, and the lock core is also oversized. And it's a dual security mode with password in palm print. Without the owner's palm print and password, it's impossible to open it.
Mr. Xia, is there anything you want to store?
Yes, I have.
Xia Yan took over the collections bought at the auction today from Bai Yuning.
I bought these items at an auction today and I just have no place to put them.
My girlfriend and I are going back to school soon. It just so happens that these things are placed in this safe. No problem. The sales lady said attentively, I'll open the safe for you now.
With the help of the sales lady, Xia Yan quickly set the password and then lightly pressed the palm print reader with his own hand. At this point, the collection that cost more than 70 million yuan was locked in a safe.
All right. After everything was settled, Xia Yan smiled and took Bai Yuning's hand. Nothing else, I'll be leaving first.
Brother Wei, see you after the military training.
Okay. No problem.
The sales lady also quickly smiled and said, Mr. Xia, we will contact you after your military training.
By then, we will definitely prepare all the villa information. Okay, contact me then. Xia Yan waved his hand, pulled Bai Yuning and walked out.
Watching the two leave, the sales lady said with gratitude, Mr. Wei, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, this courtyard house would never be sold.
Thank you so much. You don't have to thank me for this.
It's all because of my little brother's strength.
Oh, congratulations, Boss Wei.
The others gathered around and said, "It's great to meet a wealthy and powerful man like Mr. Xia."
Ha, that's because my brother and I get along well. Ha 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 ha.
Wei Wu was delighted and felt that getting to know Xia Yan was a brilliant move.
From now on, I must make good friends with Brother Xia.
He is so rich, and he is new to the capital. There must be a lot of things that are not prepared. I'll definitely introduce him to those guys later.
Let them all get to know each other.
Xia Yan doesn't know yet that Wei Wu is planning to expand his social circle. At this moment, he was holding Bai Yuning's hand and walking on the bustling streets of the imperial capital, feeling extremely happy.
However, when Xia Yan thought about tomorrow's military training, he felt a headache. Ding-a-ling-ling. Hello? Xia Yan, where are you? Why don't you come back? Instructor Xia is here to check the dorm. Where are you now? I'm currently. Bai Yuning snatched Xia Yan's phone away before Xia Yan could react.
Hang up and turn off the phone, all in one go.
Hey, what are you doing?
Bai Yuning's face turned red, which was unusual, and she looked at Xia Yan with a confused but determined look.
Follow me. What? Follow me.
Bai Yuning dragged Xia Yan to a hotel very forcefully. Before Xia Yan could think clearly, he directly booked a presidential suite. Walking into the suite, the neon night scene outside the window made Bai Yuning's determined face look like a dream. Looking at Bai Yuning's eyes that were so determined that they seemed to want to commit suicide, Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat.
What is this for? Are you forcibly robbing men? Chapter 80. I missed the military training. It's over. The chapters have been reviewed and heavily edited.
I originally wanted to give benefits to my brothers, but there is no other way, so just make do with it.
Xia Yan. Ah. Xia Yan was startled and turned his head away warily. What do you want? I'm telling you. I'm a boy from a respectable family. I'm not that casual. Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning turned her head with a flushed face, her eyes as firm as a knife, and her tender little white hands tightly grasped Xia Yan's arm.
Why did you come to mess with me? Ah.
Xia Yan was speechless. Miss Bai, please check your conscience and explain it to me.
Who on earth broke into the train? I don't care. Bai Yuning's hands gained strength. Who told you to be so nice to me? Don't you know that I am the softest person? Why are you so nice to me? Xia Yan rolled his eyes. Is it the wrong thing for me to be nice to you? That's right. Bai Yuning said stubbornly, if you hadn't been so nice to me, would I be able to leave you now? Ah.
Listening to this unconventional confession, Xia Yan's eyes became interesting.
Hey, little idiot, are you confessing to me? That's right.
Bai Yuning stared at Xia Yan with her cute little face. If you hadn't been so nice to me.
Why would I pay attention to you? How could I like you? How could I be angry about those other women?
Looking at Bai Yuning's increasingly sickly eyes, Xia Yan suddenly felt a chill.
What's wrong with you? Can you please talk it over nicely? Don't be like this. You're better the way you were before. I'm a little scared when you're like this now. It's too late.
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan with eyes that gradually turned red. You provoke me.
You must bear the price. Xia Yan got goosebumps all over his body. Bai Yuning looked more and more abnormal now.
Xia Yan was a little afraid of Bai Yuning in this state from the bottom of his heart.
Well, there's something going on at school.
I'll be leaving first.
Want to leave? Snort.
Bai Yuning locked the door and used her fair and tender hands to forcefully pull Xia Yan to the bedroom. Xia Yan never thought that such a small person like Bai Yuning could have such great strength.
Get up here.
Bai Yuning pushed Xia Yan onto the bed. Her scorching gaze seemed to melt him.
Xiao Bai, stop making trouble. Just say whatever you want to say. We have military training tomorrow. Military training? Is military training as important as my lifelong event? Xia Yan's hair stood on end. Xiao Bai, calm down. You can rest here tonight. I'm leaving first. Want to leave? It's too late.
Bai Yuning unbuttoned his collar and stared at Xia Yan with a determined look.
This is the price you pay for stealing my heart. Don't even think about running away in your lifetime. I will follow you for the rest of my life. I am coming. No. The next morning, warm sunlight shines into the house from the window.
Xiaoyan struggled to open his dark-circled eyes, looked at the dazzling sunlight and breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally survived. It's nice to see the sun again.
The white jade cricket pupated for a moment, adjusted its body into a comfortable posture, and lay on Xiaoyan again.
Don't make noise.
I still want to sleep. Looking at the smooth and clean Bai Yuning in his arms, Xiaoyan felt mixed emotions.
I didn't expect that. I actually died in the hands of that little idiot Bai Yuning. Just like that, I became a man. Ah. Life is unpredictable. Next, I have to take good care of my body. After that there were Su Chanqian, Shinjoui, and even Xia Jinwan.
And the rest that half-disabled girlfriend whom I haven't met yet.
There are so many people to serve. My current physical fitness is far from enough. It's decided. Be sure to strengthen your body. Xiaoyan's heart moved. System. The lottery should still be the same as before, right?
That's right, the closer the draw, the better the prize.
Good. Under the double attack, Xiaoyan's heart was full of hope. System. Give me a draw. Lottery in progress. Obtain random reward body strengthening fluid.
Body strengthening liquid. After taking it, the body will be strengthened to twice the normal level.
Good. Continue the lottery. Lottery in progress. Obtain random reward tempering pill. Body strengthening pills. After taking them, your entire body will be tempered, making it more perfect. Good. Continue the lottery. Lottery in progress. Obtain random reward golden kidney.
Golden kidney. After taking this, you can change your kidneys. From then on, no matter how much effort you put in, you can endure it.
Wow. Nice one. This is exactly what I want.
Xiaoyan let go of Bai Yuning's little mouth and put all 3 kinds of medicine into her mouth. Then he sealed Bai Yuning's little mouth.
Let the 2 of them absorb all 3 medicines together. However, correspondingly, the body tempering pills also allowed the 2 of them to expel many impurities from their bodies. The 2 people, exhausted after a night of sleep, could only force themselves to get up and go to the bath together. Sitting in the open bathtub with flowers, Bai Yuning hugged Xiaoyan tightly. Big bad guy. I'm giving you everything. If you dare to leave me, I will snap you to pieces. He. Xiaoyan smiled confidently. Don't want you? Don't even think about it. It will be difficult for you to leave even if you want to. I will never let go. He.
Bai Yuning smiled sweetly and gently leaned against Xiaoyan's chest.
I won't leave.
The 2 played for a while before walking out of the bathroom exhausted.
It's getting late. Time to go back to school. Xiaoyan stretched and opened his phone to take a look. My jaw dropped. Damn it, it's already 12 o'clock.
I missed today's military training.
We're both done for. Chapter 81 How to Get Along. What should we do then? Is this the military training at Peking University and Tsinghua University? It's not easy to ask for leave.
Xiaoyan glanced at Bai Yuning's belly and asked worriedly.
How are you feeling? Can I move freely?
Sure, hiss. Bai Yuning moved slightly, and felt a tearing pain.
I couldn't help but punch Xiaoyan twice. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be feeling so bad right now.
Now we can't even participate in military training.
What should we do now? Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. You can't blame me for this. You are really so beautiful and cute. You.
Bai Yuning glared at Xiaoyan angrily, looking away with a red face.
Big bad guy. You just bully others.
Looking at the angry Bai Yuning, Xiaoyan felt like making a move again. However, when Xiaoyan thought about the fact that the military training had been delayed for a whole morning, he felt a chill down his spine.
Well, how about we take a sick leave? Sick leave? Yes. Xiaoyan stepped forward and gently embraced Bai Yuning in his arms, whispering in her ear. Look at your current condition. It will take at least 3 or 4 days to recover. You can't do strenuous exercise during this period. In that case, let's go to the hospital and get a medical certificate. Then go back to school and apply again, and then participate in military training in 3 or 4 days. This way, your body will have a good rest.
The machine wasn't left behind, and the credits weren't lost.
Isn't this the best of all worlds? May I?
Sure.
Get dressed and get ready to go. Let's go to the hospital now.
Oh. Bai Yuning nodded and was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something and sat down on the bed.
Xia Yan.
What? Bai Yuning raised her little feet and looked at Xia Yan with a smug look on her face.
I'm not feeling well, why don't you help me put on my socks?
Oops. I told you were fat, and you gasped.
Now they are getting more and more unreasonable. I don't care.
Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan confidently. I've given myself to you, so what's wrong with asking you to help me put on my socks?
Hurry up. Otherwise I won't leave. You're still cheating, aren't you? I won't let you wear it today. Snort. You stinky scumbag.
After getting something from someone, he denies it the next day.
I have such a miserable life.
Looking at Bai Yuning, who was deliberately making a crying face, Xia Yan looked helpless.
Miss Bai, if you want to pretend, please pretend to be more convincing, okay? Snort. Bai Yuning stopped pretending even after being exposed. Are you going to put socks on me or not? No. You.
Bai Yuning was really about to cry this time. Xia Yan, I gave you my whole self, and you won't even satisfy this little request of mine.
Do you want to disown me and abandon me just because you put on pants?
Looking at Bai Yuning's red eyes, Xia Yan sighed helplessly, walked to the bed and sat down gently.
Joke. And abandon you? If I abandon you, will I buy you a yard worth billions? Bai Yuning's expression softened slightly. Then why don't you put socks on me? Miss Bai.
Xia Yan looked into Bai Yuning's eyes and spoke word by word.
Since last night, we have become a community with a shared destiny. I won't let you be bullied, I will take good care of you, and I will do everything I can to make you happy.
But this happiness must be shared by both of us, instead of one-sided driving and enslavement.
What slavery? Bai Yuning pouted. I just asked you to help me put on my socks. Can't you even do that? Can't. Xia Yan shook his finger. What's the matter? You can discuss it with me, or communicate with me. You can even act spoiled if you want. But you absolutely cannot use that commanding tone you used just now to drive me around. If you do that, I will absolutely ignore you. Do you understand? Cut. Bai Yuning curled her lips and said reluctantly, okay, I know. Yeah. That's more like it.
Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief and gently held Bai Yuning in his arms. Feeling the fragrance of Wen Yan's soft jade in his arms, Xia Yan's heart moved. Yuning, actually, I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Bai Yuning's face turned red and her heart was pounding.
Yeah?
Because I like you, I helped you evade their pursuit, helped you confront your parents, helped you buy those collections, and even bought you that courtyard house.
And you gave yourself to me last night. I really hope we can keep going like this.
I hope that in 40 or 50 years, we can still talk and laugh together as intimately as we do today.
Thinking of that scene, Bai Yuning was completely stunned. I want to.
So, this is so that we can still be as close as we are now in 40 or 50 years.
We must work hard from now on. From today on, let me find a way to be by your side. If you are happy, I will be happy with you. If you are sad, I will be sad with you. From now on, you can tell me whatever troubles you have.
I will find a way to help you solve your troubles and confusions.
Make you happy every day. Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning's eyes turned red and tears flowed down when she heard this.
But
Xia Yan gently wiped away Bai Yuning's tears and smiled slightly.
From now on, if you want me to help you with anything, you must discuss it with me. You absolutely cannot order me around in that commanding tone again. Do you understand?
Bai Yuning nodded quickly. I will never speak like that again.
Yeah. That's good.
Xia Yan put Bai Yuning's little feet on his legs, picked up the white silk, rolled it into a ball, and helped Bai Yuning put it on.
Actually, I'm also very fragile. The thought of you disliking me for something in the future makes me feel suffocated. Of course, I'm not that kind of fussy man. I just want to tell you with words that I care about you more than you care about yourself. Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning came up directly and sealed Xia Yan's lips.
I will always love you.
Tears flowed again, but Xia Yan only tasted sweetness and joy from those tears.
After a long time, their lips parted.
Xia Yan wiped the tears from Bai Yuning's face and smiled brightly.
All right. You've got your clothes on and your socks on. Let's go. Go to the hospital and get a medical certificate. Well, let's go.
Bai Yuning held Xia Yan's hand tightly, and the two walked out.
A new chapter has begun. Chapter 82 Chance Encounter. Hospital. After leaving the hotel, the two went to the hospital.
I originally thought that I would just need to get a medical record stating I was feeling unwell. But what Xia Yan never expected was that the doctor here refused to prescribe it. No matter how Xia Yan explained, the doctor here just said, just go to military training well and don't try these little tricks.
Oh my god. Is this the only way?
Bai Yuning looked at the embarrassed Xia Yan, rubbed her belly, and said softly.
Xia Yan, forget it. No need to issue that ticket, just go back to military training. I can hold on. No. You need to have a good rest these days. How can you do something as strenuous as military training? But the doctor won't give you a medical history sheet. What should we do? Well.
Xia Yan thought about it and soon an idea came to him.
Got it.
Bai Yuning watched Xia Yan take out his cell phone and make a call, her face full of curiosity.
Who are you calling? Wei Wu. Wei Wu? Hello? Is this Brother Wei? I'm Xia Yan. Brother Xia? What do you want to talk to me about?
It's like this, my girlfriend hasn't been feeling well these past few days.
Doesn't military training start today?
If I let her do strenuous exercise, I'm worried she'll feel even worse.
Aren't you here to ask those doctors to issue a medical record?
But these doctors just don't want to write a medical record.
So I want to ask Brother Wei, do you know any doctors? Can you give me a medical record? This one. What else do I do? No problem. Which hospital is your brother in now? Imperial Capital XX Hospital. New. I'll help you contact them right now, brother. Someone will contact you shortly.
After hanging up the phone, someone called Xia Yan shortly afterwards.
Following the man's instructions, Xia Yan quickly arrived in front of an office.
Under the doctor's care, the medical record was finally issued.
After expressing his gratitude, Xia Yan left the office with Bai Yuning. Yuning, look. The medical records have arrived. You can rest now.
Bai Yuning was also very happy when she saw this. Xia Yan, you really have a way.
That's it. Don't you even look at who your man is? Can't I handle this little thing? Don't talk nonsense.
Bai Yuning blushed and punched Xia Yan. All right.
We should go back to school. Let's go. Go back and ask for leave for you. Xia Yan? A familiar voice sounded. Xia Yan turned around and saw the gentle counselor Xia Jinwan right behind him. Instructor? Why are you here? What else do I want to ask you? Xia Jinwan walked over with a curious look on her face. Why didn't you go back to the dormitory last night? Besides, you're not here so early in the morning. You are the only one missing from the military training. I can't get in touch with you. Do you know that this military training is very important? This concerns your academic credits.
Xia Yan explained with a smile. Instructor, there is a reason for this.
My girlfriend isn't feeling well, so I'm here to help her get a medical record.
The medical record has already been issued.
Let's go back to school now, after I ask for leave for my girlfriend.
I'll return to the team for training. Xia Jinwan turned her head and saw Bai Yuning next to Xia Yan.
She was young and lovely, with a unique glow emanating from her beautiful face, which was very attractive. Xia Yan's girlfriend is so beautiful. On par with Yao Yao. Hey! Isn't Xia Yan in the hospital now? I was thinking before how to let the two of them meet. Now he is in the hospital. It's just the right time for Xia Yan and Yao Yao to meet. Only. His girlfriend is still beside him. Is this inconvenient? Counselor? Oh. Sorry. I got distracted. It doesn't matter. Then instructor, you stay here first. I'm going back to school with my girlfriend first. Wait a moment.
Xia Jinwan walked forward with a smile, looked at the friendly look on their faces, and pulled Xia Yan over. Bai Yuning frowned, as if something precious had been touched by someone else.
Why is this counselor holding Xia Yan so intimately? Xia Jinwan smiled apologetically at Bai Yuning and whispered into Xia Yan's ear. Classmate Xiaoyan, you haven't forgotten what I told you before, right? Matter? Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Oh, you mean about asking me to date that friend of yours who has mental problems? That's right.
Xia Jinwan's eyes lit up with joy. She is in this hospital now. It's a good opportunity for you to get to know each other first and interact with each other.
But
Xiaoyan turned around and glanced at Bai Yuning, whose sunny sky had turned cloudy. My girlfriend is still here. I still have to send him back to ask for leave.
Xia Jinwan's expression turned bitter. Xiaoyan, I beg you. She has serious mental problems now.
If we delay any further, he may leave this world at any time.
We really can't delay any longer. Please. Please. But I really have to send her back now. Xiaoyan.
Xia Jinwan's eyes were full of pleading. Please, please.
I will take care of your military training and your future classes. She really can't hold on any longer.
Smelling the fragrance on Xia Jinwan's body, Xiaoyan nodded helplessly.
Okay.
I'll go see her with you now.
But I have to explain this to Yuning. Otherwise, if he sees or misunderstands something in the future, won't there be a huge uproar?
Okay.
You explain first, and I'll take you to see her in a moment. Xiaoyan sighed and could only turn around to explain to Bai Yuning behind him. Bai Yuning got angry when she heard this. What? Chasing another girl? You big bad guy, you are too fickle.
Senior Shin, your childhood sweetheart, and me are still not enough.
We'll have to look for more.
Xiaoyan smiled and said, Didn't I just tell you that this is to give that girl who is in a serious condition hope of life again?
You don't want to see a girl die just because of psychological problems, right?
But Bai Yuning looked at Xiaoyan, now full of reluctance. There's no need to do this.
All right.
Xiaoyan smiled and touched Bai Yuning's little head. Don't worry, this is just saving people. Besides, if you come with us later, I can find out what the girl's situation is.
All right.
Bai Yuning nodded. I want to go with you.
Okay. Let's go. The two then followed Xia Jinwan to an intensive care unit.
As soon as I opened the door, the system prompt sounded in my ears.
Ding.
A woman with a beauty score of 80 or above has been detected.
Do you want to view the message? Chapter 83. How are you going to steal my heart? Another one with 80 points? Of course, check it out. Checking information. Name, Jiang Yao. Gender, female. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Flawless, 0. Favorability, 5. Jiang Yao? Doesn't this name sound good? 23 years old? He is about the same age as the instructor. Appearance score 90 points? So high. Is she the first girl with a 90-point appearance? But this favorability. There are actually 5? Did the instructor say something to her?
Xiaoyan walked into the ward with doubts in his heart, and as soon as he came in, he saw a petite girl lying on the hospital bed. He was holding a tablet and writing and drawing.
Isn't she a 23-year-old female college student? So there's only one girl? Where are the people? Yao. I am coming. Xiaoyan widened his eyes in surprise. This girl is 23 years old? Are you kidding? Nuanyuan, you're here? Jiang Yao put down the tablet and looked up.
The surprised Xiaoyan in front of him and the stunning Bai Yuning behind him came into view. Looking at the two people's surprised eyes, Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment and smiled slightly.
Nuanyuan, this is the person you told me about, right?
Xiaoyan turned her head in surprise and asked in a low voice, Counselor, what did you tell her about me?
Just like I said before. Xia Jinwan explained with a smile, I said you are my boyfriend. He's also very fickle. Yao is wondering why I would find such a philandering boyfriend. I told her that you are very good at stealing girls' hearts. You have stolen my heart and I never want to give it up. Yao doesn't believe it.
She says she doesn't believe there's a boy who would steal a girl's heart so badly. I told her that if she saw you, she would be captivated by you, too.
Yao wants me to break up with you, but I don't want to. Then we made a bet.
If you can steal Yao's heart, then she will be your girlfriend.
If I can't steal it, I have to break up with you. Xiaoyan's eyes turned white, and he looked at the excited Xia Jinwan speechlessly. Hey, counselor, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Why are you talking about breaking up? Xia Jinwan whispered, I'm just trying to get Yao Yao interested in you, right?
Besides, if you can make her heart shift to you, maybe she won't want to leave this world anymore.
All right.
Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief. I'll help you with this.
But I might need you to cooperate with me later. No matter what I do to you, you can't resist. Did you hear that? Aha! Xia Jinwan nodded quickly, her eyes full of anticipation. So what should we do now? It's very simple.
Xia Yan stretched out his right hand, directly embraced Xia Jinwan and held her in his arms. Xia Jinwan's body stiffened, and her little face turned red as if it was burning.
Bai Yuning was staring at the back. Stinky Xia Yan? You are actually being unfaithful here in front of me?
Jiang Yao looked at the two of them with some surprise.
However, after seeing Xia Jinwan's stiff posture, a hint of mockery and emotion flashed in his eyes. Introduce yourself. My name is Xia Yan.
I'm a freshman at Peking University and Tsinghua University this year.
I'm from Shanghai.
We are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
Nuanyuan?
When Xia Jinwan heard the word Nuanyuan from Xia Yan's mouth, her body almost collapsed.
This is so embarrassing.
Jiang Yao laughed in her heart. I remember Nuanyuan, she just became a counselor this year, right?
So you and he became boyfriend and girlfriend? Nuan, calling you so intimately? Of course. Xia Yan was confident, Nuanyuan is my girlfriend. What's wrong with calling me more intimately? Don't you agree, Nuanyuan?
As Xia Yan spoke, he blew gently into Xia Jinwan's ear. Xia Jinwan's legs softened and she completely fell into Xia Yan's arms.
This bad guy. So teasing. Xia Yan. Bai Yuning rushed forward angrily, what are you doing? You're being affectionate with another woman right in front of me? Do you still take me, your girlfriend, seriously? Jiang Yao's eyes moved, full of teasing, who is this?
Xia Yan smiled helplessly, pulled Bai Yuning into his arms, and held her in his arms.
Her name is Bai Yuning. My girlfriend too.
Bai Yuning was angry, and when Xia Yan hugged her in his arms and heard what Xia Yan said, her face suddenly turned red.
She held Xia Yan's hand tightly and looked at Jiang Yao with a firm expression. Hello? My name is Bai Yuning. She's Xia Yan's girlfriend, and she's also from Magic City. Hello, my name is Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao's eyes became interesting. She knew very well what Xia Jinwan was thinking. She didn't want to die like this. That's why I tried every possible way to make up a boyfriend.
Try to use other methods to make yourself stay in this world.
I originally thought Nuanyuan was just playing a joke on me. But I didn't expect that this person really existed. And this guy is really a scumbag.
This girl named Bai Yuning has her whole heart on him.
As for Nuanyuan, just look at her performance just now. I knew she was telling lies. As for this boy, he is even more interesting.
Although his eyes were clear, his hands were not polite at all.
Interesting.
Jiang Yao's eyes lit up with joy and she smiled at the three of them.
Nuanyuan, why did you bring your boyfriend to see me? Yao, don't you remember the bet we made before? Remember.
Jiang Yao's eyes turned, is he the one you said could steal my heart?
Yes. Xia Jinwan was excited, you don't know. Xia Yan is very powerful. Jiang Yao smiled and nodded, in that case, Nuanyuan, can you let me be alone with your boyfriend for a while? Of course. Don't want.
Bai Yuning's lips pursed, and Xia Yan leaned forward and gave her a gentle kiss.
Obedient. We are here to save people.
Looking at Xia Yan's clear eyes, Bai Yuning felt a pang in her heart, but she still nodded.
Okay, I know. Then you two should get along well. Xia Jinwan pulled the angry Bai Yuning out of the ward.
Xia Yan sat in front of the ward, looking at Jiang Yao who was smiling on the bed.
Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Yao stretched out his right hand. Mr. Xia, can I trust you?
Xia Yan looked at the tender white hand that was stretched out, was stunned for a moment, and gently shook it.
Sure.
Since I came here, I didn't intend to lie to you.
That's good.
Jiang Yao let go of her hand, her eyes becoming ethereal and clear.
You came here because of Nuanyuan, so what did you say? Xia Yan smiled and said, that's right. Nuanyuan can't bear to see you leave this world like this.
So you want me to steal your heart, make you fall in love with me, so that you can have hope to continue living?
It is indeed so. Jiang Yao smiled and shook her head, Nuanyuan, she's worked hard. but she's going to be disappointed. No matter what you do, it's useless. Oh, are you so determined? Do you really want to leave this world? It's not that I want to leave this world, it's that this world doesn't belong to me. What if I steal your heart? Jiang Yao laughed jokingly. Mr. Scumbag, you seem particularly confident that you can steal a girl's heart? It's okay. If I didn't have those skills, how could I have 2 girlfriends? Nuanyuan is not your girlfriend. I know. I was talking about another girl. Su Qianqian sneezed. Who scolded me? Jiang Yao looked at Xia Yan with interest. Mr. Scumbag, are you so confident? That's right. As long as I'm serious, I can definitely steal your heart. Oh. Jiang Yao looked curious. That I'd like to see how Mr. Scumbag plans to steal my heart. That's it. Xia Yan stood up and kissed her. Jiang Yao was shocked and her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability plus. Chapter 84. Are you also a junior student of Hua? Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability plus. Jiang Yao's favorability has reached 10 points. Receive a random reward 10 Jiang Yao random cashback cards. Jiang Yao's random cashback card, a cashback card obtained when Jiang Yao's favorability reaches 10 points. This card can give you random cashback when you spend money on Jiang Yao. The more you spend, the more you get back. Every time you spend money on Jiang Yao, you will get a cashback card. The cashback card has been received, but the system prompt sound is still ringing. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability plus. Xia Yan was numb after hearing this. Isn't this lady's favorability increasing too quickly? Could it be that all the methods I learned before to pursue girls were wrong? Treating someone to dinner, a movie, or coffee is not as pleasurable as a kiss. It seems that I need to make some changes in the future. Next time I meet a girl like this who scores above 80 and whom I like, I will never play tricks on her again. Definitely hit the ball straight. In a word, just come up. Miss, can we exchange body fluids? When Xia Yan thought of that scene, he felt dizzy. Ouch. The stinging pain on his tongue woke Xia Yan up. Looking closely, Jiang Yao was staring at Xia Yan with anger on her face, her eyes full of disbelief. Jiang Yao favorability +1. When Jiang Yao's favorability reaches 20, you will receive a random reward 10 Jiang Yao's random pass cards. It's already 20 o'clock? Isn't this too exaggerated? It turns out that straight ball is so effective? Ouch. Jiang Yao pinched her lips lightly, and Xia Yan finally let go of Jiang Yao's lips. Jiang Yao's favorability also remained at 24 points. Hoo. Jiang Yao took a few breaths and looked at Xia Yan with a flushed face. Mr. Xia, don't you think you're being too rude? Xia Yan pretended to be confused. Aren't you asking me to try to steal your heart? I asked you to try, but I didn't ask you to molest me. What is indecent assault? Xia Yan smiled as he sat in front of the hospital bed, looking at Jiang Yao with a grin. Is this how I steal other people's hearts? Poof. Jiang Yao laughed twice and sighed helplessly. Did Nuan ask you to come? That's right. Xia Yan smiled and said, it was indeed Nuan who asked me to steal your heart. Why? Nuanyuan is thoughtful. But it's no use to me anymore. If you don't try, how do you know it's useless? Xia Yan held his chin with one hand and looked at Jiang Yao's pretty little face. You are so beautiful and so smart. That's already better than 90% of the people in this world. Why do you have a mental illness? Why do you want to leave this world? Jiang Yao was silent for a moment, then turned and looked over. Do you know the Venus de Milo? I know. Isn't it the statue of Venus unearthed in Greece, the one with an arm missing? That's right. Jiang Yao smiled and said, they all say that the broken arm of the Venus de Milo is what makes her so unique and beautiful. But, if you were to choose a statue to place in your home, would you choose a statue with broken arms and legs, or one with all 4 limbs intact? Xia Yan thought about it and suddenly smiled. I don't choose any of them. Because I don't like statues. He. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and laughed. You are indeed an interesting person. It's more fun than I thought. Since I'm more interesting than you think.
Xia Yan looked at Jiang Yao with a burning gaze, then Miss Jiang, are you willing to give your heart to me?
Leave it to you?
Jiang Yao shook her head. Whether the statue is incomplete or intact, you don't like statues.
Then why should I give it to you? What's the meaning? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Are we speaking Chinese? Jiang Yao didn't say anything, but just gently lifted the quilt.
Two soft, tender and white jades appeared in front of him, making Xia Yan's mouth dry.
What do you mean? Are you tempting me? He.
Jiang Yao smiled playfully, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. I'm not as perfect as Venus. But I also have her flaws.
I can't feel my lower body. What?
Xia Yan's eyes became serious, and he hurried forward to place the two jades in his palms, observing them carefully and playing with them meticulously.
You really can't feel it?
That's right. Jiang Yao said calmly, since 3 years ago, I have slowly lost the intuition of my lower body.
In a year and a half, I went from being able to move freely, to being in a wheelchair, and then to being completely unconscious.
I've been lying in bed, unable to move, for over 400 days.
Yeah?
Xia Yan played with it regretfully. Such a beautiful jade can only lie quietly on the bed.
What a waste. Jiang Yao laughed out loud in amusement. I didn't expect you were a junior student. No. I never hit the tiles. I'm just a jade connoisseur.
What a pity. Jiang Yao smiled slightly. If you could have seen me 3 years ago.
Perhaps I can let you savor it properly, or even let you taste it.
Pity.
Now, I can no longer feel their presence.
Even during this period, I felt my muscles atrophying. My legs are much smaller than they were a year and a half ago. If things continue at this rate, in 5 or 6 years, even if someone gives me a massage, they'll atrophy and lose all their functions. Instead of leaving this world at that time, I'd rather leave this world now when I'm still relatively perfect. That way, at least I won't have to see that ugly, sick version of myself.
Xia Yan held the jade and was stunned for a moment. Is this the reason why you want to leave this world?
Jiang Yao nodded and looked up at the sky outside the window.
A bird in a cage can never be free. My broken body is my prison. Rather than being locked up in a cage like this for the rest of my life, it's better to liberate your soul early. If it were you, you would do the same, right?
Xia Yan suddenly felt very heavy in his heart. Looking at Jiang Yao's appearance, he felt something in his heart.
Have you never thought about loving someone? Jiang Yao looked over with interest. Love? Do you know what love is? Love? Xia Yan thought about it. Isn't love just, you like me? I like you? So what is love? Like, just seeing another person makes me happy. He. That only means liking someone. It's a psychological reaction that comes from satisfying one's own interests. Is that just a feeling after satisfying interests? In the final analysis, it's just about profit. So you don't believe in love?
Jiang Yao shook her head.
Love defined by words is too illusory.
It's not a good thing to indulge in that kind of word game.
Oh my God. This little lowly sister's thinking level is too high. Could this steal her heart? Benefit.
Xia Yan looked at the jade in his hand and an idea suddenly came to his mind.
Well, what if I could free you, both body and soul?
Jiang Yao's eyes flickered, and her heart tightened.
Do you have a solution? Chapter 85 Donate a building? Way. System. Didn't I take out a repair pill earlier?
I remember that medicine. It could restore the defects and even deformities in the body to perfection.
Can that medicine cure his disability?
Repair drugs are drugs that can repair defects and even deformities in the body to a perfect state. Its role is more for those with disabilities, deformities, and even mutations. As for the girl before me, her body was already very good before she became paralyzed. Even if you let her take this medicine, it will only make her body more perfect. It can't cure her paralysis.
So? Xia Yan's eyes darkened. Is there no way to cure his paralysis?
You can randomly draw any item from the lucky draw gift box. Among them are some miraculous elixirs that can heal the human body. As long as you keep pumping, one day you will be able to extract the elixir that can cure him.
By then, nature will be able to cure it. Oh. I see. I know what to do.
Looking at the dazed Xia Yan, Jiang Yao's eyes gradually changed from expectation at the beginning, to disappointment later, and finally to relief.
Sure enough, he has no other solution? Ahem.
Xia Yan's eyes lit up, he slowly tightened his grip on the jade and smiled slightly.
Well, I have no way to do it right now. Haha, I knew it.
But, Xia Yan said confidently, as long as you believe in me, one day, I will let you measure the entire earth with your own feet. Looking at Xia Yan's confident look, Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment and then giggled.
Thank you. It's hard for you to try so hard to coax me here. How can this be called coaxing you? Don't you believe me?
After all, we two just had some negative contact.
We were so close just now, and you don't even give me this little trust? Give it to me.
Jiang Yao smiled happily. I believe you. I believe you are just a scumbag who deceives girls.
He.
Looking at Jiang Yao's smiling face, Xia Yan was not angry, but continued to play with the jade in his hand. The more you look at it, the more delicate and lovely it seems, and it's a feast for the eyes.
You don't have to be so pessimistic. You're already like this now. Besides, you are about to leave this world. Don't you want to have some fun before you leave this world? Play?
Jiang Yao looked at Xia Yan with a smile. So, our Mr. Scumbag, how are you going to play with me?
I can't move at all now. I don't even have the ability to move freely. How is Mr. Scumbag going to play with me when I'm like this? Don't be a scumbag. I'm just being philanthropic, okay? My name is Xia Yan, you can just call me by my name. You can even call me by a nickname. Anyway, don't call me a scumbag. He. Jiang Yao covered her mouth and smiled softly. Okay. Then Xia Yan, how are you going to take me out to play? This is easy.
Xia Yan smiled slightly. The school is still in military training these 2 days.
After the military training, I will take you to travel around. You want to take me, a person with limited mobility, on a trip with you? So what's wrong? I'm a billionaire. Isn't it just inconvenient to move?
I'll hire someone else and have her take care of you, and then we can go out and have fun together.
Billionaire? Jiang Yao looked at Xia Yan with interest. Are you a billionaire? What? You don't believe it? Guaranteed genuine. He. I believe. It's just that a dozen days is too long.
Jiang Yao smiled and shook her head.
I've been preparing to leave for the next 2 days. In a dozen days, I won't be here anymore. Wow. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Xia Yan frowned. You can't wait for more than 10 days?
Jiang Yao turned her head with a smile, her eyes clear and bright. For you, it's more than 10 days.
For me, it's unimaginable torment. This. Xia Yan smiled and said, I really want to skip military training, but I'm afraid the school won't approve it. This is easy. Jiang Yao looked over with a smile. Aren't you a billionaire?
Tsinghua University and Peking University have always welcomed donations from wealthy individuals.
If you donate a building to the school and come up with an excuse, wouldn't that allow you to legitimately skip military training? Is this possible? Of course.
At least, during those years when I was studying at Peking University and Tsinghua University, there was a student who escaped military training in this way.
But he didn't donate a building, he just donated some equipment the school needs. Is that so?
Xia Yan's eyes lit up with joy. I understand. I'll go back and take control. Xia Yan let go of Yu Zhang and was about to leave, but suddenly turned around.
Can you promise me one thing? Jiang Yao was very calm. What's the matter? Xia Yan smiled kindly. If I cure you in the future, can you give me your heart?
Jiang Yao was stunned for a moment, then smiled exceptionally brightly.
Okay. If you really heal me, don't say a word. I'm just giving you my whole self. What's wrong with that? Good. Then it's settled. Xia Yan gently pulled the quilt over you and said, you have to behave well these few days. Your heart, your jade, your whole being, will all be mine in the future. You have to protect yourself well. If there's any damage, it would be a huge loss for me. Do you understand? Jiang Yao smiled amusedly. Okay, if you can cure me in the future. I will definitely let you taste this jade. Good. It's a deal. Xia Yan turned around and was about to leave, or stopped, bent down and gave Jiang Yao a deep kiss. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Jiang Yao favorability plus. The system's prompt sound will not stop until it reaches 30 o'clock.
At the same time, Xia Yan also got 10 of Jiang Yao's skill cards.
After a long time, their lips parted.
Xia Yan smiled and kissed Jiang Yao's little face gently.
I'm leaving first.
I'll come back to see you after I donate the building.
Bye-bye.
Looking at Xia Yan's departing back, Jiang Yao smiled gently. Before I leave this world, I can still meet such an interesting person.
Very nice.
When he walked out of the ward, Xia Jinwan and Bai Yuning, who were waiting outside the door, surrounded him.
Xia Yan, how is it? Did Yao Yao say anything to you? Done. Xia Yan made an okay gesture and said, Nguyen, don't you even look at who your boyfriend is? Can't I handle Yao Yao?
Real. Xia Jinwan's eyes turned red and were filled with joy.
Very good.
Yao Yao will never leave this world.
Well, actually, it's still a little bit off. Xia Jinwan was shocked. What do you mean?
Xia Yan smiled and held Bai Yuning's hand. If you want her not to leave this world,
There's a lot to do. The first thing is to go back to school and ask for leave. Ask for leave? For what? Donate a building. Donate a building? Chapter 86 Report to the instructor, he is Xia Yan.
Peking University and Tsinghua University. The vast campus has turned into a sea of military green. Thousands of freshmen from all over the country put on their new army green uniforms. Their cheerful expressions suddenly collapsed after the special training instructor made a few comments like a bunch of rookies.
After some kneading and flattening, the freshmen finally had a bit of military green temperament.
Everyone stood in the vast campus with serious expressions, but their hearts had already drifted far away.
Sun Liyang was very angry.
As an outstanding college student who came to Yingpan for further studies from Peking University and Tsinghua University, Sun Liying is very proud of her new military green uniform.
He finally returned to school so that the new students could receive the education he loved.
But who could have thought that on the first day of military training, one of his subordinates would simply skip training?
What's your name? Xia Yan.
This gave Sun Li a lot of courage.
This brat is so unscrupulous. This is simply outrageous.
Sun Liyang was thinking about how to deal with that boy when he suddenly saw a man and two women walking towards him from a distance with smiles on their faces. Looking at these people talking and laughing, Sun Liyang frowned and quickly regained his composure.
These sophomores and juniors have no rules at all. I just like to tease the freshmen here. What a piece of shit.
Several people walked straight over.
Sun Liyang looked at the people in the team making faces and suddenly frowned. Fan Jindong. Arrive. Step out. Yes. Fan Jindong walked out with a bitter look on his face. Instructor, are you looking for me? What were you looking at? Don't you know that they are in military training now? Looking left and right. Go over there and do 200 squats. Go. Fan Jindong suddenly became anxious. Instructor, I have a reason for this. What's the reason?
I think you're just making excuses.
Go, do 200 squats right now.
Fan Jindong broke out in a cold sweat and betrayed Xia Yan directly. Instructor, that person who just walked over was Xia Yan.
What? Sun Liyang became famous instantly. Good boy.
Not only did you not participate in the military training, but you even dared to walk right under my nose.
This is simply outrageous. Fan Jindong, keep doing 200 squats. Everyone else, stand still and practice military posture. After giving the order, Sun Liyang looked in the direction where the few people left with an unfriendly look. Brat! I will never be done with you. On the other hand, Bai Yuning and Xia Jinwan still found it unbelievable. Xia Yan, do you really want to donate the building? Yes. Didn't I just tell you? Donate a building so we can escape this military training.
Xia Jinwan looked at Xia Yan in disbelief, but building a building requires a lot of money.
Xia Yan, do you have that much money? Is it okay? It's not a lot, but it's still enough to donate a building. Bai Yuning also looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Where did you get so much money? We just spent over 2 billion to buy a courtyard house, and now you want to donate a building? Is your financial situation really okay? Bai Yuning is not worrying for nothing.
For Bai Yuning, who has been involved in the family business for many years, many of them look like huge companies worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions.
The actual cash flow is actually very low.
The so-called hundreds of billions or trillions are mostly real estate, or evaluations after listing, and so on. These things are fixed there and cannot be taken out and used directly. It seems like everything, but there are actually very few funds that can be mobilized. Like the Bai family's enterprise worth more than 30 billion. The actual cash flow that can be mobilized will not exceed 5 billion. Even less. It is actually very rare for someone like Xia Yan to spend more than 2 billion in one go. With a cash flow like this, his actual cash holdings should be around 10 to 20 billion. But now, Xia Yan wants to donate another building. Donating a building is no joke. Especially in places like Peking University and Tsinghua University, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Not to mention the various laboratories and experimental equipment in the donated building. And so on and so forth, all made with money. To build an ordinary building at Peking University or Tsinghua University would cost at least 500 million yuan. This does not include those sophisticated laboratories and experimental equipment. If you add all those together, the funds can even reach 1 billion or 2 billion. Xia Yan just bought a courtyard house worth more than 2 billion yuan. Now they want to donate a building. Bai Yuning was actually really scared by him. According to common sense, Xia Yan really couldn't come up with that much money. But Xia Yan is very confident now. Don't worry. Isn't it just donating a building? Money is no problem. Once this building is finished, we'll go traveling. They've been tanned during these 10 days of military training. Let's go out and get some sun. Wait until the military training is over and come back to class. Delicious. But... Alright. Don't worry. Xia Yan gave them a light kiss, and immediately the two girls blushed. Don't worry. I'm fine. Oh. Bai Yuning nodded with a blush on her face, and followed Xia Yan obediently. Nuan Yuan. Ah. Xia Xinhuan blushed. Isn't it okay to call me that in school? He. Xia Yan smiled slightly and naturally took Xia Xinhuan's hand. Do you want to go traveling with us? Travel? Xia Yan leaned close to Xia Xinhuan's ear and said, this trip is to help Yao Yao untie her knot. She has serious mental problems now. There are many aspects of her that I don't understand. If you don't come with me, I'm afraid something bad will happen. I see. Xia Xinhuan thought about it, and finally gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Good. I'll take some time off and go traveling with you guys. We must find a way to help Yao Yao regain hope. I'm counting on you. Good. Everything is done. Looking at the dean's office in front of him, Xia Yan smiled slightly. Let's go. Go donate the building. Bang. Come in. Seeing Xia Xinhuan bringing two young people into the office, the principal, who was worried about the insufficient budget for that year, looked surprised. Teacher Xia, why are you here? Who are these two? Xia Yan smiled and took a step forward. Hello, principal. My name is Xia Yan. I came here today to discuss something with the principal. I want to donate a teaching building to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Donate a teaching building? The principal was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Please sit down. How do you want to donate? Chapter 87 Charter a plane to Sanya. More than half an hour later, the principal stood up with an eager look on his face, followed by a round of enthusiastic cheers. Signed the building donation agreement. The agreement is simple. Xia Yan will invest 9.6 billion yuan to build the Tsinghua Peking University Jiangyao Neuroscience and Regenerative Medicine Research Center. Because of such a huge donation amount, Xia Yan also received various preferential treatments from Peking University and Tsinghua University, including but not limited to the naming rights of the research center and the honorary chairman of the research center's board of directors. Honorary alumni of Peking University and Tsinghua University, eligible to regularly participate in various major activities of Peking University and Tsinghua University. There is also a thank you ceremony coming up soon. More importantly, when the principal learned that Xia Yan had to painfully give up military training because of Jiang Yao's illness, he agreed very readily. Bai Yuning's qualifications will also be granted. Xia Xinhuan was also given a long vacation by the principal. As long as everyone returns to school on time after the military training, everything will be okay. In the principal's eyes, Xia Yan is now shining with golden light. After all, it is rare to find freshmen who can spend more than 10 billion to build a research center during their freshman year. Even if they don't want to have military training, that is understandable as they have their own special reasons. All in all, the principal was in a very happy mood. Xia Yan was also very happy. Although the cashback card used for this donation does not offer a high cashback multiple. But the double cashback also made Xia Yan's funds exceed 10 billion. 192 billion yuan of funds are now quietly lying in Xia Yan's bank card. The moment the funds exceeded 10 billion, Xia Yan's state of mind seemed to have improved. The original task of 40 billion yuan in 4 years is now within reach. At this moment, Xia Yan no longer took the bet with Bai Yuning's father seriously. Xia Yan, holding a lot of money in his hands, looked into the distance. With so much money, what should I do next? Invest? Start a business? Buy an island? Industry? High tech? Finance? When Xia Yan looked out, he suddenly found these projects in front of him. These 10 billion yuan are really not worth spending. It seems that the road ahead is long and arduous. Think about where to spend the money later. What we need to do now is to pull Jiang Yao back, who is 1 foot on the verge of death. Bang! There was a sudden knock on the door. The people who were chatting happily looked outside the house in surprise. Headmaster Sun Liang, dressed in military uniform, walked in with his head held high and chest puffed out, looking at Xia Yan with a very unfriendly look. Principal, this student Xia Yan left military training for no reason. This incident has a very bad impact. I request that Xia Yan be given a warning. After listening to this, Xia Yan said nothing, but just looked at the indignant Sun Liang and the frowning principal with a smile. Who are you? Principal, my name is Sun Liang. I'm one of the instructors for this military training. I was also a sophomore at Peking University before joining the army. Oh. So that's how it is. The principal frowned and waved his hand. It's okay, Xia Yan came to see me for something. Headmaster. Sun Liang was extremely serious. During military training, freshmen should obey orders, wear camouflage uniforms, and accept military training. This classmate Xia Yan didn't report or say hello. Just now, he walked over unscrupulously in front of everyone. This behavior is very bad. I asked the principal to give him a warning. The principal frowned again. I told you, Xia Yan came here to see me for something. Principal, no matter what happened, he should join the military training now. The principal's brows were furrowed and his face was ashen. Didn't you, classmate, hear what I just said? This classmate Xia Yan wants to see me for something. He has something very important to do. I have approved his release from this military training. Ah? Sun Liang was a little surprised, but military training is a student's obligation. Besides, if he doesn't accept military training, his credits. I'll take care of his academic credits. The principal's face was serious. I will inform your chief instructor Xia Yan about the situation in a moment. Xia Yan does not need to undergo this military training from now on. Ah, yes. Seeing the principal's unfriendly eyes, Sun Liang glanced at Xia Yan coldly, turned and left the office. I have to say, this feeling is really great. Xia Yan withdrew his gaze, stood up with a smile. Principal, thank you very much for your support. If you have any promising projects in the future, please feel free to contact me. If the prospects are bright, I will invest without hesitation. Good. The principal was very happy. Xia Yan is very kind-hearted. If there are any projects I can invest in the future, I will definitely contact you personally. Thank you, Principal. We're leaving first. Goodbye. The principal smiled happily and said, see you later. Goodbye. Get out of the office. Bai Yuning and Xia Jinwan still felt like they were dreaming. Xia Yan, did you really donate 9.6 billion just now? Yes. Didn't you see everything just now? I did see it. Xia Jinwan patted his huge chest, but his eyes were still dull. 9.6 billion, just donated like that. It's so exciting. Nuanyuan. Ah. Xia Yan gently held Xia Jinwan's hand, his eyes unusually warm. Now I've taken leave. I have the time too. Where do you think we should go next? Where are you going? Go back to the hospital to see Yao Yao. I know. What I'm asking is, where do you think Jiang Yao likes to go? Yao Yao? Xia Jinwan fell into deep thought, and her eyes suddenly lit up.
Yao Yao used to love going to the sea. Yao Yao and I have been to Sanya before.
But, what a pity. Ever since Yao Yao fell 3 years ago, he hasn't been to the beach again.
Let's go see the sea. Good. Then let's go to the hospital now and charter a plane to take Yao Yao to Sanya. Good. Chapter 88 Private Jet. Hospital.
The afternoon sun was warm and pleasant. Jiang Yao leaned against the headboard, looking at the scenery outside the window with a calm look in her eyes.
It's been 476 days since I lost consciousness.
For over a year, I had no feeling in my lower limbs. There's no point in persisting in this situation.
Bang!
The door suddenly opened and Xia Yan walked in with a happy look on his face.
Yao Yao, it's done.
Jiang Yao looked at Xia Yan with a smile, her eyes full of teasing. Why?
The building has been donated? Donated. Xia Yan took out a document from his pocket and said, "Look. Is this the building I built for you?"
Oh. Jiang Yao took it and looked at it, and the mockery in his eyes quickly disappeared.
Jiang Yao Neuroscience Center? You really donated a building? To be precise, I donated a research center.
Jiang Yao looked at the document in her hand. The official seal and the texture of the document were no different from those real documents.
Moreover, the signature above is indeed the principal's signature.
Looking at the contents of this document, Jiang Yao couldn't believe it at all.
This is 9.6 billion. Just donate 9.6 billion like that? Yao Yao, let's go. Xia Jinwan walked in excitedly. Yao Yao, we're going to Sanya soon. Nuan Yuan.
Jiang Yao grabbed Xia Jinwan with a serious look in her eyes.
Nuan Yuan, is this true? What? This document. Did he really donate 9.6 billion to build this research center? Yes. Xia Jinwan nodded calmly. Xiao Bai, Xia Yan, and I went to the principal's office together. This document is real.
I saw the principal sign it with my own eyes.
Xia Yan just transferred the money.
Jiang Yao was really shocked. Looking at Xia Yan, who was smiling, Jiang Yao looked puzzled and asked, "How long have we known each other?"
How long have you known each other?
Xia Yan thought for a moment. From the time I met you until now, it's probably been just one morning.
All morning? Just this morning, you spent 9.6 billion on me? Jiang Yao was both amused and confused. What on earth are you thinking? So what?
Xia Yan smiled and sat in front of the bed. Things like fate don't care about the length of time.
Some people hit it off right away.
Some people have known each other for years, but they wish the other person would die sooner.
I can spend 9.6 billion for you. That means we are destined to be together.
Jiang Yao stared at Xia Yan's eyes for a long time, and suddenly burst into giggles.
It's fate. We are indeed destined to be together. It's really nice to meet you. I never thought I would have such a fondness for the man I met on the first day. He. Xia Yan gently held Jiang Yao's hand, his eyes unusually calm. Since you have such a good impression of me, can we leave now? I really want to go out. But my body won't allow it. That's easy. Xiao Bai, push that in. No. Bai Yuning pushed the wheelchair into the ward angrily. Big bad guy. This wheelchair is so heavy. But people will ignore you after pushing something this heavy. Okay. Xia Yan smiled and touched Bai Yuning's head. I definitely won't do that again. Yao Yao, let's go. Good.
Xia Yan gently picked up Jiang Yao from the bed. He is 1.5 meters tall but weighs less than 80 kilograms.
Holding it in your arms is like holding a ball of cotton.
Put Jiang Yao in the wheelchair and pick up a blanket to cover her legs.
Xia Yan pushed Jiang Yao, and Bai Yuning and Xia Jinwan followed behind. Xia Yan, have my discharge procedures been completed? It's done. Xia Jinwan quickly stepped forward and replied, Yao Yao, it was already done before you were discharged from the hospital. We can go directly to Sanya. Sanya.
Jiang Yao thought about it and said with a smile, it's not convenient for me to take a plane like this, right?
This is easy.
I'll just take a private jet.
Private jet? Isn't it difficult to get one?
Xia Yan smiled and pointed at himself, don't worry.
I have the money. 2 hours later. Looking at the sea of clouds rapidly receding outside the window, Jiang Yao still found it incredible.
After Xia Yan asked to take a private plane, he just made a phone call. A special car came and we got on it and were taken all the way to the airport. After boarding a curved stream business jet, the group set off from the imperial capital and headed straight to Sanya. Along the way, Xia Yan's face was very calm. This made Jiang Yao somewhat confused about Xia Yan himself. Looking at Bai Yuning, who was looking excited beside him, Jiang Yao asked with interest.
I remember you are Miss Bai, right?
Bai Yuning glanced at Jiang Yao, who was even smaller than her, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes.
Yes, my name is Bai Yuning. What do you want from me?
Jiang Yao smiled and asked, Miss Bai, has Xia Yan always acted like this?
Him?
He's always been like this.
Anyway, no matter what the request is,
as long as he can achieve it, he will generally let you achieve it.
Xia Yan spent over 70 million on some collections at an auction yesterday.
I also spent over 3 billion to buy a courtyard house last night. But even though he's rich, he doesn't have those bad habits of playboys. He's much better than the guys I know.
Oh?
Jiang Yao looked at the light in Bai Yuning's eyes and smiled slightly. So, Miss Bai has known Xia Yan for a long time?
No. Bai Yuning shook her head. Xia Yan and I only met the day before school started.
The day before school starts?
So you've known each other for less than a week?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Jiang Yao smiled and shook her head, but she became more and more interested in Xia Yan.
You've only known her for less than a week, and you've already spent 3 billion on a girl? He is really interesting. Chapter 89. Do you want to make your fake play real? Sanya International Airport at dusk.
The dazzling Ben Stream business jet landed at the international airport after flying for several hours.
As soon as the hatch opened, a wave of heat mixed with moisture swept in. Wow! It's so hot.
Xia Yan fanned himself, but saw that the three women behind him had calm expressions.
Aren't you hot? Bai Yuning gave Xia Yan a strange look. Aren't you from Shanghai too? The weather there is quite hot too.
I don't think it's much different from Sanya. Xia Jinwan came down pushing the wheelchair and said with a smile, I have relatives in Sanya.
I come here for vacation every summer vacation. So I'm used to the weather here.
Jiang Yao smiled slightly, I'm from Guangdong.
The weather in Guangdong is pretty much the same as in Sanya.
I'm still used to this kind of weather.
You guys are really adaptable. I feel uncomfortable when I feel this kind of hot flash. Xia Yan, where are we going next? Where are you going?
Xia Yan looked around. Brother Wei said he arranged some personnel at the airport.
Why didn't you come? Mr. Xia.
A few people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking towards them hurriedly. Mr. Xia, I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting.
Who are you?
Hello, Mr. Xia. I was sent by President Wei to serve you.
My name is Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui?
Xia Yan smiled with interest. This name is quite interesting.
Mr. Xia, as long as you like it.
Zhang Shui waved his hand, and a silver gray Rolls-Royce slowly stopped next to the Gulfstream business jet.
Mr. Xia, please get in the car.
Good. Xia Yan and Xia Jinwan helped Jiang Yao get into the car first, and then the others got in. After the driver stuffed the wheelchair into the trunk, the car started slowly and drove slowly towards the seaside. As soon as he got on the car, Zhang Shui began to introduce himself.
Mr. Xia, I have already arranged a hotel for you. Is this the Atlantis Sanya? No. It's Capella Sanya Resort. What's the difference between the two?
Zhang Shui smiled respectfully, Mr. Xia, although the Atlantis Sanya Hotel is very famous.
But he doesn't have good privacy, and there are a lot of people. The Capella Sanya Resort is renowned for its exceptional luxury and privacy. Compared to the Atlantis Hotel, the Capella Resort is more low-key and luxurious. More importantly, Capella Hotel has their own private beach. You don't have to crowd with other tourists when you stay there.
I see.
Good. To our room?
Please rest assured, I have specially booked a long-term presidential suite in that hotel to entertain you.
It will definitely not make you and your girlfriend feel crowded.
That's good. Half an hour later, Xia Yan and his group, led by Zhang Shui, arrived at the top floor suite of the Capella Resort Hotel.
Looking out, the entire Sanya sea view comes into view. The blue waves are so refreshing. Mr. Xia, what do you think is missing?
Lack? Xia Yan looked back and saw the three women walking around in the suite, their eyes all fixed on the decoration of the suite.
I think there's no problem for now. If you have any questions, I'll contact you.
Okay. Zhang Shui said enthusiastically, Mr. Xia, this is my business card.
If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me.
I'll be there as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you for your help. No. Zhang Shui turned and left.
Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa. He looked at the future sea view outside the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling refreshed.
Is this the life of a rich person? It's really good.
Bai Yuning walked over with a smile. Master Xia, you spent over 3 billion to buy the courtyard house and donated over 10 billion to the research center.
Now here you say, this is the life of rich people?
Xia
Jinwan also laughed. This should be an exclamation, right?
Every time I go to a different place, the scenery around me is different, and of course, I will also have different feelings. Zhang Yao smiled and said nothing, but looked at Xia Yan with increasingly amused eyes.
Zhang Yao favorability +1. Alright. It's dark now, so we can't go to the beach.
However, Zhang Shui said that the buffet at this hotel is good.
Would you like to try it?
Okay. Xia Yan was shocked and was about to get up when Bai Yuning suddenly looked depressed.
What a pity.
I left in such a hurry that I didn't pack a lot of clothes.
I only have this skirt on.
It's been more than 10 days, and it's too bad to have only one skirt.
I still want to go to the beach and play in the sea.
Xia Jinwan looked down and her face immediately turned red.
She is not even as good as Bai Yuning. Bai Yuning was wearing a skirt after all. She was still wearing the same work uniform.
Even the high heels on her feet were short and matte.
At first glance, it feels very dull.
As for Zhang Yao, there is no need to say more.
What nice clothes can a recuperating patient wear? Alright.
Xia Yan smiled and patted Bai Yuning's head. Isn't it just clothes? As soon as we get up tomorrow morning, let's go to those stores and look at those clothes.
Buy whatever you want. What do you think?
Okay.
Bai Yuning's mood suddenly cleared up. Let's go.
Let's go to the buffet. Bai Yuning walked out with a smile on her face. Xia Yan smiled and leaned close to Xia Jinwan's ear.
Nuanyuan, the clothes you're wearing don't look good.
I'll buy you a few more tomorrow.
No, I don't need it. Obedient.
Xia Yan gave her a light kiss, and Xia Jinwan was shocked all over, looking at Xia Yan in disbelief.
Xia Yan didn't say much, just smiled and glanced at Zhang Yao, and Xia Jinwan immediately withdrew his gaze.
Even her blushing cheeks revealed her feelings.
Xia Jinwan favorability +1. Xia Jinwan favorability +1. Xia Jinwan favorability +1. Xia Jinwan favorability +1. Xia Jinwan favorability plus.
The system's prompt sound continued to ring until it reached 20 points and 10 random passcards were issued, then it stopped. Zhang Yao smiled at Xia Jinwan's reaction, and was pushed out of the ward by Xia Yan.
Xia Jinwan hurriedly followed. Dining room.
Bai Yuning and Xia Jinwan kept going back and forth in the buffet area, carrying food. Xia Yan and Zhang Yao sat opposite each other, looking at the night view outside the window.
Xia Yan, you are so bad. What's wrong?
Zhang Yao looked over with a smile. You clearly know that Jinwan is your girlfriend because of me, so why are you taking advantage of her like this?
What do you mean by taking advantage of her?
Xia Yan disagreed. She has given so much for you, and she doesn't care about herself just because she doesn't want you to leave.
If you were cured, how could you bear to see her leave you and fall into the arms of another man? Zhang Yao smiled unhappily. So, you're planning to make this real? Chapter 90 Shopping in Sanya. Fake becomes real?
As Xia Yan was thinking, he saw Xia Jinwan's back. Although Xia Jinwan was still wearing a uniform at this time, her soft curves looked brilliant under the illumination of the hotel's crystal chandeliers. The combination of clumsiness and purity in her every gesture is so attractive that one can't take their eyes off her. Coupled with the memory of Xia Jinwan's gentle thin lips, Xia Yan's hesitation disappeared in an instant.
Certainly.
A simple girl like her is too fragile to live in this complicated world.
It just so happens that I am a person who is more compassionate to women. Besides, I'm also planning to bring you, Miss Jiang, under my wing. So I reluctantly took care of Nuanyuan as well.
After all, only by staying by my side can you two be together forever.
You don't want to see her fall into the arms of another man, do you? What do you think, Miss Jiang?
Jiang Yao thought about it and nodded. What you said does make sense.
But you are so philanthropic. What if one day Nuanyuan gets hurt by you? Sad?
Xia Yan smiled quietly. I really haven't thought about this.
I won't hide it from you.
Besides my girlfriend Xiaobai, I also have a childhood sweetheart.
Oh. And a girlfriend I met by chance. 3 girlfriends? Zhang Yao was very curious. Can they live in peace? Actually, you can. The 3 of them all know each other.
Except for senior sister Shen's thoughts, which I don't understand, Xiaobai and Shanshan are willing to entrust the rest of their lives to me.
Senior Shen?
Zhang Yao looked puzzled.
Could the senior sister Shen you're talking about be the genius girl in school, Shinjiaoi?
Yes.
He became your girlfriend?
That's right. Xia Yan spread his hands and said, actually, I find it incredible too.
Why would a genius girl like you want to be my girlfriend? That means you're special.
Zhang Yao took a sip of tea, her eyes full of smiles.
I was originally wondering why Nuanyuan would look for you as a fake boyfriend. Now I understand, there is indeed a special attraction in you.
It's okay. I used to live an ordinary life. I've never been popular with girls since I was little.
Shanshan is the only one who has been with me since I was little.
There are so many girls who like me now, and I don't want anyone else to take them away. I had to take some effort myself and put them into my arms.
Jiang Yao nodded. If you put it that way, I understand why you want to do this. But can your assets hold up?
I just heard from Miss Bai that you spend over 2 billion to buy a whole courtyard house. You just donated another 9.6 billion to me for a research center. At the rate you spend money, Nuan will have to go out and starve with you in the future.
There's definitely nothing to worry about. I definitely have more money than I can spend right now.
Nuanyuan, Yuning, Shanshan, and Joey will definitely have a good life with me. I'm just worried that they might feel uncomfortable emotionally. I won't hide it from you, even though Shanshan is my childhood sweetheart. That guy has been bullying me since I was a kid, and he never taught me how to date a girl. As for Yuning, he was raised by others and has never been in a relationship.
Let alone Joey and Nuanyuan.
I don't think the word love even exists in their minds. So I ask you to do me a favor and teach me what love is and make them feel happy. Zhang Yao was very amused. I've never been in love either.
Why do you want me to teach you this?
You've never been in love, but you're a girl.
Girls understand girls best.
Besides, you are so smart and wise.
Even with you helping me, can't I give them love?
You really think too highly of me. Zhang Yao smiled amusedly, but this is very interesting.
I've accepted your commission. He. Xia Yan picked up the teacup and clinked it lightly with Zhang Yao's.
Then it's settled.
It's a pleasure to work with you. What are you talking about? Xia Xinhuan and Bai Yuning came over with 2 plates. Nothing. We're just planning our outing for tomorrow.
Hey!
Where are we going? Bai Yuning's eyes lit up.
He quickly sat down next to Xia Yan and started chattering.
Xia Xinhuan also sat next to Zhang Yao very naturally, picked up an egg tart and fed Zhang Yao.
Xia Yan and Zhang Yao looked at each other, their eyes full of smiles.
Dinner slowly ended in a pleasant atmosphere. Go back to the room. Xia Xinhuan and Zhang Yao sat by the window, looking at the night view and chatting.
Bai Yuning excitedly began to play freely.
Xia Yan sneaked in while no one was paying attention. Xia Xinhuan felt very uneasy after hearing this, but Zhang Yao was calm. Just a slight ripple in my heart. At night, the waves rise and fall. The blue waves continue to roll under the night sky. The next morning, Xia Yan was awakened by the sunlight. The blue waves come into view. Little lazy pig, get up.
Bai Yuning coquettishly pushed Xia Yan, hate it.
Let me sleep a little longer. It's all your fault. I only slept for 3 hours last night.
I'm sore and sleepy, I need to catch up on some sleep.
Okay. Xia Yan got up from the bed and looked at the sea view outside the window. He felt very refreshed. Then you should go to sleep first. Nuanyuan, Yao Yao and I are going shopping first. Shopping? Wait for me. Half an hour later.
After packing up, Xia Yan and Bai Yuning walked out of the room in high spirits.
Wow. Why are you two like this? Didn't you get enough rest? Such dark circles?
Xia Xinhuan and Zhang Yao, with dark circles under their eyes, sat on the sofa and sighed helplessly as they watched the two people walk out. You two made such loud noises. How are we going to sleep? Bai Yuning's face turned red and she gently twisted Xia Yan. Bad guy. It's all your fault. He. Xia Yan smiled embarrassedly. Sorry. I couldn't help myself and accidentally overperformed. Let's go. Let's go have breakfast first. Then go shopping. Chapter 91. Is this the Shura field? Half an hour later. After a quick breakfast, the few people left the hotel. Zhang Shui, whom they had met yesterday, was already waiting at the hotel entrance in a silver-gray Rolls-Royce. Hello, Mr. Xia. The car is ready for you. You and a few ladies are going shopping, right? That's right. Xia Yan picked up Zhang Yao from the wheelchair and gently put her in the car. We came to Sanya in a hurry. None of them brought any clothes. Let's go there this time and buy them some clothes. So that's how it is. When Zhang Shui saw the three women, he immediately had an idea. Mr. Xia, if you want to buy clothes, Sanya Duty Free City is the best choice. There are not only clothing stores of various famous brands, but also some luxury brand jewelry stores and watch stores. That's the best place to buy clothes. Yeah? Then go there. Okay. Half an hour later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the duty-free city and slowly stopped. Mr. Xia, we're here. Open the car door. The magnificent Sanya duty-free city in front of you is refreshing. Good. This place is really nice. Xia Yan turned around and looked at the three excited people with a faint smile. You guys want to go shopping too, right? You are welcome. It's my treat today. Buy whatever you want. Go. Yeah. Bai Yuning was unhappy because Xia Yan was hugging Zhang Yao, but when she heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran straight into the duty-free city. Zhang Yao looked at Bai Yuning and smiled happily. The dead atmosphere in the ward that had lasted for more than 400 days gradually dissipated under Bai Yulin's laughter. Xia Xinhuan was even happier when she saw Zhang Yao happy. Xia Yan and his companions, led by Zhang Shui, walked into the duty-free city. The dazzling array of goods made Bai Yuning's desire to shop increased greatly. Looking at this and that, their eyes are full of joy. Xia Xinhuan looked at the luxurious goods around her and felt a chill in her heart. His family is well off, but not to the extent that they can buy anything like this. In fact, it's still possible to buy clothes by spending 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. But in this duty-free city, a piece of clothing can easily cost tens of thousands. Xia Xinhuan was also frightened when she saw it. Xia Yan, you guys go. I'll stay here with Yao Yao, just stand there for a while. What are you talking about? Xia Yan smiled and took the wheelchair from Xia Xinhuan. Didn't I just say that? What do you want to buy today? I'll pay for everything. Okay. Zhang Yao smiled brightly. Nuanyuan, let's go. I'm tired of being alone these past 400 days. I want some new clothes, too. Come with me to take a look. Good. When Xia Xinhuan heard what Zhang Yao said, she immediately changed her mind, and the three of them walked towards the mall with smiles on their faces. Zhang Shui was by his side. Xia Yan. Come here. Bai Yuning beckoned to Xia Yan, and kept gesturing with the dress in her hand. Do you think this dress is nice? Xia Yan took a look and saw that the skirt Bai Yuning was holding was white with golden floral patterns on it. From a distance, she looked like an angel. Good. Go ahead and try it. Bai Yuning grabbed her skirt and ran into the fitting room excitedly. Yao Yao, do you want to buy the same dress that Yuning is wearing? Zhang Yao thought for a moment, pointed at the hanger and said, I like the light blue one better than the white one. Nuanyuan, help me get one, let me try it. Good. Xia Xinhuan ran to the clothes rack with a smile, picked up the light blue dress, and when she looked at it, her eyes almost popped out. 89,000? 89,000 for a dress? Are you kidding me? Fine. Xia Yan took the dress from Xia Xinhuan and said, isn't it just 89,000? Yao Yao has also picked out clothes, why don't you pick one too? No, thanks. Xia Xinhuan quickly shook her head. 89,000 for a skirt? No matter how rich you are, you shouldn't spend it this way, right? I want it. Xia Yan looked around and saw a milky white silk dress. When Xia Yan thought of that long dress worn by Xia Xinhuan, his eyes lit up. Nuanyuan.
Try this one.
Xia Xinwan took the clothes and looked at the label on it, her eyes suddenly froze.
120,000? This dress is 120,000? Oh, what's the big deal?
Xia Yan pushed the wheelchair and handed it to Xia Xinwan. Nuanyuan, help Yao Yao put on this dress.
I'm still waiting to see the results. Remember to change it too.
Xia Xinwan looked at the dress in her hand, then glanced at Xia Yan, her little face blushed, and she nodded solemnly.
I see. Xia Xinwan pushed Zhang Yao into the fitting room, and Zhang Shui walked up to them with a smile.
Mr. Xia, please sit down and rest for a while.
Here is your coffee. Good.
Xia Yan sat on the sofa, waiting for the three of them to change their clothes and come out.
My mind drifted far away, and I didn't know how Chanxian was doing now. And there is Senior Zhaoi.
I didn't even tell her when I left the imperial capital this time.
I don't know where she is now. Xia Yan.
A cold voice sounded from behind, and Xia Yan turned his head to look. Shen Zhaoi, with a cold expression on her face, was standing behind him.
Senior. Xia Yan stood up with a smile. Why are you here? Shen Zhaoi's expression was indifferent.
There's an academic exchange meeting here.
I'm attending it here with the professor.
The meeting is over, let's hang out here and prepare to return to the imperial capital.
And you?
Very good. Xia Yan pulled Shen Zhaoi over to the clothes rack and said, Senior, I was just wondering where you were.
It just so happened that I brought you Ning and the others to Sanya for a trip. Your meeting is over. If you have nothing to do, stay here too. We just have 10 days to play. After the military training is over, we will go back to the capital together. What do you think? Shen Zhaoi thought about it and nodded calmly. Okay. Let me talk to the professor first.
Shen Zhaoi took out her cell phone, tapped a few times, and finally put it away.
Well, I've told the professor. What should we do now? Buying clothes, of course. Senior, you've been wearing this uniform forever, it would be nice to change it up.
Xia Yan looked around and saw a pure black long skirt.
Senior, what do you think of that skirt? Not bad. Then give it a try. Xia Yan directly called the waiter and brought the skirt over. Senior, go in and give it a try. Oh.
Shen Zhaoi was holding the skirt and was about to walk into the fitting room.
Bai Yuning walked out with a smile. Dang 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 dang. Xia Yan, how do you like this outfit of mine? Shen Zhaoi nodded, not bad. Senior? Bai Yuning looked dazed. Why are you here?
Xia Yan, we're ready to change.
After changing her clothes, Xia Xinwan pushed Zhang Yao out of the fitting room.
Her face was so red with shame that she didn't dare to look at Xia Yan at all.
Do you think it looks good? Senior Xia? Shen Zhaoi's eyes froze. Why are you here?
Zhang Yao looked at the scene in front of her, and her eyes suddenly became interesting.
Is this the Shura field they talked about? Chapter 92 on the yacht. Student Shen.
Xia Xinwan looked at Shen Zhaoi in front of her and felt a sense of panic for no reason.
Hello. Why are you here? Shen Zhaoi's indifferent eyes stirred a little. My teacher and I came here for a meeting. But you, why are you here? Yao Yao and I came out to relax together.
Xia Xinwan said as she stepped back. Well, you guys must be in trouble.
You talk first, we'll talk later. Zhang Yao, who was in a wheelchair, met Shen Zhaoi's eyes. How come she is here? Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning walked to Xia Yan's side, turned around, but her eyes were fixed on Shen Zhaoi.
Do you think I look good in this outfit? Good. Xia Yan didn't think so much. Bai Yuning looks cute and bright in this long silk dress. She is already lovely, and after being nourished by love over the past 2 days, she looks even more radiant. Xia Yan couldn't take his eyes off it for a moment. Bai Yuning's heart started beating fast and her face turned red. As long as you like it, I have another dress I like. I'll put on another skirt, then you can look at it again. Good. Bai Yuning walked into the fitting room with a skirt in her hand and a smile on her face. Xia Yan turned around and looked at the indifferent Shen Zhaoi with a faint smile. Zhaoi, you should pick a skirt too. I finally came to Sanya, and it's inappropriate to wear this. What do you think? Shen Zhaoi nodded, but looked at Xia Yan. Help me choose. I've never bought clothes like this. Help me pick one. Okay.
Xia Yan looked around and saw that Shinjiaohui was tall, with a pair of long legs that were very eye-catching even when wrapped in jeans.
This advantage. Don't waste it. Got it. Jiaohui, look at this.
Shinjiaohui looked at the red dress in Xia Yan's hand, her eyes moved. Do you like red?
I don't have any likes or dislikes when it comes to colors.
I just think this color suits you very well.
Yeah? Then I'll give it a try.
Shinjiaohui walked into the fitting room with a long dress, and Xia Jinwan finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it.
Nuanyuan. What's wrong? Xia Yan walked up to the two of them and gently held Xia Jinwan's hand. Why did you act like that just now? I'm a little scared. Fear? Xia Jinwan nodded solemnly. You don't know, Shinjiaohui has always been like that since she entered school. I've studied with her before. He always speaks and acts in a cold manner.
Several times, I wanted to talk to him, but he just said him and nothing else.
Over time, I didn't dare to talk to him anymore.
Oh, so that's how it is.
He. It's not that simple. Yao, what do you know? Jiang Yao was amused.
There was a competition held at school once.
Nuanyuan and she both signed up.
It turned out that there was a question that Nuanyuan knew, but she didn't. After that, Shinjiaohui started to feel a bit of hostility towards Nuanyuan.
I want to compete with Nuanyuan in many things. Although she is a genius girl, there are some things that cannot be compared.
Jiang Yao pointed at Xia Jinwan's broad mind and said, first of all, she can't compare to him in this respect.
Yao.
Xia Jinwan's ears turned red. Don't talk nonsense.
Isn't what I said the truth? You.
Looking at Xia Yan's teasing eyes, Xia Jinwan blushed and lowered her head again.
It's true, but you can't say that. I see. Xia Yan smiled and took Xia Jinwan's hand. I thought it was something else. Don't worry about that. She doesn't have any bad intentions. I've just been a bit competitive since I was a kid. You don't have to be afraid.
But?
Nothing but. I'll help you get along with him. Oh. Xia Yan. Does it look good?
A few people looked in the direction of the sound and saw the burgundy dress worn by the tall Shinjiaohui. She looks both beautiful and sexy, and Shinjiaohui's cold eyes add a bit of aloofness.
This makes people unable to take their eyes off it. Wow. So beautiful. Xia Yan looked at her with shining eyes. Nuanyuan Yao, what do you think? Xia Jinwan nodded slightly. Very good. Good.
Jiaohui, you look really beautiful in this outfit.
Is there?
Shinjiaohui glanced at Xia Jinwan's broad mind and her eyes twitched.
Dang. Bai Yuning came out of the fitting room wearing another dress. Xia Yan, how do you like this outfit? Not bad.
Bai Yuning was feeling proud, but when she saw Shinjiaohui in a long red dress, her face suddenly fell.
Hate. You're all disgusting. I hate you guys. Xia Yan couldn't help laughing when he saw this. After a while of playing,
with the praise from several people, Bai Yuning's mood gradually improved.
Several people are shopping in the duty-free city. Dress, high heels, pearl necklace, jade bracelet, women's watch.
I bought a lot of various products with Sonia characteristics.
After spending nearly 10 million.
With the help of the duty-free city employees, several people left the duty-free city. After Zhang Shui helped deliver the goods back to the hotel, several people looked at the blue seaside with their hearts surging. But the crowded beach makes some people feel repelled. Fortunately, Zhang Shui is a very perceptive person.
After a quick arrangement,
several people boarded the yacht and headed towards the blue sea near Sanya.
On the yacht,
Xia Yan felt the warm sunshine and felt refreshed.
Sanya is still the best. I wonder how Qianqian is doing now. Achoo.
Su Qianqian, who was crying out for help due to being exposed to the sun, suddenly burst into tears.
Who is scolding me again? Xia Yan.
Bai Yuning, wearing a white swimsuit, walked over with something in her hands behind her back.
What's wrong?
Bai Yuning took out the sunscreen and handed it to Xia Yan.
The little face is red and looks away. Put sunscreen on me. Chapter 93, The Art of Guidance. Sunscreen? Let me paint it? Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning's blushing face and suddenly felt happy.
I didn't expect that Bai Yuning, who was so shy on the train, has now learned to compete for favor. After all, the yin-yang method is useful. A person who has never cared about these things has now become hesitant. Okay. Xia Yan pulled Bai Yuning into his arms and said, "Sit still. I'll help you apply it."
Ah. Bai Yuning blushed. How can you apply it like that? Don't you just apply it while lying on a chair? I like to use this kind of thing.
Xia Yan didn't wait for Bai Yuning to refuse, he just opened the sunscreen and poured it into his hands.
Ouch.
Bai Yuning gritted her teeth and looked at Xia Jinwan's surprised eyes.
She felt so shy that she almost melted. Xia Yan didn't care about that.
The meat was right in front of his mouth.
If he didn't take a bite, he would be a fool. Ding. You shamelessly put on sunscreen in front of everyone. You're truly a scumbag. Reward, master the art of guidance. The art of guiding?
The art of Daoing, through massage, allows the yin and yang energies in the body to flow in the desired direction, achieving various effects.
So useful? That's gotta give it a try.
The moment the system voice fell, a lot of things rushed into Xia Yan's mind. As more knowledge came in, Xia Yan's gesture suddenly changed.
Ah. Bai Yuning suddenly called out, "Xia Yan, what are you doing?" "What for?" "I'm giving you a massage." Bai Yuning blushed with embarrassment. "Who wants you to give me a massage? Also, why does your massage make me so hot? You don't know this, do you? When I was in high school, I studied massage for a while. After the massage, my body feels relaxed and light. If I continue to massage like this, it can even prolong your life. Is this true?"
Bai Yuning turned around and looked at Xia Yan, who was serious. "Why haven't I heard of this? You have long hair but short knowledge."
"Hate." "Ah."
Xia Yan suddenly increased the strength in his hands, and Bai Yuning's body felt numb and she couldn't help but lie down on the recliner.
So comfortable. Isn't it?
Xia Yan looked at the intoxicated Bai Yuning in front of him, and his heart became more and more happy.
This thing is really useful.
After 20 minutes, with Xia Yan's diligent massage, Bai Yuning felt so comfortable that she actually fell asleep. Looking at Bai Yuning with a happy face in front of him, Xia Yan couldn't help but give her a kiss.
How can it be so cute? Xia Yan.
Turning around, the cold Shinjoui was right in front of him.
Is what you just said true? What? Massage can prolong your life.
Of course it's true. Looking at the tall Shinjoui in a black swimsuit, Xia Yan felt a surge of heat in his heart.
"Joey, why don't you give it a try too?" Okay, come on." Xia Yan pulled Shinjoui into his arms. Although it was the seaside, Shinjoi's temperature was as cold as her face. That refreshing and cool feeling is very comfortable.
What made Xia Yan even more delighted was that there was a faint strange fragrance on Shinjoi's body.
It's even more refreshing. Can we begin? Sure. Xia Yan squeezed out the sunscreen and pressed it on Shinjoi's back.
Using the strength of massage with both hands, Shinjoi's body trembled suddenly.
It really works.
Of course. Xia Yan held Shinjoui in his arms with a confident look on his face. This unique skill of mine is not only useful for normal people.
Even patients can be cured with this method. Really?
Of course.
Just look if you don't believe me.
Xia Yan used all his strength on Shinjoui in his arms. At the beginning, Shinjoi's expression was still cold. But as time went by, Shinjoi's face became redder and redder, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. Until the end, Shinjoi's whole body was flushed, and she lay weak and boneless on the recliner with a dazed look in her eyes.
"Xia Yan, your move is amazing. Isn't it amazing?" Xia Yan held Shinjoi's feet and gently massaged them. "I'm clearing your entire body now. All the depression that was originally blocked in your body has now dissipated. Just have a good sleep here. When you wake up from a good night's sleep, your body will feel refreshed." "Well, thank you, Xia Yan. Shinjoi's favorability +1.
Shinjoui tilted her head and fell asleep quietly. Looking at the two girls falling asleep, Xia Yan turned around to look at Xia Xinwan, who was blushing, and Jiang Yao, who had a playful look on her face.
"Two beauties, would you like to have a satisfying massage experience?" Xia Xinwan quickly shook her head. "No. I don't need it yet." Xia Yan, didn't you say this can cure diseases? Can this help Yao Yao cure her leg disease? Leg problem?
Looking at Jiang Yao's legs as white as jade, Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat.
"I can't guarantee this. But I can try."
Xia Yan slowly walked in front of Jiang Yao, and a pair of white, tender, delicate, petite and cute legs appeared in front of him. The more Xia Yan looked at Jiang Yao's legs, the more regretful he felt. Such beautiful legs. It's such a pity that it can only be placed there without moving. Boy, her lower body is blocked by cold air, so she gradually lost consciousness. The Dowling technique can dispel the cold. As long as you keep massaging, he will eventually regain consciousness. Real? Xia Yan couldn't believe his ears. Looking at the smiling Jiang Yao in front of him, Xia Yan felt happy and decided to give Jiang Yao a surprise. Jiang Yao, what would you do if I could restore sensation to your legs? Jiang Yao smiled slightly. Didn't we already agree on this? If you can bring me back to consciousness, I'll be all yours. No. That's that. I mean, if I could get you to feel a little bit of sensation in your legs today, what would you do? Jiang Yao's eyes were shocked and she sat up suddenly. Can you really do that? Certainly. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Yao with a smile. Although I can't make you fully healed, I can certainly let you feel your legs again. Jiang Yao took 2 deep breaths and looked at the smiling Xia Yan. She was sure in her heart. If you can really do it, then what do you want to do? I'll tell you to do it. Okay. It's a deal. After getting the information he wanted, Xia Yan gently held Jiang Yao's legs. Chapter 94, Sisters for Life. Her legs were as smooth as jade, tightly clasped in her arms. Xia Yan savored the taste of the jade carefully, and then began to massage it using the guiding technique. Watching her legs swinging back and forth in Xia Yan's hands, Jiang Yao's heart was already in her throat. I have been unconscious for more than 400 days. More than 400 days of suffering have made Jiang Yao lose hope of living. Jiang Yao thought Xia Yan's words in the hospital last time were just a joke. But I never thought that there would be a day when my legs would regain sensation. Looking at Xia Yan who was massaging hard, Jiang Yao's eyes became moist unconsciously. No matter whether he can regain consciousness or not, even if he is just comforting himself. That was his intention. This guy is really worth relying on. Jiang Yao favorability +1. Yao Yao. Xia Xinwan quietly held Jiang Yao's hand, feeling no more relaxed than Jiang Yao. Ever since Jiang Yao became ill 3 years ago, Xia Xinwan has been worried about her condition. Jiang Yao's desire to commit suicide in the past 2 or 3 months has made Xia Xinwan extremely worried. Xia Xinwan saw clearly the changes in Jiang Yao during this period. The ominous feeling in my heart is becoming more and more obvious. In order to save her life, Xia Xinwan tried every possible way. Unfortunately, none of them worked. If Xia Xinwan hadn't been desperate, she wouldn't have come up with such a bad idea as letting Xia Yan steal her heart. It was originally just a last-ditch effort. But I didn't expect that I actually found a glimmer of hope. It is actually possible for Yao Yao's legs to recover. The two of them are now holding hands, staring at Xia Yan motionlessly. Even their breathing is stopped. Xia Yan rubbed for a long time, trying to use the guiding technique to remove some of the coldness from his legs. Suddenly, a trace of pain spread from the legs to the whole body. Jiang Yao was struck by lightning. Got it. The numb lower body actually regained consciousness. Although it was just a slight pain, this pain made Jiang Yao ecstatic. He didn't lie to me. He really has a way to bring me back to consciousness. Really regained consciousness. Xia Yan rubbed his legs for a long time, but he couldn't get rid of the coldness in his legs at all. This is the limit of the art of guidance. It seems that if we want to regain consciousness, we still have to rely on the lottery gift box. Ha! Xia Yan wiped the sweat off his face and gently put down his legs. How about it? Do you feel any sensation? Xia Yan. Looking at Xia Yan who was smiling in front of her, Jiang Yao's vision gradually blurred. The little face that always wore a faint smile was already filled with tears due to the joy of regaining consciousness. Hey, why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell? Xia Yan. Jiang Yao reached out and hugged Xia Yan's neck tightly, leaning her little head against Xia Yan, crying breathlessly. Xia Yan, thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Woo woo. Jiang Yao in his arms was thin, and Xia Yan, who was only wearing swimming trunks, could clearly feel the tears dripping on his back. Xia Yan didn't say much, just gently patted Jiang Yao's thin back. All right. What did I think it was? Isn't it just regaining a little consciousness? Don't be impatient. Your legs still have a long way to go before they are fully recovered.
But don't worry, I will accompany you on this journey. After all. Xia Yan smiled and whispered, you promised me that after I cure you, you will be mine. You are mine. How could I abandon you and let you leave this world alone? Xia Yan. Zhang Yao stood up, glanced at Xia Yan, and kissed him hard. If it weren't for you, I might have committed suicide in the past 2 days. It is you who gave me the hope of rebirth, and it is you who made my gray world shine again. I will never leave you in this life. We must keep going forever. Until forever. Tears ran down her cheeks. Xia Yan felt the sweetness of her tongue and the bitterness of her tears, and smiled slightly. He hugged Zhang Yao tighter. Zhang Yao favorability +1. Zhang Yao favorability +1. Zhang Yao favorability plus. The system's prompt sound kept ringing, and as a lottery gift box arrived, Xia Yan was overjoyed. Now that's good. The lucky draw gift box is in hand. You can try to take the medicine to restore consciousness. System. What is my current situation? Do you want to check? That's right. Good. Name, Xia Yan. Title, Scumbag. Gender, male. Age, 19. Appearance, 83. Flawless, 1. Abilities, massage, divine doctor skills, foot massage, elementary cooking, eye of insight, guidance. Wealth, 19.2 billion. Items, Bai Yuning's cashback card 4, Bai Yuning's random pass card 10. Bai Yuning's skill card 10, Bai Yuning's random lottery gift box 7. Xia Jinwan's cashback card 10, Xia Jinwan's random pass card 10. Su Chanxian's random lottery gift box 7, repair medicine, empty spirit medicine. Zhang Yao's random cashback card 9, Zhang Yao's random pass card 10. Zhang Yao's skill card 10, Zhang Yao's random prize box 10. Wow. So much? Not bad. Zhang Yao's favorability has reached 46. The higher the favorability, the better the reward for the lucky draw gift box. Is there such a mechanism? Xia Yan thought about it and came up with an idea. Boo! Xia Yan gently pushed Zhang Yao away, looked at the other person's confused eyes and smiled slightly. Alright. It's not completely healed yet. Don't get excited. I'll try to see if I can heal your leg tonight. When your leg is healed, we can do whatever we want. What do you think? Zhang Yao smiled with tears in her eyes. No matter what you want to do, I will accompany you. Whatever you do, I will do. Yeah, okay. Xia Yan gently wiped away Zhang Yao's tears and said, okay, let's get some sun. I'll think of a way to treat you tonight. Zhang Yao smiled and nodded, and suddenly saw Xia Jinwan behind her, who was moved to tears, and her heart moved. Xia Yan, come over here, I want to discuss something with you. What's up? Zhang Yao avoided Xia Jinwan and whispered, Xia Yan, think of a way to make know anyone like you too. Xia Yan was confused, why did you think of this? Zhang Yao's eyes were gentle. Since I lost consciousness over the past 400 days, my former friends, classmates, and even family have all distanced themselves from me and avoided me. Only Nuanyuan stayed by my side the whole time, afraid that I would become depressed. She is my best sister for life. I don't want him to fall into the arms of a strange man. I want to be her sister forever. Can you help me realize this wish? This. Xia Yan glanced at Xia Jinwan's broad mind, exhaled, and nodded with determination. Don't worry. I will make you 2 sisters forever. Chapter 85, Starting a Company? Noon. Bai Yuning in Xinjiaohui felt very comfortable after waking up. Bai Yuning was full of praise for Xia Yan's massage skills. He even asked Xia Yan to give him massages more often in the future. And the cold Xinjiaohui, for the first time ever, directly asked Xia Yan to give her more massages in the future. Xia Yan was already very troubled by Xinjiaohui's cold personality. Now that there has been a breakthrough, Xia Yan is so happy that he can't contain himself. How could he refuse? The group played for the whole morning and their stomachs were already rumbling. Since there were female relatives on board, Zhang Shui was very tactful and did not get on board. Instead, he assigned a female subordinate, Su Yu, to serve them. Mr. Xia, it's already noon. Lunch is ready, do you want to eat now? Lunch? What's for lunch? Su Yu said respectfully, we've prepared the ingredients for lunch for you on the yacht early this morning. We have Australian lobster, abalone, Alaskan king crab, snow crab, grouper, wild yellow croaker. Suyu mentioned a lot of ingredients in a row. Xia Yan had never even heard of many of the ingredients before. Bai Yuning on the side was already overjoyed. These fish, shrimps, and crabs are all good things. Especially that wild yellow croaker. In the past 2 years, I have eaten less and less. Although I can eat it at home when I'm in Shanghai. But, no matter what, it's not as good as catching and eating it right at the beach. This is the freshest. Xia Jinwan, who was standing by, was completely stunned when she heard this. Are the ingredients so good? There are so many things I haven't eaten. I heard my classmates talking about eating it before. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to taste these things today. Jiang Yao was quite calm. Before she fell ill, she was also the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. There is nothing I haven't eaten or seen. What's more, after being sick for the past 2 years, nothing tastes good. Now there is hope for recovery. Not to mention eating lobster and king crab, even just eating 2 steamed buns would make me happy. Shinjiawi didn't even have any expression at all. Although we can't eat these things every month at home. From childhood to adulthood, these things have never been lacking in our home. Besides, Shinjiawi is not very interested in eating. For Shinjiawi, there is no difference between eating dragonfish and eating steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Xia Yan was very happy. He had never had the chance to come into contact with these things before. Now you can put it on the table and eat it casually. Okay. These things are really good. How much does it cost? Suyu smiled slightly. These are all ordered in advance by Mr. Zhang. He still has some things to take care of first, in order to apologize to Mr. Xia and the ladies. This meal was prepared for you in advance by Mr. Zhang. Just eat it with confidence. Yeah? Xia Yan smiled and said, this is the connection. With just one word from Brother Wei, there are people below who will help him with all kinds of things. The key is that you don't have to pay for it yourself. This is the difference between circles. Good. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, then serve the food. We'll eat here. Okay, Mr. Xia, please wait a moment. Suyu turned and went to the kitchen, and Bai Yuning and the others all sat down. Xia Yan, today's meal is so delicious. You don't know, the wild yellow croaker caught right from the beach is the freshest. When I was home before, the yellow croaker my father brought back wasn't very fresh. But it tastes delicious too. Today I can eat freshly caught food. I'm going to have to eat more later. Eat. Eat. Eat as much as you want. Xia Yan found it interesting to see Bai Yuning smiling cheerfully. Eat more. Eat well so you can work better at night. Snort. Bai Yuning's face turned red. She glared at Xia Yan angrily, turned her head and looked forward to the seafood feast that was about to begin. Xia Jinwan pulled Jiang Yao to sit aside, looking reserved. Xia Yan, this meal is very expensive, right? It's really expensive. Jiang Yao smiled and nodded. A few years ago, I went out to eat with them. At that time, Australian lobster cost more than 500 yuan per pound. Bolong is cheaper, but it still costs 200 or 300 per pound. A high-quality 3-headed abalone costs 500 or 600 yuan per pound. A pound of wild grouper costs over 600. Alaskan king crab is cheaper, just over 200 per pound. The most expensive one is the wild yellow croaker. Under 5 pounds, a pound costs several thousand yuan. More than 5 kilograms, and 1 kilogram costs tens of thousands. So expensive. Xia Jinwan was shocked. Why is this fish so expensive? Wild yellow croaker is rare in itself. Not to mention the environmental pollution and random fishing over the years. Every wild yellow croaker you catch is a rare sight. That's why it's so expensive now. I remember last year, a 68 gene approximately 100 caddies yellow croaker was sold at a high price of 2 million yuan. 2 million? Xia Jinwan was stunned. So expensive? Xia Jinwan panicked when she heard the price. Xia Yan, this meal is so expensive, why don't you get off the boat and just eat something casually? No. What is this? Xia Yan was very relaxed. Isn't it just tens of thousands of dollars? Besides, this meal was paid for by someone else. Just eat it with peace of mind. Yeah. Xia Jinwan patted her broad pectoral muscles, but her heart was still pounding with fear. It's so expensive, I have to have a good meal later. Eat. Xia Yan. Shinjiawi sat down next to Xia Yan very naturally and said,
I'll help you pick up some food later.
Bai Yuning and the other two girls all looked over. So proactive? Don't consider yourself an outsider at all. Smelling the faint virgin fragrance on Xinjiao's body, Xia Yan's appetite was aroused. But I didn't forget the important things. No need to pick up the food. I have something to discuss with you. What's up? This is what happened. Now, I don't lack money. But I'm completely confused about what career to pursue. Joey, what do you know about this? If you want, I can invest and help you start a company. Are you interested? Starting a company? Chapter 96 Bastard. Starting a company?
Xinjiao thought about it and slowly shook her head.
I have no interest in business.
I prefer studying pure mathematics to business.
That would make me feel calm. Xia Yan looked speechless. Then have you ever thought about playing with futures, stocks, bonds, etc.? They're just a string of numbers anyway. Since it's numbers, you can definitely figure something out, right? Number?
Xinjiao pondered for a moment, then slowly raised her head. You're right.
But I've never played this before. Besides, my family has always forbidden me to touch these things. They won't even provide me with the funds to enter. It's okay. Xia Yan smiled kindly. I have everything you mentioned. You want to play futures, stocks and bonds? I'll find someone to help you open an account. Your family doesn't let you touch these things, but that's for your own good. But just treat him as studying mathematics, not speculating in futures. As for the funds to enter the market, there's no need to worry about that. I still have more than 10 billion in my hands. If you want to play, I'll give you 20 to 30 billion. Just consider it as practice. What do you think? Xinjiao nodded slowly. Okay. Since we're all studying mathematics, I'll try to have some fun. But won't you feel bad?
I might lose all your funds just for practice.
Fine. Xia Yan waved his hand generously. You can lose as much as you want. Just think of it as supplies for your math research. Good.
Xinjiao nodded, a hint of curiosity flashing in her indifferent eyes.
You don't care about more than 2 billion? I don't care.
Xia Yan picked up the orange juice and took a sip. You are my girlfriend.
Anyway, those 2 billion are for you to spend. What do I care? Xinjiao's favorability +1. I see.
Xinjiao turned her head and looked at the waves on the horizon.
Xia Yan suddenly became very curious when he saw Xinjiao like this. System, what is Xinjiao's favorability now? Xinjiao's favorability is 7 points. Only 7 o'clock? Isn't this too difficult to improve? Everyone has their own personality. Xinjiao's personality is just like that.
Her personality is naturally indifferent, so having a favorability rating of 7 is already quite a feat.
2. Xia Yan sighed, retracted his gaze, and looked at the 3 people beside him. Nuanyuan, Yao Yao, Yuning. Is there anything you guys want to do? Matter?
Bai Yuning, who was looking forward to the big yellow croaker, was stunned for a moment, and then a strong light burst out in her eyes.
Yes, I have. I have so many things I want to do.
I have so many things I want to eat, so many places I want to go, so many clothes I want to buy, and so much more.
Stop. Xia Yan glanced at him unhappily and said, I asked you what you want to do. Do you want to start a company? Didn't I ask how you wanted to eat, drink and have fun? Starting a company?
Bai Yuning thought about it and shook her head. Starting a company is so troublesome.
My dad runs a company, and he's so busy at work every day that he doesn't even have time to go home. I don't want to live like that. Well, I didn't ask. Xia Yan looked at the remaining 2 people again. What about you? Starting a company? Xia Xinuan thought about it and shook her head. I'm not interested in starting a company. I prefer being a teacher to running a company. Yao Yao had this idea. Oh? Xia Yan looked at Jiang Yao and asked, You want to start a company? Jiang Yao nodded slightly.
3 years ago, before I became ill, I was planning to start a company. Just as I was about to start, the disease came.
Over the next 3 years, I gradually lost sensation in my lower body. The matter of starting a company has come to an end. I see. Xia Yan nodded. If that's what you mean, then I'll help you start a company. Jiang Yao looked at Xia Yan with a smile. You haven't healed my leg yet. Are you going to treat me like your servant now? No. Xiaoyan smiled and said, isn't it still some time before it's cured?
It's been boring for you lying in the hospital during this time.
I used to lie there and couldn't do anything. I might as well try to have some fun. Starting a company can be a way to pass the time. What do you think? Jiang Yao nodded, okay.
Since you said so, let's prepare to start a company after returning to the imperial capital.
Okay. How much money will be used? You can tell me when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that at all. Well, I believe you.
Looking at Jiang Yao's smiling eyes, Xiaoyan's heart moved. I won't let you down.
Jingle. Mr. Xia, your seafood dinner is ready. It's time to eat. Good. Very good. It's time to eat the yellow croaker. Ha 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 ha. The seafood feast will soon be served on the table.
After a few people cleaned up, they cleared the entire table.
At dusk, the sun sets. A red sun slowly sets on the seashore. A half-red sun floats quietly above the sea.
The warm sunshine shines on everyone with the help of a little starlight.
Several people looked at the sunset in the sky, their hearts filled with beauty. This is life. At the same time, in the imperial capital, Su Qianqian was exhausted after a day of military training. After a long phone call with my mother yesterday, Su Qianqian now feels very different. There was originally an unspoken barrier between the two of them. They understand each other and their feelings. Now the window paper is broken. After receiving encouragement from my mother and praise from Aunt Xia, Su Qianqian has already decided on Xiaoyan in her heart. Walking on the way to the cafeteria, Su Qianqian wanted to laugh when she thought of what her mother and Aunt Xia said. I don't know what that guy is doing now. It's only been a day, but it feels like a long time. Su Qianqian couldn't help herself any longer and took out her cell phone to call Xiaoyan. Hey, Xiaoyan, where are you? My military training is over, come and pick me up. The ideal sound did not appear, but a crisp and clear voice came out from the microphone. Who are you? Woman? Su Qianqian frowned. Another one? This playboy. Asshole. Chapter 97. I am your mother. Who are you? Why are you holding Xiaoyan's phone? Where is Xiaoyan now?
Jiang Yao listened to the coquettish voice coming from the microphone, and smiled slightly at Xiaoyan, who was eating heartily beside her. His eyes were full of amusement and teasing.
Xiaoyan. He's having a big dinner. Feast?
When Su Qianqian heard these two words, she almost died of anger. I've been basking in the sun here for a whole day and I'm almost dried into a sweet potato.
So Xiaoyan had a big meal there?
And there was a strange woman next to him.
I just spoke to Aunt Xia and my mother the day before. Obviously, I have made up my mind.
But Xiaoyan was so excessive.
This is outrageous. That's too much. Who are you? Su Qianqian was extremely angry, but she calmed down instead. Why are you holding Xiaoyan's phone? Where the hell are you two? My name is Jiang Yao.
Jiang Yao held the phone and slowly circled the hair with her fingers.
Xiaoyan is busy eating a big meal, leave your phone with me. That's why I answered your call. As for who I am. Jiang Yao smiled playfully, who do you think could be on a yacht with him? Su Qianqian's whole body turned red and warm. You are so good, Xiaoyan. Starting to be fickle again. He actually found a new girlfriend. I will never forgive you this time. Let Xiaoyan answer the phone. Okay.
Jiang Yao smiled slightly and put the phone directly next to Xiaoyan's ear, who was fighting with the king crab.
What? Jiang Yao smiled playfully, it's a girl named Su Qianqian who called you. Su Qianqian? Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. I almost forgot. Is she still in military training at Peking University? Give me the phone. Xiaoyan bit the crab leg and took the phone. Hello, Qianqian, what's wrong? Xiaoyan. You bastard. Where the hell have you been? Still having a feast on a yacht? The most important thing is, who is that woman? Why are you together? Xiaoyan laughed, I'm in Sanya now. Sanya? Su Qianqian's eyes widened when she heard this.
Peking and Tsinghua University are having military training today.
You actually went to Sanya? Aren't you afraid that the school will punish you? So what? Xia Yan ate an oyster and smiled slightly.
I spent 10 billion to build a research center for the school. The principal personally approved it, so I don't have to go through military training.
As long as we can get back to school before the military training is over. 10 billion? Su Chanshan widened her eyes in disbelief. You have a fever and are talking nonsense? Where did you get 10 billion?
Your brain is not burned out. I'm telling the truth, but you still don't believe it. Su Chanshan felt that Xia Yan's voice on the other side was very unreal.
The two people who grew up together know each other very well.
Even though Aunt Xia has always given Xia Yan less pocket money since he was a child. But Xia Yan always takes me out to eat and drink. The money in my pocket has never exceeded 10,000.
Now make it 10 billion.
If the voice on the other end of the phone wasn't so familiar, Su Chanshan would have suspected she was dreaming. However, thinking back to the past 2 days, Xia Yan's generous actions, Su Chanshan also felt that something special was happening to her childhood sweetheart. But it is absolutely impossible to get 10 billion. Now, it is estimated that Xia Yan escaped military training by using the medical record. Then he went to Sanya to fool around with a woman he met from somewhere.
And having a great dinner on the yacht. This is too much.
I don't care if you lower the price by 10 billion or 20 billion, I want you to show up in front of me within 10 minutes.
Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Wow, Su Chanshan, are you being unreasonable? This is Sanya. It's over 1,000 kilometers away from the imperial capital.
I don't know how to teleport, so how can I show up in front of you within 10 minutes?
Then I don't care. Who told you to be so mean as to abandon others and go away alone? Within 10 minutes anyway. If you don't show up in front of me, then you'll be in trouble. Su Chanshan, you're trying to be mean to me, aren't you?
Xia Yan was also very single.
Then I'll tell you right now.
I really can't get to the capital within 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, I can't even make it to the airport, let alone back to school.
Xia Yan, you really want to piss me off, don't you? Xia Yan was speechless. Su Chanshan, can you please be reasonable? I'm in Sanya now, more than 1,000 kilometers away. How am I going to get back in a certain time? Good. You're not coming back, are you? Su Chanshan was so angry that tears streamed down her face. Damn Xia Yan, let's wait and see.
Su Chanshan was so angry that she hung up the phone directly. Putting down the phone, Xia Yan looked at it speechlessly.
This guy has always been like this since he was a child. It hasn't changed at all. He.
Zhang Yao looked over with a smile. Mr. Xia Yan, who is this Miss Su Chanshan to you?
From what you said, it seems like this lady grew up with you. Is she your childhood sweetheart? Xia Yan nodded calmly. That's right. Su Chanshan, my childhood sweetheart. We two grew up together. That's just her personality. Calm down, let it go. He'll automatically call you in a moment. Oh? Zhang Yao said jokingly, are you so obedient? Of course. Xia Yan shook his head speechlessly, I'm his childhood sweetheart.
Ding 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 ding.
No, what did I say? Zhang Yao smiled and nodded, giving him an appreciative look.
Xia Yan smiled confidently and answered the phone directly.
How's it going, Su Chanshan? Are you calm now? How is it? Are you tired from military training? How about I bring you some lobsters after your military training?
Shrimp, you big head ghost. You little bastard, I'm your mother.
Mom? Xia Yan sat up with a start. Why are you calling? Chapter 98 Silent Mom. Xia Yan never dreamed that Su Chanshan would call her mother. This childhood sweetheart has absolutely no moral principles. But it's too late to say anything now. Su Chanshan has already called her mother. Even if I want to settle the score with my childhood sweetheart, I have to wait until I've dealt with my mom. Mom, why are you calling? You little bastard. How did you bully Chanshan again? She just called me and said you skipped military training and went to Sanya with other girls. Stinky boy, what's going on? Why did you go to Sanya? Also, what about the other girls Chanshan mentioned? Well. Xia Yan looked at the three girls' curious eyes and felt a little embarrassed. It's a long story.
You little bastard, you're still playing dumb with your mother.
Hurry up and tell me. What's going on? Hear us what happened.
Xia Yan told his mother what had happened in the past few days. Apart from the things about the system, I told my mother everything about the pursuit at Bai Yuning's home, Xia Jinwan's request for help, Jiang Yao's illness, and the encounter with Xin Zhaoi. After hearing this, my mother fell into a rare silence. After finishing everything, there was silence on the other end of the phone, which made Xia Yan feel uneasy.
Mom, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking? My mother's trembling voice sounded in the microphone. Yan. Are you hallucinating? Where the hell are you now? Mom will come pick you up right now. Wait until Mom picks you up, then we'll go to the hospital. Don't worry. Mom will cure you even if she loses everything she has. I will never send you to Qingshan. Xia Yan's face turned completely dark. Mom! What are you talking about? I'm not crazy. What Qingshan are you going to? Everything I told you is true. I'm on vacation in Sanya with 4 of my girlfriends right now. Are you really not crazy? No. I was so scared. You little brat, you almost scared me to death just now. But after listening to you talk about so much, you're a young lady, a genius girl, and a patient. You also said you were in such and such hotel in Sanya? I heard it's very expensive there. How do you have the money to go there? Well. Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning and said, it's the Xiao Bai I just told you about. His family is very rich. She paid for all the money for this trip. Bai Yuning had a crab claw in her mouth and looked at Xia Yan with a puzzled look. Having money at home is considered rich. But now I don't have a penny on me. Where do you get the money to pay the bill? Is this true? You kids still have this luck? And hooked up with a rich woman? Xia Yan was speechless. It's not a rich woman, it's a young lady. I'm a genuine young lady. You have a company worth 20 to 30 billion at home, and you're still short of this little money? You kid. It's been less than a week since school started, right? I only gave you 3,500 the day you left home. Now you're going there, kid, to have a nice dinner on a yacht? And with so many girls? I still don't believe it? Xia Yan was speechless. If you still don't believe it, then turn on the video call. Sure. I'll just open it and take a look. I wonder if you're just bragging. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yan sighed helplessly. Bai Yuning and the others looked over curiously. Xia Yan, who were you talking to on the phone just now? My mom. Xia Yan picked up his phone and said to the group, I just told you that I'm having a big dinner with you guys in Sanya. My mom just doesn't believe it. Look, she's on a video call to check on you guys. Video call? Bai Yuning blushed, quickly put down the crab legs in her hand, covered her face with her hands and ran back to the cabin. I don't want a video call. You're such a bad guy. This. Xia Jinwan's face also turned red. I want to take this photo. You guys eat first. I still have something to do. Xia Jinwan also slipped back to the cabin in shame. Xia Yan was speechless. Ding 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 ding. Video call ringing. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Yao with a smile on her face and Xin Zhaoi with an indifferent expression, and smiled. Well, you two suggest meeting my mom, right? No. Jiang Yao smiled and took Xia Yan's arm. I just happened to meet my aunt. Xin Zhaoi remained indifferent as always, no problem. Okay, I'll pick it up then. The call was connected and a beautiful woman appeared on the screen. Yan, where are your girlfriends? Why didn't I see it? Hello, Auntie. Following the sound, Jiang Yao's petite and delicate face appeared in front of Xia Yan's mother. Mother Xia was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. So beautiful? Such a beautiful girl is actually my son's girlfriend? When Mother Xia took a closer look, she saw that Jiang Yao was still gently holding Xia Yan's hand, and she was even more shocked. They were actually holding hands. And they are holding each other so intimately. It seems that the brat didn't lie to me. Hello, Auntie. An emotionless voice sounded from the side. Xia Yan took the phone and moved it to the side. Xin Zhaoi's indifferent yet beautiful face came into Xia's mother's sight. Mother Xia's eyes widened as she watched. Oh my god. This girl is even prettier than the previous one. And you can tell he has a good temperament. Such a beautiful girl is also the girlfriend of this brat? Do I have a fever? But the world has changed drastically? Why can't I understand anything at all?
Mother Xia was stunned for a moment, then quickly greeted the two of them with a smile.
Hey, hello. Auntie is glad to meet you. When will you return to the Magic City? Auntie will make you something delicious. Thank you, Auntie.
Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. When I return to the Magic City, I will definitely visit my aunt. Xin Zhaoyi's expression remained stern.
There will be a seminar in Magic City next month. I'll visit my aunt then. Okay. Auntie will be waiting for you then. I will definitely entertain you warmly.
Mother Xia smiled like a flower. Xia Yan picked up the phone and said with a proud smile.
Mom, did you see that?
What did I say? You little bastard. What happened these past few days? How did you become like this?
But
Mother Xia slowly raised her right hand and quietly gave a thumbs up.
Stinky boy. Good job. Xia Yan was speechless. Mom, do you finally believe it now?
Believe it.
But didn't you say there was a Miss Bai? Where is that Miss Bai? Yes. Auntie, I'm here.
Xia Yan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a dazed look on his face.
Bai Yuning. Are you kidding me? What are you wearing? Chapter 99. No one can be left behind.
I saw Bai Yuning wearing a white long dress, walking slowly towards me. The gentle aura is incompatible with the warm and exciting beach atmosphere. What was even more surprising was that Bai Yuning, who had originally had long hair draped over her shoulders, had tied her hair up at some point. She looked so solemn that if you didn't know her, you would think she was going to sell something.
Hello, Auntie. My name is Bai Yuning, and I'm Xia Yan's girlfriend. Nice to meet you.
Bai Yuning bent down slightly with a smile on her face.
The noble aura of a rich lady suddenly emerged from her body. Xia Yan was stunned by what he saw. Why haven't I seen her like this before? Isn't this too exaggerated?
Hey, hello. Mother Xia smiled kindly. Your name is Bai Yuning. What a nice name.
As long as you like it, Auntie.
Bai Yuning held Xia Yan's arm and stood aside. Xia Yan saved me 2 days ago. I should have said hello to you earlier, but I've been busy at school these past few days, so I was delayed for a few days.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Mother Xia smiled happily. I'm glad you're okay.
Auntie, I'm relieved now.
Xia's mother is not an ordinary person either. Having run a restaurant in Shanghai for more than 20 years, I have developed a pair of sharp eyes through all the ups and downs.
Can you tell what a person is like at a glance?
The Bai Yuning in front of him was obviously not an ordinary person. Mother Xia had never seen such noble aura on such a person before in a few people. Moreover, the temperament of those people is not as good as that of this little girl.
This little girl's family must be very rich. No wonder you can go to Sanya and have a big meal on a yacht. How many days have passed? What on earth happened to that brat?
Looking at Bai Yuning with a smile on her face, Mother Xia couldn't say anything else in front of him. But thinking of Su Chanshan's crying, Xia's mother still reminded Xia Yan.
Stinky boy, I don't care how you have fun in Sanya. Chanshan, I'm so angry at you that I'm crying. No matter what, you two grew up together as a group. You have to find a way to coax him into doing what he wants. We'll discuss the rest when you return to the Magic City. That's all.
Mother Xia smiled and greeted a few people before hanging up the video call. After the phone call was hung up, Xia's mother was still in shock for a long time.
Oh my god. How many days has school started? This guy hooked up with such a powerful rich lady? And look, there are some pretty girls beside him. I heard from them that these are all his girlfriends. Ha ha. Brat. Well done. I was originally worried about what to do if this kid doesn't get it.
Unexpectedly, he gave his mother a surprise right after he went to college.
This is great.
3 such beautiful girls.
They are all the bad boy-esque girlfriends. But even if he already has 3 girlfriends, Shanshan can't give up. That Yen Yen's childhood sweetheart. Watching him grow up, his character, family background, and appearance. They are all likable.
Shanshan was the destined daughter-in-law from the beginning.
Besides, Shufan and I have such a good relationship. We can't let that kid ruin our decades-long friendship. Never mind. Leave it to that kid. Other girls can't be missing. Shanshan also wants to be a daughter-in-law. Not one can be left behind.
After making up her mind, Xiao's mother immediately sent a text message to Xia Yan. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning with a smile and found it very interesting. I'm talking to Xiao Bai. When did you change into this outfit? I've never seen you like this before. How am I? Bai Yuning said proudly, I've always been like this. You just never know Mount Tai. Cut. Xia Yan glanced at Bai Yuning unhappily, but that move just now was really good. Didn't you see my mom couldn't find the words to say, so she just shrank back? I'm glad you know. Bai Yuning untied her hair again and sat at the dining table to eat. Okay, I'm going to continue enjoying my meal. Xia Yan looked at Bai Yuning with a funny expression. Okay. Enjoy your meal. Xia Yan. Jiang Yao looked over and smiled, is your childhood sweetheart okay? Shinjoui still looked indifferent, it seems like she is in trouble. Well enough. She has always been like that since she was a child. Just coax her. Just as I was about to eat, my cell phone suddenly rang. Stinky boy, I'm telling you in advance. You're like a good girlfriend, you have to win her over. We can't give up on a girl as good as Qianqian. I've told you what to do. The rest is up to you. Mom. Xia Yan was speechless. It's always like this. It caught people off guard. However, how should I coax that girl Su Qianqian? The next morning. When I woke up in the morning, a dark cloud covered the sky and the sun. Su Qianqian looked at the dark weather and felt unhappy. After I made the call yesterday, there was no response. Xia Yan never called again. He should still be in Sanya now, drinking and having fun with those girls, right? Snort. Damn Xia Yan. I hate you so much. He actually left her behind and went on a trip to Sanya with another woman? I will never talk to you again. Dragging her tired body, Su Qianqian slowly stood up. At the call of her roommate, she washed, dressed, and packed everything up. Together with several roommates, I followed the army green crowd and walked out of the dormitory. As I walked to the door, the crowd became more and more crowded. A group of people are blocking the door, I wonder what they are doing. The crowded situation made Su Qianqian feel even worse. What happened again? Why is there a traffic jam ahead? Do you know what happened up front? The girl in front turned around and shook her head. I heard from them that someone seemed to be blocking the door outside. Blocking the door? Su Qianqian was surprised. Is there anyone who dares to block the door outside the girls' dormitory? Wow! Someone's confessing their love outside. He looks like a very wealthy young man. I don't know which girl is so lucky. When Su Qianqian thought of confessing her love, she immediately thought of Xia Yan and those other girls. The personality is even worse. Hate. Just confess. What are you blocking the door for? Su Qianqian snorted coldly and prepared to leave through the side door. Suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the door. Su Qianqian, I like you, where is it? Xia Yan? Su Qianqian was stunned for a moment, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Xia Yan is back? Su Qianqian, I like you. Where are you? The students around also started to make a noise. Su Qianqian. Where are you? I'm here. Chapter 100 Little Childhood Sweetheart, done. I'm here. Su Qianqian walked forward excitedly, and the crowded crowd immediately split into two lines. Let Su Qianqian go straight forward. Listen to that familiar voice. Su Qianqian was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Is it him? Is that him? Is he back from Sanya? Did he come back just for me? When walking out of the dormitory through the crowded crowd, Su Qianqian looked at the scene in front of her and was stunned. Spacious living quarters outside. Xia Yan stood there holding a plate of cake, looking at Su Qianqian with a smile. There is also a fence made of flower petals behind it. It says Happy Birthday, Su Qianqian. I have to say, Xia Yan was lucky enough to come back from Sanya to celebrate his birthday. Su Qianqian was very happy. The problem is, my birthday is not on this day at all. My birthday just happened a week before school started. And that day, Xia Yan even pressed his head into the cake. I got so angry that I cried for a long time. This guy made it himself, so he definitely remembers his birthday clearly. But this guy actually wished himself a happy birthday in front of so many people. Isn't this just a way to tease yourself? Oh.
Birthday cake. Su Chanxian's boyfriend is quite handsome. That is. And he even came all the way here to celebrate her birthday. But I dote on her too much. Su Chanxian was so amused by the comments from people around her that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Xia Yan with a smile on her face, Su Chanxian suppressed the anger in her heart and slowly walked forward. Xia Yan, what are you doing here? We came back to celebrate your birthday. Us? Su Chanxian was confused. Xia Yan waved his hand behind him, and Bai Yuning and Shinjiao directly took out 2 candles and put them on the cake. They? Su Chanxian's heart trembled. Why are they here? Happy birthday to you. Bai Yuning glanced at Su Chanxian, her eyes full of pride. Sister Chanxian, this is the birthday cake I prepared for you. We picked it out especially for you and Sanya. Shinjiao remained indifferent. You're welcome. Su Chanxian was so angry that she almost cursed. Thanks? What should I thank you for? Thank you for stealing my childhood sweetheart? And that Bai Yuning. Younger sister? Are you kidding me? You look younger than me. And you said I was your sister. It is simply outrageous. Etc. Su Chanxian suddenly reacted, turned to look at Xia Yan, and asked in disbelief. Xia Yan, have you and him already? Xia Yan quickly shook his head. No. It looks like we haven't gotten that far. We haven't got our marriage certificate yet. Ha! Fortunately. Su Chanxian rolled her eyes at Xia Yan and said, if you dare to do that, you're dead. Fortunately, you haven't lost your virginity yet. Alright. Sister Chanxian. Bai Yuning smiled sweetly. Hurry up and blow out the candles. Everyone was a little confused when looking at the situation of these 4 people. This is? Celebrating your birthday with your older sister and younger sister? Looking at the cake in front of her, Su Chanxian sighed with mixed emotions, but still had a smile on her face. This is at the dormitory door. You can't embarrass yourself. You're playing a trick on me. I'll settle the score with you later. Su Chanxian blew a breath, and the candle slowly went out. The people watching around were envious and talked about it. Just when Su Chanxian was about to ask Xia Yan what he was going to do after returning, my vision suddenly went dark. The discussions around came to an abrupt halt. A familiar sweet taste mixed with a soft touch covered the entire face again. Stinky Xia Yan. Here we go again. I'm going to kill him. Xia Yan, you bastard, you. Su Chanxian slapped her head angrily. She had just wiped off the cream on her face when she saw Xia Yan holding a red key in front of her. Give. This is my belated birthday present. A birthday present? Su Chanxian looked at the red key in front of her and felt confused. What's this? Xia Yan turned the key and pressed it gently. 2 clear whistles sounded. Everyone looked back following the sound. What is in front of everyone now is a Ferrari F80 with a Beijing license plate. The bright red streamlined body, coupled with the extremely design-conscious body. And a design that takes into account both ultimate performance and driving experience. The superpower of 1200 horsepower can accelerate this beast to 100 kilometers in 5.75 seconds. The visual impact it brings is so strong. Not only Su Chanxian, but everyone around was stunned. What the hell? Such a nice sports car is actually a birthday gift for Su Chanxian? Isn't this too luxurious? Su Chanxian didn't expect this either. Xia Yan will give himself a supercar as a birthday present. Su Chanxian has also seen this kind of car in Shanghai. But most of the time, people just watch those rich second generation driving their cars to show off. Su Chanxian never imagined that one day she would own such a luxurious sports car. Su Chanxian was completely stunned. Xia Yan was also very satisfied with everyone's performance. Ever since his mother called last night, Xia Yan has been worrying about how to coax Su Chanxian. Years of experience have shown that if you want to make the awkward Su Chanxian happy, you just need to give him a little gift to divert his attention. Last night, when I was taking a night flight back to Beijing from Sanya, Wei Wu called me. After Xia Yan explained, Wei Wu very considerately recommended one of his good friends. Lao Du specializes in selling luxury cars. On Lao Du's recommendation. After much deliberation, Xia Yan finally chose this red Ferrari F80. Including the Beijing license plate, Xia Yan spent a total of 30 million. If it were in the past, this was money that Xia Yan would never have been able to earn in his dreams. But now, 30 million is just a small matter.
At the same time, Xia Yan bought this red Ferrari F80 for Su Chanshan. He also bought a few cars for Bai Yuning and others. However, those cars have not yet been shipped back to the country because they are relatively rare.
Su Chanshan looked at the red Ferrari F80 and her brain was no longer able to think.
Looking at the smiling Xia Yan, his eyes gradually turned red.
Is this really for me?
Of course. Xia Yan placed the keys in front of Su Chanshan and said, "From now on, this car is yours."
Su Chanshan jumped suddenly and hugged Xia Yan tightly. Xia Yan. Thank you. Feeling Su Chanshan in my arms. Xia Yan smiled slightly.
Little childhood sweetheart, just brings you laughter.
Su Chanshan. Done. Chapter 101, Rich and Unkind. Holding Su Chanshan's delicate body, the system's prompt sound rang in my ears again. Su Chanshan's favorability +1. Su Chanshan's favorability +1. Su Chanshan's favorability +1.
Su Chanshan's favorability has reached 50 points, and you will be rewarded with 10 Su Chanshan precognition cards.
Precognition card? System, what is this?
Precognition card, after using it, you can randomly know an event that will happen to Su Chanshan in the future.
Is there such a thing? I didn't expect that. What happened to Su Chanshan? System. Use 1.
Using the prediction card, random selection is being made. A flash of inspiration came to my eyes.
Xia Yan suddenly saw a clip. On the playground of Peking University, Su Chanshan was standing there in her military training uniform.
A group of people surrounded her. There was also a boy kneeling on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand and confessing his love to Su Chanshan, whose face was ashen.
Su Chanshan, I like you, be my girlfriend.
There were a few boys around helping the boy to make trouble.
Su Chanshan, agree to Lu Hao. Promise him. Promise him. Su Chanshan looked at Lu Hao, who was kneeling in front of her with a dark face, not knowing what to do. The picture stops here.
Seeing this scene, Xia Yan smiled coldly.
I didn't expect that. Someone is actually trying to poach my girlfriend.
And he's even stealing the girl from my childhood sweetheart.
Who is this Lu Hao? Xia Yan didn't ask Su Chanshan, but just looked around. Suddenly I found a familiar face. It was Lu Hao, who was kneeling on one knee in the video.
I saw that guy looking at me with a sullen face. His eyes were full of indignation. It turned out to be this guy.
He. Interesting.
Lu Hao felt the coldness in Xia Yan's eyes, his eyes flashed, and he turned his head away with a resentful look.
Damn guy. So what if you have money? I just want to get Su Chanshan. I'm going to fight you this time. You are not a student of Peking University. If you have the guts, just keep staring at Su Chanshan. Snort. Lu Hao turned and left. Xia Yan glanced at him lightly and then looked away. Boy.
After I became rich, I never thought of being unkind due to my wealth.
Today I finally bumped into you. He. Xia Yan.
Su Chanshan raised her head with a flushed face, her eyes full of spring water. This gift is too precious.
I can't have it. You'd better take it back. Need not.
Xia Yan smiled and shook his head. I said this gift is for you, it's for you.
I will never take back the gifts I have given you. But. No but.
Xia Yan looked at Su Chanshan, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and suddenly remembered something.
Oh, I almost forgot. You're not feeling well today, are you? What's wrong? Xia Yan blinked and winked. You are not feeling well today. So you can't do military training. You have to go to the hospital with me for a checkup. You're right, aren't you? Oh. Su Chanshan came back to her senses and said, yes. I do feel a little unwell. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup. Okay. Xia Yan looked at Su Chanshan's roommates whom he had met in the restaurant before. Hello. Su Chanshan is not feeling well and needs to go to the hospital for a checkup.
Please ask the instructor for leave for him. I'll talk to the instructor and counselor when I get back from the hospital.
It's okay. Su Chanshan's roommate is very enthusiastic, and her generosity in the restaurant last time was eye-catching. Today's Ferrari F80 is even more impressive. We will ask for leave for Chanshan. Good. Thank you. Xia Yan pulled Su Qianqian and walked out. Bai Yuning looked at Xia Yan angrily, but still turned around and left with Xin Zhaoyi. Su Qianqian looked at the Ferrari F80 parked on campus and suddenly became anxious. Hey! My car is still parked there. Just leaving like this? What are you afraid of? I've asked someone to find you a dedicated parking space at Peking University. Someone's going to park that car there in a minute. Just wait until you get back to school in 2 days, then drive there. In 2 days? Su Qianqian looked puzzled. You haven't been in school these past 2 days? Of course. Xia Yan gave Su Qianqian a funny look and said, because I went to Sanya without you, you actually reported me to my mom and Aunt Su. How dare I abandon you? Snort. Su Qianqian blushed when she heard this, but she still said confidently, who told you to abandon me? Didn't I bring you with me? Let's go. I'll take you to see the house today, and then we'll take a flight to Sanya this afternoon. Looking at houses? What house are you looking at? Buy a house. Xia Yan said calmly, how can our Miss Qianqian not have a house of her own? House. Su Qianqian looked over in disbelief, are you crazy? Do you know how expensive housing prices are in the capital? Are you buying a house here? So what? Xia Yan man didn't care, I told you to watch, so just watch. Haven't you always wanted to be a princess since you were little? There just so happen to be several villas around here, all in European style. And there are those manors and those palace-like houses. Which one do you like? Buy it. Or if you like them all, buy them all. After that, you can buy as many clothes as you want. It's all up to you. Su Qianqian looked at Xia Yan with a calm face and suddenly felt a little strange. Are you serious? Of course it's true. Xia Yan pulled Su Qianqian out of the Peking University gate, and a silver-gray Rolls-Royce slowly stopped at the door. Let's go. Why are we going to see the villa now? Sitting in the luxurious Rolls-Royce, Su Qianqian swallowed her saliva and looked at Xia Yan with excitement. Xia Yan, if you say that, I won't be polite. Don't worry. You can pick whatever you want today, whatever you choose. Buy whatever you want. Very good. 4 people got in the car and the car started slowly. Xia Yan looked at the excited Su Qianqian and smiled slightly. But his right hand was on the phone and he typed a line of words. Brother Wei, do you have any friends who can investigate personal information? Chapter 102, Family Destroyed. Wei Wu is indeed the tough guy in the capital. When it comes to checking people's information, he not only quickly recommended several candidates. He also personally asked Xia Yan for the information of the person he wanted to check. Soon, Lu Ha's personal information was completely dug out. Oh. I wonder why this guy is so arrogant. You saw that I gave you a Ferrari F80, and you are still so brave. Grew up in the imperial capital. His father opened an import and export trading company and made a fortune of nearly 100 million yuan with the help of some so-called official information. His mother died after giving birth to him. He was raised by his grandparents since he was a child. Pampered countless times at home. He's been causing trouble since he was little. I have been fighting with other people since elementary school. Because I molested girls, their parents came to my house and I received several punishments. When he reached middle school, he became even more lawless and didn't dare to bully those who had better backgrounds than him. He only dared to bully students from outside Beijing, and even got a girl pregnant. Later, I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to settle the matter. I also escaped to another school. After high school, I switched to sports. Apart from training every day, I just make trouble. A promising student from another school who could get into Peking University or Tsinghua University was expelled from school. Later, he was beaten up for messing with someone else's girlfriend. Forced to transfer schools. Fortunately, the other party's background is not that strong. His father wasn't too scared and saved him. He was transferred to a key high school. Here, the same old trick happens again. Playing with girls whose families are not as good as his. As a result, the 2 girls dropped out of school after they got pregnant. His dad paid the money. Later, when it came to the college entrance examination, he was admitted to Peking University as a sports student. Oh. Turns out he's such a little bastard. He probably targeted Su Qianqian this time because he saw that her family background was not as good as his. But this guy is also very brave. After seeing that I gave you a Ferrari 80,
you still dare to come close to me. I was originally prepared to live in harmony with you. Since you don't appreciate the favor I gave you, don't blame me. Xia Yan put down his phone and looked at the strange scene in front of him, feeling both amused and confused. Su Chanqian and Bai Yuning were staring at each other. Xin Zhaohui held a cup of coffee and sipped it quietly. It's as if nothing happened. Xia Yan looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel very funny. All right. What are you two doing? We are all good sisters, don't be so hostile. Who is his good sister? That's right. I don't even know him. Su Chanqian and Bai Yuning snorted and turned their heads away at the same time. Xia Yan found it very interesting and said, okay. Don't fight between you two. If anything bad happens, blame me. If you want to vent your anger, just come to me. Don't hurt the harmony between you. Snort. Bai Yuning snorted softly, sat down next to Xia Yan, and put her arm around Xia Yan. What kind of harmony? She yelled at you that day. Still so angry at you. I don't want to be sisters with someone who hurts you like this. Su Chanqian was completely stunned when she heard this. You are such a perverted woman. Xia Yan is my childhood sweetheart who grew up with me. We grew up together, and our relationship is many times deeper than yours. You've only known him for a few days. How can you compare with me? Then why didn't you go to school with Xia Yan on the first day of school? Do you know how sad Xia Yan is in the box because you didn't come? He actually abandoned Xia Yan just because of a so-called celebrity's concert. It seems that in your heart, Xia Yan is not important at all. You. Su Chanqian was speechless for a moment. She was really wrong in this matter. Thinking of this, Su Chanqian also got angry. If Xia Yan hadn't gone to see Brother Kun's concert that day, perhaps he would never have met this girl. She wouldn't have gotten there first. What a miscalculation. Oof. Can't you tell? Bai Yuning's proud look is very cute. You left Xia Yan behind to watch the concert. We got through it together that night. The feelings between us have long been deeper than yours. You. I don't admit it. It's no use if you don't admit it. Bai Yuning looked very proud. I have given myself completely to Xia Yan. That night, I asked Xia Yan. I was his first time. From this perspective, I'm your sister. No matter how hard you work in the future, you'll always be behind me. Got it? Student Su Chanqian? Elder sister? First? Su Chanqian's eyes widened in anger, and she looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Is what she said true? Xia Yan smiled shyly. How can I say this? Actually, there's hope for both of us to be this first time. But that night, your relatives came. So Xiaobai got there first. You're only one step away. You. Su Chanqian's entire body flushed red. Damn Xia Yan, I'm going to bite you to death. Su Chanqian grabbed Xia Yan's arm and bit it. Hiss. The intense pain made Xia Yan grimace in pain. Wow. You're a dog. You really bite. Just bite. Su Chanqian's eyes were red. You obviously belong to me. Why should we let others interfere? Bad guy. Ouch. Little pearls are flowing. Who sheds little pearls? Su Chanqian wiped away her tears and turned her head away. But the tears still flowed out uncontrollably. Xia Yan looked at it and smiled helplessly. This is also your fault. I've given you many hints before. You ignored me. My luck has changed because of you, Ning. To earn such a huge fortune. Things have already come to this. If you don't want to, there's nothing I can do. Asshole. Su Chanqian punched Xia Yan on the chest and looked at Bai Yuning with a smug look on her face without showing any weakness. I won't back down. I will never give anything that belongs to me to anyone else. Isn't it just the first time? I'll give it to you tonight. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Snort. Bai Yuning looked confident. Hee. Okay. I accept your challenge. Let's see who can win tonight. The winner becomes the older sister. The loser will be a good sister. Make a deal. Looking at the passionate gazes between Su Chanqian and Bai Yuning, Xia Yan was speechless. What's this? Have I become a competition venue? Xia Yan was speechless when Su Chanqian's phone suddenly rang. The three of them looked down.
A text message appeared on the screen. Su Chanxian, I like you, please be my girlfriend. Lu Hao.
Bai Yuning chuckled, her eyes full of mockery.
Su Chanxian's face darkened and her brows furrowed deeply.
Xia Yan's eyes froze, and he was both amused and helpless.
Good job. I haven't even looked for you yet, and you came up here on your own? You're so impatient that you want to die. Hello, is this Brother Wei?
As for that Lu Hao just now, I want his family to be destroyed.
How much does it cost? Chapter 103. It's my turn. Family broken up?
Wei Wu was stunned when he heard this. How did this guy named Lu Hao offend this young master?
Why did his family suddenly become destroyed? Is the violence so strong? Brother Xia, what happened? Hey, this guy has no eyes.
You're trying to poach my girlfriend right in front of me.
He wants my childhood sweetheart to be his girlfriend. Do you think there's any need for this kind of guy to exist? No wonder.
I was wondering, why does Brother Xia, who has always been so gentle and refined, suddenly want to destroy his family? It turns out that someone has stolen her girlfriend.
How audacious. This guy named Lu Hao is not a good guy either. But the destruction of a family is a bit too much.
In this day and age, it's a bit unacceptable for a family to be broken up and killed.
But it's still possible to leave this kid penniless. Don't worry about this matter, Brother Xia. I'll help you with that. Thank you so much, Brother Wei. How much money do you need? I'll transfer it to you. Need not. You still have to pay for this little thing? I figured it out myself. Just believe it. Okay, thank you, Brother Wei. Fine. After the phone was hung up, Su Chanxian looked over curiously. How's it going? Is the matter settled? How do we deal with that kid? I don't know either.
Xia Yan put the phone aside and said, anyway, he dared to steal my girl, so he needs to pay the price.
My childhood sweetheart, is that something he could even think of? Hate.
Su Chanxian blushed and punched Xia Yan. You talk as if I'm your fake wife.
How?
Xia Yan reached out and hugged Su Chanxian in his arms. You are my childhood sweetheart.
Don't even think about getting away from me in this life.
After saying that, he sealed Su Chanxian's lips. Su Chanxian punched Xia Yan twice, closed her eyes, and leaned in Xia Yan's arms with a satisfied look on her face.
Bad guy. You are all mine. I won't give you to anyone. Su Chanxian's favorability +1. Su Chanxian's favorability +1. Su Chanxian's favorability plus.
The system's prompt sound continued to ring, and not long after, another pleasant voice sounded in my ears.
Su Chanxian's favorability has reached 60 points. Receive 10 random Su Chanxian promotion cards. Random upgrade card? What is this?
Random improvement card. After use, you can randomly improve a certain aspect of Su Chanxian's characteristics.
Everything is random. Is there such a thing? Use 1. In use. Randomly draw an improvement card to improve Su Chanxian's skin quality. Su Chanxian's skin immediately showed subtle changes.
Xia Yan, who held Su Chanxian in his arms, immediately felt that her skin had become very smooth.
It feels like a baby's skin. Not only that. The skin that was originally tanned due to military training was instantly refreshed. The skin texture is as smooth as sheep fat and as delicate as a baby's. Bai Yuning, who was jealous, and Xinjiaoi, who was sipping coffee, immediately noticed this. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Oh my god. It's like her skin suddenly changed. That's right. Xinjiaoi was even more shocked. I just saw clearly that her skin was completely renewed in an instant. The whole person's skin is tender, smooth and white. It's unbelievable. Su Chanxian was still immersed in Xia Yan's deep kiss. When Xia Yan left, she looked at the shocked eyes of the two women and felt confused. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Xinjiaoi was surprised. Didn't you notice any changes in yourself? Change? What changes? Bai Yuning was no longer jealous and directly took out a mirror from her pocket. Look for yourself. Your skin just underwent a complete transformation. What? Su Chanxian took a closer look and was stunned for a moment, then her heart was filled with ecstasy. Oh my god. How did my skin become so good? In the past 2 days, the tan I got from military training has suddenly disappeared. And how come it's so white and tender? It's become so slippery. Oh my god. How on earth is this done? Bai Yuning looked at Xiaoyan with suspicion. You and Xiaoyan were kissing just now. While we were kissing, your skin suddenly changed. The three girls all looked at Xiaoyan, who smiled faintly. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Su Chanxian looked at Xiaoyan in disbelief. Xiaoyan, is it you who caused my skin to become like this? Xiaoyan smiled and said half jokingly, how do you put it? I'm just like Tang Monk. Whoever eats Tang Monk's flesh will be immortal. Although I'm not as powerful as Tang Sanzang, you can still evolve by kissing me and communicating with me. As long as you are my woman, you will never grow old. You can stay young forever and live forever. Su Chanxian was completely annoyed. I'm asking you seriously, and you're kidding me. I believe it. Bai Yuning hugged Xiaoyan's head and kissed him directly. Xiaoyan felt Bai Yuning's enthusiasm and his heart was surging. This is a good opportunity. With this excuse, it will be easier to do anything in the future. System, use Bai Yuning's lottery gift box. In use. Win the lucky draw and get the hair solidifying pill. What the hell is this? Hair condensing pill. After use, the user's hair will automatically begin to condense the essence of heaven and earth. Over time, the user's hair will be nourished by nature and undergo all sorts of miraculous changes. Oh my god. Is there such a thing? Give it to both of us. Using. Xiaoyan felt a sweet taste in his mouth, but before he could react, the hair solidifying pill quickly melted in the entanglement of the two tongues. As the hair solidifying pill melted into their bodies, Xiaoyan and Bai Yuning's hair all emitted a faint glow. Su Chanxian was stunned by this miraculous change. Even Xinjiaoui couldn't maintain her original indifference, and her eyes were full of strange lights. Oh my god. What Xiaoyan said turned out to be true. He really is Tang Monk meat. Xiaoyan took his lips back from Bai Yuning's mouth and looked at the two of them while panting. How about it? Do you believe it now? Aha! Su Chanxian nodded heavily, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Xiaoyan. Is it my turn again this time? No. It's my turn. Xinjiaoui took the lead and hugged Xiaoyan and kissed him hard. Chapter 104 Bankruptcy Investigation. Lips and teeth intertwined. A fragrance emanated from Xinjiaoui's mouth. Xiaoyan savored it carefully and finally came up with only 2 words. So delicious. Xiaoyan was enjoying it. But Xiaobai and Shanshan's eyes were almost burning with anger. I was careless. This woman is very low-key. But he acted very quickly. Without hesitation. This kind of benefit is like Tang Monk's meat. When I saw it, I pounced on it directly. Without any hesitation at all. The two men looked very angry and never stepped forward to pull Xinjiaoui down. The changes that have happened to me are very obvious. Bai Yuning's hair is still emitting a faint glow. They were also very curious about what changes would happen to Xinjiaoui after she kissed Xiaoyan. The two of them suppressed their anger temporarily and looked at the two people kissing passionately with curiosity. He stared at Xinjiaoui closely, not daring to relax even a little. Xinjiaoui was also feeling the changes in her body. In addition to the rapid heartbeat and hot face. Apart from this, there are no other changes. After sucking for nearly 5 minutes, Xinjiaoui let go of Xiaoyan with regret. Xiaoyan, why is there no change in me? Xiaoyan, who was being sucked to the point of lack of oxygen, said dazedly, maybe you don't like me enough. Yu Ning and Xianxian both like me very much now. Your feelings for me may not have reached that level yet. So there are very few changes. Yeah. For the first time, a look of loss appeared on Xinjiaoui's indifferent face. Bai Yuning and Su Chanxian looked at each other with pride and raised their heads triumphantly. If you want to say I like it, I have to be me. 2. Xinjiaoui lowered her head, feeling very lost. Xiaoyan looked at her and quickly comforted her. Jiaoui, don't be too sad. Your personality is just like that. It's not easy for you to like someone. I don't usually care about you very much, and our relationship hasn't progressed that fast. As long as you are willing, I believe that one day, your feelings for me will reach the level of Yu Ning and Xianxian. I trust you. Yeah? Xinjiaoui raised her head and a smile appeared on her face. The warm smile that appeared on that always indifferent face made Xiaoyan's heart skip a beat. I was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. Is Zhaoi so beautiful when she smiles?
She is worthy of being a beauty with a beauty score of 90 points.
That's awesome. Shinzhoui's favorability +1. Shinzhoui's favorability +1. Shinzhoui favorability plus.
Shinzhoui's favorability has reached 10 points.
Receive 10 random cashback cards from Shinzhoui. Good. 10 more cashback cards. Xia Yan. 2. Yu Ning and Xianxian looked at Xia Yan with displeasure. What are you daydreaming about? Me? I'm just wondering what kind of villa I should buy for you later.
The two women looked at Xia Yan with dissatisfaction, their eyes full of doubt. Shinzhoui smiled, and her expression quickly returned to indifference.
It made Xia Yan feel very sorry.
The car slowly stopped.
Xia Yan looked at the villa area outside the window and his eyes lit up. All right. We've arrived at the villa area. Let's go. Let's go see if there are any nice villas.
Several people got out of the car and walked towards the villa park.
While several people were visiting the villa, on the other side, Lu Hao was sitting on the lawn with his classmates.
The morning sunshine did not dispel the gloom in Lu Hao's heart. The dazzling Ferrari F80 in the morning and the boy who held Su Chanshan in his arms became the biggest shadow in Lu Hao's heart. Lu Hao fell in love with Su Chanshan on the first day of school. The Lolita clothes she wore and her unique coquettish temperament made Lu Hao fall in love with her at first sight. How great it would be to conquer such a spoiled girl, play with her well, and then abandon her without hesitation. This kind of thing has happened many times since I was a child. When you see those high and mighty girls falling into your trap and then being abandoned by you, you will feel miserable.
The darkness in Lu Hao's heart was greatly satisfied. It just so happens that Su Chanshan's family conditions are not that good.
Compared with his own wealth of over 100 million, Su Chanshan's family conditions are nothing special.
This kind of girl can be wooed by just spending some money.
The plan was obviously successful, but a boy suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Not only did he give Su Chanshan a Ferrari F80 worth more than 30 million,
he also took Su Chanshan away from school. The thought of Su Chanshan being held in that boy's arms.
Lu Hao was burning with anger. Take out your phone.
There is no reply to the text message I sent before.
Just thinking about what Su Chanshan will do after being taken away by that man.
Lu Hao wanted to rush out of the school and give that guy a good beating.
This thing. I won't let it go so easily. How about having money?
So what about Ferrari? There is no woman that I, Lu Hao, cannot play with if I like her.
Do you like Su Chanshan? I'll find a way to deal with Su Chanshan. I'm gonna put a hat on you. What can you do? Thinking of this, Lu Hao immediately opened WeChat. He knows several guys who sell candy.
Those guys' candies are magical weapons for conquering cities.
Just one can make the heart of a chaste saint move. Don't you just have a Ferrari? I want to see if Su Chanshan can handle all that candy. If one isn't enough, I'll use 2. 2 1T work, I'll use 4 first. It's just a toy anyway. I can play it however I want. Lu Hao is in contact. The phone suddenly rang. Hey, what's wrong, Dad? You bastard, you little bastard, who on earth did you provoke? Now the family's funding chain is completely broken. The bank also wants to collect the payment in advance. What on earth did you do? What? The funding chain is broken? Lu Hao was stunned for a moment. I didn't do anything. Did you make a mistake in some procedure? You bastard, my friend at the bank told me this. They said you messed with the wrong people. You bastard, didn't I tell you to behave yourself after you got into Peking University? Are you causing trouble again? What on earth have you done? Our family is going bankrupt. What's up? Could it be? Lu Hao's face turned pale. Su Chanshan. Did I just express my feelings? That guy just killed me. Is that too much? Isn't he afraid that he will be destroyed? 2 policemen walked over, and a shadow covered Lu Hao completely. Lu Hao. According to the investigation, you are related to a case of bewitching and forcing a woman a few years ago. Please follow us back to the bureau for investigation. Lu Hao's body froze and his phone fell straight onto the lawn. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 105 3 billion? Ocean Villa District. The enthusiastic sales lady was entertaining Xia Yan and his friends.
A group of people slowly walked up the spiral staircase of the villa. Su Chanxian was already deeply attracted by this luxurious villa.
Gentlemen, our Ocean Villa district can be said to be the best villa district in Beijing. Sitting in the villa, you can enjoy the beautiful lake view. The air is fresh and the environment is good. Plus the elegant design instantly improve your quality of life. The sales lady was still introducing her products, but Su Chanxian was already dazzled. Su Chanxian's family conditions are considered average in Shanghai. Although we don't have a villa at home, we do have a high-rise villa in the city. But those houses are not even on the same level as the villa in front of us. Su Chanxian also has good friends like that. But the best-off homes of those friends are only half the size of the villa in front of me. Su Chanxian never thought that one day she would own a villa like this. Listening to the salesperson's introduction, Su Chanxian felt like she was dreaming. Turn around and take a look. Xia Yan was listening to the sales introduction with interest. Bai Yuning's eyes were very calm. As for Xinzhou, she looked even more indifferent. No reaction to any of this at all. Judging from their reactions and behavior towards the villa in front of them, they were not very excited about it. The jewelry and jewels on Bai Yuning's body were all the objects of Su Chanxian and her roommates' fantasies when they were studying late into the night. Although Xinzhou didn't wear any jewelry, her aura showed that she was not an ordinary person. Are these people's families so well off? Flourishing? What's wrong? Sorry, wait a minute. Su Chanxian smiled and pulled Xia Yan aside. Xia Yan, are you serious about this? Are you really going to buy me a villa? Is that still true? How? Xia Yan looked puzzled. Could it be that you don't want it? Do you have that much money? No problem. It's just a villa. If you are not satisfied with this, I should show you a few more. Su Chanxian glanced at Xia Yan with a puzzled look on her face. Are you really Xia Yan? It's not even a week into school yet. You've become like this? Where did you get the money? Don't worry about that. I have it anyway. Do you want to buy it or not? Well, buy it. Su Chanxian pointed at the villa in front of her and asked the sales lady. Hello, how much is this house? The sales lady's eyes lit up and her smile was incredibly sweet. Miss, this villa is the most beautifully designed villa in our villa complex. If you want it now, it only costs 90 million. We'll also give you 2 years of butler service. 90 million? Su Chanxian's heart trembled and she turned to look at Xia Yan. No, you heard it. 90 million, buy it. Okay. Xia Yan directly took out his bank card and handed it to the sales lady. Here, swipe the card. Yes, sir. The sales lady was delighted and asked, do you have your ID? I'll register the transfer for you now. Su Chanxian, take out your ID card. It's registered in her name. A few minutes later, after Su Chanxian signed a series of contracts under the guidance of the sales lady, this villa was completely under Su Chanxian's name. Until several staff members came together to congratulate. Su Chanxian still felt a sense of unreality. This villa belongs to me? A villa worth 90 million. Still in the imperial capital. Looking at the villa key in her hand, Su Chanxian felt completely dazed. Oh my god. Is this actually true? I really have a villa. No way. I feel dizzy. Su Chanxian's legs went limp and Xia Yan quickly caught her. Hey! Su Chanxian, what's wrong with you? Su Chanxian fainted in Xia Yan's arms, her eyes full of disbelief. Xia Yan, am I really not dreaming? Xia Yan was speechless and pinched Su Chanxian lightly. Ah! It hurts. Su Chanxian gently hit Xia Yan. What are you doing? Are you in pain? Nonsense. Doesn't it hurt when I pinch you? If it hurts, it means it's real. Yes. Su Chanxian was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly she started celebrating. Yeah. Very good. I actually have a villa. Marvelous. Ha 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 ha. Su Chanxian was partying on the side, while Xia Yan and Bai Yuning stood aside speechlessly. Hey, Xia Yan, is she really like this? Xia Yan shrugged, no way. Her family is only considered middle class in Shanghai. She has loved villas since she was a child. Now I bought her a European-style, princess-style villa. It's a dream come true. I see.
Bai Yuning thought about it and nodded with her cute little head. Well, then it really is a dream come true for him. Ding 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 ding.
Hey, Brother Wei, what's wrong? Oh, is it done? What? Is his family bankrupt? He was arrested too. Will there be a sentence? How long will the sentence be? More than 20 years? Indefinitely? Okay, I got it. Thank you, Brother Wei. Ah, I'll treat you to a meal later. That's it for now. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yuning looked curious. What are you talking about? Who sentenced me?
The guy who just texted her. I had someone check his information and found out that he has a long history of bad deeds.
From childhood to adulthood, I don't know how many good girls I have harmed.
His family still has some money, and I helped him suppress it before.
I've exposed the truth this time. The girls all stood up and sued him. With so many people, that kid will be sentenced to life imprisonment if not death, right? Yeah, not bad.
Bai Yuning felt very relieved. This kind of scum should be dealt with.
Ha ha.
Su Qianqian's excitement wore off, and she walked up to Bai Yuning with a smug look on her face.
Look. Xia Yan bought me a villa. A villa worth 90 million. Xia Yan bought this for me. You didn't?
Bai Yuning glanced at Su Qianqian speechlessly, then looked at Xia Yan. Do you want me to speak or do you want me to speak?
Xia Yan smiled helplessly. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Don't irritate her too much. What's exciting? Su Qianqian's heart tightened. What are you talking about? Bai Yuning smiled slightly. Don't you know?
A few days ago, Xia Yan spent 3 billion to buy me a Sehiyuan with 5 courtyards.
3 billion. Xia Yan. All right. Xia Yan quickly grabbed Su Qianqian's hand and said, let's go. Let's go buy another house. Yuning, Zhaoyi, let's go. Chapter 106. The key to improvement is right here.
Under Su Qianqian's protest, several people quickly left the Ocean Villa district.
I went to other villa areas to look around.
Xia Yan, Bai Yuning, and Su Qianqian all picked out several villas they liked in these different villa areas.
A total of nearly 1 billion was spent. These villas soon fell into the names of several people.
Xia Yan originally wanted to buy a set for Xinzhouyi as well. However, Xinzhouyi had no interest in these things. In her words, he had lived in a house like this since he was a child.
It doesn't matter whether you buy these things or not. Xia Yan could only let it go. After buying the house, it was already night. Su Qianqian is still excited. The day before, he was just a freshman studying at Peking University. Today, I have several villas in the imperial capital. And they are all the princess style that Su Qianqian likes.
Su Qianqian was so happy when she thought that these villas all belonged to her. When I was in high school, I wanted to buy some little skirts, but even if my mom gave me money, I had no place to put them.
It's okay now.
There are several villas there.
Buy as many mini skirts as you want. So cool. Just when Su Qianqian was still thinking about what little skirt to buy, Xia Yan sat over with a smile. Qianqian, it's evening now. Do you think we can do what we want to do? Su Qianqian looked confused. What's going on? Xia Yan smiled and said, didn't you say before that you would give yourself to me? Have you forgotten?
Su Qianqian's face turned red and her heart was beating fast.
I haven't forgotten. But, isn't this too fast? Too fast? No. Xia Yan smiled happily. We have known each other for so many years. Growing up together. Don't you like me? I like it very much. But...
Su Qianqian's face turned red with embarrassment when she thought about doing that kind of thing. Besides, it started when she fell in love with Lolita skirts.
She has only one wish.
That is, to wear the most beautiful bridal Lolita dress in the world and be together with the person you love.
Now I have my love nest and the person I love is right in front of me.
The only thing missing is the most beautiful Lolita dress for brides in the world.
The first time is very important. Su Qianqian doesn't want to leave any regrets. Well, I still have some things to do. Once I finish that thing, I will definitely give myself to you. What's going on? Don't worry about it.
Su Qianqian pushed Xia Yan out the door, saying, I'll come find you in person after I'm done with this.
Just wash up and wait for me then. What's the matter? Tell me.
When I grow up, I'm going to wear the most beautiful bridal Lolita dress in the world. I'm going to find the most beautiful Lolita dress for my bride right now. Just wait for me obediently. That's it. What else do I think I am doing? I'll help you. You help me? Su Chanshan was stunned for a moment. Do you know where to buy those skirts? Have no idea. I don't know what else you're talking about. Get out. Oh, I don't know. But I know someone. He's been running the business in the capital for many years, so he must know a lot of people. I'll ask him if he knows any fashion designers. Why don't I ask her to come over and design it for you personally? I want a Lolita designer. Does he know anyone? Well, the imperial capital is a world-class city after all. Those people must be in here. I'm sure you'll find it. Why don't you go find it quickly? Hurry up. Su Chanshan blushed. When you find it, I'll design a skirt. Then I'll give myself to you. Can I get an advance payment first? Cannot. Go find it for me quickly. Su Chanshan pushed Xia Yan out of the door and leaned against it with her face flushed red. Really? It's so embarrassing. Xia Yan, bad guy. Looking at the closed door, Xia Yan sighed helplessly. I was originally planning to have some meat tonight. I didn't expect that I would be alone in an empty room again. What a pity. Hello, is this Brother Wei? Ah, it's me, Xia Yan. Look, my childhood sweetheart and I want to design a Lolita dress similar to a wedding gown. Do you know any young designers like that? Introduce one to me. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Well, thank you for your help. After hanging up the phone, Wei Wu was very funny. Big brother, you're pretty quick. Now it's time to start designing wedding dresses. But, this Lolita. Why? It seems that Miss Xiao Shuwei specializes in this area. Xiao Shuwei complained to me before. Yes, that's him. Wei Wu quickly called Xiao Shuwei. After Xiao Shuwei knew about it, she was overjoyed. Okay. Please rest assured, Mr. Wei. I'll ask Shiro to contact that gentleman right now. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shuwei Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since my daughter became obsessed with Lolita, she has been stuck in it and can't get out. I almost failed the school graduation project. Now she stays at home and draws her Lolita design drafts every day. It's really worrying. Now that's good. This Mr. Xia that Mr. Wei mentioned is a young and promising man who even wants to design a Lolita wedding dress for his childhood sweetheart. With Mr. Xia, maybe Shiro can get out of this situation. Right. Let Shiro call Mr. Xia now. Shuwei Wei looked excited and called her daughter with her cell phone. The other side. Xia Yan was just about to take a break when he suddenly saw Shinjiaoi sitting alone in front of the window, staring blankly at the moon, wondering what she was thinking about. The quiet Shinjiaoi wore a white dress and a pair of white sandals. Her white feet made people unable to take their eyes off her. So beautiful. Looking at the diamond necklace in his pocket, Xia Yan's eyes lit up and he immediately had an idea. Jiaoi. Haven't you rested yet? No. Shinjiaoi slowly turned her head, a hint of curiosity in her indifferent eyes. Aren't you going to mate with Su Chanshan? Xia Yan was speechless. It's about affection, not mating. It's all the same, right? No, the same. Xia Yan sat next to Shinjiaoi. What? I've got a gift for you. Xia Yan took out a diamond necklace and smiled at Shinjiaoi. A gift? A necklace? I don't like wearing necklaces. This necklace is not meant to be worn around the neck. Not around the neck? Where to take it? He. Of course it's this way? Here? Shinjiaoi looked puzzled. Is this an anklet? Bingo! More eye-catching. Looking at Xia Yan who was concentrating, Shinjiaoi's heart started beating fast for some reason. What's wrong with me? Is there something wrong with your heart? Shinjiaoi's favorability +1. Shinjiaoi's favorability +1. Shinjiaoi's favorability plus. Xia Yan looked up in surprise. What happened? I said so much before but my favorability didn't improve much. How to kiss? Wearing an anklet can improve your performance so much? Could this be the key to improving Shinjiaoi's favorability? Chapter 107 Lolita's Wedding Dress. Wear an anklet. The sparkling diamonds hanging on the mutton fat ankles are so dazzling. Xiaoyan gently massaged Yuan looked at Shinjiawi with interest. Jiawi, do you like these? Shinjiawi looked at the diamond necklace on her ankle, and a ripple appeared in her calm heart.
Have no idea.
But it's really beautiful and striking. If I had a choice, maybe from now on, I would always wear this necklace on my ankle.
He. Xiaoyan looked at Shinjiawi's indifferent eyes with a smile on his face. That's what love is. Haven't you known what this kind of feeling is like since you were a child? What you are experiencing now is love.
Yeah? There was a hint of confusion in Shinjiawi's indifferent eyes. Xiaoyan's heart moved, and he gently took Shinjiawi's hand and pulled her into his arms. He gently held Shinjiawi in his arms.
It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. The day you met me at school meant there was a destiny between us.
As long as you are willing to stay, I will never let go.
We still have a lot of time to spend together.
Over such a long period of time, our feelings are destined to grow deeper step by step. Things like wearing a diamond necklace on an ankle, we should try them one by one in the future. In this step-by-step process, you will definitely experience emotions that you have never felt before.
Shinjiawi's eyes jumped. Can I really feel those emotions? Don't you believe me?
Xiaoyan looked at the talented girl in his arms and loved her very much. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe in yourself. You are a genius girl from Peking University and Tsinghua University. You can even do those complicated maths, let alone these instinctive emotions.
Believe me. You can definitely feel it.
Shinjiawi nodded, and a hint of beautiful light flashed across her dark eyes.
I trust you.
Looking at Xiaoyan, who suddenly took away her lips, Shinjiawi was stunned for a moment and quickly closed her eyes.
Shinjiawi's favorability +1. Shinjiawi's favorability +1. Shinjiawi's favorability +1.
Shinjiawi's favorability has reached 20 points, and you will receive 10 random Shinjiawi passes.
Ding-a-ling.
The phone rang, and Xiaoyan reluctantly let go of her lips, gently hugged the breathless Shinjiawi in his arms, and then answered the phone.
Hello, who are you? Hello, Mr. Xia. My name is Linny. I'm a fashion designer specializing in Lolita. Someone told me that you wanted to design a gorgeous Lolita dress for a bride. I'm so honored to design for you. Oh, you are the one Brother Wei asked for, right? Do you have WeChat account? Let us add WeChat in chat. Yes. My WeChat is my phone number. Me too. Then add me. That's all.
After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyan was just about to communicate with Shinjiawi about his feelings.
The phone rang again. This little girl is so fast. Xiaoyan opened his phone and a friend request popped up. Also? That's a simple enough name. I see. Xiaoyan took a closer look and his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow. This girl is so beautiful. Joey, look. Do you think she is pretty? Shinjiawi leaned closer to the phone and saw a very cute girl appear on the screen. The girl was wearing a Lolita dress and a pair of sleek Lolita leather shoes. Under the fluffy Lolita sheepskirt, 2 garters quietly wrap a pair of thin white stockings around the thighs. Plus the girl's energetic twin tails. The image of a youthful and lovable Lolita girl is right before your eyes. Shinjiawi took a look and nodded immediately. Good. Very beautiful. Xiaoyan was also very moved. Jiawi, do you want me to find you another sister? Sisters? What's the meaning? That is, do you think it's okay to let her be my girlfriend too? Sure. Shinjiawi was very calm. You're a scumbag to begin with, so what's the big deal about having a few more girlfriends? Good. Then it's settled. Xiaoyan looked at the photos in WeChat and happily accepted Lin Yi's friend request. Hello, Miss Lin. Hello, Mr. Xia. This is my work. Please take a look. Linny sent a lot of photos. The pictures above are all of her wearing the skirts he designed. They all look very cute. Well, I've seen your design skills. Let's meet tomorrow. We'll talk in detail after we meet. Okay. Putting down the phone, Xiaoyan held Shinjiawi in his arms, slowly stood up and walked towards the room. Jiawi, let's play a fun game tonight. What game? The name of the game is, How to Make a Butterfly Spread Its Wings. Butterfly with open wings? What a strange name. You'll know in a moment.
Walking into the room, a strange sound soon came from inside the house.
Like crying and complaining, and it seems like someone is crying sadly.
Very strange.
The other side. Linny put down his phone with a look of surprise, his cute little face full of excitement. Mom! It's done! That Mr. Xia asked me to meet him tomorrow. Finally, someone appreciates my work. Yeah? That's great. Shuiwei breathed a sigh of relief, and her heart was filled with joy as she looked at her happy daughter. Very good. As long as you don't stay at home all the time and don't get stuck in a rut, everything will be fine. Xiao Yi. This Mr. Xia was recommended by President Wei. And judging from Mr. Wei's tone, it's unfathomable. If you meet tomorrow, you must treat Mr. Xia well. Don't be rude, understand? Mom, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down. Good. Then you take a rest first. I'll be out first. Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Lin Yi's eyes were full of excitement. Very good. My dream can finally come true. There's no limit to your budget when it comes to brides' Lolita dresses and wedding gowns. I am coming. The next day, Linny arrived at the Ocean Villa district early in the morning. After following the instructions to a villa, Linny pressed the doorbell. The door slowly opened. Lin Yi's eyes froze as he looked at Su Chanshan in front of him. Su Chanshan, why is it you? Lin Yi? Why are you here? Chapter 108 Budget? 100 million. Looking at the familiar Su Chanshan in front of him, Lin Yi felt that he had run into enemies all the time. Lolita skirts are beautiful. The Lolita circle is also very narrow. Lolita is a niche hobby. The circle of specific clothing like Lolita is more diverse in big cities. The most prosperous Lolita circles in China are in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Among them, the Magic City is the best. Su Chanshan is also a celebrity in the Lolita circle in Shanghai. Whenever there is a tea party at a comic convention, Su Chanshan, who is a bit formal, will definitely wear her Lolita skirt to attend. Although the imperial capital is not as prosperous as the Magic City. However, the enrichment effect brought about by the huge population has also made the local Lolita circle in the capital very prosperous. Linny is a celebrity in the Lolita circle in the capital. She is a celebrity not only because she is beautiful. More importantly, her major is fashion designer. And she is also a fashion designer who specializes in designing Lolita skirts. Many Lolita shops ask Linny to design for them. Logically speaking, Su Chanshan and Linny should become good friends. However, their opinions on Lolita skirts caused them to disagree with each other. Even afterwards, they became incompatible. In addition to Lolita, Su Chanshan also likes cosplay. She has a very strict understanding of Lolita's rules and other aspects. Whether it is Lolita or other cosplay costumes, he must pursue one-to-one restoration. Even when cosplaying certain characters, you can't buy ready-made cosplay costumes on the market. She will also go to the store to customize it. Because of these things, Aunt Su scolded her a lot. Although Linny is a professional designer, he has been well versed in many fields since he was a child. I have a deep understanding of all kinds of clothing. Therefore, he didn't care too much about the form and other things of Lolita. As long as the design clothes look beautiful, elegant, lively, and cute when worn. Linny thought that it was Lolita clothing. Many girls share the same views as Linny. They don't care about the so-called Lolitas Shan and Zhang. No matter whether the shape of Lolita is correct or not. They only care about whether the clothes look good or not. So I really like the clothes designed by Linny. Because of this, many stores came to ask Linny to design related clothing. But Linny also has troubles. The cost of the Lolita clothing designed by some stores cannot be too expensive. Due to insufficient budget, Linny's abilities cannot be fully utilized. So Linny is also worried about how to realize his ideal. After receiving a call from his mother last night, Linny was ecstatic to know that Xia Yan was a big customer. Finally, I can show my skills. But unexpectedly, when I opened the door, I saw my enemy Su Chanshan. Linny could only feel that fate was playing tricks on him. The two stood at the door of the villa in silence. Xia Yan heard the noise and walked to the door. What's wrong? Why don't you come in? Wow! So beautiful? Xia Yan's eyes lit up. This Miss Lin Yilin is even more beautiful than in the photo. Women with scores above 80 have been detected. Do you want to check? Check. Name, Lin E. Gender, female. Age, 21. Appearance, 89. Flawless, 0. Favorability, 7. Ouch. 89? Not bad. Lin E, who was feeling embarrassed, suddenly brightened up when he saw Xia Yan. This guy is so handsome. Hello, sir. Are you Mr. Xia Yan? That's right. I am Xia Yan. Hello, hello. Lin E smiled slightly and bowed quickly, saying, Hello, Mr. Xia, my name is Lin E. I'm a professional fashion designer. I'm very knowledgeable about all aspects of the content. Especially when it comes to Lolita, they have some unique insights. I believe I can design a perfect Lolita wedding dress. No one would believe that. Su Chanqian looked unhappy. The Lolita design you made is just random. I don't need you to design it. Go back. Lin Yi's face darkened, and he glanced at Su Chanqian. Su Chanqian. Don't take revenge on me. It's just a personal vendetta, what's wrong with that? I do. You. Alright. Xia Yan stopped the two of them. If you're here, you're a guest. Anyway, come inside and sit down for a while. We'll talk about the rest later. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Lin Yi smiled gratefully and walked into the villa with the computer. Xia Yan. Su Chanqian stared at Xia Yan with an indignant look on her face. Didn't you hear what I just said? I don't need him to design it for me. Bang. Ah. Su Chanqian blushed. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? Xia Yan glanced at her unhappily. Your bad habit is back again, isn't it? It's been like this since I was a kid. You don't even know what they're going to design, and you're already throwing a tantrum and asking them to leave. Do you think this is good? Snort. Su Chanqian snorted and turned her head away. She knew she was wrong, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Who knows if he can design something good? Whether it's possible or not, we'll know after we look at their design. Walk. Go back. Let's see how they design it first. Snort. Su Chanqian snorted, pouted her lips and walked straight into the villa. Xia Yan sighed unhappily. My heart quickly became excited. Wouldn't it be a pity to give such a beautiful woman to someone else? What's more, he is an excellent fashion designer. If only he joined this big family. In the future, you can even have it tailor-made for your family members to wear. He can also design some clothes that are inconvenient to wear outside. Right. That's it. Xia Yan was delighted and turned back to the villa. Half an hour later. Bai Yuning and Shinzhou's eyes lit up when they looked at Lin Yi's portfolio on his computer. The two looked at the Lolita clothes of different styles and were eager to try them on. Lin Yi, your clothes are so beautiful. Well, this dress is indeed very beautiful. Su Chanqian pouted aside. Although she was very unhappy with Lin Yi, she had to admit that the clothes designed by Lin Yi were really beautiful. Lin Yi was very happy to see the smiles on everyone's faces. When I saw the smile in Xia Yan's eyes, I finally felt relieved. Mr. Xia, are you satisfied? Yeah, not bad. Xia Yan smiled slightly. You know what happened? I want to design a Lolita wedding outfit for my childhood sweetheart. What do you think should be the design? How to design it? Lin Yi's heart moved. This is related to the budget. Different budgets lead to different styles of clothing. I wonder what your budget is, Mr. Xia. Budget? Xia Yan thought about it and raised a finger. 10,000? 100 million. 100 million. Chapter 109 Cooperation? 100 million. Lin Yi would never have thought that the budget for making a Lolita wedding dress could reach 100 million. To be honest, although Lin Yi's family is not wealthy, they are well off. She usually designs those Lolita clothes and often buys the fabrics and makes them herself. But the most she ever spent was only 100,000 yuan to design a Lolita suit. I originally thought that even if Mr. Xia was rich, his budget would only be 1 million. Then Shen Xiang's budget dropped directly to 100 million. 100 million. How many mini skirts can I buy? If there were 100 million, Lin Yi can open his own clothing studio. That's my lifelong dream. Now this Mr. Xia casually took out 100 million. Am I hallucinating or dreaming? What's wrong? Xia Yan looked at Lin Yi's dazed look with some curiosity. Is there any problem? No, no. Lin Yi quickly waved his hands. It's not a big problem, it's this 100 million budget. What? Not enough? That's 200 million. 200 million? Lin Yi was so excited that his heart skipped a beat and he suddenly fainted. Xia Yan and the others looked at the fainted Lin Yi with their eyes widened. What's going on? Why did she faint for no reason? Su Chanxian turned around, panting, nonsense. Who told you to spend 200 million on a wedding dress? Is it to be made of gold thread? Isn't that what you said you were going to make a wedding dress? Stop talking nonsense. Save him. Several people quickly lifted Lin Yi up. Observe your breathing. Observe your body. Just when Xia Yan and others were rescuing Lin Yi, on the other side. When Zhou Guohao and the others heard the outcome of their friend's handling, their eyes darkened. Just because I checked the transfer records of Xia Yan's bank card. A friend who originally had a bright future in the banking system was completely eliminated. Not only that, he was also thrown into prison for illegally investigating top-secret accounts. You'll have to stay in prison for at least 7 or 8 years. When the incident happened, my friend's parents were heartbroken. When he found out that it was Zhou Guohao and others who had entrusted him to check those people's accounts, his parents wanted to tear Zhou Guohao and others to pieces. In the end, they were dragged and beaten and driven out. Walking on the street, Zhao Xiaojiang no longer had the same spirit as before, and his eyes were full of dejection. Brother Hao, what should we do now? Brother Hui was also put in jail. Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu want to beat us to death. That kid has left school and is nowhere to be found. What should we do now? Zhou Guohao's face was pale and his neck and face were full of dejection. Blame me. This is all my fault. But it's not me, we won't. Brother Hao, what does this have to do with you? It was that brat who provoked us first. If he hadn't molested Sister Joey. Are they going to check on him? It's all his fault. No. I have to go find him. Stop. Zhou Guohao glanced at Zhao Xiaojiang angrily. We just got fucked. Why, you want to go in too? Zhao Xiaojiang thought about it and felt a chill down his spine when he thought about what his father would do after he was locked up. But what are we to do? We can't just watch Brother Hui being locked up like this, right? Sister-in-law still doesn't know what happened to Brother Hui? If my sister-in-law finds out, she'll definitely kill us. Zhou Guohao's eyes darkened and he made up his mind. I'll find a way to get Hui out. How? I'll go and beg him. Who? Zhou Guohao turned his head and said, I'll go beg you, kid. All this trouble is my fault. If we really want to pursue legal responsibility, then let me go in for Hui. No matter what, Hui must be let out. Brother Hao. Zhao Xiaojiang's eyes turned red. All right. Zhou Guohao's eyes became serious, and he picked up his phone to make a call. Hello, is that Xiaowei? Don't new students have registration records at school? Look up this year's freshman. There's one named Xia Yan. Check his contact information. Give me. That's all. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Guohao's eyes were full of determination. All right. It's up to me now. Just as several people from Zhou State were waiting for Xia Yan's contact information in the villa, Lin Yi finally woke up slowly. Looking at the gorgeous villas around him, Lin Yi's head was still dizzy. Where is this? Why am I here? Are you awake? Xia Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yi waking up. That's great. I thought something happened to you. I was so scared. What's up? As Lin Yi's eye thought about it, his memories of the past gradually became clearer. Her face suddenly turned red and she quickly sat up. I'm sorry. I was rude just now. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. Xia Yan smiled and asked, then is 200 million enough for the wedding dress we just discussed? Enough is enough. Lin Yi nodded quickly. Mr. Xia, please rest assured. I will definitely design a very suitable wedding dress. I will definitely not let you and Miss Su down. Ah, good. As long as he's happy, that's fine. Lin Yi looked at Xia Yan's considerate look and felt very envious of Su Chanxian. Thinking of Xia Yan just now, who casually mentioned 100 million, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea in his mind. Mr. Xia. I wonder if you are interested in the clothing industry. Ah? Xia Yan was confused when he heard this. Clothing industry? Su Qianqian immediately understood. Linny, do you want Xia Yan to invest in you? Yes. Linny blushed. I'm very interested in Lolita clothing.
This era is changing faster and faster.
Lolita clothing will definitely have a huge market in the future. So I want Mr. Xia to invest in me. We divide all profits according to shares.
Mr. Xia provides the capital, and I provide the technology.
Can we split 82 in the group? 82?
Linny quickly said, if Mr. Xia doesn't want to, 91 is also fine.
91?
Linny's heart trembled, and he lowered his head for his dream. If Mr. Xia doesn't want to, we can also go with 95:5.
Before Xia Yan could react, the phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who are you? Xia Yan? Hello, my name is Zhou Guahao. Zhou Guahao?
Chapter 110. You're after his interest, he's after your principal.
Zhou Guahao? Xia Yan thought for a long time. Only then did I remember who Zhou Guahao was. Oh. Is that you? You're the guy from that freshman day. What do you want from me?
Zhou Guahao frowned slightly, but for the sake of his friend's fate, he still spoke silently.
Let's negotiate a deal.
You tell me a condition, and I promise. I can kill him or chop him up, but you must release Shall We.
Who? Xia Yan's mind was buzzing. Shall we? I don't know him?
Zhou Guahao's brows tightened. It was my fault for what happened before.
I shouldn't have let anyone check your account.
Shall We only checked your background because of my instructions.
This is all my fault. I lost and I am willing to accept the punishment.
As long as Shall We can be released, I'll do anything.
Check my background? Xia Yan raised his eyebrows. What's going on? You'd better tell me clearly. Zhou Guahao clenched his fists.
Over the years, no one except his elders dared to speak to him like this. But thinking of Shall We in prison, Zhou Guahao slowly loosened his fist and recounted in detail what had happened before. After listening to this, Xia Yan fell into silence.
What? Was this money transferred from a confidential account? Or is it top secret? Is the system so powerful? That's how it is. I asked him to do everything. It's all my fault.
It doesn't matter what you want to do to me, I just ask you to let Shall We out.
Please.
After hearing this, Xia Yan was speechless for a long time.
Xia Yan actually doesn't want to get involved in this matter. What will Zhou Guahao and his gang do after the market hits rock bottom? I can figure it out with my butt. Since you are ready to harm yourself, it's impossible for them to let me go. But that's not the point.
The key point is that this top secret account is obviously related to those institutions.
Don't you even know them? How is it possible to let that guy out? There's no way this can be done.
He went to the wrong temple to worship Buddha.
I can't help you with this. To be honest with you, I don't know them. It was their decision that the kid was locked up there. If you want to ask for help, then go ask those people. I can't help it. That's all. Hey.
Zhou Guahao wanted to say something else, but the dead tone coming from the microphone made his face gradually gloomy.
Brother how is it? Did the boy agree? Zhou Guahao put down his phone dejectedly, his eyes gloomy.
He told us to beg those people.
He doesn't care. Fuck. This kid is going too far. Zhao Xiaojiang was suddenly furious. Shameless thing. Look at how I deal with him. Shut up.
Zhou Guahao glared at him coldly, and Zhao Xiaojiang immediately lowered his head.
Shall We has been locked up because of me. You want to go in too? But. Zhao Xiaojiang looked indignant. Are we just going to let that kid go like this? But what about Brother Hui? Sister-in-law, don't you know yet?
Zhou Guahao's eyes were filled with gloom. I'll take care of this matter.
Don't mess with that kid. Whatever happens, you have to wait until I rescue Shall We first. Let's go.
Zhou Guahao put away his phone, his eyes filled with dark clouds.
In the villa. Linny was still very nervous.
Having such a wealthy man to invest in is something you can only encounter once in a while. Even if it is 95:5, Linny doesn't want to give up. Looking at Xia Yan, who had hung up the phone with a strange look on his face, Linny asked cautiously.
Mr. Xia, what do you think of my proposal?
Huh? What's the proposal?
Just like I said, let's start a Lolita clothing studio together. We split the profits 95:5. You're 95, I'm 5. Do you think this is okay? 95:5?
Xia Yan looked at Linny with pleading eyes and immediately felt that he was very cute.
95:5 is too much. Let's split it 50-50.
What? Linny was completely stunned.
55% split?
Yes.
Why? You think it's not enough? No. I just think it's too much.
You invested so much money, I'll take half.
You are really at a loss. Fine. Isn't it just a 55-50 split? What's the harm? What is a 55% split? In the future, even you will be mine. It's a 55-50 split, so won't it all be mine in the end? How does that sentence go? You are after his interest, and he is after your principal.
That's settled. Linny looked at the confident Xia Yan, who seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light.
Oh my God. How can there be such a nice person in the world? Just so loving and wonderful. Mr. Xia. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Linny kept bowing. The system's prompt sound keeps ringing in my ears. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability plus.
Linny's favorability has reached 10 points. Receive Linny's random cashback card 10.
Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability plus.
Linny's favorability has reached 20 points, and you have obtained Linny's random pass 10.
Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability plus.
Linny's favorability has reached 30 points, and you have obtained Linny's skill card 10.
Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability plus.
Linny's favorability has reached 40 points, and you have received Linny's lucky draw gift box 10.
Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability +1. Linny favorability plus.
Xia Yan was stunned after hearing this series of prompt sounds.
Oh my God. Isn't this little girl's favorability increasing too quickly? Is it really that fast? It seems that this Lolita clothing is very important to him. Not bad. Since he likes it, then design more. There will be more fun in bed in the future.
Linny's favorability level didn't stop until it reached 48 points. Just when Linny was ecstatic, Jiang Yao called.
Xia Yan, you've been away from Sonia for 2 days. When will you be back? I'm going back now. When we get back, I'll introduce you to a new sister. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yan looked at the happy Linny and smiled slightly. Ms. Lin, have you been busy recently? No.
Linny quickly sat up straight. Mr. Xia, during this period of time, I will use all my energy to design that Lolita wedding dress.
Ah, that's good. We'll go to Sonia soon. You can come with us too. Sonia? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Can I go to Sonia too? Chapter 111 Sweating Profusely. Sure. Xia Yan's smile was very bright. You will be a part of our family in the future. If you don't go, who can go? Thanks. Marvelous. Linny turned around and went back to pack his clothes.
After Xia Yan and his friends packed up their things, they took Linny with them to the airport.
In the spacious airplane hall, Linny was very excited watching the people coming and going. Boss Xia is so nice.
Not only did they provide me with a large amount of funds, but they also allowed me to travel to Sonia with them.
Where can I find such a good boss?
The airport announcement did not sound, and Xia Yan and his companions carried their luggage and walked towards the boarding area.
Linny was stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Boss, has the plane arrived yet? Which flight did we buy? Flight? We don't take flights. Linny looked puzzled. Then what should we sit on? A private jet. Private jet? Linny was surprised. Are we really going on a private jet?
Of course. Xia Yan pulled Lin Yi forward and said, "Let's go, the plane is about to take off."
Oh.
Lin Yi staggered forward and Xia Yan suddenly turned around.
By the way, don't call me boss from now on. Just call me Xia Yan. Oh well.
Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and for some reason, he suddenly didn't dare to look into Xia Yan's eyes. After several people got on the private plane,
Lin Yi looked at the surrounding arrangements and felt a sense of novelty.
This was her first time riding on a private jet. Xia Yan, Bai Yuning, and Xin Zhaoyi on the plane looked normal.
However, Su Qianqian also looked very curious. Su Qianqian, haven't you done it either? No. Su Qianqian glanced at Xia Yan unhappily. He never took me with him when there was something going on before.
This is also my first time to Sanya by private jet.
Oh. I see.
Lin Yi followed Su Qianqian's words, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a little happy.
She's just like me.
The plane took off and 2 hours later, it slowly landed at Sanya International Airport.
Along the way, Lin Yi and Su Qianqian were dazzled by the luxurious enjoyment in the private jet. Xia Yan and the others looked calm.
All right. When we get to the hotel later, let's all stay in that suite.
That way we can discuss designing the wedding dress.
Yes, old
Xia Yan.
Lin Yi saw that Xia Yan's eyes were not right and quickly changed his words.
Su Qianqian looked at the bustling street scene outside the airport with a sense of curiosity.
A few people were about to leave with their luggage when two familiar voices suddenly rang in their ears.
Yan Yan. Qianqian. 2. Why are you here? 2.
Xia Yan and Su Qianqian turned their heads and immediately felt their hearts stop. My mother and Aunt Su, who were originally in Shanghai, came to Sanya at some point. The two of them were carrying 2 suitcases and wearing tropical long dresses, looking at them in surprise.
Xia Yan just felt so unlucky. How did this happen to me?
Bai Yuning and the others were curious, and Su Qianqian's heart trembled when she saw her surprised mother.
Mom, Aunt Xia, why are you here? Mom?
Bai Yuning and the others looked at the beautiful woman in front of them and asked Xia Yan in a low voice, "Xia Yan, could this be?"
That's right.
Xia Yan sighed and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. They are the mothers of Su Qianqian and me.
Ah? Bai Yuning was completely stunned.
He had imagined the scene of meeting his parents many times. He never expected to see it in such a scene. Xia Yan's mother was still in a daze looking at the girls around Xia Yan.
Aunt Su has already reacted. Qianqian. Shouldn't you be in the imperial capital for military training right now? Why did you come to Sanya? You skipped school?
Su Qianqian broke out in a cold sweat as she looked at her mother, whose eyes were becoming increasingly hostile, and was about to explain. Zheng Shui hurriedly ran over with his assistant.
Mr. Xia, I'm so sorry. There's a traffic jam on the road, I'm a step late. Let's go now.
The car is ready outside.
Mr. Xia?
When Xia Yan's mother heard these 2 words, she found them absurd.
Yan Yan, when did you become President Xia? Xia Yan's eyes were full of helplessness.
This is trouble.
How to explain it? Zheng Shui looked at the 2 beautiful women in front of him with curiosity. Boss Xia, who are these 2? Xia Yan sighed, my mother and Aunt Su. Do you have enough cars? There are 7 of us now.
We need at least 2 cars.
Enough is enough.
Zheng Shui said respectfully, there's a Rolls-Royce and a Maybach parked outside the door.
We can go now. Good. Thank you so much for troubling you. Open another room for my mom and Aunt Su later. Well, let them live next door to us. No problem. Zheng Shui nodded repeatedly, I'll contact the hotel now. Boss Xia, please take everyone to the car first. Good.
Yuning, take Zhaoyi and Lin Yixian to the car first.
Let me deal with this trouble first. Oh.
Then you better be careful. Bai Yuning smiled at Xia's mother and the others, then got into the car with a few people.
Xia Yan and Su Qianqian looked at each other, then walked forward helplessly. Mom, Aunt Su, let's go together. Etc. Aunt Su said seriously, Yan Yan, you haven't told me yet. Why is Qianqian here? You and Qianqian should have been in military training these past 2 days, right? Did you 2 skip class? Well, that's a long story. Xia Yan smiled awkwardly and said, Mom, Aunt Su. Let's get in the car first. After we get in the car and get to the hotel, we'll talk it over. But. All right. Mother Xia held Aunt Su's hand and said, if there's anything, let's go to the hotel and talk about it. Good. Aunt Su glanced at the two of them with an extremely serious look. You two, explain it to me clearly later. Su Chanqian shrank her head and didn't dare to look her mother in the eye. Xia Yan blocked Su Chanqian behind him and said with a smile. No problem, no problem. Mom, Aunt Su, let's go. Aunt Su nodded slightly when she saw Xia Yan's actions. When they walked out of the airport and saw the Rolls-Royce and Maybach parked on the roadside, they were still shocked. Mother Xia looked at her son's normal eyes and felt like she was dreaming. What did Zhen Yan do these 2 days? How come he even got into a Rolls-Royce? Chapter 112 Interrogation. Even after sitting in the spacious seat of the Rolls-Royce, Mother Xia still felt like she was dreaming. Is this strangely familiar little brat with a smirk on his face really his son? And what's going on with these girls around him? Why is this guy coming to Sanya instead of attending university in Beijing? Countless questions filled Xia's mother's head. Now Mother Xia just wants to get back to the hotel as soon as possible and find out everything clearly. Xia Yan's mother was very clear about the way those girls looked at her just now. Those girls have an unusual relationship with Xia Yan. This kind of gossip is the most exciting. Unlike Mother Xia, who was excited about the gossip, Aunt Su was feeling gloomy. Shanshan used to be a little playful, but she never did anything practical. She dropped her studies and just came out to wander around. And this time I flew directly from Beijing to Sanya. This is the first time this has happened. When I received the call those 2 days, I thought it was just a quarrel between their childhood sweethearts. Today it seems that things are far from that simple. Xiaoyan is also becoming a little abnormal now. Even the car under your feet is full of mysteries. She knew very well the conditions of Xiaoyan's family. There is no way you can afford a car like this. This kid is full of mysteries now. It's really incomprehensible. Su Chanqian doesn't dare to say a word now. Then he ran out to play and was bumped into by his mother. This is extremely unlucky. Now Su Chanqian just wants to hide quietly aside and reduce her presence. Just as the two pairs of mother and son in the Rolls-Royce stared at each other in silence. In the Maybach behind, Bai Yuning and the other two had different expressions. Shen Zhaoyi was still as indifferent and calm as before. Lin Yi was very curious. Only Bai Yuning was very nervous. Among all the girls, only she and Xia Yan had the most intimate communication. And Bai Yuning has already identified Xia Yan. So in Bai Yuning's cognition, Xia Yan's mother is her future mother. Now he suddenly appeared in front of him, catching Bai Yuning off guard. He also didn't know what his family's mother would think of him. What do you think of yourself or what? When I think of all these random things. Bai Yuning felt a tightness in her heart. The group returned to the hotel in this secretive and groping manner. After getting out of the car, Mother Xia widened her eyes at the luxurious hotel in front of her. This hotel exceeds the standard. Staying here for one night would cost at least 5,000 or 6,000, right? How can I afford to stay in such an expensive hotel? Mother Xia was about to leave with her luggage. The people brought by Zhang Shui have helped Xia's mother carry the luggage into the hotel. Hey! What are you doing? It's okay, Mom. Xia Yan smiled and walked towards the hotel with a few people. If you have anything to say, let's go to the room and talk about it. I can explain everything. Aunt Su was also estimating the value of the hotel in front of her. When she heard Xia Yan's words, she paused and nodded. Good. Then go to the room first. Explain it to me later. No problem. Led by Zhang Shui, several people came to the presidential suite on the rooftop. Looking at the luxurious setting in front of her, Mother Xia was really shocked. Just call me Zhang Shui. Oh, Zhang Shui, how much is this room per night? Zhang Shui smiled and said, this is the presidential suite that can only be reserved by VIP guests of the hotel. It costs more than 30,000 yuan a night. 30,000? Aunt Su was also shocked. 30,000 a night? Is this affordable? Please rest assured. All expenses are covered by our general manager Wei. Just enjoy yourself with President Xia. We've arrived at your room. Zhang Shui asked someone to take the luggage and walk into the room. Xia Yan quickly pulled Su Chanqian back to the presidential suite. Bai Yuning and others also followed in. They're still cleaning up now. Let's think of a solution first. Compare the confessions first. Su Chanxian broke out in a cold sweat. Xia Yan, how can this be right? When mentioning these, Xia Yan also felt a headache. This. I don't know either. Yan Yan.
A familiar voice suddenly sounded. I turned around and saw my mother standing at the door with a playful look on her face.
Confession? Is there anything you can't say openly? Do you still need to confess? Can you tell me about it? Mom?
Xia Yan felt a headache when he saw his mother's playful look.
Su Chanxian was speechless when she saw Xia's mother standing at the door. How could I have forgotten this? Aunt Xia has the best ears.
Bai Yuning looked at Mother Xia, whose face was blushing with shame, and said, "Hello, Auntie." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Xia Yan quickly pulled his mother out of the room.
Mom, come on, come on. If you have anything to say, let's talk on the way. Don't embarrass me there. Hey, hello.
Mother Xia greeted everyone and then followed Xia Yan out of the room.
You little brat. You're really good at playing tricks. You're actually in contact with so many girls? Tell Mom the truth. What's going on with those girls?
Xia Yan sighed and said slowly, "This is what happened." After listening to Xia Yan's story, Xia's mother gradually learned what had happened to Xia Yan in the past few days. Mother Xia only found these movie-like stories extremely exciting.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see that yet. You are quite a playboy. Are you planning to find some daughters-in-law for your mother?
Well, those who are capable should do more work.
With great power comes great responsibility. I'm just a little more philanthropic.
They have their own difficulties, too. Instead of letting them deal with those messy people outside, it's better for them to stay with me.
No matter how many people I meet, I can treat them sincerely. You bastard, you're so righteous and yet you still talk about it. What should I do, Chanxian? He grew up with you as a childhood sweetheart.
If you dare to be unfaithful, it will be difficult for your Aunt Su to pass the test.
This. Xia Yan scratched his head and said, I have already bought a villa worth 700 to 800 million yuan for Chanxian. For the sake of the villa, Aunt Su, you shouldn't stop me, right? 700, 800 million?
Mother Xia was shocked.
Where did you get so much money? Also, you just talked about your relationship with those girls? Where did you get all this money? Tell me. Tell your mother everything about this. Hurry up. Chapter 113, Fighting. This. Xia Yan was also embarrassed. What should he say? Could it be that I am the chosen one? Was I blessed by God and activated the system? Xia Yan stammered and couldn't say anything.
When Xia's mother saw Xia Yan like this, her heart suddenly skipped a beat.
His eyes suddenly dimmed. Yan Yan, have you seen them? Them? Who?
Seeing Xia Yan like this, Mother Xia gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice, Your father and the others?
Didn't my father die a long time ago? How can I meet them? Is it a ghost? What nonsense are you talking about? Mother Xia hit Xia Yan angrily, who said you were possessed by evil spirits. Then how do I see him? Isn't that what you said? Since I was little, whenever I asked where my dad was, you said he was dead. How can I see a dead person? You really haven't seen him? Xia's mother looked confused and Xia Yan was speechless. You already said he's dead, how can I see him? It's good that I didn't see you.
Mother Xia breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Xia Yan with doubts in her heart. But you haven't seen it, so how do you have so much money?
Can't I earn my own money? Did you earn it yourself? Mother Xia looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Can you earn 700 or 800 million? This is a secret, I can't tell you, Mom.
But I can guarantee that the source of this money is very clean. Mother Xia looked at Xia Yan for a long time before she breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, I don't care how you make money, as long as it's not illegal. I didn't expect that. My son will be able to buy a villa worth 700 or 800 million one day. I'm really old. I'm old too. Mom, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Xia Yan whispered, if you like villas, I can buy you a few.
Anyway, there isn't much else in Shanghai right now, except for the houses.
Need not. I've been used to living in our house since I was a child. I just love living at home. All right. Now that you've said that, what else can I do?
Mother Xia nodded with relief, but also felt a headache.
You kid. He actually hooked up with so many girls secretly. Let me see how you'll get through those trials in the future. Right now, it's going to be difficult for you to get through Aunt Sue. Let me see how you explain it later. This. Xia Yan was also sweating profusely. How about using a self-torture trick?
A self-torture trick?
In the presidential suite. Aunt Sue was sitting on the sofa with a calm expression, but the turbulent look in her eyes made Su Qianqian tremble. Bai Yuning and Xia Jinwan also looked reserved when they saw this.
But Shen Zhaoi and Jiang Yao were still the same as usual. The two of them looked at Aunt Sue in front of them and found her very calm, without any abnormality. Looking at the surrounding ornaments, the waves outside the window, and the group of identical women in front of him,
Aunt Sue just felt a headache.
Yan Yan was obviously quite honest when she was a child.
So why are you so fickle now?
When I called her earlier, I thought Qianqian was joking.
I didn't expect it to be true. What a mistake. Bang.
The door suddenly opened, and Xia's mother walked in with Xia Yan in a bad mood.
You little bastard.
How dare you be so unfaithful at such a young age? And he messed with so many girls.
You careless little bastard. Kneel down for me. Oh.
When Xia Yan saw his mother's eyes, he quickly knelt down beside the sofa.
Mom, don't be angry. It's all my fault. What's the matter? Let's talk slowly. Say what? You philandering little bastard. Don't you even look at your own weight? You've recruited so many good girls. Look how mad you made your Aunt Sue. Go and apologize to your Aunt Sue. Oh.
Xia Yan lowered his head and was about to admit his mistake, but Aunt Sue waved her hand and her eyes were unusually calm.
Etc.
Yan Yan, you've been my aunt since you were a child.
What is your nature? Auntie knows you very well. You and Qianqian grew up together, you are childhood sweethearts. Auntie would also be happy for you to marry him. But you've become so fickle now.
Besides Qianqian, he's involved with so many other girls.
Auntie's family is a small family. I really can't stand such a shocking feat of yours. You have so many girls now, you probably don't need Qianqian anymore.
From now on, you and Qianqian are done with each other.
Qianqian, let's go. Su Qianqian became anxious when she heard this. Mom, what are you doing? Xia Yan, isn't this explaining to you? Why can't you listen to him? Aunt Sue's eyes turned cold. What? Are you grown up now? Don't you listen to me anymore? No,
Xia's mother and Xia Yan looked at each other and knew that things were not going to be easy, so they quickly decided to start the next plan.
You little bastard. Look how mad you made Aunt Sue. I'll beat you to death, you little bastard.
Just as Xia's mother stretched out her hand and before it fell, Su Qianqian and Bai Yuning had already run out.
Auntie. Don't hit Xia Yan. 2. This can't be entirely blamed on Xia Yan. Linny also wanted to step forward, saying that he remembered that this was someone else's family affair. Forced back again. But I still feel heartbroken.
Mother Xia never thought that such a self-torture trick could actually trick two girls into giving their all.
While I am proud of my son, I also feel pain. Qianqian's mom is going to explode again. Su Qianqian. Stop right there. Mom. Don't you listen to me? Su Qianqian looked at her mother in embarrassment. Mom, what on earth are you going to do?
Even if Xia Yan is unfaithful, I'm still determined to be with him.
We have been childhood sweethearts.
After such a long time of companionship, there's absolutely no way I'll let him go.
Even if I'm with someone else, I'll accept it. Qianqian. You. Aunt Sue stood up suddenly and asked, so, you don't listen to me? Are you going to ask me to sever the mother-son relationship with you?
Xia Yan's mother, Su Qianqian, and Bai Yuning were all shocked when they heard this.
Are you so angry? Are you going to sever the mother-son relationship? He.
Jiang Yao's ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Madam, the reason you want to sever your mother-son relationship with Su Qianqian.
Is it because you're afraid that Su Qianqian will be wronged, or do you think Su Qianqian's actions will embarrass you? Aunt Sue's eyes turned cold. What did you say? She's right.
Shinjiao still looked indifferent. According to Xiayan's current conditions, your daughter's living conditions after marrying him will be beyond your reach in your lifetime.
If I ask you to help your daughter find a marriage partner,
the marriage partner your daughter found is incomparable to Xiayan. The reason you are angry and even want to break off the relationship is because you feel it has brought shame upon you.
You think your face is more important than your daughter's happy life. That's why you have to break up with him. You're only doing this for yourself. Selfish.
After the words fell, the presidential suite became eerily quiet.
Chapter 114 Shock.
The sun is shining outside the window, but Aunt Sue's face is ashen.
I am still angry about my daughter's affairs. These little girls actually mocked me. This is outrageous. Xiayan didn't expect them to say that.
Just as he was about to make some excuses, Aunt Sue suddenly looked at Jiang Yao and Shinjiao.
It doesn't matter if I'm selfish or not. Su Qianqian is my daughter, and as a mother I have the responsibility to take care of her. Which mother in this world would willingly let her daughter share her husband with another woman? How can I agree to something like this? Are your parents willing to let you share your husband with other women?
Jiang Yao's face was very calm. You think there aren't any, but there are actually many such things. Faced with such powerful strength, many parents are willing to share their daughters with others.
With Xiayan's current strength, if you let your daughter break up with Xiayan,
then the one who will suffer the huge loss will be her, not Xiayan.
Aunt Sue frowned, while Shinjiao's eyes were calm. He's right.
In this world, so-called customs and principles are nothing more than the definition of human beings. From ancient times to the present, so-called marriage is just an exchange of interests. In the face of absolute interests, dreams and even sharing are not impossible.
In other words, even if you let your daughter enjoy Xiayan all by herself now, she can't bear this blessing. That's the reality. Everything is based on interests and reality. This truth is irrefutable. It just depends on whether you are willing to admit it. Aunt Sue's face darkened and she turned away in dissatisfaction. Your principles are your principles. Even if there weren't those benefits, I wouldn't let Qianqian suffer that kind of injustice. Since you think that's okay, then you can just stay here. Qianqian, let's go. After Aunt Sue said that, she stood up and left. Su Qianqian became anxious at that moment. Mom, could you please not be so impulsive? Can we talk it over? Aunt Sue turned her head in disbelief. Qianqian, now even you don't listen to your mother? You want to do that too? Mother!
Su Qianqian made up her mind and slowly walked to her mother.
Mom, you are too impulsive now. Can't we just sit down and talk it out? Talk nicely? Aunt Sue's expression changed drastically. Do you want to share your husband with someone else? Mom! Su Qianqian took a deep breath and helped her mother sit on the sofa, her eyes sincere and earnest. Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult now. I know exactly what I want to do. Clear? Aunt Sue was very emotional. You want to share your husband with other girls, is that what you know? Su Qianqian took a deep breath and spoke sincerely. Mom, I can accept this. What? Not only Aunt Sue, but even Xiayan looked at Su Qianqian in disbelief. Is this still what the arrogant Su Qianqian said? Su Qianqian glanced at Xiayan and said slowly.
Mom, Xiayan and I grew up together. We are childhood sweethearts. He has taken good care of me since I was little, and I have always liked him.
I know you're worried that I'll be wronged in the future. But I know who Xiayan is. He won't let me get mad at him for those things. On the contrary, it will make you love and like me even more. I can't leave Xiayan. That's who I've always liked. I am willing to face the future with Xiayan. I am also willing to spend the rest of my life with Xiayan. So I will never leave him. Su Qianqian glanced at Xiayan as she spoke, and the determination in her eyes made Xiayan's heart tremble. Aunt Sue couldn't believe what she heard. Qianqian. Are you crazy? Do you really want to share Xiayan with other girls? Do you know how crazy this life is? Can the money Xiayan earns satisfy you? Do you know how many difficulties there will be in the future? What on earth are you thinking? Money?
Jiang Yao smiled when she heard this. Aunt Sue, it's possible that you're worried that your daughter will be wronged in the future. If you're worried that Xiayan won't be able to make money and support your daughter, then you're worrying for nothing.
What? What do you mean by that? The meaning is very simple. Shinjiao's expression was indifferent.
With Xiaoyan's conditions, you don't have to worry about your daughter being wronged financially in the future.
Did you know that Master Xia just bought your daughter a villa worth hundreds of millions? What? A villa? Aunt Su couldn't believe her ears. Qianqian, did Yan Yan buy you a villa? Su Qianqian nodded quickly, yes. We just bought a few villas in the imperial capital before we flew here. My villas are worth 500 million in total? 500 million? Aunt Su looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Xia Yan, did you really buy Qianqian a villa worth 500 million yuan? Xia Yan smiled and said, Auntie, doesn't Qianqian always like those princess castle-style villas? It just so happens that there are some villas in the capital that fit that style. I bought it for Qianqian.
Those villas add up to exactly 500 million yuan.
500 million?
Aunt Su just felt her head buzzing.
This is 500 million. You can't earn this much money in your lifetime, right? Where does Yan Yan make so much money?
Seeing that her mother was stunned, Su Qianqian thought that she was still wavering, so she quickly added,
Mom, Xia Yan not only bought me a villa worth 500 million. He even hired a fashion designer to design a Lolita wedding dress for me. The budget is a full 100 million. 100 million? Aunt Su looked at Su Qianqian in disbelief, spending 100 million to design a wedding dress? Yes, ma'am. Linny couldn't hold back any longer and stood up. I'm the fashion designer. Mr. Xia Yan is indeed going to spend 100 million to design a wedding dress for Ms. Su Qianqian. 100 million?
Aunt Su looked at the determined eyes of the others, rolled her eyes, and fainted.
Mom! Aunt Su! Aunt Su! Chapter 115, Retreat. Half an hour later, Aunt Su slowly woke up.
Looking at the worried Su Qianqian and Xia Yan in front of him, he sighed in his heart.
I remember everything they said before I fainted.
Yan Yan actually spent 500 million to buy a villa for Qianqian, and spent another 100 million to design a wedding dress.
This specification is really scary. No wonder they said that Qianqian couldn't even hold on to Yan Yan now that she was monopolizing him. With such a huge fortune, Qianqian really can't afford it. But where does this money come from? I have watched Yan Yan grow up since he was a child. I don't see that he has any talent for business. How come you suddenly have so much money? Looking at the worried looks in their eyes, Aunt Su's hardened heart finally softened. Even though what I said just now was so harsh. But I was also worried about my daughter. The two of them grew up together, and I like Yan Yan very much. If possible, it would be best for the two of them to get married. I originally thought that Yan Yan was unfaithful and would treat Qianqian badly in the future. But now it seems that Yan Yan spent 500 million to buy a villa for Qianqian and another 100 million to design a wedding dress. This shows that Yan Yan treats Qianqian sincerely. In that case, what else can I say? Although she thought so in her heart, Aunt Su was still worried about Su Qianqian. He slowly sat up and looked at the two worried people, his eyes full of worry. Qianqian, now that you're grown up, you can make the decisions on many things. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Well, mommy only has one thing to tell you. Whatever you do, think twice before you act. Don't regret it after you've done it. After Aunt Su finished speaking, she turned around and left without even turning her head. Su Qianqian was stunned for a moment as she watched her mother leave. Hurry and follow. Just before walking out of the room, Su Qianqian turned around and bowed slightly to Jiang Yao, who was smiling, and Xinjiao, who had an indifferent expression. Thanks. Thank you both for speaking up for me. I will remember your help. After Su Qianqian finished speaking, she followed her mother out again. Jiang Yao and Xinjiao just glanced at Su Qianqian and said nothing. Ha! It really scared me to death. Xia Yan slowly stood up and wiped the cold sweat from his head. It's okay. Aunt Su's expression just now really scared me to death. How dare you say that? Mother Xia glanced at Xia Yan unhappily, then turned to look at the women thrown in the room. He immediately showed a kind face. Hello, my name is Xia Yu, and I'm Xia Yan's mother. Nice to meet you. Bai Yuning was feeling nervous, but when she saw Xia Yu being so kind, she immediately felt relieved. Hello, Auntie. My name is Bai Yuning. She's Xia Yan's girlfriend. I'm glad to meet you. Well, Auntie is also very happy to meet you. Xia Yu smiled and fell in love with the girls beside her. Yan Yan, who are these?
Xia Yan smiled and said, "Mom, they are all my girlfriends.
Let me introduce you.
Her name is Xia Xinwan, her name is Jiang Yao, her name is Xinjiao, her name is Lin Yi." Lin Yi's heart trembled when he heard this.
When did I become Boss Xia's girlfriend?
Although I don't feel disgusted when I hear this news.
But becoming my girlfriend is really too sudden, isn't it? Why am I feeling a little secretly happy?
Xia Yu was stunned when she saw the girls in front of her.
Oh my god.
These girls are all slim and well-proportioned, with delicate skin.
She is so beautiful. These girls are actually my son's girlfriends? Isn't this too exaggerated?
Xia Yu was surprised for a while, then pulled a few people aside to ask them about their lives.
Bai Yuning wanted to show off, so she immediately gave a warm welcome.
"Auntie, my home is also in Shanghai.
My family runs a small business. It's not much, only about 30 to 40 billion.
Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this.
30 or 400 billion? Small company? A small company worth 30 to 40 billion? Is this human language?
Seeing that Bai Yuning had already introduced herself, Xia Jinwan somehow mustered up the courage to introduce herself.
"Hello, Auntie, my name is Xia Jinwan. My family doesn't have any money, Xiao Bai's family doesn't have any money, and my father and mother are both university professors.
I am now a counselor at Peking University and Tsinghua University."
College professor. University professor, great. Xia Yu saw that Xia Jinwan was becoming more and more satisfied. I didn't expect that.
Both of this girl's parents are university professors.
This is a family of scholars.
Especially since this girl is good looking, she looks like she is good at giving birth. He is also a counselor at Peking University and Tsinghua University.
Etc. Counselor? Is she a counselor at Peking University and Tsinghua University?
Xia Yu looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Yan, Jinwan said she is a counselor at Peking University and Tsinghua University, could it be?
Xia Yan smiled embarrassedly. "Mom, you guessed right. Jinwan is indeed my counselor. We are also destined to be together." Xia Yu was completely stunned. Yan even hooked up with the counselor? Is this fair? Isn't this too lawless? Jiang Yao looked at everyone's introductions and said with a smile, "Hello, Auntie.
My name is Jiang Yao, and I'm Xia Yan's girlfriend.
I don't usually keep in touch with my family now. I'm just alone and I like Xia Yan, that's all."
Xia Yu looked at the smiling Jiang Yao and felt a little distressed for some reason.
"It's okay, they won't contact you. Auntie will love you in the future. If you have anything, tell your aunt later." "Thank you, Auntie. It's okay."
Xia Yu looked at Jiang Yao's legs and felt a surge of sympathy in her heart. Such a poor girl, Xiaoyan must treat her well.
We can't let her suffer any injustice.
Seeing that everyone had introduced themselves, Lin Yi mustered up the courage to speak.
"Hello, Auntie. My name is Lin Yi, and I'm a fashion designer. I opened a clothing studio with Mr. Xia Yan. Nice to meet you." "Hey, hello to you too." Xia Yu was also very happy to see Lin Yi.
"Whenever you design clothes in the future, Auntie can help you try them out."
Ah. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. "Auntie, you are so old, do you also want to try on Lolita?"
Everyone had finished introducing themselves, and only Xinjiao remained silent. Xia Yu looked at the indifferent girl in front of her and felt curious.
What is the identity of this girl? Why do I feel like she is so special? Chapter 116 Emptiness. Xinjiao's expression remained indifferent. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Xinjiao. My family is very ordinary. There's nothing much to say." "Yeah?" Seeing Xinjiao like this, Xia Yu didn't know what to say. She could only smile and hide her doubts in her heart. After Aunt Su left, Xia Yu started chatting and laughing with the little girls. Xia Yu herself is a lively person, otherwise there would be no way that she and her son could support themselves with a small restaurant in Shanghai for more than 20 years. Now that her son suddenly has so many girlfriends, Xia Yu is so happy that she can't contain herself. "Look at this, look at that, they all seem good." Bai Yuning also wanted to perform well in front of Xia Yu. The conversation with Xia Yu was so intimate. Xia Yu also became more and more satisfied with Bai Yuning. Such a beautiful girl, speaks well, is reasonable and well-mannered, and has an extraordinary family background. The key is, even talking to people like this makes people feel like a spring breeze.
You can tell at first glance that he is a good kid.
When talking about happy things, Xiaoyu even held Bai Yuning's hand.
The two of them look so close that it seems like they are real mother and daughter.
After the initial embarrassment, Xia Jinwan quickly calmed down.
No matter what, Xia Yan helped Jiang Yao regain her goal of living. Just for this reason, Xia Jinwan was very grateful to him. Therefore, Xia Jinwan is also very kind to Xia Yan's mother.
As for Jiang Yao, he now sees hope of recovery. Therefore, I am in a very good mood.
He was also very happy to get close to Xia Yan's mother, a lively and kind woman.
Shinjiawi still looked cold.
However, seeing everyone chatting happily, Shinjiawi still felt a little touched.
Is this what they call family love? So this is what family love is like.
Among the group of people chatting happily, only Linny seemed restless.
Mr. Xia, what did you mean just now? After all, I am his girlfriend too? Was that a slip of the tongue? Or has Mr. Xia already taken a fancy to me? That's not right. We just met. How could he fall for me so quickly? How could love at first sight happen to me? Impossible, impossible.
Lin Yi's mind was shaking. Xia Yu and the girls were having a great time chatting there.
A scene full of vitality and flourishing everything. Only Xia Yan became an outsider.
Unable to stop, Xia Yan walked out of the room with a glass of juice.
Never mind.
Now is the perfect time for them to communicate their feelings.
There will be fewer obstacles in the future. Sitting on the hotel's private beach.
The warm sunshine feels pleasant and comfortable on my body.
Looking at the bustling sea in the distance, Xia Yan couldn't help but stare blankly. Life is so wonderful.
A dozen days ago, I was still packing my things for school at home, looking forward to the wonderful college life. How to win competitions and receive honors in college, then find a good job, get married, and have children.
This is the original trajectory.
But everything changed when he bumped into Bai Yuning on the train that day.
Now my life has gone in another direction.
I don't need to work hard in college. There is no need to try every possible way to master the ways of the world for the sake of work. There is no need to waste your life on work. My original life was about working hard for my wife, house, car, and money.
But now I have all these things. Why do I feel empty? The sea breeze blew gently, and Xia Yan looked at the red sun in the sky with confusion. How should I spend the rest of my life now? For money?
I have more money than I can spend now, and I also have their cashback card. With just a few of your own assets, you can break through to unimaginable levels.
For a woman?
The girls around me now are all very beautiful in their own ways. They each have their own characteristics and their own family background.
And none of them is the kind of woman who only cares about money. I can continue to look for women.
But no matter whether they are fat or thin, all the lowly young women have been found.
That's not enough to be the goal of life, right? For the house? Stop being funny. The houses I have owned in the past 2 years have been impossible to sell.
If I had more money than I could spend, I wouldn't have bought those houses.
Not to mention making a house your life goal. For the car? That would be even more ridiculous. A broken car, a toy-like thing? Is he worthy of being a life goal?
The red sun slowly rose, and Xia Yan sat by the sea, lost in thought.
Now, it seems like something is wrong. What kind of life should I live next? What should I do?
For the first time, 18-year-old Xia Yan felt the mockery of God. No worries about having no money to spend, no worries about having no house to live in, no worries about having no car to drive, no worries about having no woman to choose from.
I actually lost my goal in life. What a joke. No wonder those rich people sometimes suffer from depression and then commit suicide.
The emptiness brought about by having no goals in life can really make people depressed. The world is so unpredictable, how ironic.
Xia Yan.
Xia Yan looked in the direction of the sound and stared Su Chanshan. Xia Yan's eyes were now empty, and he seemed to be stimulated by something. He looked so pitiful that Su Chanshan's heart tightened. She quickly ran over and sat next to Xia Yan.
Xia Yan, what's wrong with you? What? Su Chanshan looked at Xia Yan worriedly. You look so empty right now. It seems so sad and empty. Like those with depression. Yeah.
Xia Yan didn't say much after hearing this, he just sat there, looking quietly into the distance.
Su Chanshan's heart tightened, and she quickly grabbed Xia Yan's hand and asked softly. Yen Yen, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? Why don't you tell me?
Don't worry, Mom has agreed.
She won't break us up. Don't worry.
Xiaoyan smiled and felt warm in his heart when he looked at Su Chanshan.
I'm not worried about that. I just can't figure out some things. What's the problem?
Xiaoyan held Su Chanshan in his arms, his voice hollow, depressed and blank.
Chanshan, I don't need to look for a job now.
There is no need to rush around for a living.
What do you think I should do with my life from now on? Chapter 117, the beginning of realizing the dream.
You're so depressed.
Su Chanshan slapped Xiaoyan on the head. How much money have you made now?
Increasingly, those billionaires with tens of billions, hundreds of billions, and even trillions of dollars are still working hard every day. They work so hard for their own careers.
You only make this little money, and you think your life is complete.
You're such a loser.
So what do you think I should do?
You're stupid.
Su Chanshan said confidently, you're not short of money now anyway. Whatever you wanted to do when you were a kid, whatever you wanted to do, whatever you wanted to be, just go for it now. What do you want to do? If you want to have a career, go for it. If you can't find any meaning in life, then try every profession in the world. I don't believe you can't find the meaning of life.
Xiaoyan's eyes gradually lit up, that's right.
Chanshan, thank you, I know what I should do now.
Ha ha.
I understand. You're not depressed anymore, are you?
No.
Let's go. Let's find the meaning of life now.
Xiaoyan pulled Su Chanshan and started playing around. The hotel has its own private beach, jet skis, surfing and diving, where you can have a blast. On the other side, Aunt Su also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her daughter and Xiaoyan playing.
Forget it, my children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Chanshan, just do whatever you want.
Even as a mother, I can't stop him. Xiaoyan played for a long time, and all the melancholy in his heart disappeared. At night, Xiaoyan and his friends sat in the presidential suite and started their first family meeting while drinking hot drinks. I have decided that I will fight for each of us to realize our dreams.
Now tell me, what are your dreams? What do you want to do? Tell me everything. We'll start implementing it now. Dream? Su Chanshan daydreamed for a moment. I want to be the most beautiful princess in the world. I want to have a castle of my own. My castle will be filled with countless romantic and beautiful little dresses. I can do whatever I want every day. Happiness is boundless. Okay.
Xiaoyan smiled slightly. In a few days, when I return to Beijing, I will find a way to set up a real estate company. If we don't serve others, we should think about ourselves a little bit. Tell them to find a way to get a piece of land and build the castle you want. Then we are setting up a clothing company that will make other kinds of dresses besides Lolita dresses. You can also create a service company, like a jack-of-all-trades shop. We specialize in solving any problems for our customers, and we're the first to serve them.
What do you think?
Okay. I haven't had the pleasure of starting a company just for myself.
Su Chanshan's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. That's it. Okay. Xiaoyan looked at the remaining people. What about you? What are your dreams? Dream?
Bai Yuning stroked her cute chin and said, well, if I were to talk about my dream, I want to create a company bigger than my dad's. I want to build my own super company, bringing together everything from upstream to downstream.
And let it become another dazzling company in the world. The goal is good.
Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, but what industry do you want to work in?
Of course it's electronics. Bai Yuning was excited. Look how powerful Apple and Huawei are now. If I could start a company like this, I could have my dad working for me.
Ha 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 ha.
What a filial daughter.
After listening to Bai Yuning's idea, Xiaoyan also agreed.
Okay, your idea is not bad. When I get back, I'll start a company for you. Make it as big as you want.
Xiaoyan looked to the other side again. Jinwan, Yao, Zhaoyi, Linny, what about you? Chapter 118. The style of painting has changed.
Us? Xia Jinwan was stunned for a moment. I don't have anything I want to do. You want one?
Xiaoyan smiled and asked, you finally have a chance to realize your dream, why don't you seize it?
I know. Jiang Yao smiled and shook her head. You don't know, Nguyen doesn't have any big dreams. In all these years, I haven't heard her talk about what she wants to do. You, stop wasting your energy there.
Yeah? Xia Yan sighed, then Nuanyuan, tell me if you have any dreams in the future.
I will definitely help you achieve it. Xia Jinwan nodded, but she was still in a daze.
Originally, I just wanted to save Yaoyao's life, but now I even have to meet her parents. The key point is that Xia Jinwan and Xia Yu had a very pleasant conversation, and Xia Jinwan also liked Xia Yu, the young elder.
When they were talking just now, Xia Jinwan was wondering whether she should just marry Xia Yan.
However, Xia Jinwan was a shy person and didn't feel comfortable saying it out loud.
I just kept speculating in my mind. What about Yao Yao? What's your dream?
Zhang Yao looked at her legs and said, my dream used to be to become a world-renowned entrepreneur. But when my legs started to hurt, I felt that those dreams I had held were too unrealistic and too ridiculous.
My dream now is to heal my legs, and then.
Zhang Yao slowly looked over and said, then I will accompany you and personally measure every inch of this world. Xia Yan was stunned for a moment when he saw the look of desire in his eyes, and felt the throbbing feeling again.
Well, don't worry. I will definitely help you realize this dream.
We must not only measure this world, but also do everything we can to explore every place we can.
He.
Zhang Yao picked up the coffee with a smile, I believe you. The atmosphere between the two was very subtle, and Bai Yuning, Su Chanshan and Lin Yi all felt jealous.
Ahem.
Bai Yuning coughed twice deliberately, Xia Yan, now that you already know Zhang Yao's dream, it's time to ask the next one.
Sister Zhaoi. What is your dream?
Shen Zhaoi remained calm, my dream is to experience the various emotions that ordinary people talk about.
Forehead.
Several people were stunned for a moment, and Xia Yan smiled helplessly, Zhaoi, I'm still temporarily pursuing that dream, I'm not sure I can help you realize it.
Do you have a dream that requires money? Money?
Shen Zhaoi thought for a moment and said, I want to build a private nuclear power plant and then a large particle collider. If possible, I would also like to design a spaceship myself. As soon as Shen Zhaoi spoke, the people on the yacht suddenly felt a biting cold wind.
Are these things really achievable with money?
But these things have a lot of restrictions. Xia Yan smiled and said awkwardly, Zhaoi, we'll figure out how to get the nuclear power plant and particle collider later. If you want to build a spaceship, I can start an airline first. Whether you want to build a space shuttle or a launch vehicle, we can start from scratch.
What do you think?
Well, let's do it. Shen Zhaoi nodded indifferently. When we return to the imperial capital, I will ask the people in the class to work with me. We will definitely design the most powerful spacecraft, more powerful than the Saturn V. I want to be the first person on Earth to land on Mars in person.
The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like the style of the painting was becoming more and more distorted? What does this have to do with anything?